None of the top elders were in the clan at the moment, which left a bit of a void of leadership. But there was a process for this, and the disciples of the elders, the lower ascended immortals, took charge of the regions that their mentor was responsible for in their stead. Hopefully, the elders would be back in the next few hours, anyhow. The clan leader could use a powerful enough portal to take them right to Graupedron. The destruction was nearly complete, and most were checking for their valuables in the rubble, only to find that most of it was gone. Clan members. We have recovered the majority of the clan's valuables from the invaders. They will be turned over to the resource warehouse in the morning. So, if you had anything valuable in a house that is now destroyed, you are likely to get it back. Carl shouted as they passed through the mostly destroyed residential area nearest the docks. That brought some cheering, and the word spread quickly through the clan that someone had protected their belongings. The summoned seraphim were tempted to tell them that if the badger had just left everything where it was, they would have it now, but refrained from causing trouble. It would only cause more chaos, and that was anathema to their species. Carl opened the apartment door, which nearly fell off its hinges. The barriers on the inside of the house had held up, barely, but the outside of the apartment was in bad shape. I will fix the house before I join you all, Leo decided. I will assist him. Let my Tessa know that I will be late. Thor agreed. Tion hopped up on Thor's shoulder. He could use earth magic, so he was the best of them to fix things. Leo could do the wooden shingles, and the door, but not the stone of the building. At least not as well as Tion could. And then there were all the neighbors. They should have snacks and head pats. Tion was a fan of both of those things, and helping rebuild their homes would surely earn him at least some affection. Once they were in the tiny world, Ewan came out of the pet space, his eyes excited. OMG, that was amazing. There was everything. Everything, and I got to see it all from that space. I understand so much now. So much. The Winged Supreme smiled and scritched the little dragon's head. I see that the hatchling had his first true taste of what death energy is like. Are you bonded to the Beast Master? Or former Beast Master, I suppose, since his class has changed. Ewan shrugged. He created the place that is home, so I guess so. I don't know how that works, but I think I can change my god's opinion about him not being allowed to have a baby dragon. The Supreme smiled at his enthusiasm. From their point of view, it was already basically a done deal. If Carl had created a separate pet space for Ewan, that was halfway to a beast space, like an adjustment period to being a bonded dragon. But none of them followed the black dragon directly, so they didn't know the history of why Carl was not allowed to bond with a dragon when his class clearly allowed it. Evidently, it was not because he was trying to force them. If anything, the dragon would forcibly bond with him, not the other way around. I left the Seraphim army in the city to help maintain order, and in case someone tries to take advantage of the situation. 100 Supreme-ranked epic constructs should be more than enough to keep the region secure. From what I can tell, Supremes are in short supply here. Our world's peak is one rank higher than yours, where our clan leaders are either powerful Supremes or legends, and we've got a council of demigods guiding the Dark Light host's outreach. The Winged Supreme explained. That sounds like an incredibly stressful place to live. Dana noted. The Supreme shrugged. Not anymore. The Dark Light host doesn't discriminate by power or species as much as most. It's all about abilities. The Dark Light host favors crafting and summoning skills above most other trades. So, you're part of the warrior advancement effort as well? Ewan asked, curious if that was a thing everywhere or just here. The Supreme laughed. I suppose that we are. Our world system usually gives you 4 or 5 different classes before you've reached your limits. So, there are not many basic warriors, except among the children. Even the ones who never make it past the lower immortal stages are usually not warriors anymore. Ewan nodded in understanding. Their world was full of cool people with fun skills. The Supremes turned to examine the tiny world, extending their sense to see how Carl had done building it. This is actually very impressive. Multiple fundamental rules, mortal and immortal energies blended, a properly balanced ecosystem, good variety of resources. Do you have an alchemist with you as well? If I'm reading this right, you should be a runecrafter. Carl nodded. Remy, our Naga matriarch, is an alchemist. But Thor, the behemoth that remained outside to help clean up, is also a big fan of varied plant life. And we've got nature element dragons. Ah, I see. You've relocated the strongest of your branch members so that they're not trapped by the limits of a mortal world. That is brilliant. You should have enough for a new immortal branch soon. The system will inform you when you meet the qualifications to pass on your mortal branch. Carl frowned. They do still rely on my skills, for the guild skill. The Supreme shrugged. When you leave a mortal world branch to form one in the immortal worlds, it will give you the role of ascended ancestor, so you can influence the guild branch you came from. It does the same for immortals who become demigods. It's like a second branch skill as a reward for having someone of extreme power come from your hometown. Knowing that they wouldn't lose out on the guild skills when he was gone and establishing a new branch house in the immortal world was a huge weight off Carl's mind. With everything else that had happened today, it was nice to get some good news. Everyone sat silently, letting Lotus Area Healing recover any lingering injuries as they ate. Well, we actually can't stay here too long. We've got a dungeon run this afternoon, but it's been a pleasure to come out and have a proper fight, the Supreme with the white wings sighed. Oh, add us to your friend list. We can come out and play later. None of these guys is any fun. I think they still see me as a little sister to protect and not a serious group member, the elf added. Carl laughed. I'm a bit underranked to run dungeons with you. But definitely add me to your friends list. I don't know if we will be able to communicate across worlds, but at the very least I'll be able to use it to find you so I can open a portal. You can do interplanetary portals without a device. That is handy. Can you do between planes as well? I want to go to the Fey realm and chase pixies. Carl laughed, and the other Supremes groaned at the memory of the last time she did that. Actually, I can. But I also have a forest trickster right here if you would like to play tag. The elf giggled. I was mostly joking. But I will remember that promise. Trying to catch them is delightfully difficult, it keeps the mind sharp. Friend added, Ali Tree Friend. Friend added, Joseph Lightbringer. Friend added, Doogie 420. Friend added, Maribel. Carl nodded, and accepted that the other 6 were simply tagging along with these more influential branch leaders, or not outgoing enough that they wanted people to contact them. Oh, before you go, let me make you a little something. I can't let you help for free. Actually, I think that I have something that might suffice already in my inventory. Carl took out a handful of villa stones, and passed them out among the group. Oh, this is nice. Even better than my old tent, and it's got an energy gathering array built in, plus a self-stocking kitchen. You know, you might have come from a mortal world, but you really did inherit the spirit of the Dark Light host right from the start. You probably don't know yet, but the guild is somewhat notorious for coming up with strange and unique magical items and spells. We've got some of the only spellcrafter class immortals you'll find anywhere, you know. Ali bragged. You know, I have the skill merger ability, and I really should make better use of it. There are so many options here in the immortal world that I definitely do need to find an opportunity to stock up hundreds of them, just to make fun new things. Carl agreed. That's the spirit. Teach it to your Dana mage as well. She's likely the smarter half of your pairing. Dana laughed as the guys in the Supreme group rolled their eyes. Hey, us lovely young ladies need to stick together. If we let the boys do all the thinking, they'd split the task between both heads and never get anything done. Carl winked and swatted her on the bottom, just to prove her point. The elf giggled and ran over to give Dana a hug. Oh, we are totally coming back to visit this place. It shouldn't take long, and you'll both be ascended immortals, then we can start dragging you along on supreme ranked dungeon trips to build experience. Trust me, it works great, and you learn so much about what it takes to surpass the peak of immortality simply by fighting against monsters who have done it." If any of the elders could hear that, they would be spitting blood in rage. Was surpassing peak immortals so easy? Not even 1 in 100 peak immortals ever became supreme. If you could do it just by fighting over your rank, would they still be stuck? But Carl had faith in the Dark Light host. If they said that it would work, then it would work. It was likely that the difference lay in the group that went with you and the guidance that they offered. If they hadn't chanced upon the method, and had been taught it in more detail than simply what was necessary for their own personal bottleneck, it wouldn't be any harder than an immortal teaching a totem about the fundamental rules so that they could advance more smoothly. "You seem quite familiar with my class progression." "How is that?" Carl asked, before they could leave. "Oh, it's a guild thing. If you bring up the guild log, you can see the rank and class advancements of members. Most of the time it's only the ones from your branch, as well as other branch leaders. However, if you're looking at them, you can see their history since they entered the guild. For some, that's a lifetime of information, for others, it's just a few entries." Joseph, the White-Winged Supreme, noted. "Oh, I hadn't noticed that entry before. I see now. It looks like most of you entered the guild when you were already stronger immortals, but Lady Allie entered at System Awakening." "Ooh, he calls me lady. See, that's the kind of respect you used to have for me," the elf complained to Maribel, the white dragon's avatar, according to the system. "That's because you've looked the same since we met at age 12. Do you know how hard it is to take someone seriously when they look like a child forever?" "Hey. I'm getting there. It's just that I come from the High Elven bloodline, and we mature more slowly than usual." Joseph sighed and patted the elf on her head. "You two have been at that for 50 years. You even advanced on the same day, just so that neither of you got to have the first party." Allie and Mirabelle shrugged in unison. As much as they bickered, they really had been best friends since they were children. Doug, the quiet one of the four who had added Carl to his friend list, cleared his throat. "Since you've all forgotten, I will remind the young pet sitter. You have a skill named Pet Sitter in your skill tree, and it's the first one that you should get. I see that you didn't use it in the battle, so you must not have it yet. If you did, you'd have had them active. Dominion is also a useful one, as it extends skills to max sensory range, which includes your bonded beasts. So you could use skills from an absolutely insane distance. Pet sitters are absolutely broken when it comes to ambushes and playing dirty tricks. It's just a shame that you're not from the ancient species. You would have so many innate abilities that complement your class. But they're pretty rare. Now, we really do need to get going, and you need to go back out into the clan to give back the loot, and to make sure that the survivors of the clans you disbanded don't take all the good stuff from their compounds before they leave. The new home merchant clan is entitled to a fifth of it, but some of the victories were attributed to the Dark Light host, so the locals might try to argue with the distribution if you're not with them." Carl led everyone back outside, and then focused on the system interface. He could see what guild house they belonged to, and it had the recall ability, which would let him open a portal to it from anywhere. "Would you like me to open the portal? It's no trouble, and it will save the cooldown on the guild house ability," he offered. "If you could." Carl opened the portal, and a massive head immediately poked through to see what was going on over here. It was a black dragon, and the scent of death was overwhelming all over the region. Not to mention all the lingering soul energy and death magic. Ewan climbed up on Carl's shoulder and pointed at the head. "I think you made the portal too small, he can't fit." Carl laughed. "I was sending people back, not borrowing a new friend for you. Greetings, Avatar." The black dragon turned to Carl and sighed. "It looks like we were too late." "No, the guild was right on time. We won the battle, but things got a bit out of hand when the Templars brought their reinforcements. We've been resurrecting our clan members, so we won't lose too many." The dragon nodded slowly. That was not what he was talking about. You're huge. Will I get that big one day? You missed all the good parts. I even got to fight. I leapt and whoosh and claw and poof, and then I was in a Carl space, and now I'm back out again. Ewan informed him. That is a big adventure for such a small dragon. The visitor rumbled, clearly amused by Ewan's recounting of the battle's highlights. Tian nodded eagerly. The little dragon really was heroic. Of course, it was an epic guard construct he was saving, but the intentions were 100% heroic. Ewan shrugged. He knew that the construct was not a living thing, but it had soul energy, so it had to count for something. Even if it had been borrowing that soul energy from the humans it was fighting. Their chat was interrupted when Elder Socrate reappeared in the compound, looking like death warmed over, and still bleeding from a dozen different spots. Carl, if we can get your team, please. It appears that the Graupedran Templars have strong opinions about the fact that they have been disbanded. The Supremes chuckled at his polite political doublespeak. So, they are trying to refuse the claim. Perhaps we can leave a few of our branch leaders here with you and find replacements for the run. Joseph suggested. Ali smiled. I will stay with the baby dragons. Oh, and we can bring Merrick too. Nobody will mess with Merrick. The black dragon with his head through the portal snorted in derision. He was a top legend, even on their world. Of course, nobody would mess with him. The adherents of the death god got respect everywhere that they went. But on the other hand, he did rather wish to know why his god was annoyed with both Carl and the hatchling. All right, I will come over, the dragon agreed, then transformed into a slender middle-aged man with hollow cheeks and stringy black hair. Yes, we got a black dragon. Adventure time. Ewan cheered. Elder Socrate frowned at the little dragon. This hatchling had definitely been around a pet sitter for too long, it was influencing his thought process. Black dragons were supposed to be the level-headed and reasonable sort. The older black dragon took Ewan off Carl's shoulder and began to transfer death energy to him. The little dragon wasn't even trying to collect and condense the lingering energy from the battlefield, so he likely didn't know that he was supposed to. He was very young, and while Merrick could smell another black dragon's energy on him, Ewan wouldn't have gotten much schooling yet. He was barely past the age of constantly eating or sleeping. You need to absorb as much as possible, it's essential to the growth of young black dragons, Merrick explained. Oh, that makes sense. We should bring Auntie Naksha here too, she's not immortal yet. Carl patted Ewan's head. Don't worry about it, I'm working on that. He had started transferring death energy into a slightly modified mana storage crystal. Once he had it filled, he would work on an energy conversion array to make more of it. It would be good for both Naksha, and the tiny world in general. Death energy would help balance the growth of all sorts of things. The dragon gave him a curious look until he realized that Carl was a runecrafter, and had created something to store it. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to effectively use it himself, but that didn't mean that he didn't have a use for it, especially if he was trying to raise baby dragons. That didn't explain that odd feeling that something was out of order in this place, though. Not in a chaotic way, simply in a way that was not as the gods desired it to be. Alright, I've stored enough energy to help the little one. Let's get a move on. I dislike waiting to find out the truth of things. Merrick demanded. Elder Socrate blinked slowly, still trying to understand what was going on. Then he nodded, and opened a portal to the Templar's compound. Fair warning, there is ongoing combat. The black dragon gave him a toothy grin. Not for long, there isn't. Ewan laughed. Don't wreck the fun, you have to see Carl and his friends in action, it's awesome. Plus, Auntie Ray still has her army of blood golems active. The older dragon patted him indulgently. That was what he had meant in the first place. It would hardly be sporting for him to go bully a bunch of immortals. Ray pulled all her golems into a villa stone from Carl's inventory, then, shadow-stepped, through the portal to lead the charge into combat. Like the black dragon, she disliked waiting for things to die. Carl followed her through, while Dana sighed, and picked up Tian, who was giving her puppy eyes. He always did dislike walking when there was a chance to have someone carry him. The rest of the team followed Merrick and Elder Socrate through into the compound, which appeared to be in nearly as large of a battle as the new home had been involved in, though with fewer invaders, and few elders on the defending side. The battle was so intense that nobody had even noticed that a legend had stepped onto the battlefield, but the dragon was hiding his aura so that the others could fight and let fate take its natural course. You see, little Yuan, this is how it is for black dragons. We have to let them kill each other. It's the way that the god wants it. You can resurrect your friends after, if you have the power, but you don't get involved in other people's fights just for the sake of killing things. That is the behavior of the spider goddess followers, not the black dragons. She's really good at it, though. Yuan noted. Indeed she is. It's been all of 5 seconds, and she's already beginning to create a lake of blood in an empty swimming pool. Ray laughed as she tossed the dead immortal into the bushes next to the pool. That had been an accident, she had simply been near the pool when she appeared. But now that he mentioned it, a little magic would block the drains, and she could try to fill the whole thing up. Ray moved to the edge of the pool area to engage a group of warriors who had gathered to face her. Her golems were spreading in the other direction, except for the 2 spider-shaped ones, who were in the shadows, waiting to strike. She was about to move when Kara appeared between them in human form, and handed the closest warrior an orange. Confused, the man simply took it. He had no idea why someone was giving him food in the middle of a battle, or how a child had managed to survive the rampage of the new home merchant clan's elders this long. Then, Kara reached up and sliced his throat open with a blade that hadn't been in her hand half a second earlier. Hey Ray, fruit gusher. Get it? Then the badger vanished, stepping through the chaos plane to her next target, while leaving Ray to face the fury of the slowly regenerating warrior and his allies. The bleeding warrior dropped the orange and charged, enraged beyond sensibility. Ray parried his strike with one armored forelimb while she drove another forward into his chest, silently thanking her sister for ensuring nobody would consider running from her. The warrior got, guard, up in time to block the strike, but it sent him sliding 20 meters backward, tumbling down the stairs as he went. That shocked his allies into moving, and Ray laughed as her golems ambushed 2 of them, punching holes clean through their armor before the warriors realized they were in danger. Always keep your barriers up in combat, Ray reminded them helpfully, though they were already dead. See, this is why they're fun. Yuan informed his new legendary perch. This spot felt like it was even safer than the Carl space. I see what you mean, they are quite the interesting bunch. Are you a friend of the battlemage with the golems? The Dana mage? She's a golem mistress now. Which is a funny name because the headmistress of the learning group isn't in charge of heads, but the Dana mage is in charge of golems. The older dragon chuckled. Human language is funny like that. Dana had spread her golems in an arc so she could fight her way through the crowd toward the nearest cluster of elders, who were looking hard-pressed. She had started the fight with Tian and Opal, but had only managed to retain Opal's assistance, with the butterfly using reality warp and illusionary domain, plus forest trickster, to create an optimal battlefield for them, complete with combat-capable flora and fauna. The enemy couldn't escape the battlefield that Opal had created, and it extended all the way to the elders, giving them a bit of a reprieve, as the illusions were assisting them. Tian had gone to heal and resurrect the elders from the new home clan who had fallen in battle, before it was too late to do it the easy way. And now they had their full numbers back. But having Thor along made things so much easier. He was in behemoth form, and being larger than a city block, he was simply smashing anything that got in his way, including the enemy. As Tian was learning, physics did actually work in the immortal realm, at least in some ways. If you put 100-ton behemoth's foot on someone's chest, they either used a skill to resist it, or they squished. And humans were very squishy. They weren't like behemoths, dragons, or even himself. He was an immortal rank beast, his hide was tough enough to turn away minor attacks. But humans weren't like that, they remained fairly fragile unless they had a passive skill for it. Which was just weird. The Carl, no, he wasn't human. The Dana mage, probably wasn't either. Ophelia? No, not her, for sure. Lotus, probably was. She was quite soft and cuddly. Tion decided that maybe it wasn't bad that humans were squishy. From further down the battlefield, closer to where Dana's golems were fighting, Leo sighed in frustration. Given a few more years, that could have been him serving as the mobile command post for the recovery team. He would be big enough, and unlike Thor, he could float. The false island giant turtle was clearly the superior mobile base, but he was still too young for the job. Vines shot up out of the ground as Leo advanced, grabbing and immobilizing the enemy combatants, so that Leo and the golems could slap them, and Kara could loot them dry. The Badger was using a combination of pilfer and manual pocket checks to get as much loot back from the enemy as she could. If these people didn't want to give up the fifth that the clan was owed, she would take the other 4/5 as well, as a penalty for stinginess. The former members of the Gralpedran Templars didn't understand what was going on. Surely, whatever sort of artifact the new home merchant clan had activated to empower them during the battle didn't have this much range. And shouldn't their combat bonuses have expired by now? Most such mass-scale talismans only lasted an hour or two and needed years to recharge. But the more that they fought that damnable badger, the stronger it was getting. At first, they were leaving wounds on it, but now it was barely noticing the damage. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't leave. Everything that they owned was still in the clan, or on their person, and the badger was determined to get it all. But Kara was not the one that had attracted the attention of the legendary Black Dragon. No, it was Karl who had that honor. Fighting in cat demon form had become inefficient, with both his and Dana's golems in the compound. Instead, he had used his mirror images to create another pair of world dragons, and he had gone on a rampage in dragon form. That still wasn't quite enough to turn the tide of the battle, though. Karl checked his skill tree, and saw the first two skills he had access to. Pet Sitter, summon up to 5 lesser watchers, to supervise lesser beings on your behalf. Pet Sitter may observe the world through the senses of the lesser watchers. Dominion, increases maximum casting range to maximum sensory range. Increase area of effect spells radius at a cost of 100 mana per meter. He only had enough points to get one of the two right now. But in this situation, he would follow the advice of the supreme rank Darklight host members, and get Pet Sitter first. New skill learned, Pet Sitter. Karl called the lesser watchers, hoping for the best, as the skill didn't specify how strong they were, or what sort of skills they had. What he got was not at all what he had expected. The lesser watchers were not cute and cuddly things that any beast would love to be watched by. They were some sort of eldritch horror, standing 5 meters tall, with a tentacle for one arm, and a head that almost looked like someone had stretched an octopus over a human skull. Greetings, Lord Karl. Are the pets misbehaving? One of the identical group of horrors asked. No, these assholes attacked them. They even went after a hatchling. Immediately, the eyes of the lesser watchers narrowed, the void black orbs turning into barely visible slits. And then, they attacked. Blasts of arcane energies, the fundamental rule of mana manipulation made manifest, tore through the closest ranks of Templars. Then, one of them got the idea to use randomize on his attacks, and what had simply been direct attacks turned into something so much worse. Vines came out of the ground to entangle and tear apart enemies, the ground exploded, sending immortal rank shards of earth magic out like land mines, and tearing winds battered barriers, while the 5 gigantic horrors stormed through the battlefield. Before stopping to wave to Merrick. And there it is, the reason that our god said that Karl could not have a baby dragon. The legend sighed. Why? Are they mean? Do they taste bad? Can they bring us to the Karl spaces to nap after meals? Possibly, all 3. But mostly it is a personal issue between their species and the black dragon. You see, they are of the opinion that all things are valid pets. And the black dragon does not condone his people becoming pets to an inferior species. But the skill to make the Carl space is called, all things are pets. Doesn't that imply that it's true? In the opinion of the world dragon? Yes. But that opinion is contested. Yuan didn't fully understand, but he nodded anyhow. He would find out the details later. Remy had joined with Elder Socrate in the defensive formation that the elders had taken against the remnants of the Graupedran Templars, while the clan leader battled a half-dozen surviving elders overhead. Remy's totems were hurling fireballs into the crowd, while providing a steady healing stream to the elders. That left the Naga free to focus on keeping large area attacks up. These jerks hadn't been concerned about the condition of their compound when they attacked, so she would not hesitate to use Apocalypse against their buildings to clear room to fight. The difference was that Remy didn't attack anyone who was running away. Not that the Templars appreciated the distinction when there were immortal rank tornadoes tearing apart buildings, and a storm so severe that their weaker members didn't dare to leave their shelters to try to escape in the first place. Through the chaos of Remy and Hawk's combined efforts to minimize visibility, Ray stalked the battlefield, letting her golems fight an entirely separate battle. The Templars were completely unaware that she had left, and thought that they just needed to break through the line of constructs to kill the one summoning them. Only, they were just going to reach the back line of the constructs to find one of Carl's new pet sitters waiting there for them. She liked those things. They were somehow both gently caring and incredibly violent at the same time. But more than that, they were happy to watch the golems for her while she went hunting. What level of helpful were those things even operating on? Even Thor wasn't able to effectively direct her army of constructs, but the pet sitter had done it without question, and without any loss of effectiveness in combat. It could even use blood destruction to keep up the number of golems, though she could sense that it wasn't doing it. Instead, the pet sitter was making the enemy think that the golems that had been summoned were all that were available, giving them hope for victory with every one that was killed. Then, when the enemy got close enough, it fully intended to use Army of the Dead and undead minions to create an army behind them and entrap the survivors. It was diabolical. Ray crept through the shadows of a building, stalking one of the ascended immortals who thought that he was sneaky. He was headed for Yuan and Merrick, aiming to inflict emotional damage on the team. She didn't disapprove of the technique. Emotional suffering lasted much longer than physical. But he had miscalculated. For one, he hadn't realized that the older of the two dragons was a legend. For two, he didn't know that Ray had already found his family. As the man moved through the ruined house, Ray slipped in right behind him, as close as possible without triggering his danger sense in a more direct way than the battle already had. Then, right as he was about to make his move, Ray whispered, just loud enough for him to hear her over the distant battle. "How many pieces do you think that I left little Stephanie in while you were out here ignoring her cries?" Ray silently laughed when the man turned and ran, headed straight for the safe room where she had found the people who smelled like him. This was going to be so much fun. A few minutes away from the fighting wouldn't hurt anything, and she didn't want to miss the moment that this silly rogue realized their wards didn't stop a beast using Night Haunter from simply stepping through the wall into the safe room. Through the city, the immortal ran, darting between hiding spots with Shadow Step, trying to prevent anyone from following him to the safe house. A relieved sigh escaped his lips as he saw that the door to the basement safe room was still closed and locked. Then, he smelled it. The unmistakable scent of blood. Cautiously, he entered the lock's code and swung the door open. The horrors of what he saw inside caused his mind to shut down. Row on row of corpses were kneeling in perfectly ordered symmetry, held in place with vines, as if they were praying for the safety of the clan, facing a makeshift altar of bones near the far wall. Then, at the front of the room, the elder who had been protecting the group was crucified to the wall, not yet dead, but too drained of energy to be able to free himself from the spikes that had impaled him to solid stone. Staggering forward toward the sound of whimpering, the rogue noticed hundreds of small cocoons hung along the walls like decorations. See how we are not the same. I didn't hurt the little ones, I just tucked them in for the evening. Ray announced, appearing behind him in spider form. The rogue's knees went weak as he turned to face the horror that had somehow followed him here. There was no mercy in those blood-red orbs. Only pride her handiwork. Her hunt finished, Ray carefully wiped the fresh blood off her forelimbs. That was a high-quality product that she would want to save for later. The reaction had been everything that she hoped it would be, and she had left the door cracked open when she departed, so that even if the elder on the wall didn't survive, the children would be able to escape eventually. Now, she was back on the battlefield, hunting for anyone who was dumb enough to be out alone. Most of the Templars were in dungeon teams already, 3 to 5 members. Ray suspected that they had all started out as groups of 5. But they were being ambushed by golems all over the city, as their compound was right in the middle of Graupedron, and they had spread out during the fight. Separating them from the civilians wasn't too hard, as most of them were wearing uniforms. But if in doubt, the system would tell you if they were a member. Ray stopped as a small girl with a ragged cloth blindfold tracked her movement from the safety of a nearby building. That was curious. She was clearly blind, and too young to have been trained in anything. She wasn't even properly immortal ranked yet. Yet, she could see through Ray's stealth. It was likely a soul sight type of ability, but the child didn't appear to be afraid of her, which was either a very good sign, or a very bad sign. If she didn't even scare children, she was doing something wrong. Ray tucked the information into the back of her mind as she hunted down the next target, a pair of warriors who were hiding in a bakery. That was unfortunate. Kara would be absolutely devastated to find out that her battle had destroyed new types of snacks that could have been given to Lotus as prototypes for new menu items. The warriors turned the instant that Ray appeared inside, despite her being incorporeal. They were better than most, but as the flurry of attacks came at them, the 2 spirit immortals were instantly on the defensive, losing ground to Ray as she pushed them out into the street. The interior of the shop was already demolished, shattered by attack skills, before the battle moved on, and the few remaining civilians in the area redoubled their efforts to escape the city before the destruction of the Templars got them involved. They weren't powerful, many of them didn't even have a system, being essentially the same as the mythic slaves that Carl had rescued. Just broke common folk who couldn't fight back at any point in their very long lives. That was a difference between Graupedron and New Home Merchant clan. The clan was built as a separate port, not built on the outskirts of a much larger city. Most of the group wasn't out in the city, though. Only Ray and Hawk were hunting the Templars that were trying to flee from the destruction. That was Hawk's understanding of the rule. Just like in Drod, he could attack them, and their houses, but he couldn't attack the buildings around them. That got him yelled at last time. Hawk harassed and targeted the Templars fleeing through the city, to the point that they were beginning to realize that their membership made them targets. The clan was disbanded by the system, but the tags didn't disappear automatically for 24 hours. That gave the other party a whole day to make sure that defeated spies weren't lingering. But in this case, where they had tried to reform the clan immediately, it also gave the victors the chance to target them. Members of the Graupedron Templars, stand down. I am done with your nonsense. If you continue to deny the New Home Merchants Guild its dues after you declared war on us, I will simply level your city. Your clan leader is dead. Your elders are dead. You cannot hold out against us. The clan leader shouted from the sky as the last of the Templars' ascended immortals fell to the combined efforts of her and Ali. Those words echoed through Graupedron, and after sensing the destruction within the clan compound, the rest of the residents panicked and ran into the streets to beg for mercy. Please, Supreme Lady, spare us. We will drag them into the street for you if we must, but spare the city. An elderly man who had never managed to reach immortal rank power or awaken a system interface pleaded. Naturally, the clan leader didn't take him seriously, but the other residents of the city did. Anywhere that a Templar was found, they would either be swarmed and dragged out of hiding, or pointed out to the golems, who were happy to do it for them. It didn't take long, and the entire clan's surviving population of immortals above the early stages of spirit immortal had been found and brought out. All that was left were the ones in the safe rooms, and they were non-combatants. But they had likely also taken nearly all the clan's valuables with them, as there was not much left in the buildings. Everything had been destroyed in the attack, there were no more standing buildings within the compound. But Kara had found suspiciously little loot. Carl checked the entrance to a bunker, where soul sight told him that there should be living people, and he could sense active barriers. Hello. The battle is over, everyone is being asked to gather in the center of town, he called. A small magical device lit up, and a voice came from it. Did we win? Can the children come out now? The Templars were defeated, but the children can come out. The new home isn't interested in taking children, or in killing them, Carl insisted. We're safe in here. I'm not coming out, the voice insisted. Carl sighed, and used Night Haunter's ability to move through walls of limited thickness. This one actually had an air vent at the top of the wall, which made things easier, and he simply stepped into the bunker, where he found one dragonkin in white robes, along with dozens of children. There is no point in refusing, as you can see, I can just come in here and take you out by force if needed. If the Darklight host had ill intentions for your bunker, we would have eliminated it already. Now, kindly bring your young charges to the surface. We have some questions about where the clan elders hid the treasury when they realized that they had lost. It wasn't in their inventories, we had them checked. The White Dragon cleric wasn't sure what to make of that comment, but it strongly implied that the elders were no longer among the living. Then she finally noticed Carl's tabard. One blood-red ring, with golden overlay. He had defeated a peak immortal in single combat, and it wasn't his first above-rank guild challenge victory. Yes, sir. I will bring them out. I may have an idea where the treasures were hidden. Thank you. I believe that after we claim our fifth, there will be more than enough for you to establish a new home for the children. The cleric blinked slowly. We're not that wealthy of a clan. By population, you are. At least you are now, when we killed 80% of the members. The children looked equal parts horrified and fascinated by Carl's arrival. That was true power, he simply walked into their safe space and made demands. Not threats. Threats implied that he needed some level of cooperation. He simply issued orders and expected that they would understand why they needed to follow them. However, the older ones noticed the implications of his calm explanations. Everyone was dead. Fully half the clan should have been in the bunkers, unless they came out to fight later in the battle, or they had tried to flee and had been caught. If 3/4 of the clan was dead, not everyone in a bunker was safe. But he could walk through bunker walls that were made of supreme-ranked stone. If he could walk through a wall that would keep the average immortal out for days, what defense did they have that would stop him? Instead of arguing, they silently followed their guardian out into the city, only to find that there was no more city. Or at least, not the clan compound. Everything was destroyed, the buildings were little more than rubble, and in some cases, not even rubble was left. They had been obliterated beyond the point where the pieces could be identified. My associates have gone to collect the other survivors, but if you would be so good as to inform us where the treasury was hidden, we can leave with our share and let you bring them out of their hiding holes. I'm certain that method will cause much less trauma than letting a blood destruction spider dig them out of their hiding holes. Carl suggested. Clan leader Narissa landed behind him with Ali once they noticed that he was talking with someone willing to help. Either that, or he was about to do something so horrible that they needed to be on hand to stop him. Ladies, this helpful cleric has offered to guide you to the hidden treasury, so that the new home can collect their dues and return home. Carl explained. Oh, that is wonderful. Today has seen far too much senseless death. But before we go looking for the treasury, there is one thing that has been bothering me since the first attack. We know that it was triggered before the Templars clan leader wanted because of an incident between his members and ours. But he was planning it. Why? The cleric looked nervous and stammered for a moment, before one of the young dragonkin, a boy of about 8 years old, stepped in front of her protectively. It wasn't her fault. The clan leader wanted to expand to a new branch, but all the territory was claimed. So, the elders made a plan, and decided that the new home, with their losers from the mortal worlds, was the weakest target in the region. Nerissa gave him a vicious smile, then her expression softened and she shrugged. Well, he was wrong. Now, do you know where they hid the treasury? The law is that if you lose a challenge like this one, you lose a fifth of your clan's wealth and your clan is disbanded. The boy looked startled that they didn't intend to take everything. But he nodded, intently focused on making these strangers go away. It wasn't his stuff they wanted anyhow. I know where they put it. My mentor was the warehouse elder. Or maybe is. He didn't come back from the first attack, but we didn't get much news before they told us to start packing. Nerissa nodded. If he was waiting for an elder to return, he would be waiting a long time. But the clan had been disbanded, the best thing was to sort the remaining resources and have them all move on to look for a new clan to take them in. In some cases, the winner would take the members of the other, absorbing them into their numbers to strengthen the clan. But Nerissa had no intentions of doing that. For one, Graupedron didn't have much going for it as a city, it wasn't in a great spot, and the resources in the area weren't much different than what the new home could get in their own territory. So, there wasn't any great advantage, and New Home hadn't lost enough members to need to do a mass recruitment. Plus, they still had another stop after this one. The Kondim commander's remaining members had paid the fifth when she arrived at their gates. They had one of the newly advanced Supremes from the Almixii sect as their representative, so they were clearly intending to reform as a new clan on the old location, with a new clan leader. That was allowed, and they had paid their dues without argument. But she hadn't had a chance to get to the Hyperion sect yet, and they were right on the edge of the new home's territory. That one they might absorb some survivors from. The young man and the cleric led them to another warehouse, where they found Kara sitting outside the vault door in a folding chair, waiting for them. You didn't clear the place out, did you? Nerissa asked. Of course not. Do I look like that sort of person to you? The legendary dragon stopped you, didn't he? He cast something on me that stopped me from shifting planes to move inside the loot warehouse. Kara confirmed. Dana laughed as she saw how well the clan leader knew the badger. She hadn't even questioned the fact that Kara knew what was inside, or that she had tried to get inside, she had gone straight to guessing who had the influence to stop her from looting the place anyhow. Or, at the very least, picking out a few of the shiniest objects for herself. Kara wasn't actually greedy, she just liked shiny things. And new things. And tasty things. But she didn't collect more than one of each thing, unless it was food or another consumable product. The cleric spun the wheel on the vault door, unlocking the vault. Inside, magical artifacts had been simply thrown in piles, clearly hastily relocated, but many of the shelves were already empty. So, if this was the extent of what was left, someone had already made off with the most valuable of the clan's items. Or, they were never here. This vault was the one that we used for alchemy potions, and it was usually pretty empty, they went out as fast as they came in. But it is secure enough for volatile compounds, the cleric explained. Remy nodded, confirming her words for Carl. This place smelled like they stored potions and herbs in it for many years. The sense of medicine had seeped into everything. Nerissa sighed, knowing that this was going to take some time. You know, there is an easy way to do this. Ali offered. Oh. Just take the live plants and the cash. It's not like you really need any of the other stuff, it's mediocre at best. All the good stuff was likely on the elders that died in combat. They would have cleared out all the most valuable items for the attack, to give themselves an advantage in combat. So, clear out the clan's cash reserves, and let the survivors take what is left to pawn or buy their place in a new clan. That's actually brilliant. I was planning to do the math, but that is much easier, and even if we come up short, we've at least received something to make it clear to the other clans that we complied with the rules without skipping the punishment, or going overboard. Ali nodded. The Dark Light host does it because we've got so many craftsmen in the clan that we only need raw materials anyhow. So, we don't take the magical artifacts unless it's something really rare. Nerissa sighed. That's possibly the most devastating casual flex I've ever heard. The elf giggled, then winked at Carl. Soon, your clan will be just as bad. Trust me, there is never one runecrafter. It's impossible, they will always eventually agree to take an apprentice, and then the warehouse of the clan will start to fill with immortal rank gear. So much of it that you will have a hard time finding local customers for it all after a few decades. In a way, it's an advantage that you're a merchant guild. You've already got the network to move the extra gear once your whole clan is rocking the best of the best. Now, do you need a storage item or something? What's the holdup? Nerissa shook her head, and took out a villa stone to throw all the cash and plants into. She would give the plants to Socrate and the herbalists later. For now, they would be fine sitting in a villa. Alright, let's head off to the Hyperion sect and see what is going on there. They were never a large clan to begin with, only a few hundred members. So, there likely won't be much of an issue with them. Famous last words. The elf joked. Don't jinx it. We had enough issues with the Templars before you came to reinforce us. I appreciate your restraint while we were over the city. There are 4 other clans in the immediate vicinity, and none of them joined the attack on us. Ali nodded. Alright, I will let Merrick know that we're leaving. He's likely teaching the hatchling something about the aftermath of battles that only matters to black dragons. Her assessment wasn't far off. Merrick was using a spell to organize the bodies into neat rows for final rites and burial, a task that was considered sacred to the black dragons, but commonly overlooked by others. As the genetic inheritors of the dragon god of death, the transition between life and death was important to them. Even if they were the one that caused it. Curiously to Nerissa, Ray was helping them with the organization, and she had even brought out some white silk sheets to lay over the corpses. It was odd behavior for a spider, as the followers of the spider goddess were as likely to eat their prey as to leave them on the battlefield intact. Rarely would they perform any sort of rites over them. Then, she noticed that Ray had relocated and rebuilt the Templars' temple next to the swimming pool, which was now 3/4 full of blood. If anyone was going to perform funeral rites, the logical place for it was now right next to a pool full of the blood of the dead. That was much more in line with the antics of the spider goddess that she was familiar with. Ray, are you done? Carl called as he saw Ray working. I will stay here for a while. There is too much essence here to waste, so I'm going to go for a swim before I head back home. Alright. But maybe ask Opal to create an illusion over the area first, so you don't traumatize the children. Ray laughed, and Carl caught a flash of all the things she'd already done around the clan compound. It was far too late to avoid trauma. Fortunately, Opal was feeling helpful, and created an illusion over the pool area that made it look like a temple to the spider goddess on the inside, and had a solid stone wall surrounding it when viewed from the outside. Now Ray could go swimming without anyone peeping on her. Other than Opal. Ewan waved as he noticed that everyone was back, and then finished his prayer over the last of the corpses. Alright, we did the dragon things. We can go now. Do you think that the next place will have snacks? I'm hungry. We have snacks for you if they don't. Or you can return to the nest for dinner. Carl suggested. Ewan considered the options. All were good. But he had to see the adventure to the end so that he could tell everyone about it without any missing details. I will accompany you to the last stop before dinner. But I might need a snack. Merrick chuckled at the little one, then handed him a bit of jerky. Ewan tore into it with great enthusiasm, having never experienced jerky before. He knew fresh meat, cooked meat, and baked snacks. Yet, he didn't know this. Clan leader Nerissa opened the portal to the Hyperion sect's compound, and led the group through immediately, eager to finish this and get home for the evening. Only, when she arrived, the place was essentially abandoned. There were a few dozen bunnies, and a crippled immortal whose legs had been severed by divine power, which none of the local healers could mitigate enough to regenerate his limbs. Ali smiled and patted the nearest bunny on the head, while the girl stared at her in confusion. May I help you? As you can see, everyone left. We don't have anything to take if you're here for money. You will have to find the actual sect members to collect any outstanding debts. Narissa sighed. We're the new home merchant clan. The Hyperion sect was disbanded by the system after their guild leader was killed in single combat during the attack on our clan. Oh, that's helpful. We've got system contracts that changed to whoever killed him. Do you know who it was? That would be Carl. What sort of contract do you have? Narissa asked. Oh, our slave contracts. They were to the leader personally, not the sect, so they didn't dissolve, they transferred. Dana poked Carl in the side. Take care of that. No matter how much you want bunnies, you can't keep slave girls. Carl stepped forward, and when he patted the bunny's head, a flood of system messages came to him, ending with one simple message. Contracts transferred, 32 slave contracts gained. Process now. Contracts processing, please select an option. Carl frowned, then opened his interface to see what the options were. Enforce contract. Refresh full contract duration, 999 years, 985 years currently remaining. Nullify contract with penalty. Nullify contract without penalty. What sort of contract had they signed that allowed him to refresh it at will? Never mind, he didn't need to think about that, it obviously wasn't voluntary, the bunnies were just too tender-hearted to hold it against him. Contracts nullified without penalty. The bunnies all looked shocked as they got the system message, but Carl was already speaking. As the Hyperion sect has been disbanded, and there is no longer a proper protector for you, you can come back to the new home merchant clan with me. I have work and accommodations for you. Narissa frowned, as they already had all the bunnies they needed. Then, Carl looked at Ewan, and the clan leader smiled gently. Letting the hatchlings loose on the bunnies would a fitting job for them. Few other species had the energy to keep up with a dragon hatchling, so it was the perfect assignment for them, and Carl had plenty of room in his tiny world for new arrivals. Perhaps now that he has bunnies, he will leave the hatchlings alone. Merrick muttered as the excited bunnies ran off to go pack their stuff. They had already decided that Carl was a good guy, as he had freed them from their contract, so they could leave any time that they wanted to. That alone was priceless to the bunnies of this world, but Ali was doing her very best not to say something that might cause a misunderstanding. Only once they were all gone did she finally speak. The Carl really is one of us. Just smoothly obtained all the fluffy things, and now he's building up his pet menagerie, she joked. Dana frowned. At least he can't bond with the bunnies, they might be furry, but they're not beasts, according to the system. That is true, and while dragons do count before they awaken a system interface, beast master type classes bonding them has always caused issues with the dragon gods. Only the green dragon doesn't mind, but I think that her children actually drive her insane too, and she's happy to foist them off on someone else, the elf explained. I don't know why they get such a bad reputation, they're really not all that bad. At least, as long as you monitor their caffeine intake and keep them occupied. That made both the elf and the clan leader smile. And that's why you're the beast master, and I'm just a ranger. I couldn't do it. Not at all. I like nature, but I like to relax in nature, and with a green dragon around, there isn't a single moment of silence. I swear for a nature-attuned species, they are the worst hunters in the world, completely incapable of sneaking up on anything unless it's fluffy. They can't sneak up on fluffy things either, they just aren't threatening enough for most of them to run away. The bunnies are actually remarkably good at dodging them, I have noticed. Carl noted. The clan leader laughed and shook her head. It's almost like it's a special racial ability at this point. They're the masters of vanishing without actually turning invisible. Are you sure that you can keep them properly housed? The bunnies are used to the living conditions in the immortal world, so it might be a harsh adjustment to living wherever you're planning to send them. Carl shook his head. No, it shouldn't be an issue. The pocket dimension that they'll be working with the hatchlings in has both mortal and immortal energy. They'll have the same sort of living conditions that they're used to, perhaps a bit better, given that they're not going to be under a contract restriction. Ali nodded. I can agree with that. His space is quite suitable for them, and it has access to the mortal world. Having other mortals around will be good for the mental health of the bunnies, and the Dark Light host has always been kind to their employees and mortal members. Nerissa smiled, then got a suspicious expression. Why am I getting a premonition of immortal bunnies loaded up with the strangest of crafting skills? Merrick patted her gently on the shoulder, careful not to dislodge Ewan. Because it's going to happen. Anything that the Dark Light host takes in eventually ends up with abnormal skills, it's just part of being in the guild. You might as well take in the cripple as well. There's not much left for him with the bunnies gone. The crippled immortal had the grace to at least look embarrassed to be counted as a tag along to the bunnies, which somehow actually rated higher than him on the list now. He might have lost both his legs to the attack of a demigod, an injury that nobody had managed to heal so far, but that didn't mean that he couldn't do anything. He still had skills, and while his power level was also crippled, and his immortal spirit damaged, he could still fly, so he wasn't immobile. That didn't mean that any sect would take him in, though. Unless they needed someone to work a counter, a damaged spirit immortal who couldn't even go on normal missions would be a liability anywhere. Merrick looked him over, and then shrugged. That damage is beyond my ability to fix. We could probably destroy the body and hope that the damage isn't attached to his soul, but I suspect that he would rather not take that risk. You would be correct. It has been considered before, but we all ran into the same issue. Nobody knows if the damage is soul-linked, or if it will vanish along with my body. And I'm not too keen to find out. Carl shrugged. Well, we can always just give you prosthetics. The whole group turned to look at him, while Dana nodded. Give him what now? Artificial legs, you know, mechanical replacements for the missing limbs. They're not hard to make even without magic, and with runecrafting, I should be able to make them work as well as his actual legs. It's kind of a niche skill, since we've got healers who can regrow limbs most of the time. The crippled immortal smiled. Can you really make me something like that? It would be good to walk around on my own again, even if it isn't as good as real legs. That made Merrick laugh. What about an immortal artifact would possibly be worse than your physical body? No offense, but your power level isn't high, and humans aren't exactly known for their durability. Even the bunnies could likely take a punch as well as you do, if it wasn't for the immortal blessing. Not that anyone would actually punch a bunny. There were a lot of despicable things that the immortal world would condone, including keeping the bunnies as enslaved servants, but outright assaulting one. That was something that only the lowest of the low would stoop to. They were widely considered to be the most kind and gentle creatures in the realm. Which seemed odd, given that the beasts whose bloodline they shared were known for being incredibly deadly, with a version of instant death on their attacks. Many green dragon clerics had succumbed to the fate of death by Vorpal Rabbit. Why don't I make the legs first, and you can help us pack? I'm sure that the clan left something behind when they fled, even if it's just clothing and foodstuffs that the bunnies can use to stock their new homes. The immortal nodded, and Carl quickly made simple stone legs, before covering them in runes that should allow them to move with the wearer's desire. They were hollow, and shaped like natural legs, intended to look like a disguise. Then Carl realized that there was a better way to do this. If he just finished making them into a pair of pants, they could be equipped by the system, and removed as needed. But he wouldn't need all the fancy rune work, he could just give it a simple inscription for steady strides, or another similar movement effect. Then, as long as the immortal moved his upper legs with the intention to walk, he would have no problems doing it. There might be some limitations, as it was just a buff to prevent tripping and to walk smoothly on all surfaces. But it was better than nothing. Item created, a prosthetic pants of steady stride, immortal rank, rare grade. Carl handed over the pile of metal, and gestured for the immortal to put them on. The equipment vanished, and shiny metal armored legs appeared from beneath the man's robes. Hesitantly, he shifted his weight, and then stood up and took a slow step. This is wonderful. I didn't think that anyone could do this. Being a divine curse, I have been trying for decades to find another immortal to heal my legs. It never occurred to me that I could have equipment made to replace them. Clan leader Narissa shrugged. You might have had better luck finding a demigod that could heal you than a runecrafter who knew how to make fake legs until this last year. My first thought was just to strap you to a sword and let you fly around. Ali shook her head in dismay. These immortals really were too dependent on skills instead of crafting. This was what happened when you didn't have a Dark Light host outreach program on your world. However, Carl was here now, and he would advance soon enough. Give it half a century, and he would be thinking about his own outreach program. Such was the way of the Dark Light host. Collect the fluffy things, make the cool toys, and eventually, just have your friends step in and take over because everyone else was acting like idiots. It was honestly astonishing how the World Dragon managed to find the same sorts of people to pull into his guild, no matter what world he found them on. It was possible that he could simply see their future, but Carl was nearly perfect for the guild. She hadn't even needed an hour to know that. He had even soul-bonded himself to a divine fox so he would have an eternal source of fluff. That had to be the reason, because what sane man would accept that bond simply because he was getting married? And what wife would offer it? It was definitely to secure the fluff. Now that he was mobile again, the immortal made good on his word and rushed off through the clan compound to grab whatever he could that might make their lives easier. Nothing of value had been left behind. In fact, nothing of value had been here to begin with. The clan was dirt poor after a series of poor decisions about paying for access to resources that didn't earn them as much as they were spending. But that didn't matter anymore. The new home clan leader had agreed to take him in, and that was enough for him to start over. He returned with the few things he could find stuffed into his inventory, and a stack of bedding from one of the shops for the bunnies. They wouldn't think to take it, and it wasn't good enough for the rest of the clan to bother with. But it was decent enough, and better than what the bunnies had before. Give these to your new bunnies. I'm sure that they wouldn't think of taking anything but what was already theirs, even if it was abandoned, he explained, handing the bundle to Carl. Right, I really do need to be more specific with them. They would likely think that taking the abandoned goods would be stealing. And while they didn't have much, they wouldn't even think of stealing. Losing what they had would be horrible, so they wouldn't do that to someone else. So, Carl would have to explain to them that these things no longer belonged to anyone else, and were discarded items that needed to be collected. That should be enough to get them to take enough of the furniture and other belongings to stock a new set of rooms in the tiny world. However, the bunnies had no system interface. So, they couldn't store anything, and returned a few minutes later with large packs, and a delivery cart loaded with their belongings. This is everything. We're ready to go when you are, one of the bunnies announced. He would just make them all new things, Carl decided. It would be better than having them run around the clan looking for scraps and leftovers, when the other immortal had likely grabbed everything worth taking. There was no shortage of crafting talent available to the residents of the tiny world, and Lotus would make sure that these new arrivals got anything they needed. Even if they didn't mention it. Alright, off we go. It's best that we get home in time for dinner. Carl agreed. The bunnies cheered, and the immoral bowed toward the clan leader. If it's not too much to ask, might I request induction into the new home clan before we return? I've still got time on the old clan tag, and given my injuries, I would rather not be attacked the moment that I arrive. Oh right. I have sent you an invitation. Welcome to the new home merchant clan, Icon. I will have the elders find you an empty apartment, and show you around the clan compound. Normally, we would take in more people after a dissolution, but then we've never been part of the dissolution before, so I can see how it could get weird. Icon strongly suspected that the clan leader was greatly overestimating the tolerance level of her clan members. If he showed up there with a clan tag from one of the allied forces that had tried to take over the new home, he would be the furthest thing from welcome, especially given the amount of destruction in the city. New Home had suffered extensive damage to nearly all its housing and shops, and while it wasn't completely annihilated like the compound of the Graupedran Templars, it was not in good shape by any definition of the word. However, if he dedicated himself to helping fix things, he might blend in fairly easily. The problem was that he was a warrior, and the skills that he could use were not well suited to construction work. After his injury, he had been assigned to the sex supply counter. Perhaps he could do the same thing here. They wouldn't trust a new member in the warehouse, but he could likely work shifts at the counter taking orders and distributing supplies. The warehouse was guaranteed to be overloaded with work. Elder Douglas was thinking the same thing. They hadn't put the new member on punishment detail, but he needed workers. Come with me when we reach the compound, and I will put you to work after I show you to your temporary room. Given the damage, we don't have many spare apartments, if any. So, I'll give you a cot in the warehouse. You seem like the sort that can get along with the bunnies, and not make them vanish to avoid harassment. As long as you can handle shifts there, I'll make sure that you don't get too many problems from the other members. The new home has a hazing ritual, a challenge to rank new members. Given that your immortal soul is damaged, you won't rank too highly on the Spirit Immortal listings, so it's not going to be a big deal for you in the near future. They initiate everyone. Elder Socrate laughed. Everyone. They even challenged the badger. I don't think that they will do that twice. Carl and Dana are both newer members, and they fought their challenges the first or second day. Lady Ray didn't have a formal challenge, but only because she killed someone during a fight on her first day. Not permanently, but it was enough for everyone to decide that she wasn't the bottom of the pile. Icon nodded as he examined Dana with his system interface. She didn't look threatening, not like Carl. He was obviously a combat sort, with the muscular build and the void black eyes that could only be from some sort of combat adaptation. In contrast, Dana was more like the bunnies. Soft and friendly looking with big fluffy ears. Yet, the way that she walked, and the casual way that her hand rested on the blade at her hip, made it clear that she was proficient in combat. He didn't think that she was a warrior, though. More likely a battlemage. His system didn't tell him what her class was, only a relative power ranking that put her at the peak of Spirit Immortal, as she hadn't fully begun the process of adapting her immortal spirit for his analysis to recognize her as a void immortal. If the elders had called the two of them for assistance, they had to be strong combatants, no matter what their class was. By the time that they arrived back at the clan, things were actually starting to look a bit better. The clan members had been cleaning, and repairs had started. The members had turned that into a form of front street festival, with everyone either grilling food, working on repairs or watching the children as they rested after one of the two. Icon was shocked by the community spirit of the new home merchant clan, even after taking such heavy damage. Even in victory, that level of damage would normally see a clan lose membership. The culture of the immortal worlds was strongly opportunist. If you didn't have what they needed at the very moment that they realized they wanted it, they would start looking elsewhere. And that meant few had the patience for the rebuilding. Is that everyone safely back at the clan? Nerissa asked as she counted the elders. We only left Ray and Opal behind, but they can find their own way back from the Templars' compound. Carl agreed. Are you certain? Why did they remain behind? There was nothing left, and I won't approve of letting the spider eat the survivors. Carl laughed. That's not it. You see, being a blood destruction spider, her advancement process is strongly dependent on the vital essence of blood at or above her rank. Her battle in the Templars' compound nearly filled a swimming pool with it, and she's taking a little swim to absorb the energy before she returns. Ali shuddered, while Merrick simply shrugged. That's somehow both incredibly disturbing and erotic at the same time, the legendary Black Dragon noted. The elf gave him a concerned look. See, this is why we worry about you. Yuan flapped over from the dragon's shoulder to land in her arms. Why are you worried about him? Auntie Ray is very nice. She taught me all sorts of things about how to properly use my claws when I first hatched. That was very kind of her, the legend agreed. He had done what he could to put the little one back on the right path, and perhaps steered him away from attempting to bond with the pet master in a more permanent way. But it was clear that he really had been too late. That one was never going to be normal. Perhaps it might not be in the worst way, though. The Dark Light host members were never quite normal, and the curiosity might actually help the little black dragon grow up into a strong and well-rounded member of the species. We should be getting back home as well. If I stay here much longer, it will begin to raise questions, even with my aura suppressed, Merrick sighed. Ali nodded. Indeed. I skipped the dungeon run, but I've got so many other things to do, and everyone is going to be excited to find out that there is another world with a Dark Light host presence, even if there isn't an official branch here yet. Give it time, and I'm sure there will be. Then we can come visit freely. Clan leader Nerissa could only imagine the horrors that would come when a bunch of random supreme-ranked guild members started to drop by for tea. The Dark Light host didn't seem like the sort to simply sit around and socialize. They would want to go out and do things, and that would throw off the whole power balance of a region where none of the Supremes were actually capable of holding a civil conversation, much less working together. Honestly, that was their own fault. They had spent too long letting their egos get in the way, rarely moving around after they reached Supreme rank, so they had settled into a stalemate of rivalry and stopped coordinating to try to push themselves all ahead. In retrospect, letting them start showing up once Carl reached Supreme rank, or peak Immortal, might actually be good for the new home clan. It would push everyone to better themselves, and from what she could tell, these guild members actually had some confidence in helping Immortals advance. That prospect alone was enough to get her excited. If New Home had a second Supreme, she wouldn't have to deal with every inter-clan issue herself. There were a few of the elders who were very close already, but her guidance hadn't been able to help them past the bottleneck. If they could make an alliance with the Dark Light host's other branches, that might not remain the case for too much longer. Just thinking about it was glorious. But her musing was interrupted by Merrick opening a portal that led to another immortal world. It really is time for us to go. Branch leader Carl, it's been a pleasure to meet you, Dana, Nerissa, likewise, the dragon announced, then handed Yuan to Carl and simply walked away. I guess it got two people out for him. He hides it pretty good, but being around people is a lot of work. Yuan decided, then yawned. Ali smiled at the little dragon, who equated a hatchling's constant need for sleep with being around people. But he wasn't completely wrong. Merrick didn't like being around people for long periods of time. Especially if they asked him questions. The only reason that he had put up with it at all was because it was a hatchling black dragon, and he had either a genetic or divine imperative to educate the little one. Without that, he would have smashed the Templar's compound and left 3 minutes after the battle started. Have a good day, and I'm sure that I will see you sooner or later. Don't forget that you can message us now if you have questions. Ali rushed through the portal, while Merrick glared at her for the delay. Yuan waved goodbye, and then they were alone, left with the aftermath of the battle and a lot of repair work to do. With all the elders just returning, a lot of the work was yet to start. People fixed things that were obvious if they had the skills. But the elders would have to organize most of the repairs. Back in Graupedron, Ray did a casual backstroke through the diminishing pool of blood. Opal had been refilling it with illusionary blood, so the level didn't drop, but the energy level was nearly depleted, which would mark the end of her bath time. Are you going to let the blind girl go? Opal asked as she fluttered overhead into Ray's line of sight. No, that one is interesting, I think that I will keep her. Do I get a vote? The blind girl asked, vaguely aware of what was going on by the sound of swimming, and the auras of the two monsters. Not on this. Besides, where would you go anyhow? Did you have family somewhere outside the city? I didn't sense any more in Graupedron. Ray explained. What do you mean more? I am an orphan. I was raised by a single mother, who passed away years ago. Opal frowned as she circled the girl's head. Utter nonsense. I might not be as good at the whole aura matching thing as Ray is, but your mother was a member of the Gralpedran Templars. She looked just like you. Looked? Her head is currently spiked to the wall of the new home merchant clan. Oh. Ray dipped under the water, then came up and spit up a fountain of blood like a breaching whale. Your father was here in the compound as well. His blood is in the pool. What the actual fuck? Right? They let the blind kid think that she was an orphan, and just moved across town while you suffered alone. That was not her major concern with Ray's answer. Are you swimming in a pool of blood? Naturally. I am a blood destruction spider. It's essential to my advancement. Plus, it's thicker than water, so I float really well. The girl shuddered at the mental image, though she couldn't see anything that was happening around her, and had no idea how she had come to be here. She was hiding in one of the clan's less used buildings, but she had felt herself being moved, and then she heard the conversation between the spider and whatever small flying creature the other voice was. What are you going to do to me? I'm not good with pain. Ray laughed. No, it won't be painful. I'm just going to relocate you somewhere safe. You can see me with whatever skill you have, and that means that I can't leave you out here to grow up unattended. So, I will put you with a bunch of other interesting creatures, and some baby dragons. It will be fine, the clan leader even lets us send them to school. So, you're adopting me? She asked hesitantly. Ray paused her swim and frowned. Is that what they call it? I think that's for children, not pets. Perhaps it's for pets too. Opal, do you know? I'm pretty sure it's the same for both. It's adopted if you're fond of them, and took them in if you're neutral. You're fond of this girl, so it's adopted. Maish, my name is Maish, the girl stammered. That's just a girl in Elvish. Opal noted. Wait, what? We already knew that. We can see it with the system interface. But your name, it is an Elvish word that literally translates to girl. Specifically, a young one. For the elves, that's under about 50, but they use it for human girls that are teenage or younger. Opal explained helpfully. Maish sat down. So, my parents named me girl, abandoned me when they realized that I was blind, and just moved across town so that I would think that they were dead, but they didn't have to do anything. Yeah, pretty much. Don't worry, though. They died horrible deaths. Ray consoled her. I don't know if you meant that to be sympathetic or not. Opal laughed at the girl's confusion, then landed right on top of the girl's head. Hey, since you're a mage, why didn't you just learn a skill to see? Like, we gave echolocation to a deaf rogue, and she could use it just fine, though her ears were broken. Surely, there is something that you could use. Well, I can't read the damned skill books, now can I? Ray laughed as she drained the last of the essence from the pool. The girl has a point. She has soul sight, but soul sight can't read books. Opal giggled. Oh, we should bless her with a skill. But I think that this one calls for Carl to make something special. Just returning basic sight to her wouldn't be any fun. Maybe permanent X-ray vision. Or expanding her visual range into the chaotic spectrum. Did I do something to you? Why are you thinking of ways to torture me? Maish pleaded. No, those are good things. Opal insisted. I am not entirely certain that is true. I can see souls already, and I know things that I would rather not know. Seeing through clothing sounds like just another way to suffer. But nobody could hide things from you. Knowledge is power. Ray raised her hand to stop the little fae. No, she's got a point. Always seeing through clothing would be inappropriate for younger audiences. We don't need to traumatize the girl with wrinkly old man balls in public. Besides, if we just give her vision back, there are naked elves everywhere. Why? Maish complained, not understanding what they were talking about. Oh, they just dislike clothing. Don't worry, it's all women. Well, almost all women. Then there are the baby dragons, but they don't transform yet. Ray explained. I would like to point out that you aren't wearing anything either, Opal added. I just got out of the bath. I've still got to polish my skin before I get dressed. Blood gets sticky if you don't follow the process. Maish sighed. She had been captured by a pair of insane beasts. But they weren't trying to kill her, even though the rest of the clan was all dead. Her soul sight said that very few had managed to escape the area alive. The only ones left in town were the non-combatants and the other clans who had refused to follow the Templars. Ray arrived back in the tiny world with Opal and her new pet human, only to find that everyone she wanted to show the girl off to was gone. Oh, you've brought us a girl. Do we need to bring over a healer? One of the elven druids asked. No, she was born blind, healing won't fix it. I was hoping to find the Carl and have him make a new custom sight skill for her, but if he's busy we can settle her first. Just let me pick the perfect spot. I was thinking a nice tree fort, but given her limitations, that risks having her fall out. So, something at or below ground level for safety. Wait, I can use that new skill for my pet human, like the cat does for the pet elf. The druid laughed, as she had met Shade. That cat was quite fond of his pet elf, and had presumably influenced Ray to do the same. Is that why you kept a young human? No, she has soul sight and can see me in incorporeal form. I wasn't willing to risk leaving her for an enemy to use, but she was too pitiful to kill. Get this, her parents made her an orphan without actually dying. They just ditched her at a house in town because she couldn't see them to go looking for them. Why not ask for them by name? Maish sighed. They lied to me about their names. When I went looking around the clan for them, nobody knew who I was talking about and assumed I was just an orphan with no sense of time. But it was a clan compound, so they gave me food and clothes and let me stay in a dorm room anyhow. That's just diabolical. Though, I must say, Maish does have a nice ring to it in the common language, girl. The druid giggled, and the girl sighed. I'm never going to escape that nickname, am I? But come to think of it, for years, I thought that people were just rude and dismissive, calling me girl. Nobody ever told me it had another meaning. They likely didn't know. If they don't speak Elven, or have a system that shows the original name, they might just see it as your name. Now, let's get you fed and settled. Ray, can you buff her sight or something? It would be easier than teaching her the layout of a new place. Ray shook her head. No, all my sight abilities are innate. But I'll just make her a space right over there by the rock, so she's close to the food and the beach. Then, we can move her later, but I know where to find her once I have skills for her. After everything she's been through, you're going to have her camp until she can see. Ray shrugged. Well, you live by the swamp, that's not safe either. She'd just fall off the bridges. Ooh, I know. We can give her to the bunnies. Let me go catch one. Before anyone could stop her, Ray was gone, and then back, holding a bunny who was restrained with a loop of silk webbing. Bunnies need system access, I hate having to guess names. You will be Lala until further notice. I have a task for you. This mage is blind, and needs to be shown around her new home until she has it memorized, or she can see. You can do that, right? My name was Lala to begin with. But yes, I can help her get accustomed to her new home, Lady Ray. Where is she staying? Where did Carl put you? Pet humans can likely stay with the pet bunnies. The bunny looked confused. Who was the pet here? Yes, we can find her a room near ours. What tasks will she need to accomplish? Nothing important yet. She can help you all with whatever it is that you're doing if she's able. If not, just make sure that she doesn't get damaged until I can find a sight skill for her. Why not use a skill book? She can't read them. Oh, right. Wow, that is horrible. I mean, she's got a class and everything, but can't do the mage thing and just read books to learn new spells. Oh, we could read them to her. No, that wouldn't work, mage skills have too many diagrams. Ray nodded. That's why we will bring Carl back to solve the problem. Did he make a spot for all of you, or just tell you to find rooms? He gave us rooms and had the people here help us get settled. Ray smiled at Opal. I think that we can do better. You do illusions, I will do a pet space, and we can make the perfect place for all of them. You can use that? The bunny asked. Of course. It's just building a better nest, and I'm really good at that. Now, where do we put it? Do you like hills, forests, grasslands, lakes or swamps? Open grasslands. The bunny answered immediately. Then we can put up a spot near the base of the hill that the guild house is on. That's near enough to everything that it's not inconvenient if you are going to help with the cooking or cleaning. But it's all open grass for dozens of kilometers. That should be enough room to run, and there is nothing for Maish to trip over or run into. The mage sighed. Her life was being dictated by an immortal spider demon, and the considerations seemed much less like they were about helping her, than creating a comfortable kennel. Opal opened a portal for them, and Ray carried both of their guests through, while the druid followed out of pure curiosity. The first thing that Opal did was to create a small white adobe villa, surrounded by manicured hedges, with a flower garden. It was the illusionary domain spell, but here in Carl's tiny world, it was a solid physical change to the space. Then, Ray used pet space on the villa, decorating it and expanding the interior to something large enough to hold dozens of bunnies, plus one human mage. Well, mostly human mage. Her father had some elf blood. It was tasty. Alright, the spell says that should be the perfect space for the intended residence, but I don't know what it looks like inside. Ray explained. But you made it anyhow. What could go wrong? Opal flitted into the building, then came back out laughing. Yes, this place should be perfect for the bunnies. You can have them all move here if you want, or you can take turns watching Ray's mage. She explained. Lala shrugged. We will see what it looks like. If it's more comfortable, we don't mind moving from where the others put us. It really didn't matter to them where they stayed. The clan leader of the Gralpedran Templars was notorious for making them sleep in the yard if they were on duty in the morning so that he could kick them awake at first light. From what they could tell, there was none of that in this place, and they were even nice to the mortals. Or, this was just a storage spot for mortals that the immortals occasionally visited. But from what they had heard, this was actually their house, of sorts. Or it was in their house. It was hard for the bunnies to decipher how the whole thing worked, but Lala decided that they had a pretty good thing going here, and she would happily babysit a blind mage if that made the boss and his friends satisfied with her work. The bunny led Maish inside, holding her hand so the blind girl didn't get lost in the entry or run into anything. Then, she stopped suddenly as she saw the main room. It's all covered in pillows and fluffy blankets, she whispered reverently. Ray looked at the pile of bedding and nodded. It looks like it was intended to make a sleeping den in the middle of the main room. Though, I suppose it's easy enough to rearrange everything for social events. And then on this side, we have a kitchen. It looks like it's properly stocked, but I don't know if the food is real. It is. It's part of the spell's magic to feed the occupant, but you still have to cook. I recommend talking to the druids, or the green dragon cleric. Many of them have mystic cooking as a trade skill, and they can make you the most wonderful things. I know that Maish was eating at the clan's cafeteria, but I suspect that nobody gave the bunnies the good stuff. Ray agreed. Nobody ever gave the bunnies the good stuff, which was a shame because if they were a bit faster and more powerful they would be devilishly fun to chase around the tiny world. The hatchlings were sure to enjoy it. There are games rooms here, but I don't know how many of them you can play. And a library, but it's empty and we didn't bring any books. If we come back to the main room, there is a staircase by the kitchen. Lala narrated as she led the girl through the house, and to the second floor, which was set up like the middle floor of the Drawd Guild house, with a central hallway and dozens of bedrooms. And this is all bedrooms. Let's try the first one on the right, since it's easiest to get to. Oh, it's got a bed on the far wall, a dresser on the left, and a restroom on the right with a shower. This is nice, very cozy. It was all natural wood and dark colors, looking like the interior of a rabbit warren with minimal light until you opened the curtains. Then, it was still dark, but the large window made it feel open, with a view out over the grasslands of the tiny world. I think that this one can go to Maish, since it's easiest to get to. No need to count doors when you're the first one on the right, the bunny decided. The mage ran her fingers over everything, learning the shape of the room, and then flopped down on the large soft bed. This is like heaven. It's not even dinner time yet, and I'd gladly fall asleep. Ray smiled. There were many more interesting things in this house for them to find. But they could do that on their own time. I am off now, to go see how the Carl is doing. Make sure that you both eat and get to bed on time, tomorrow will be a big day for everyone. Is there something planned? I can put it on the schedule so that we're fully staffed. How many people do you need? Do we have the equipment? Lala asked. Oh, it's not that serious. I just wanted to try new ways to teach the mage how to see, and introduce you and the other bunnies to the hatchlings. I'm almost entirely certain that hatchling dragons love bunnies. Lala sighed. Yes, they did. They loved bunnies entirely too much. The bunnies were too nice to drive them away, so the hatchlings would literally follow them around for hours at a time, asking endless questions until they ran out of energy and fell asleep, forcing the bunnies to bring them back home. The hatchlings, naturally, saw nothing wrong with this system. They had many questions, and the older dragons made them figure too many things out for themselves. So, they gravitated to people who would actually answer their questions instead of giving them a homework assignment on how to be a dragon. The elves were also a good option. They had long lifespans, so they knew lots of things, and they couldn't fly, so they didn't try to make the hatchlings do dragon things to figure it out for themselves. Opal returned to her study, also known as the library in the replica guild house, while Ray immediately left for where Carl was, now that she was satisfied that she had sorted out the issues with her new human. They had done a good thing today, bringing in the bunnies. Things would work much more smoothly here when they had a bunch of people with work ethic, not an easily distracted Carl, and a bunch of druids who were only marginally more reliable than Lotus. But speaking of reliable, she needed to give her minions in the Drawd Guild house more instructions. She had new designs for this season's fashion that they needed to start making. Outside the tiny world, Carl and the beasts that were able to use earth manipulation type magic, or nature magic, were busy helping the clan rebuild some of what they had lost. Nearly 2/3 of the residential areas of the clan had been destroyed, with most of what was left being in the elders' residences portion of the compound. Among the apartments, only Carl and Dana's plus a few others that had stronger members living in them had survived. Most of that was due to them being upgraded with more powerful barriers, and not luck. That was the same reason that the most important buildings, such as the warehouse, the alchemy yard and the skill repository were still standing, though the library had taken a direct hit and had suffered extensive damage to one wing of the building. Kara and Remy were over there now, doing what they could to help clear the rubble and save the books, while Carl and Leo worked on the apartments close to their own. Thor had gone further out with Tian, as they worked well together to completely rebuild entire structures, so they could quickly reconstruct partially destroyed buildings, based on what the surviving portions looked like. All they needed was a plan. Fortunately, the elders had been good enough to provide the appropriately skilled workers with a basic layout of each of the buildings in the clan compound. Not quite a blueprint, but they could at least see what the floor plan was supposed to look like, and how the building had been designed the first time. The rest was down to the residents to guide them. Mostly, everyone was hoping for a bit of an upgrade, a bit more space or a window in a room that had been designed without one. Those were things that Thor and Tian could gladly do. What was going to take time was getting someone around who could rebuild the runic arrays and other features that used to exist inside the clan. They had been developed over the course of many centuries, and they would not easily be reconstructed. Even if Karl wanted, there wasn't time to redo all the basic features of the buildings that he was fixing. However, that was what Dana was focused on right now. Elder Douglas had pleaded for her assistance, and she had gone to help the elder repair some of the rune-crafted effects that kept the warehouse stable and the contents from deteriorating before they were used. The building was intact, still standing, but not entirely undamaged. Plus, there were secondary warehouses in the back for lower-value goods which had taken more damage. Dana was not quite as good with the reconstruction work as Karl was, as she lacked the natural affinity for earth magic that Karl had inherited from Tian. However, she could still use the earth manipulation spell, and she was able to make runic items. As long as you can repair this, I think that we should be fine. The runes are all here, you just need to fix the ones that stopped working when they were cracked, the elder explained. You understand that they won't be supreme ranked or whatever they were before, right? Elder Douglas nodded. Only the defensive barriers were stronger here to begin with. The storage spells were ancient, and immortal ranked. They just need to keep the materials stable, and that generally isn't too hard. Items that need special conditions are placed in smaller containers within the warehouse to keep them safe. Dana nodded, and got to work fixing the cracks in the walls before patching the runes, which weren't all in languages that she recognized. She did know what they were supposed to do. There was some commonality between the runic language she knew and whatever world's language had been used here. So, she had high hopes that it would all work again without starting over. Dana worked quickly to get the warehouse up and functional, and then cautiously poured energy into it. She watched as the runes flickered to life, then stabilized with a soft glow. Alright, the main building is back online again. I will move on to the smaller ones. Do you know if any of them are repaired and ready for runes, or should I just start with what is closest? Elder Douglas shrugged. They've all got some damage. Ask the bunnies what is critical. They know what ones they go to the most often, and their dorm is back there as well. That would be Dana's priority. Everyone else was happy to be working on housing first, so she would fix the barracks that the bunnies lived in, and then move on to the warehouses. Only, when she arrived in the back, she found that they were the same thing. The bunnies had set up tiny apartments all through the unused sections of the storage warehouses, turning the whole thing into a maze of rarely accessed materials and rabbit warrens. This is nice. I like what you've done with the place. Now, what does it need to fix the building, and what does it need to return the functions for the stored items? Once that is done, I will work to get your apartments fixed. Do you know Opal? She has a most wonderful skill for creating a comfortable home space. Especially now that Karl has gotten new abilities in that regard. I will call her over, and have the little Fae fix you all up with some comfortable resting areas, Dana offered. I don't think that we're allowed to alter the warehouse, one of the bunnies whispered. It's fine. Even just upgrading the break room with a villa stone, I can make you somewhere really comfortable and private. It's already approved for staff use by the bunnies, so there's no issue. The long-eared beastkin grouped together to discuss the prospect. Nobody ever gave them things, and they weren't quite sure how to respond to that. It was an improvement to the clan's building, though. The clan made it a break room, and it needed repairs. So it should be fine to let the Dana mage make it in the new style. Alright, we think it's fine if you make it however you think will be best for the clan. Having heard Dana's thoughts, Opal came right over after she finished setting everything up for their new guests and having a short nap. These things never happened on time with her sleep schedule. The bunnies were startled when the small Fae appeared inside the warehouse compound, which was normally protected by barriers that would prevent such a thing. You couldn't just have anyone able to come and go as they pleased within the warehouse. That would defeat the purpose of trying to keep things safe and regulate access for everyone to have a fair shot at getting what they needed. It would also require the elders to be on constant guard to prevent theft. So, what is the option for the day? A whole city set up for the bunnies in this empty warehouse? She asked eagerly. It's actually still in use. First, do up something nice for them in the break room. I was thinking of doing a villa stone for them, but you can likely do better. I know that you've got the creativity if you aim it in the right direction. Opal gave her 2 thumbs up. I've got this. Employee break room with sleeping quarters, so that they don't have to set up makeshift bunks in empty shelving units. Though, some of those look quite cozy, so they might want to keep them anyhow. Alright, you fix the building structure and I will make them the perfect break and relaxation room, so that the new home's bunnies are running at peak efficiency. Dana was more than a little concerned about the phrasing of that. But Opal was helping, so she let it slide. The forest trickster was planning to live up to the reputation of her species this time, and she was going to make a special space that was just for the bunnies, and the followers of Carl, naturally. The front room was perfectly normal, exactly what you'd think that it should be. A break room lounge with a long table, and a kitchen that she had to work very hard to make perfect, as she was a bit clumsy at converting the illusion of food into real food with runes. On the far side of what appeared to be the whole break room were a bunch of comfortable chairs and sofas. Then, there were 2 doors. One that led to a room full of bunk beds for naps, one marked utility closet for storing cleaning materials, and one unmarked one. That one was only visible to the bunny species and anyone aligned with Carl. That was where the real break room started. She had the whole warehouse worth of space to work with, as there were no other overlapping separate spaces to get in the way. So, she created an entire spa, complete with salon, massage stations, hot tubs, pools, a steam sauna, and an obstacle course. She surrounded it with gardens, planted with flowers and vegetables, then created stairs up to a second level, where there would be nearly 100 luxury apartments. They all had huge beds, as Opal knew that the bunnies liked to sleep in groups for the sense of community and safety. With that in mind, she also made the option for the spiral staircases to be folded into the wall, invisible to those who didn't know they existed. When that was done and the hatch was closed, the upper level would be hidden from nearly all intruders who made it past the first door. The sense of safety would encourage the bunnies to stay in here, which was the goal that Dana had in mind when she asked Opal to come and help. But the hiding stairs weren't the only safety measure. The spa wouldn't be a spa without workers. The gargoyle, and epic golem, spells were perfect for creating staff for the spa. A few elven high priestesses, for healing and recovery, as well as protecting the reception area. And then a whole lot of male bunnies. There were virtually none in the clan that she had noticed, and the ladies deserved some big buff eye candy. It took her some time, but her research efforts had given her a solid foundation to base the male bunnies on, going by the clan members that the bunnies subtly watched as they passed. Once everything was made, all that Opal had to do was layer a second illusion with the necessary runes to make the effects real and use reality warp to turn that illusion into a solid object, bypassing the writing part of the runecrafting process. Satisfied that her work was complete, Opal flew back out of the break room to find the bunnies waiting eagerly to see their new space. Ladies and ladies, welcome to your new break room. Please come in and explore to your heart's content. If I have missed anything, please let me know. But I think that I've got all the essentials. I even added the extra fluffy towels. Opal announced. The bunnies looked confused as they stepped into the kitchen, and then faintly scandalized as a buff male with bunny ears and a very visible six-pack of abs visible over the black slacks that made up his entire outfit. Oh hello. Are you new here? It's so good to meet you, the closest of the bunnies announced as she rushed forward to greet him. The big bunny man smiled at her and reached into the oven to take out a tray of cinnamon buns that he had been warming for their arrival. Indeed, you could say that I am new here. I am part of the break room enchantment. Miss Opal thought that it was only right that those who serve others so diligently should have somewhere that they could be served and waited on like the fluffy-eared goddess they are. Outside the break room, Dana sighed. That break room had a 100% chance of turning into the scene of an erotic novel, and they hadn't even made it past the kitchen yet. Opal had the bunnies addicted with just one man and a tray of sweet pastries. While Opal turned the spare warehouse into a luxury spa for bunny girls, Carl was turning the apartments for the new immortals into something that looked less like rubble, and more like the traditional apartment blocks that they had been. Only, with a few upgrades that the original designers hadn't bothered with, or hadn't known about. The most notable of the changes was the fact that Carl added the basic runes for mana gathering to the main room in every apartment, and put a small mana crystal in the floor so that they could keep a diffuse collection of stored mana within the clan. Not only would it help everyone's progression, it would also provide backup mana if the clan was attacked again. In an emergency, every bit of mana that could be called upon to keep the barriers up mattered, and if their existing defenses could have taken a few more hits, the new home merchant clan wouldn't have been doing as much repair work. Carl could sense Leo's despair as the turtle realized that the school had been smashed, and they were going to have to sort through it all for valuable reading materials before they could start reconstruction. That was a tragedy to the young turtle. He had friends who went to the school. But now that he thought about it, they should be somewhere in the compound as well, and he didn't know if they were all okay. Not everyone who had been defeated was able to be resurrected. The clan had taken hundreds, possibly thousands of casualties. Now, in relative terms, that was less than 5%, versus over 90% permanent casualties for the Gralpedran Templars, but that was not the point. Those were all people that might be his friends, or the family of his friends. The underground safe zones hadn't been breached that he knew of, but many of his friends had powerful parents, and they would have gone to fight and defend the new home's territory. Leo started to help sort through the rubble, picking out books and stacking them in orderly piles using the thorn vines spell. It wasn't a powerful nature magic, and was mostly a crowd control skill, but it was great at grabbing things. Then someone else's vine tried to grab the same books he was going for, and Leo looked up to see that Cindy Lou had joined them, and was using her magic to clean the rubble from the classroom. Her eyes were red, and Leo feared the worst, until he heard her mumbling about her backpack, which was left at school when she evacuated, and held many precious memories. Cindy Lou liked to keep pictures, gifts from classmates and other trinkets along with her school supplies. "We're 2 classrooms over. Our class was there," Leo informed her, pointing with his chin to his left. "You're sure?" Leo nodded. "I've been working my way over there, but didn't want to leave work behind me." That helped calm her a little, and Leo discreetly sent vines over to sort through the rubble around her desk, protecting her backpack as well as he could. There was likely going to be a lot of damage to the trinkets inside, as an entire level of the school was above their classroom. But as long as he held the vines over it, nothing that shifted would damage it more than it already was, and Cindy Lou should be able to recover something. Slowly, they made their way through the classrooms of the older students, sorting belongings into piles and books into stacks. The rubble was left where it was, in case someone's skill would let them save energy using it to rebuild the place. That was the best that they could do, as Leo didn't have enough magic to fully rebuild a whole school. He didn't really care, though. More of his friends were starting to come out to help them clean up the rubble, along with parents. That let them all know that their classmates were all right, and that they would get any precious memories that were left in the rubble back today. Finally, Leo and Cindy Lou made it to their classroom, and the turtle carefully extracted her backpack, along with all the ornaments and school supplies that had been in her now crushed desk. "I think that this is everything from your desk." Cindy Lou rushed to the cluster of vines and carefully picked out everything, trying not to cry at the condition of her treasures. It was all smashed, and her favorite pencil was broken. But when she opened her backpack, a small smile spread over her face. The stuffed trinkets were dirty, but not torn, and the pictures that she had inside her bag were all in pristine condition. That was the important part. Those had all been hand-drawn by her friends, and they were irreplaceable. Leo kept sorting through his classmates' stuff, being careful to keep it all organized by person as he stacked it off to the side. That way, everyone could find what they had left at the school. But other than Cindy Lou's backpack, there wasn't too much in the class. Most of the kids didn't bring much to school with them other than their notebooks. But they really didn't need to bring much. The school provided what they needed, and most of them didn't take anything home at all unless they had an out-of-class assignment, which was uncommon in the early years. Only after they had awakened a system did they start devoting all their time to study. As long as they learned to read and write in the first few years, the school generally felt that they had done their basic job. Anything that they retained from the other classes was a bonus. By their standards, Cindy Lou and Leo were model students because both had excellent memories, and they actually actively learned new things outside of class. Even if it risked having them labeled a know-it-all by their peers. As the sun set, Carl surveyed his handiwork. The majority of their district was rebuilt now, and what wasn't rebuilt was largely vacant, as there were a number of buildings with no residents, so they hadn't been prioritized. That didn't mean that the work was nearly done. No, they only had the bare minimums on them, none of the defensive wards that had been placed on the buildings in the past. Those would be done on a larger scale for general defense, and then purchased individually by the occupants of various units. That was how it had been done before, and nobody saw a reason not to do it that way again. Everyone had lost during the attack, so it was up to the survivors to rebuild their own lives with their own abilities. For many, this would be a good opportunity. They were getting a new residence with a blank slate to do what they wanted, and not a legacy of inherited changes to the buildings. Except for the elders, that was. Their homes had mostly survived the attacks, so they only had some minor repairs to make, and perhaps some cleaning to do if they were taking their disciples in until more of the housing could be completed. Carl returned to the freshly repaired dining hall for an evening meal with the others who were repairing apartments all day long, and found that the bunnies serving the meal were in a much better mood than usual. "You seem unusually chipper. Did something good happen?" The bunny nodded vigorously. "Your friend Opal made us a new break room and it is absolutely spectacular. I've never seen anything so luxurious, and it's all for us." Carl laughed at her excitement. "Well, I'm glad that you like it. Let me know if there is anything missing from it and I will send Opal back to add more features." The bunny shook her head. "No, it's got absolutely everything. She even gave us our own stocked kitchen, so we can change our meal schedule when we're working odd shifts." "Well, then. It sounds like everything is under control. Did they fix your residences yet? If not, I will get to them first thing in the morning." They did. "We stay near the supply warehouse, so our building was in pretty good shape. The Dana mage fixed the spells on it this morning." The man behind Carl in line coughed politely, reminding him that he was holding up the line to talk to the server, and Carl moved down the line, loading up a plate with a little of everything that they had to offer. It wasn't any different from usual, which was a comforting thing for most of the clan, who were used to the menu schedule. Leo's friends, in particular, seemed particularly happy with this news, as there were grilled cheese sandwiches on the menu today, and they had been looking forward to them all day. He was nearly finished with dinner when Dana entered, flanked by Elder Douglas and a half-dozen elders that Carl didn't recognize. They were among the less powerful elders, and while he had seen them at the battle with the Templars, he didn't know what they specialized in. Most of the elders didn't have a trade skill, or a particular assignment in the clan. They were protectors of the junior members, and spent most of their time working toward peak immortality, and eventually, hopefully, supremacy. If they could do that, then they could put themselves in contention for the next clan leader if and when Narissa decided to step down from the role and focus on her own growth. That was what most Supremes did when they felt that the workload of running a clan was becoming too much. They would step down, appoint a successor, and become a guardian ancestor for the clan, while going into seclusion. However, finding a second Supreme within a clan was rare, as many would leave to start their own when they were still bottlenecked at peak immortal. That sort of small clan was a dream for many power-hungry sorts, or the bored and idle ones who ran out of things they wanted to do in their home clan. The timeline might be measured in centuries, but for immortals at that power level, that was barely any time at all. A few centuries in isolation to master their powers was hardly worth mentioning. In fact, some of the elders had been in isolation for so long that when the clan was attacked they realized they didn't even know most of the immortals in the compound anymore, and most of them didn't know the isolated elders. It was a good excuse for them to come out and see the world again, get themselves grounded in reality to try to break through the mental limitations that had unconsciously built during their time away. There was a fine line between avoiding distractions and completely losing touch. However, the true shock was not that the clan had changed while they weren't paying attention. It was how some of the elders who had taken active roles in the clan had advanced. Elder Fersham had been at the peak for many years, but Elder Malcolm had gotten much stronger, and Elder Socrate felt like he was also about to reach the state of peak immortal. That was the most surprising of all, as Socrate was among the youngest of the elders. And for that reason, he was the most in demand of them all. Everyone thought that he had made a breakthrough in alchemical concoctions that had allowed him to grow so fast, but really Elder Fersham simply had a natural aptitude for growth, and his class had recently been changed, which gave him a few skills that allowed his power to skyrocket. The elders who had been in seclusion had no idea that Carl had created a set of system stones within the clan compound, and that small revelation was about to turn the clan on its head. Explain that to me again. You said that the avatar of the World Dragon recreated the system stones, to let nearly anyone with a World Dragon-aligned system simply change their class. One of the secluded elders was asking Dana. Yes. As long as they have the requirements, which are usually capping out all their skills, and having a signature ability that is not part of their skill tree. Though, sometimes it will let them do it early, simply because the system thinks that they are ready to move on. However, we don't recommend that, and it's not likely to be an issue for any of the elders. Dana agreed. And how long ago did this happen? Less than a month. Don't worry, it's still a very new thing, there wasn't much time between it happening and the attack, so it's unlikely that they got the word of the rapid progression of our members. That's not why they attacked us, they just got greedy, and then got schooled. The elders at the table with her nodded in agreement. If the Templars had known that the new home had gained a number of high-grade class advancements recently, they would have reassessed their threat level, and wouldn't have let their members get so arrogant that the war started with a failed mugging, before everyone was in place. According to the information that they had managed to gather in the previous few hours, the Templars' guild master hadn't even intended to attack that day. They had been planning to go in the morning, with the advantage of an early start, so they could hit while the majority of the elders were still in bed. That would have given them a few extra minutes to get in place and solidify their attacking lines inside the clan compound before the barriers went up, instead of forcing the fight outside. The whole thing had just been a litany of failure from start to end, culminating in the complete annihilation of their clan, and someone taking a bath in the blood of their elders. Dana hadn't told the elders that it was Ray, but when they went to check the compound, they had found the remnants of the pool's activities, and the blood that had been completely drained of essence. So, it seems that we have wasted time, and there was actually a much easier way to advance. I've got nearly 20 skill points, and I've filled my skill tree. If I can advance, I'll be able to buy out one whole branch of a new skill tree. The elder's excitement was obvious, but Dana saw a small problem with his plan. All the best classes charged exorbitant rates for their skills. The Golem Mistress class started at 5 points per skill, and some of them further up the tree were as much as 50 points per skill. Now, the skill looked amazing, and while she couldn't read the exact description, it was listed as an epic grade skill, that had the picture of an army of golems as its skill tree icon. It was likely worth the 50 points. But if you were used to a warrior class standard, or another lower tier class, where they were 1 skill point each, it was going to be a brutal awakening. Why don't we all go to the class change obelisk after dinner? It should be interesting, and if you're a bit short on skills, we can make a stop-off at the repository. The elder on duty defended it the whole battle, and while it was a bit messy on the front porch, the building is fine. The nearby clan members chuckled at her comment. The elder at the skill repository was an old monster. He seemed mostly harmless and lazy, if a bit irritable. But when he was motivated, there likely wasn't anyone in the clan that could defeat him except the clan leader herself. Elder Socrate smiled. Why don't we invite Carl and Remy as well? Between the two of them, I am certain that they can find a way for everyone to get a class that will truly help them advance. Dana winked at him, then laughed as Remy appeared and slithered up the alchemy elder's chair to poke her head out in front of him. She was getting bigger than she was after she shrunk after evolution, but Dana suspected that she was deliberately shrinking herself with unobtrusive behemoth, so that she could be cuter. As it was, she was about 3 meters long, and only about as thick as Dana's arm. Large for a snake, tiny for a naga. Yes, we have invented all sorts of new advancement aid medications. I'm certain that there will be something that will help you. She insisted. Somehow that sounds less reputable coming from a venomous snake. Technically, I'm a naga, not a snake. See? Arms. I stand corrected. What have you come up with? Has it been tested yet? Most of it has been tested. Some of it is brand new. I've been working with Elder Socrate to use runic alchemy to create new forms of pills, but we haven't had time to run clinical trials yet. Carl said that I'm not allowed to test them on the bunnies or the children, and they're the only ones who wouldn't say no to trying strange drugs. The elder snorted as he tried and failed to restrain his laughter. I nearly choked on my beer. The Carl sounds like a wise person. You should not test new drugs on children, and the bunnies shouldn't be subjected to anything painful or potentially harmful. It's already difficult enough to catch them to get them to do things. Remy considered that. The bunnies brought her all her materials from the storage warehouse. They were an important part of her operation. He had a point. All right. But elders are fine, right? I can show you all the research that went into them. We can even have a fluffy immortal healer on hand in case things go wrong. Why fluffy? I don't know. People seem to appreciate it, though. Bemused, the elder held out his hand for Remy to hand him one of her experimental progress-enhancing pills. The elder stared at it for a second, trying to analyze it, then gave up. The system tells me that it's a high-grade body-forging pill. What's it supposed to do? That sounds right. It's supposed to make you more durable. Improved health pool. More durable body. It depends on how your system interacts with it, I think. The elder shrugged and popped it into his mouth, while Remy and Elder Socrate both took out their notepads. Dana watched curiously as the two alchemists settled into their element, carefully dissecting every change in the flow of energy through the elder. At least, until he grunted in pain, and his body began to turn red. Is it supposed to do that? One of the others asked. Probably. It's making his body more durable, so there should be some change. Remy agreed. It looks like it hurts. You're not wrong. But it is working. There was a saying, no pain, no gain, but this seemed like it was just deliberately painful. Then, his skin settled back to its normal light brown tone, and the elder coughed into a napkin, spitting up a blob of something black that Elder Socrate quickly confiscated from him for research. Knowing what impurities were expelled was important because it told them what to adjust in the pill to optimize the output. What does the system say? Socrate asked. A 5% increase in maximum health that appears to be perfect, and a 30-minute weakness debuff. Remy nodded, and activated both a healing totem and a cleansing totem under the table. The debuff faded, and the elder smiled. The change is still there, and I don't see any spell effects on myself, so it should be permanent. Elder Socrate high-fived Remy, who was looking exceptionally smug about their victory. Alright, we know what it does now, but if it's like the recipe that it was based on, it only works once. So, the demand won't be exceptionally high. I am certain that most of the warrior types are going to want it, and likely some of the mages as well, since they need all the health they can get. But 5% health isn't a priority for most of the clan, and the ingredients are exceptionally expensive. Socrate explained. That is a shame. How expensive are we talking? It would sell for somewhere around 15 clan credits a pill. The elders winced. That was an expensive pill, even if it was a one-time use item and not something that they would need to imbibe regularly. I can see how that would be a specialty item in nature. Likely the tanky sorts would want it the most, as they get the most out of it. The others have much better things to buy with that many clan credits. They all got up from the table, and Dana motioned for Carl to join them. If these elders needed something, he could help them out. All he had to do was blame it on being an avatar of the world dragon, and they would buy nearly any excuse. But once they were a bit more familiar with the current situation, they would certainly realize that Carl had a number of skills that were tailor-made for helping immortals advance. After all, many of the other elders already knew. Carl called Kara, who never liked to miss a chance to watch while people tried to change their class. The little expressions that they made while they were in the class change menu were always entertaining. The others didn't seem eager to push Remy for a test sample of the new pill, though it surely needed at least 1 or 2 more rounds of testing before they could say for certain that it was safe to distribute and put on the available recipe list at the alchemy hall. Carl stepped to the front when they reached the old temple. "Alright, we have all warrior-type classes, I think. The colors all line up with various sorts of warriors, though you're all an advanced class. As long as you have at least one learned skill that is better than what is in your skill tree, you should be able to awaken a new class that is better than what you have in every way. The class change obelisk is designed for World Dragon created systems, including the one that is inherent to this world. But it also works on the Laughing God systems, in unpredictable ways." The elders nodded. Given who created those systems, everything was at least a little bit random. As long as it was vaguely related to what you wanted, you did alright. "Alright, let's get this started. Who is feeling exceptionally confident that they have what it takes to get the system to give them an outstanding new class?" Carl continued. The elders laughed. Obviously, the answer was all of them. They had gone into seclusion because the only thing left that they could think of was to utterly and completely focus on forcing themselves forward. The elder who had taken Remy's experimental pill stepped forward, and Carl gestured to the obelisk. "Just put your hand on it, and give it a bit of mana to let it know you're serious." The elder nodded, then placed his hand on the plinth, which lit up with golden light. His eyes went vacant and his face went slack, leaving him standing there slack-jawed, as if in amazement for a few seconds before his expression shifted to confusion, then intense focus. This is always the best part, watching them try to pick the best class. Kara informed the others. "I can see how you would find it entertaining. I had not thought about this part. I had always assumed that it would move you to a separate space where you were safe during the process," one of the men replied. "Technically, he is in a separate space, he's just not entirely invisible. So, like a nearby separate space. I'm not clear on all the rules, but I can tell that he's actually separated from us and I couldn't go rifle through his pockets, even if I wanted to," she replied. The elder accepted that at face value, but Elder Socrate knew perfectly well that Carl could have added something to have them properly shielded within the separate space, or even put the obelisk in one with an occupancy limit. But he hadn't, for whatever reason. Possibly, just because he also enjoyed watching the excitement of the random clan members as they picked a new class for themselves. Though, now that he thought of it, the ones using the obelisk usually were hidden from sight while they were in the class change menu. The next elder rushed forward as soon as the first one opened his eyes, then ran into an invisible barrier before he could touch him. "What the? Oh right, it's a separate space, and we can just see into it," he realized. The other elders examined the space for a moment, and then shrugged. It really was simply transparent. There was no apparent reason for it. The first elder stepped toward them with a confused expression. "Why is everyone looking at me like that? We could see into the separate space while you were doing your advancement, and the other elders have been laughing at your expressions." Kara informed him cheerfully. The warrior smiled down at the badger. "And was any of this your idea?" "I mean, not really. I can see into it either way, so I just like to watch." "That likely needs some study," Elder Socrate informed her. Kara laughed. "It's a chaos-related system, and I am all that is badger. Why would it stop me from doing fun things? I hate that I don't have a rebuttal for that." The warrior winked at her. "My system is a Laughing God-focused one. He was the one who created the system on my world. After a few thousand years, you come to expect the system to troll you at all times. That sounds like fun. There are always new pranks to play. The warrior laughed at Kara. You know, I strongly suspect that he actually made your species, hybridized it from something else because no species should be so closely attuned to his sense of humor, and he's supposed to have come from the human pantheon. Come from? Dana asked. As the legend goes, he tried, some say successfully, to seduce the empress of the human pantheon, then either ghosted her after getting her pregnant or was run off and banished from the heavens by her husband. It depends on who you ask what the story is, but it seems clear that he was originally one of the human pantheon's gods. Kara's expression made the elders laugh. If the laughing god hadn't created the Chaos Badger lineage, he was destined to be best friends with them. There was no other option. Two beings that chaotic would be immediately drawn to each other to see who had the better ideas, and would naturally become the target of each other's pranks. The next elder touched the stone, and vanished for half a second, before Opal created a projection of the inside of the space so they could continue to watch. How does that work? Can just everyone see inside but me? One of the elders asked. Dana shook her head. I think only Kara and Carl can see inside all the time. But if Kara can see inside, Opal can see her thoughts. One of the other elders shrugged. I can see inside as well, it just takes a bit of effort, as the entrance to the space isn't locked down. It would only be hard to try to interfere with the process. Seeing into it is easy. Well, at least it's not just me. The elder gave Dana a look of solidarity that made Kara laugh. Dana is soul bonded with Carl. She can see my thoughts too, she just blocks me out so that I don't play pranks on her. If she wanted to peek inside, she could. Damn it. I'm going next, before you guys get too used to laughing at our expressions. The second warrior came out with a proud expression, and then spread white feathered wings from his back. Now we're talking. I got the Avenger class, an advancement on the Paladin class. It did weird things to my wings, though. Kara hopped up on his back, grabbing his shoulder and standing on his ass, so she could examine the wings. No, they look like they work properly. I don't see any strange joints, musculature or unique features to the feathers, other than the holy magic. The man laughed. I am a sparrow-type beastkin. While I'm usually transformed to hide my wings, they were never bright white. These look more like seraphim wings than bird wings. Elder Socrate hummed, and the man gave him a suspicious look. What is that noise for? Well, if they are seraphim wings, they're quite valuable. The feathers are used in a number of healing and beneficial alchemy recipes. You're not plucking my wings for your alchemy. Remy giggled, and the man brought up a holy light barrier before Kara could do it for her. Socrate smiled at the Naga matriarch. They're on to us. We will have to wait until he molts and then bribe the bunnies who clean his rooms to bring us the fallen feathers. They're not as potent, but they'll be good enough for us to know if they're really seraphim feathers, or just white sparrow feathers. Remy nodded. Knowledge is important. If he was more confident that they were still regular feathers, the elder would have plucked one himself. But he had gained a number of seraphim-related skills, and with the change, he was concerned that they might not be, and then he would be facing eternal harassment from the alchemy elder. The next to enter was a shaman, which got Remy more excited. Advanced shamans were always a good class. It didn't matter which path they followed, there was no route from shaman that was actually useless. So, while there was no obvious change to him, or even his class color in the interface, the pleased expression let Remy know that he'd managed to unlock something worth knowing. She would have to go investigate later. None of the beasts had actual classes, only affinities for certain types of skills and magic. But Remy definitely would have been a shaman if she had gotten one, it was even in her name when she was younger. Alright, spill. What sort of cool new spells did you get? Inquiring shamans need to know. One after another, the elders made their way to the class change obelisk, and all emerged with matching excited expressions, and a new set of class skills to learn. From what Carl could tell, none of them had gotten anything that was truly outlandish. If they had, they were doing an excellent job of moderating their excitement to make them seem no more excited than any of the others. That took a lot of the fun out of it for Kara, but the clan's elders now had a bit more firepower than they did yesterday, and they wouldn't be found lacking if someone tried to take up where the Templars had failed. Sometimes, allies that weren't willing or able to step up during the battle due to either timing or outside factors would still hold a grudge. Especially when you completely wiped out a clan, instead of integrating them. Not that there had been much chance of integration. They had lost that opportunity when they refused to pay the damages and had chosen to attack the elders that went to claim it. Well, it looks like we're not going to be going back into seclusion for some time. There is so much damage to the residential areas that we're going to be at it for years, the shaman noted, distracting from Remy's eagerness to corner him for information. Oh, are you a craftsman as well, then? Dana asked. No. But it's part of the role of elder to supply the clan with the resources that the juniors need. We could get away with rotating in and out of isolation with the others, but now we've got to rebuild the stockpile so that everyone can replace what was lost. The clan credit system isn't worth much if there is nothing for them to trade the credits in for. He had a point. With all the damaged gear, broken weapons, lost trinkets and belongings, they needed everything. And then there would be everything that they needed to keep their growth rate up, and that meant everyone would be in a hurry to trade in credits before the good stuff ran out. The reserves of the clan warehouse wouldn't last long like that. Is there anything that we can do to help? I know that we're not elders, and are just starting the void stage, but we're pretty confident in our ability to gather resources. Dana offered. Well, we usually don't go places alone, we accompany a group of younger members to dungeons and hidden realms. If you want to join a group, I'm sure that we can work something out. Carl smiled at Dana, who laughed, while the elders gave the pair a confused group expression. I have a bonus to challenges, and it causes some instances to glitch out. They will let me go in alone, to a completely separate dungeon from everyone else, and just go wild. But it counts my beasts as part of me, as a solo contestant. Carl explained. Oh, that is just unfair. If it lets you take the beasts, that's a whole team in a dungeon tailored for a single person. No, it doesn't change the dungeon, just lets me solo it. So, no reduced loot, no loot sharing, and all you have to do is clear a dungeon solo. If you can cause that glitch for all of us in a suitably easy dungeon, we could make a fortune, the shaman realized. That is true. Though, from what I'm told, many of the dungeons here are just based on the strongest person who enters. We've encountered that as well, because I have an epic grade constitution. Overall, my experience with dungeons and trials in the immortal realm are limited, but universally unusual. I should not be shocked that the World Dragon's avatar has issues doing anything in the normal and expected fashion. Carl laughed at the shaman's expression. Well, if we go get enough members to do a group at Void Immortal, there should be enough of you to go at Ascended, since it usually sets the difficulty to the middle of the rank. The only question is who is willing to go, and where are we going to find one that is open and available? You just leave that to us. We know of many locations that have instances we might be able to enter. The locals might put up a fuss, but as we've just been attacked, they'll understand that we're in need and are willing to go a bit further than usual to push our way in for resources. Carl sighed. If that one we were in the other day was open for longer, it would have been perfect. But no, it's only open for a short time. The elders were silent for a few minutes, then the Avenger whistled, getting all their attention. I've got one. Just outside Tell, there is a suitable dungeon. Max 5 people, fixed difficulty at low Ascended. The loot is generally considered trash for Ascended Immortals, but it's a good spot for gear to sell to the juniors. How is your team, Carl? Can they take a low Ascended dungeon? It's likely 2 or 3 times more damage and durability than a mid-void Immortal dungeon. Carl nodded. We should be fine. If we want to find a couple more, we can make 2 full groups. Or we can go as a small group. The elders considered the options, then the Avenger pointed to 2 others. I will take you and Dana, plus the shaman, and Socrate. He's not the greatest fighter, but he's got some skills that help with loot. That should be good enough for a 5-person run, and one team will offend them less when we show up and cut in line. Kara smiled at the way that he just casually assumed they would cut in line to go next. This guy might seem like he was pretty uptight, but he had his priorities in order. They needed loot. The elders all turned to Socrate, who sighed and opened a portal for them. He hadn't volunteered for this run, but it looked like he was going to have to go anyhow, and live up to the duties of a ranked elder, while someone else took care of the alchemy warehouse for the day. Alright, off we go. But just for the record, this is a terrible idea, and it's going to be utter chaos once we arrive. The moment that those words were out of his mouth, Socrate regretted them. It was as if speaking them out loud was making it a certainty and not a mere possibility. And he already had the portal open. The dungeon at Tel was a lively place, always open, but guarded by the Telhusto clan, a group of former elders from other sects and clans, who had banded together for the sake of making money and guarding the dungeon. Like so many others, they also liked to make challenges or take a cut of the earnings of groups entering. And with a pair of early Void Immortals, Socrate had every expectation that their group was going to face the shakedown. Only, when they arrived, nobody would meet their eyes, and the crowd simply parted to let them go directly to the dungeon. That was not at all what usually happened when you entered this place, and even the members of the Telhusto clan simply nodded politely to them. The 2 groups didn't have much of a working relationship, though a few would come to make purchases from the new home merchant clan. They had also sat out the battle, not supporting either side. Perhaps they were just embarrassed to have been outsiders when they were so close to the new home, by geographical location. No, that didn't make sense. The Kondim commanders and the Hyperion sect were both closer to New Home than they were. Then he heard the whispers. Did you hear about the Hyperion sect? No survivors. They even went and hunted down the ones who fled to the Templars for safety. They didn't even spare the bunnies. I heard that they kept the bunnies. Just came in and claimed their contracts to bring them back to New Home. Haven't you been there? There are bunnies everywhere in New Home. Still, who wipes out a clan like that? I heard that the Templars refused to be disbanded, and fought back when they came to collect their 5th. That's why the Templar compound was wiped out. I saw it myself. I was in the city when the fight started. The clan leader came and demanded their dues, and got jumped by the Templars and their allies. Then, she called in reinforcements, some teenage elf at the supreme rank and the pair of Void Immortals. I don't think they're actually Void Immortals, they're definitely elders suppressing their aura. They marched through the compound like it was nothing. I was watching from the auction mart's upper floor, and it was like an undead apocalypse. Those 2 showed up and then there were undead everywhere. But not summoned undead. They turned the fallen Templars into blood golems and used them to wipe out their own clan. It was absolutely brutal. In her space, Ray laughed. She hadn't even been thinking about the effect on the bystanders elsewhere in town. If they weren't fighting, they didn't matter. But knowing that they appreciated her work so much was incredibly satisfying. Dana sighed as she listened to the rumors running wild about their battle. Now, it made sense why nobody wanted to get in their way. They made it to the front of the line, and Dana frowned as Carl moved to stand at the front, with the Avenger. There were a pair of Ascended Immortals standing by the portal as guards, and they didn't look as intimidated as everyone else. Elder, the guard greeted them. Elder. Then Carl took a ring of titanic strength from his inventory and tossed it to the guard. We need to do a run. That should cover the fee, yes. Ring of Titanic Strength, Uncommon Grade, Immortal Rank 150th, increases base strength by 400%, adds 500 points of base strength. The gate guard smiled as he inspected the item. Yes, that will do very well. Enjoy your visit to the Tell dungeon. Sure, there was a good chance that you would get rare or epic items from the dungeon, and ones at a higher level of power than the rings Carl had made just after arriving at the clan. But none that would be so perfectly matched to the needs of a warrior or melee combat-focused class. Carl led the way into the dungeon, and the moment that they entered, Elder Socrate began to laugh. "Good sir, you may have mastered the art of bribery. Those rings are just so perfect to give to other clans that it's almost a joke to give them anything else." Carl smiled. "And they don't cost me anything but time. All the better." The beasts came out now that they were in the dungeon, and Ray shifted back to humanoid form. "This place looks fun. We've got wilderness creatures to play with. We should have brought Min." The elders laughed, and the Avenger shook his head. "You can't bring a green dragon here if you want to have them live. They try to pet all the things, and in a dungeon, not even, if not friend-shaped, will save them. The beasts are all driven rabid by the dungeon's magic. However, I have heard that there is a rare spawn pet for rangers, a beast that isn't feral. If we get it, try to keep it alive until we exit. Once it sees us, everything else will attack it. That's how you know that it's the rare spawn. Unfortunately, I don't know what sort of beast it is. I don't know if it's always the same, or a random, powerful magical beast from the dungeon. However, I do know that it can be used by rangers to unlock a special class and bond an extra pet." That sounded a lot like the trigger for the Beast Master class to Carl. "In that case, we really should have brought a ranger of some sort. It sounds like my old class, which could bond multiple magical beasts at or below their own level. It's a huge improvement on the basic ranger class progression. However, if we can keep it alive, and have it bond with someone after we get home, we could get out of here in much better shape than we left. A new epic class for someone in the clan would be a huge win for us," Carl explained. Elder Socrate nodded. "Indeed it would. Having someone with multiple magical beasts on their side, and the bonuses that come with them, would be huge. Getting a class like that is a fast track to Elder, for certain. Now, there are a number of routes that would work to clear this dungeon. If we go left, we will start with the boars and the boar-man champions. If we go right, they'll be last, and we will start with the snakes and bears." Carl nodded. "What's on the far side of the dungeon?" "Kobolds, hellhounds, and wolverines." Carl nodded. "All right, so the only section with no beastkin or bipedal monsters is the bear section. I say we do that last, as it sounds like the most likely place for us to find a beast that will go rogue. Most likely near the boss." Socrate nodded. "And if we do that part last, we will likely find it right at the end of the dungeon." "That makes sense. All right, off we go. Oh, this is going to be so much food." Ray laughed, right before changing back into spider form. "What does that mean?" Elder Alex, the White-Winged Avenger class member of their team, asked. "We collect the actual bodies of beast-type monsters and keep them for food. If you put them in storage, they don't vanish when you leave the dungeon. So, it's the same as having a pig farm." Hawk squawked before soaring up into the distance. He loved pork. "Well, I suppose if you have system storage that is big enough for that, it's fine. I can't store something as large as a 2-ton boar in a storage slot, and you can't put the bodies in a storage ring. The system doesn't count them as real items in that way." Carl shrugged. They had never had an issue. Hawk wasn't waiting for the rest of them to start the run, and a streak of deep blue fire flowed down from the sky as he attacked, and the smell of roast boar filled the area. "I guess that's our cue. If you could call your golems, please." Elder Alex sighed. Dana laughed as she summoned her golems, and Ray vanished off into the trees to go find the boars that Hawk was harassing. Everyone could hear it squealing in outrage as it was roasted alive, but its attacks were proving ineffective against the fast-moving phoenix. It was firing wind blades at him, but Hawk had no issue dodging them. In contrast, the boar was practically a stationary target against the incoming flames. Oathbreaker giggled as he was summoned by Carl as an epic golem, and saw what was going on in the dungeon. "Oh, we're farmers now. That sounds fun." Then, he was also gone into the distance, and Elder Alex sighed. "Why do I get the feeling that group battle tactics are not your strong point?" Dana giggled, and stuck out her tongue at Carl. "No, he's just terrible about keeping his companions under control in general. But they are doing what they're supposed to. The epic golems have gone to collect a group of boars and pull them to us so that we can fight them in the open, instead of in the trees. They're quite intelligent, and don't need direct orders to know what needs to be done." A horde of boars charged out of the trees as she finished speaking, and her golems moved to intercept. With auto parry, from her skills, Oathbreaker was very close to the ultimate tank. Nothing was going to get past his blades, and he took no damage if nothing could hit him. Added to the other golems, and then Carl's spectral knights, their entire group could attack from the second rank, with no real threat to them. This is the way to do a dungeon. Socrate laughed as he used a skill to fire stone bullets at the boars. Agreed. Elder Alex laughed as he activated Circle of Light, and turned the whole battleground into a danger zone for the boars. Thor transformed, keeping himself shrunk to roughly the size of one of the Golden Dragon Nation's train cars. That was small enough that he could fight, and large enough that he could defend a whole side of the battle as Ray and Hawk pulled more boars toward them. The spider called all her undead, both the spectral knights and a group of lich lords, to stay at the battle, and then vanished again, leaving the boars behind as she went with her spider golems to find more. "Are we just doing the whole fight here?" Elder Kushal, their shaman, asked. He was supposed to be the healer, if they were actually taking damage over Remy's healing totem's ability. But mostly he was just calling lightning as he waited. "Just up to the first boss, I think. Hawk says that there are 3 bosses in here. The boar guy, the hellhound Cerberus, and a giant bear. We will move between each section because it's a pain to pull monsters too far. But it's easy to get everything in a zone to converge." Remy nodded eagerly. "I could just use Apocalypse and everything in the zone would come straight to us. But that's not as evenly paced as letting Hawk and Ray do it." Elder Alex shook his head in dismay. He had no doubt that the insane little snake girl would indeed use an area spell large enough to cover a third of a dungeon if she didn't think it would be inconvenient for others. There was no fear of being defeated apparent in her tone. Meteor proved to be the most effective tactic against the crowded horde of boars that had been gathered by the beasts and the golems. You could rain them down and hit everything continually, without running into other issues. Of course, there were Hellstorm, Vortexes, multiple, Lightning Zone, spells, the Circle of Light, in 2 different iterations, and a Toxic Fog, over what was now a Naga Swamp. But that was why the meteors were so effective. With so many area effects going, it would mess up the flow if they started pushing inward and closing ranks. It was better to keep their distance and let Ray and the undead herd the beasts into the swamp, where they would be continually damaged and unable to escape. "Spread the group, the next incoming boars are going to be from our right flank," Alex warned as he shifted his own positioning. He had been keeping close track of what the beasts had been pulling, and where they had gotten it from so that they could move the golems to create an opening to funnel the boars through. As long as everything was inside the perimeter before it started fighting back, all was well in the world. But if they started to attack from the outside of the formation, everything would begin to collapse, and the golems would face enemies from the front and the back. Enemies that were individually stronger than they were. Though not by as much as the Avenger had initially assumed. The buffs that Carl could give to the group were astounding, and with the little fox continually playing a song of inspiration, to increase their attack speed, the damage per second certainly wasn't lower than any less prepared low-ascended group would have been. That should be the last of the boars. All that is left is the boss, and he doesn't look edible. Hawk informed the team through their mental link. Hawk says it's just cleanup now. The golems will close ranks, and we will wipe out the last of the boars. Carl relayed. Socrate mentally calculated their timing. They were way ahead of schedule, thanks to the massive number of golems and summoned undead in the group. Carl and Ray each called a dozen spectral knights, and then another half-dozen lich lords. Added to the basic golems that they could use, and it was an overwhelming force. The surprising part was that Dana didn't have more golems of her own. The most likely reason was that she wasn't compatible with the necromancy-based summons, which was completely understandable. But she must also be short on skill points, and hadn't managed to get most of the skills in her new skill tree. The elders were used to immortals who had taken much longer to reach the void stage, so they would naturally have had decades of missions to build skill points, and would have a stockpile of them when they switched. If Dana had used all hers up to maximize her old class before changing, then she would still be waiting on the best parts of the new class. The crushing constructs, skill combined with elemental wrath, certainly did add a massive amount of damage to her golems, though. That core class skill of the golem master class was enough to make the class worth taking, even if you didn't have any spare points. Crushing constructs increases golem damage or defense by an amount equal to one chosen skill. Damage type and effects change to match the chosen skill. Move toward the boss. The last boars are almost down now, and we can start redeploying the golems. Carl instructed a few minutes later. Being so outnumbered, they couldn't even attack the last few boars. There wasn't space to attack around the constructs, or properly target what was left of the dungeon spawn. Alright, we will wait for the last of the golems there. I'm assuming you'll just summon them to you when you arrive? Carl nodded. As soon as the last of the boars are dead, I will call fresh golems, and we can start on the boss. Hawk silently rejoiced. If everyone was leaving early, that meant that nobody was going to fight him for the corpses. Carl would steal them from his pile later, that was certain, but these others wouldn't fight him for his food. In his mind, that made them much more trustworthy. Almost likable. For Hawk, that was high praise, and he was already calculating his gains as he picked up the last of the boar corpses, each of them the size of a dire bear with tusks. So much meat. The group approached the clearing where the boss was stomping around, giving orders to a pair of large boars, who were tearing up the ground for him, hunting for truffles. Remy's eyes got excited at the sight. If there were truffles here, they were an excellent alchemy resource, and she wanted to have them. She had managed to get some growing from the last ones she found, but ones from the dungeon were likely in better condition. Stephen the Incredibly Powerful, the boss mob's nameplate read. That's totally a self-appointed title. Ray joked as she read it. Guaranteed. Do you think that he will smell like bacon when Hawk roasts him? Kara asked. Only one way to find out. Seeing the beast's excitement, the three elders prepared for the fight. You can hold off on the extra mobs. They get a buff from the boss, so it's easier to passively damage them with area damage and finish them after. Socrate explained. Alright, we will assign just a few of the summons to hold them in place. They're likely much easier to kill than the boss, and we've got a lot of area damage, so it should be fine. Carl agreed. Perfect. Send Oathbreaker in to grab the boss, and let's get this started. Just be sure to turn him away from the group. All his major attacks only hit an arc in front of him. Kara laughed at the news. What a shitty boss. Oathbreaker vanished and then appeared in front of the boss, while two more copies appeared in front of the boars and began herding them to the side of the clearing, where they wouldn't be in the way of the main fight. Everyone forward. I will take the boss. He doesn't hold aggro well. Alex, the Avenger, ordered. The demons were doing a pretty good job of holding the boss for now, but they set all the area damage spells and started to attack. It began to turn away from the demons, distracted by the damage to its back. Oathbreaker didn't have a taunt-type skill, so the Avenger used his and pulled its attention forward, then moved to let the demons, auto-parry, do the hard work for him. It was a brilliant technique, at least at first. Then, Kara got bored. She dive-bombed the boss face, and while her claws did a wonderful job of tearing out the creature's eyes, that also made it impossible for the boss to track the tanks. So, it started throwing attacks at whatever made noise, or what direction it was being attacked from. Elder Socrate laughed as he realized what had happened, and wondered how it had never happened to their group before. Plenty of warriors attacked the face, going for the extra damage, but he'd never seen the boss blinded before, unless that was an effect of Kara's attacks. Damn it. Dodge those, they're going to hit hard. The alchemy elder complained. Relax, it's not that bad. We spread an eternal lightning barrier and limited invulnerability to everyone. The healing totem should be enough, just keep up the damage, and we will try to ping-pong him between attackers. Carl replied. How is that going to work? Socrate asked as he dodged a wave of blade energy. Thor laughed and transformed, then punt-kicked the boss across the clearing. Now, it had no idea what it was supposed to be attacking, or what had hit it. It hadn't seen anything large enough to do that before it was blinded. So, it attacked blindly at Oathbreaker, who was the first to reach him. That kept it turned away from the group for a while as the boss gained its bearings. It tried to parry the second time that Thor kicked it, but with the weight difference, it was a bit like a ball trying to stay on the ground through pure willpower. The elders laughed as quietly as they could at the proud look on the behemoth's scaly face. Every time that the boss looked like it was going to get oriented again and start targeting properly, Thor would smack it with his tail, or kick it and send it flying. The constant movement, and the rolling across the ground was keeping the Boorman fully disoriented, and the damage was stacking up fast, even though their two primary damage dealers were underleveled for the instance. The damage was improving as they went, but Socrate was sure that was a skill, and not actual power progression on their part. It was much too fast for it to be real power gain, and they had seen the same effect during the clan war, but on a much larger scale, thanks to the war banner. The first to fall was one of the additional boars, followed quickly by the other. The area damage of the fight, especially Opal's, toxic fog, was so high that they simply couldn't hold out any longer, even with just one demon fighting them. That didn't seem to change anything during the boss fight, other than that it freed up two more Oathbreakers to dart in and out of melee combat, chopping up the boss at an incredible rate. The boss fell, and a large purple chest appeared next to the corpse. Is that normal? Carl asked. It is for this dungeon. Unlike some others that delay the loot until the end, this one gives you all the loot up to the boss after the boss falls, Socrate explained. Nice. Now, let's get this open. Kara began. The elders thought about stopping her, but she was a badger. If anyone was likely to get interesting loot from a boss chest, it was probably her. Kara popped the latch on the chest, and a system message appeared in the air. Accept rewards or randomize. All three elders lunged forward to stop the badger, but it was too late. Kara reached out and smashed the randomize portion of the notification with her hand, and the chest closed before raising into the air and spinning wildly. Come on, lucky sevens. Mama needs new shoes. The elders stared at the badger, wondering what she was talking about. Her words seemed to have done something, though. The light from the spinning chest was growing more intense, shifting from purple to gold, to a rainbow that everyone assumed was the sign of randomization. The rainbow-colored chest settled back onto the ground, and Kara leaned forward reverently, inspecting the surface. Then licked it. The chest popped open, and blinding light burst forth for a half-second before fading and revealing a single piece of treasure. Porcine Cleaver of Carnage, Peerless Grade, Immortal Rank Two-Handed Blade. Deals 450% of base damage as physical damage. Increases base strength by 500 points, deals double damage to boar-type enemies. Kara cheered, and held the blade over her head in both hands. Alex laughed and took the weapon from her, as it was twice the size of her body. That is absolutely ridiculous. Double damage against boar-type monsters is pretty niche, but the absolute damage that it will deal is crazy. As we've rolled only one item from this boss, should we put it up for draw? The Avenger asked. You can have it. I'm a craftsman, so I'll make something similar and just a bit lower in quality now that I have an idea how the abilities will work together. Some things interact more easily than others, you see. Now, should we get prepared for the second section? It sounded like it was a larger variety than this section. Carl explained. Take 5, grab a snack and a drink, and we will go. There are 2 types of threats here. The kobolds have hellhounds with them as attack dogs, while the wolverines are a wandering threat. You can find them anywhere, they don't stay in place, and they won't wait for an encounter to end before they attack, so stay on guard. Other than that, it's straightforward until we get to the Cerberus boss. Perfect. Would you like a cupcake? With the golems in position, the group moved out from the boss's clearing, this time not sending Hawk and Ray ahead to gather everything. The enemies were arranged in hunting teams, and the wolverines would be harder to find, hidden in the underbrush. So, they would make their way to the next boss in the conventional manner, and see what came up. The golems were in a defensive formation around them, while the elders prepared to be ambushed from the trees. Not that the hellhounds could climb them. But they were strong and fast enough to use them as a springboard, and leap from dozens of meters away to land in the middle of a formation while the kobolds attacked the outer flanks. And that was exactly what happened. Incoming. Elder Alex called as the growls of hellhounds filled the air. They were already mid-leap, too late for anyone to change what came next. Great gouts of fire hit the hastily erected, bulwark, barrier over the team, which the hellhounds clawed and snapped at as they slid to the ground. Then the arrows from kobold archers began, and Dana whistled to warn the others that she was giving a command to her golems. They spread out to engage the hellhounds, while Oathbreaker and the Lich Lords from both Carl and Ray's teams engaged the rangers. Alex had given up on his sword, and had actually switched to a bow now, an unusual concession for a warrior, who would normally just go chase the targets. However, with the number of golems, it was easier to target around them than to try to fit between them. Then, the howling started to pull more groups, which was not how the dungeon was supposed to go. The hounds and their kobold handlers would only come one group at a time, if you didn't move to engage, but they could hear the howling in the distance coming closer. I swear, you can't enter a dungeon without something strange happening. Elder Socrate sighed as he formed a thunderstorm overhead. What fun would it be if we had so many golems and only fought a half-dozen hounds at a time? Besides, this is so much more efficient. We didn't even have to go get them. Opal joked. Put up an illusion so that they're not going to jump right into the middle of our group, would you? I don't know about you, but I'm not much of a tank. The tiny Fae laughed. She wouldn't even be a mouthful for the hounds. If she was attacked, being swallowed whole and needing to fight her way back out was a very real threat. They're coming from every side. Dana noted. Just how many groups of hounds and kobolds are there supposed to be in here? 30 or so. Dana sighed. Of course, there were going to be 30 groups of them. They could never pick a short dungeon when they somehow pulled everything. At this rate, they would be lucky if the bosses stayed on their platforms. The golems shifted positions as the first group was eliminated, and encircled the team so that they were in position for the next attack. Leo and Socrate created a net of vines overhead, to reduce the damage taken by their barriers during the initial assault. The hellhounds were coming fast, and Socrate was beginning to get nervous, but Alex and Carl both looked far too calm. Not going to panic a little? The alchemist asked. Nope. We can't kill them until they get here. I've got plenty of area damage skills, and Ray is waiting to start resurrecting the hellhounds that she killed with blood destruction. It's going to get busy, but we're not going to be in any real danger. Carl insisted. Dana shrugged as Kushal, the final and mostly silent member of their team, turned to her for confirmation. He didn't say anything, just accepted it. Dana wasn't panicking, and she was the golem mistress, the one whose summoned constructs had the most combat capability. Perhaps not in total volume, but individually. It was just a shame that Carl's large group summoning spells were necromantic in nature, and she couldn't use them, as her class was focused on golems not the undead. The hounds charged into the front ranks of the undead, their claws finding very little traction against the shields of the spectral knights who had stopped the advance. Then, the area damage spells went up, fire filled the skies, and the ground softened as, Naga Swamp, made the whole area hostile to the fire element beasts. Normally, Hawk would have been outraged, but as the hounds were fire-resistant, he was focused on the kobolds anyhow, and the Naga was doing a fine job of tormenting them. He just wished she would use something other than water magic. Remy laughed as she listened in on Hawk's thoughts, then added a bit more rain to the thunderstorm spell she had active. Even normal water was an annoyance for the hellhounds, and the spell dropped a lot of it, interspersed with hail, lightning and tornadoes. Just a little extra spice for the ongoing apocalypse spell that had blanketed everything over top of Opal's toxic fog. Ray vanished into the distance, going after the kobold archers in the woods. That was her natural element, and with the limited light, there was very little chance that they could even see their death coming before she was on them. The creatures had fairly solid damage output, but they were not durable. The usual tactic was to focus on taking them down with ranged skills, while the hounds were held in place, then finish the hounds. It would have the group take less overall damage. In this situation, there were so many hounds, so many golems and so much everything, including fog and fire vortexes, that everyone was just picking something to hit, while Carl and Dana organized the formation of the constructs, preventing anything from getting to the group members inside. The first thing to arrive was not the hounds, but the wolverines. 30 kilos of fangs and anger, shaped roughly like Kara, but with light brown fur that made them look more like an angry tiny bear. The larger golems had a hard time dealing with them, as they were so close to the ground, attacking the lower legs and trying to rush past to get to the inner ranks of the defenders. And like Kara, it was a nightmare to stop them without putting up an actual barrier. Nobody wanted to do that, as it would stop them from effectively attacking outward, and make their sight lines even more limited than they already were. So, they were going to have to get into melee combat, even with so many golems around. Kara, for one, was overjoyed. Not only were they her size, but they were sneaky sorts. Sure, they were driven insane by the dungeon, but they were still intelligent enough to avoid the golems and go for the targets that looked much easier to shred. Unfortunately, appearances were deceiving. The first one that they went for was Dana, and with auto parry, combined with her exceptional agility, they were having zero luck hitting her while the mage continually blasted them. Everyone had assumed that they would go for Carl next, as most dungeon mobs targeted by power level, then went for the healers. But the Wolverines didn't. Instead, they went for Elder Socrate and Remy. That greatly amused Kara, though she could see why the little snake was the next logical target. She was at the same power level as Carl and Dana, and while she was next to the Alchemy Elder, she was much smaller than everyone else, excluding Tion. The fox was standing on Leo's back, as the pair of them floated over the main battle, healing as needed, and using Leo's nature magic to create nets of vines that would slow the attacking forces down. Keeping them in the outer ranks of the battle, where the golems could take the damage, was a much better option. Unfortunately, while the Wolverines showed no intentions of coming up after them, the Hellhounds would be arriving soon, and they were perfectly capable of jumping high enough to attack the pair in their attempts to land in the middle of the battle. They would have to rely on Thor when the time came. He was the one with the best control over Bulwark, and that barrier was much more effective than anything else they had at preventing enemies from getting inside their formation. The howling of the Hellhounds was coming from all around them now, as the Kobold team leaders arranged them for one large assault. They weren't remaining stationary while they prepared the assault. They couldn't stage in place with the effects of apocalypse spreading through the area. But they also couldn't wait long, as they had no healers, and there was both toxic fog and burning embers blowing on the wind that would continually weaken them as they waited. So, the moment that they had decided they were close enough to where they needed to be, a horn blew, and the whole section of the dungeon was charging at them. Hellhounds were tossed into the air by hellstorm vortexes, and the area was peppered with meteors as Hawk aimed to eliminate the kobolds who were guiding the battle. They were the smart ones, so they had to go first. This is getting out of hand. Elder Alex sighed, switching from his blade back to arrows as the last of the wolverines who had made it to them were contained by Elder Socrate in a lightning cage. Give it a moment, and we will start seeing the ranks thin again. Tion, how is the healing going? Carl called back. The fox yipped happily. He was still fine with healing the group. They weren't taking too much damage, as, limited invulnerability, was doing the heavy lifting for them. Having the skill spread through the entire group was an immense advantage, when it was normally only available to dedicated tank-type classes. Having it on all the golems made the common attacks of the hellhounds mostly ineffective, and turned the threat of the hellhounds into more of a nuisance. Carl and Kara's Chaos Vortex attacks were particularly effective against the hellhounds, second only to Remy's water elemental attacks. It only took a half-dozen attacks to eliminate a hellhound. And that was giving Carl a great idea. He equipped the Haint Claw and moved into the front ranks, with Chaos Vortex cast individually on each claw. It took a few seconds to reactivate 10 copies of the spell, but when he swiped the hound with one hand and 5 copies of the spell hit at once, it tore through the creature's ribs and sent it flying, just in time for his other hand to swat an equally unfortunate hound away. This was actually going to strain his mana pool, Carl realized. Chaos Vortex was not a mana-friendly spell, but it had the highest damage out of anything that he could use, and most species had absolutely zero defense against it. Even most damage reduction abilities didn't work against the 5-dimensional vortex. Going for extra mobility, Carl shifted to cat demon form. It was more agile than his human form, and the tail could be used to balance himself during rapid movement. Mana flowed into him from the dungeon, as his natural regeneration rate struggled to keep up with the output of constant barrages of Chaos Vortex attacks. But the stacked attacks were clearing an entire section of the battle, leaving the golems free to refocus their attacks and shore up weaknesses in their line. Someone needs to teach me that skill. Alex complained as he watched the transformed pet sitter rampaging next to his spider. If you can use it, we will have Kara teach it to you later. It's one of her signature abilities. Dana agreed with a slightly mocking smile. Whether he still wanted it or not was up to him. The skill was every bit as good as it looked, though. And while she wasn't certain that Alex would be compatible, if he could use it, the unpredictable effects of the chaos element would give him a great advantage in future challenges. Assuming that anyone was going to try to stop the new home merchant clan from entering hidden realms and dungeons in the near future after the carnage in the Templars' compound. Carl paused to catch his breath, and to shake the blood off of him. It might not stick to his barrier, but it was everywhere after dealing with the hellhounds, and now that the mob was beginning to thin, he had time to do more planning instead of just attacking the next thing trying to eat him. There were patches in the hellhound offensive now, and the number of archers that were supporting them had dropped dramatically. The kobolds were no match for Ray. For a few seconds, Carl considered the options as he absorbed some of the excess life and soul energy from his weapons. It might not be the direct growth that it provided at the mortal ranks, but the amount that he could use was vastly increased, and all he had to do was adapt it to what he wanted his immortal spirit to be, and it would stack on his own power. It wasn't yet a passive growth ability, but he was working on getting it there. There, a growing hole where the golems were pushing the hellhounds apart. Carl used Shadow Step to appear behind the hounds, and Chaos Vortex on the Haint Claws to tear through them. Forcing them to turn away from the rest of the group made them extremely vulnerable, but with all of the packs in the region already gathered, Carl had little fear of the same happening to him. Ray laughed as Carl finally began to embrace her fighting style. Shadow stepping between targets was the best way to engage. They never knew what was coming for them until it was already too late. With only her 2 core golems accompanying her, she had managed to eliminate the majority of the ranged support for the hounds using that tactic. Getting through them left the hounds leaderless, and in the dungeon, their insanity made them much worse at cooperative efforts and pack hunting than she suspected they should be. In the outside world, a hellhound pack should be able to coordinate these numbers without any issues. But the small packs weren't working together, they were only working beside each other. That meant that when she finished the last of the archers, there was no more coordination going on, and she was free to join Carl on the outskirts of the pack, stabbing through scorching hot hellhound hide with impunity, knowing that only those closest to her would even respond to her presence. The fact that dungeon monsters were insane was possibly the greatest advantage ever. As the numbers dwindled, Dana, Thor and Kara came out to fight outside the golems, leveraging their strengths in melee combat to increase the clear speed. Then, they were standing alone in a pile of corpses. "Hawk, did you run out of storage space? They're stringy and taste like hot rocks." Carl laughed at the bird's angry response. He had gone out to collect the kobold corpses, and rejected them as unsuitable to take space in his food storage. But the hellhounds were apparently inedible. "Well, maybe you'll luck out with the boss, but I wouldn't count on it. Perhaps the final boss." Hawk laughed, a keening cry that made Dana smile. The last section was supposed to be full of bears and snakes, both of which Hawk generally considered to be edible. He circled over the boss platform. Cerberus was massive, a three-headed hound that should more properly be considered a form of behemoth. Seriously, that thing was the size of a full-grown dragon. Elder Alex sighed as they approached the platform. "Dealing with this thing is a nightmare. All three heads can breathe fire, but the majority of the incoming damage is going to come from his fire domain skill." Hawk transformed into a demon crow and landed in front of him, bumping his leg to demand more explanation. Thor had a lightning zone, which was good. Opal had her illusionary domain, which was even better. So, wouldn't a fire domain be even better? It had the same word as the illusion one, but it was fire, so it was obviously a step higher tier. "I don't know if you can learn that just by fighting him. But it is a drop from the boss sometimes. That's how the clan got a copy of it. If it doesn't drop, you can ask Carl to purchase a copy from the clan for you. We will have more than enough credits by the time that we finish restocking the warehouse." Elder Alex reminded him. That was enough to mollify Hawk, who nodded, then flapped into the sky before transforming back into a dark flame phoenix. If he can transform, why doesn't he just use a humanoid form and ask questions? The elder asked. He doesn't like humanoid form. It's a Hawk thing. He's perfectly capable of it, he just doesn't like to do it. Really? Elder Socrate asked dubiously. He really got the impression that the phoenix was more bestial than the others, not quite on the level of a highly intelligent divine beast species. That was normal for a phoenix, as the species rarely gained the ability to speak. But with Carl leading him, he should have advanced using the same skills that had made the others vastly more intelligent than their base. Hawk rolled his eyes, then landed next to them, and transformed into what was supposed to be a Tengu, using unholy beast transformation. Only, what he got was a harpy with deep blue feathers, clawed feet and bird feet, with fingers at his central wing joints, so he could grab things. "See, I can transform and speak just fine," Hawk retorted, still speaking avian. "I see that. That's actually impressive. I've never seen a dark flame-type harpy before." Hawk nodded smugly, then transformed again, and returned to circling, ready for the fight to start. Dana did her best not to laugh at the interaction. Hawk had managed to mess up the transformation again. Or perhaps that was how it always worked for him. She had never seen him try to use the humanoid side of the skill before, only the demon crow version that made him smaller, so he could more easily travel in public. Alright, if he breathes fire and uses a domain-type ability, we will need to spread out. Kara can work on limiting the effectiveness of the domain, but it will be mostly up to Remy and Socrate to keep healing totems up to heal the group. Carl suggested. Socrate shook his head. Unfortunately, a fire domain will burn the totems. Alright, then. We will leave it to Leo and Tian. Leo has a healing over time skill, and Tian can do the same with his Holy Light skill. They will do the primary healing for the fire domain. Though, there might not be much incoming damage, now that everyone is under the effect of limited invulnerability. Elder Alex nodded. That skill to spread buffs to your whole group is absurdly overpowered, you know that, right? Carl nodded. And it gets more interesting. I've also got the Ancient Wisdom skill, so I can grant everyone in the team one of my skills, if it's an active one that I can't just use as a buff. So, if we're up against something that is mostly immune to someone's damage, we can give them a new attack skill. Elder Alex nodded. He also had the skill, and he had received it in the same manner that Carl had, by doing a favor for Elder Xiao Bai. That old woman was a bit crazy, but her power was immense. It was just a shame that her daughter turned out as crazy as her. The last time that he had seen Anila, she was in a heated disagreement with her bonded Moor cat, and was losing the argument. The girl needed some serious help if she was going to develop her personality enough that she could even manage to get her own cat to take her seriously. Kushal cleared his throat, and then created a totem in his hand. Just stay near me, and the damage won't be too bad. I've got resistance totems for most elements. I might fight like a warrior most of the time, but I am a shaman type class. Perfect. That will make life easier on the healers. Now, given his size, I suspect that it would be best if both Thor and I transformed. We can distract the boss, and everyone else can focus on damage. Carl offered. Alright. Let's do this. Carl nodded, and then activated Avatar to transform into World Dragon form, before refreshing War Beast to give himself more armor. Thor did the same, returning to Behemoth form, before using War Beast to armor his massive body. The appearance of the two immense threats caught the attention of Cerberus, despite the fact that they weren't within the boss engagement area yet. There was no time for things to get strange, though. Carl charged, with Thor circling to his left, aiming for a horn strike to the flank of the massive hound. Damn, that's terrifying. Immortal behemoths in both dragon and lizard form make the boss look like he's the one that should be working in a team for the battle. Elder Socrate joked as he moved to the opposite side of the boss. Thor and Carl both had epic grade constitutions, so it technically was two bosses on one, even before the rest of them arrived. So, the alchemy elder wasn't wrong. The Cerberus was the one that should be afraid of them, not the other way around. In the dungeon, it couldn't feel that fear, but the boss was backing toward a cliff, putting his back against solid stone, so that the two largest attackers couldn't encircle him. Cerberus wasn't even paying attention to the rest of the group, not even when his fire domain activated, and the golems charged into melee combat. The three-headed hellhound behemoth was too busy fending off the claws, jaws and horns of Carl and Thor to even spare a claw for them at first. It did turn one head to eventually douse them in hellfire, lightly roasting the golems. But that was the extent of the attention that it could pay when Carl was trying to manhandle him to the ground, so that Thor could ram him with those massive horns. Being as large as he was, that horn would punch a hole a meter wide halfway through the boss if Thor managed to get a solid enough hit on a soft spot. That wasn't something that Cerberus could afford. He snarled and bit down on Carl's forelimb with one head, but the dragon used that as a way to pull him onto his hind legs, limiting his mobility and forcing him to release or risk being gored. But not without a triple dose of hell flame for the dragon first. The flames should normally have been devastating, and even against Carl's absurd levels of damage reduction, it still did nearly a third of his health in damage. Elder Alex whistled softly in appreciation for a truly tanky tank class. Taking 3 heads of flame breath at once was usually a party wipe event. You kept the heads separated so that they didn't focus on anyone. If they did, then you ran. The damage was lower if you were further away, and it had trouble hitting you if you were underneath the boss. However, none of those usual tactics mattered when you had a 100-meter-long dragon to throw at the boss. Assuming it could take the punishment, that was. One of the heads turned in the direction of Dana and Opal, but Carl spread his wing to balance himself as he tried to get at the throat of the boss, inadvertently blocking its line of sight, and any attempt it might have made at using fire breath in that direction. Kara nullified the fire domain again, giving the healers a bit of relief as the golems hacked away at the boss. Keeping all of them alive was stressing Tion out. Carl was too busy to refresh his golems when they got low, so if they wanted to keep the numbers up, they either needed to remind him or keep them healed. Most of the group was further back, and his healing spells had a limited area of effect. Leo had rejuvenation, active next to the boss, but Tion was covering the ranged attackers, and had to manually target to help with the closer targets. He needed more healing skills. Maybe a healing song that he could switch to from inspiration. Bit by bit, the Cerberus boss health was whittled away, until it finally reached the 10% mark, and Elder Alex called out a warning. It's getting ready to enrage. Everyone, group up and prepare for heavy area damage. That was all the warning that Kara needed, and as soon as the boss finished its casting of flame explosion, she immediately nullified it, leaving only the lightest flicker of fire to warm their shields before the effect ended and Karl was back into full melee combat mode. Or, we can just do whatever that was. Kara laughed at the Elder's confusion, then hopped on Cerberus' back to attempt to dig a hole so she could attack from the inside. It was unnecessary. With the concerted efforts of the group, the boss was dead half a minute later, and another purple chest sat in the center of the clearing, marking a successful boss kill. Well, we randomized one of them. Now, let's see what the boss was actually going to give us. Alex decided, before Kara could start picking things again. Fine, we can have the boring loot this time. The Elder chuckled as he reached down and opened the chest. Inside were a dozen immortal rank items, mostly armor pieces, and all at the rare grade, except for one epic grade dagger with poison damage and agility. It was an excellent dagger for any rogue-type class, but Kara was right, it was the boring loot. Compared to the porcine cleaver, a peerless grade item, powerful enough that even the bonuses on epic grade items looked sad, this really was the boring loot. Damn it, I hate when the badger is right. But this is actually what we need for the clan. Most people can't afford the really good loot, so getting mass amounts of rare and a few epic pieces is usually the best call. Especially after a battle where they would have broken many of their armor pieces. Karl shook his head in dismay. Just turn the broken stuff over to me, I will have the members of the Darklight host fix it. They might be mortals, but our mythic crafters should be able to fix immortal rank armor that isn't demolished beyond system recognition. Oh, that is wonderful news. The few craftsmen that we have are so swamped they're booked half a year out. That's why everyone needs new gear. If they can get better stuff, they shouldn't break it as often, and they'll have an easier battle next time. So, this is a good opportunity for them, or a good excuse, depending on how you look at it. But if your team can fix a load of uncommon grade gear in a short turnaround window, the clan members will thank you for it. Our members will be overjoyed. It's one of the best ways for a mythic rank blacksmith, leatherworker or tailor to expand their skills. And there is a chance that they can learn new patterns by repairing items they're not familiar with. It would also give him an excuse to pressure some of the newly advanced immortals into taking up a trade skill. Ozoff would not approve of sending such things home, but they could flood the market here in the immortal world if they could find enough crafting materials. That was something that Karl was going to have to work out soon. They had hide, but not a lot of gems and metals for armor and weapons unless they smelted down trash drops. And this dungeon didn't give them any. Alright, you said bears and snakes, right? Alex nodded. The snakes can be tricky, they don't have a heat signature, and they hide in the trees. But the bears are relatively easy to find. The pattern here is unclear, everything has a territory, but there is no clear path from here to the last boss. And since there isn't a clear path, most groups just go in a straight line, but I suspect that is not what is going to happen today. Karl smiled. I'm glad that you understand. We will spread out with the golems in teams while the core team heads for the boss. That will let us cover 4 or 5 times as much ground, and we can get all the bonus loot at the end of the dungeon for clearing more than most. There's almost always bonus loot at the end. The elders laughed at Karl's optimism. But the way that his group did dungeons, it was little wonder that they were always getting extra loot, either from fast boss kills, or from clearing things that didn't need to be cleared. How are you going to split the golems? Socrate asked, ever the practical one. One team with each Oathbreaker. They're intelligent enough to lead troops as well as or better than I do, and they can communicate with each other. It makes coordination effortless. So, that's 4 Lich Lords, 6 Spectral Knights, 1 Greater Golem and 1 regular Golem with each of the Oathbreaker demons. We can keep the Epic Guards and the bodyguards with us. The elders examined the bodyguards, Karl's pair of Lamia, and Remy's trio of Naga warriors. They were capable enough combatants. The Epic Guards were specialists, with Karl's being a Shadow Drake Treant, Darkwood with scales on the fleshy portions, while Dana's was an Obsession Demon in tight leather armor. Both were high agility fighters, so they would do well enough in the forest, where ambushes were a very real danger. Alright. As long as you think that you'll still be able to spot the snakes, we're ready to split up. The Oathbreaker demons played a quick game of rock paper scissors to see who got which lane through the woods, with the furthest routes, which would be the longest way through the woods, being the favored ones. The demons gave them the thumbs up, and Karl sent them off into the woods. They had a large enough group that they shouldn't have any issues with whatever they found. Especially with Oathbreaker spreading his damage to everything that was in range. The more surrounded they got, the more damage he would be doing, so it was actually to the battle maniac demon's preference when things went wrong. Karl led the way forward, with Thor at his side. They were the most durable of the group, and not just by a small margin. Karl spotted movement in the trees, and sent a chaos vortex up to the snake that was preparing to strike. The creature twitched and fell out of the tree, where it was hit by a half-dozen more skills before it reached the ground. The ambush has been reversed. Remy laughed. Dana spotted the next snake, and again it was mercilessly blasted out of the trees. But this time, the noise attracted one of the bears, and a massive spirit bear, a white-furred beast the size of a dire bear, towering over the group, charged through the trees. Thor moved to engage, and nearly got bowled over, his heels sliding through the soft ground as the bear rammed into his shield. Karl joined from the far side, his claws layered with chaos vortexes, but leaving the close side of the bear open for the others to attack freely. Blood flowed from the wounds in the bear's side, but some of the attacks appeared to do very little. Nearly forgot. Spirit bears are immune to physical damage. Use something elemental. Fortunately, Karl had Brutal Pugilist, which caused his unarmed strikes to target the opponent's weakest resistance. All he had to do was separate from the Haint Claw, and use the claws of his own cat demon form. But it wasn't his damage that was lacking. Chaos damage seemed to do just fine against the bear, and the actual damage done by Karl's claws was minimal. However, the bleed effect was pretty solid. Ray joined Karl on the far side of the fight, while Thor kept the bear's attention as well as he could. There was damage coming from too many directions, and even if he taunted the enemy, it didn't have 100% uptime. The bear was just a dungeon mob, no matter how durable it was. Within a minute, they had it down, and they were moving along. But Karl did wonder how the golems were going to do. They had Elemental Wrath on them, so they were doing fire damage, but he didn't know how effective that was. A happy screech pulled Karl's attention to the right, just in time to see a snake go flying through the woods towards another spirit bear. Direct hit. While Hawk celebrated, the bear tore the snake apart for inadvertently poisoning him. It wasn't easy to get dungeon mobs to turn on each other, but if you could get them to damage each other, it was one of the few ways other than mind control. But the bear was not going to be satisfied with just one snake, and he charged toward the group when Hawk dove through the trees to grab and hurl another one at him. The bear roared as it mauled the snake with multiple applications of rend, his head turned to the annoying phoenix. Hawk was laughing hysterically as he hunted for another snake. If he grabbed them by the tail and gave a twist, they flew so well, like flicking a whip. As long as he hurled them at the bears, it didn't matter whether they damaged the bear or not. They would be out in the open where the team could attack them, and their best chance of reaching the team would be lost. Just keep it slow and steady. If we're full on mana and energy when we get to the boss, we don't need to take the extra break. Usually, the breaks in a long dungeon like this take longer than the actual fights. Alex informed them. Got it, Elder. Don't worry, we will be ready when the final boss is in sight. Oathbreaker, can I get an update? We're further ahead than you are, even though we're taking the long way. You're having too much fun playing with the snakes. We just let them attack the golems, since they're immune. Right, limited invulnerability, meant that you needed a lot of poison damage for it to register on the golems. Carl continued to lead the way through the forest, letting Hawk's newfound love for hurling snakes lead them to the targets. Just don't forget to pick them up after, I'm certain that they taste good, the phoenix reminded him. Don't worry, we're not leaving any of the meat behind. Fight after fight brought them closer to the final clearing, until Carl found himself staring at the most curious sight. There was a tiny white bear standing on its hind legs, arms wide, trying to look intimidating, but visibly terrified. In nature, the spirit bears were an incredibly peaceful species that only knew one intimidation tactic, and it was using it. But Carl and Thor were both vastly larger than it was. Carl stopped, certain that this was the bondable special pet from the dungeon. Don't do anything dumb. That's not a dungeon monster, he warned the others. It looks like one to me. Could it be an albino vampiric panda? Elder Alex replied. The tiny creature growled at them, and Kara laughed. Then, she marched right past Carl and mimicked the creature's intimidation pose. They were close to the same size in animal form, and the bear was clearly confused by the action. It was the one doing the intimidating. Why was this strange winged creature mocking it? That wasn't how intimidation worked. The little bear tried to stomp its feet to show its power, but Kara mimicked it, dancing along with the bear's show. Finally, Dana broke character, and began to laugh at the two beasts dancing with each other. The bear dropped back down onto all 4 feet, defeated. Then it marched over to Dana and lifted its arms, clearly demanding to be picked up. Should we put this little guy in a pet space or something? Maybe toss him in a villa stone until the boss fight is over. I'm sure that one of the rangers will want him. He's adorable. Carl winked at her. Oh, I have a much better idea than giving him to some simple ranger. That little bear is a quest item that rolls a rare class. And do you know who loves fluffy bears? You wouldn't. Oh, I totally will. I'll do it right now. Elder Socrate cleared his throat. Would you mind filling the rest of us in? Because I can think of no fewer than 5 elders who have apprentices that would literally murder for that opportunity. In fact, some of the elders might go that far as well. Or, they would have before you installed a class change obelisk in the clan compound. He wants to give this innocent little fluff ball to a green dragon cleric. Carl nodded. She really is adorable, and Lotus loves girls, fluffy things, and bears. There is no better match for the rare spawn than a green dragon cleric that is on the verge of reaching immortality. Well, she might be a few months away, but not far. Elder Alex smiled. That actually sounds much more entertaining than what I had in mind. I thought that you would keep it. Carl shrugged. I suspect that I already had an advanced past the class that it's going to give. Plus, it's a spirit bear. A tank-type divine beast. That's Thor's role, I'm not short on a tank for our group. And it chose Dana, so it's clearly biased toward cute things. Or, you absolutely terrified it with your aura, while she has Fox Charm passively active. Elder Alex thought, but declined to speak. Now I want to see what the Carl is going to do with the bear. Do you think that you can do it while we're in the dungeon? Or will it have to wait for after? Carl shook his head. It will have to wait for after. I would need to exit to do the transfer, as I can't bring her in when we've already got 5 people, and even if I could, that would likely mess everything up for the run. So, Dana will hold our new fluffy friend, and we will finish the dungeon. He couldn't pull Lotus into the dungeon, and he couldn't easily access the tiny world from inside the instance. So, it would simply have to wait until they finished. Alright, let's get through the last boss, and we can take our loot to go. Elder Socrate suggested. Standing around debating how to use the quest attached to the bear wouldn't help anything. Dana looked down at the little bear in her arms, then handed the ball of fluff to Thor. "Hold on to this one. I have work to do, and we've got spare tanks." Thor chuckled as he patted the little bear's head. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Just go and do your thing, we will be fine." The golems gathered around to prepare for the final battle, while Hawk finished gathering snacks for his meat pile. Once they were all back, Carl led the way, shifting into avatar form as he did. That was the only real option, as the spirit bear tyrant was 10 meters tall, and anything less would not be able to physically restrain it, only try to keep its attention. Normally, you would not try to restrain a boss. That was simply not practical for 90% of the visitors to the dungeon. But more than that, most of the visitors were in groups from multiple clans, and didn't truly trust their teammates not to try to assassinate them if they were locked in combat with the boss. Only a few of the largest clans could boast a large enough variety of ascended immortal elders that they could do this sort of dungeon all alone. The rest were too heavily specialized, and needed to pick up outside assistance to make the process run smoothly at this level. Some refused, and simply went for easier dungeons, using small groups of warriors to eliminate full spirit or void stage dungeons. But the rewards for that were much lower, even before the system penalized you for using an overranked group. The boss immediately determined that Carl was the greatest threat and turned to engage him, letting Carl turn it away from the rest of the group. So, it was only Thor, standing at the back, that noticed the sad look the little bear was giving the boss. "Don't worry, little one. We will end its suffering and stop it from going crazy, then we will get you settled into your new home, where a friendly priestess will cuddle you all day long." The little bear seemed to understand him, and made a happy noise before licking his hand. Thor was deliberately standing back, well out of range of the area attacks that the boss was using. It had a version of gravity slam that is used as a stomp attack with its 2 front feet that shook everyone who was on the ground. Meaning, everyone but Dana, Hawk and Kara. Hawk and Kara were overhead, bombarding the bear with attacks, while Dana was hovering over the elders, keeping herself in range of Tion's healing. Leo floated up into the sky to join her once he realized that the skill only hit things on the ground, and continued his work trying to bind the boss with vines. It wasn't going well, they kept tearing. But he couldn't figure out the tribulation chains that Thor could use. He just wasn't attuned to lightning like that. He didn't need to worry, though. The boss was large enough that most of the golems could attack it from melee range, and it showed no signs of turning away from Carl. It was just soaking up the damage, and its health was falling fast. Predation had stacked up against the other spirit bears, so Ray's bonus was making this entirely too easy on the group, when combined with the many layers of bleeding and poison damage that they had inflicted. Sucrate noticed Remy's confused glance at the ease they were dispatching the boss and smiled at the little Naga. "It's immune to physical attacks. Nearly every other group struggles to even dent its health, but we've got dozens of golems doing fire damage, plus poison and bleeding damage, that appears to be blood elemental, not physical damage. That's a neat trick, I will have to ask Ray about that later. But rest assured, it's simply group composition, not an unusually easy boss." That made sense to Remy. There were too many warriors in the world, so the system had put a boss in this dungeon specifically to punish them for existing. They deserved it. The final boss fell, and another purple loot chest appeared, along with a system notification floating in the air. Dungeon clear. Hidden quest enabled. Everyone in the group saw the quest information pop up in their own interface at the same time. Group quest, find an appropriate home for the orphaned spirit bear. If successful, the chosen caretaker will receive a special class option. Group members will be rewarded based on the suitability of the pairing. Remy hissed in pleasure. Surely, it would give them good things now. Perhaps specialty plants that spirit bears like to eat. She could use some new plants. Carl opened the tiny world now that the dungeon was officially complete, and waved for Ophelia to join them as he grabbed Lotus and turned her to face the dungeon. That was all he needed to do. The moment that she saw the baby spirit bear, her eyes lit up with joy, and she leapt out of the tiny world to grab and cuddle it. The little bear laughed as it wrapped her in a hug and rolled around on the grass with the petite cleric. She was just the right size for hugs, an even better fit than the fox girl had been. Ophelia joined them in the space and shook her head in dismay. "You know you're not getting that bear back, right? We were kind of hoping that you were looking to adopt. I know it's sudden. But that little girl needs a new home, and we've got a quest to find just the right placement," Carl explained. Ophelia watched the pair playing in the grass, and slowly smiled. "I suppose that adoption is a good choice. Eventually, we can teach it how to transform into a humanoid as well. Then it will be able to join the hatchlings at school. Or, it can start in bear form. They're all in dragon form anyhow. Perfect. Now, we just need Lotus to actually read her system messages so that she can complete the binding, and we're done." Ophelia chuckled. "Give her 5 minutes, and she will start to slow down enough to notice what else is happening. She's been busy making new barbecue recipes this morning and hasn't gotten her daily dose of hatchling cuddles." The elders laughed at the mythic priestess. She had clearly just advanced to mythic as well, they could feel the instability of her aura. But she seemed to be perfectly paired with the bear, so if nothing else went wrong, they should get their reward. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, Lotus noticed that she had a message. "Permanently adopt the bear. Fee. Can we have a baby bear? I promise to take good care of her." Ophelia gave her an indulgent pat on the head. "I already talked it over with Carl, and it's fine. We will adopt this bear as our very own." The little bear looked up at the large brown furred wer-bear, and then rolled back onto its feet to sniff at her. She smelled safe, nearly the same as the little priestess. That was a good sign. Of course, part of that was just Lotus scent rubbed off on Ophelia, and the rest was that they used the same bath products. But the little one wasn't thinking of that. Quest complete. Calculating suitability of the pairing. Lotus squealed with joy before going still as she entered the class change screen, and the system brought up its update. Suitability calculated, 105%. The elders chuckled at the system message. That was their assessment as well. The spirit bears should be perfectly peaceful most of the time, relying on the fact that no natural predators could hurt them to live their lives in peace. And this super happy priestess turned chef had married a wer-bear. So, not only was she taking it in, the bear was getting adopted as a member of the family. Lotus came back to her senses and grabbed the little bear to spin it in happy circles. "Look at me. I am the beast master now." She giggled. "Oh, gods no." Dana sighed. "Does this fall under all things are pets, or if not friend, why friend-shaped?" Thor pondered. "It really could be either. Possibly both." Elder Alex noted. "Well, it seems like life is about to get interesting. Should I prepare for Lotus to start trying to adopt a dozen new beasts?" Ophelia asked. Carl shook his head. "No, it's one per rank, so she's not going to get another until immortality. That's only 2 adopted fluffy children. I'm sure that you can manage that." "Oh, that's not so bad. She has plans to start a whole farm just for fluffy things, but I think that now she's got an adopted daughter, I can distract her from it." System reward calculated. A chest appeared in the air as the system message notified them all that the quest was complete. Elder Alex tapped the box, opening it, and a new system message popped up. Bonuses for quest completion are automatically distributed. Bonus for quest acceptance, choice of recipient, and suitability of recipient applied. Carl, Dana and Elder Kushal all cheered at the same time, while the other 2 elders stared at the items in their hands. They had both received identical amulets of limited invulnerability, physical damage. Unlike the regular spell, the amulets ignored 20% of the wearer's life worth of damage. But only physical damage. Still, an item truly worthy of its peerless grade status. However, it paled in comparison to what the others had received. Skill Book, Summon Spirit Bear Tyrant, Epic Grade Summoning Ability. Summons one Spirit Bear Tyrant to protect the caster. Oh, this is most excellent. And it's a new one that the skill repository does not have. Elder Kushal mumbled. Remy looked up from the armful of bamboo shoots that she had received. Oh, a new summoning. That's going to be so much fun. I wonder why you got it but not the other two. I can't use summoning skills. Elder Socrate replied with a shrug. My class is a bit more specialized, as I was focusing on my alchemy skills when I chose it. He was still shaman adjacent, but not a purely shamanistic class that could call on a spirit bear. Alex, on the other hand, was an avenger, an advanced form of paladin. He was also not the sort that could summon bears. Elder Kushal sighed. Now, we need to decide who will give up their copy to the repository to be copied, instead of learning it right now. Fear not, I have a skill for that. You can use yours, and the repository can purchase Dana's as I will teach her the skill through our soul bond. Elder Socrate rolled his eyes. He knew perfectly well that Carl could just teach her the skill anyhow. He had a skill for it. In fact, he could teach Kushal as well, and let the man sell his copy to the repository. Don't be stingy. You can give Dana's copy to your guild's blue dragon, and Kushal can sell his to the repository. Just teach them both. Carl sighed dramatically as he activated, "Follow me, little one," to grant the Summon Spirit Bear Tyrant spell to both Kushal and Dana. Pet Sitter Carl offers knowledge, epic skill, Summon Spirit Bear Tyrant, will be granted to the brooding shaman Kushal. Pet Sitter Carl offers knowledge, epic skill, Summon Spirit Bear Tyrant, will be granted to his Dana Mage. Carl chuckled as the system called her his Dana Mage again, but the real entertainment was Kushal, who had never experienced the skill before. He was looking stunned, staring between the skill book in his hands and Carl. You really can use that old woman's skill. Carl nodded. Indeed. It's got a different name, but that is mostly a difference between systems, as the effect is identical. Now, we've got 2 spare copies of the book, one for the Dark Light host, and one for the clan. That will let both groups pass it to the ones who can make proper copies for the library, and make it a fully available skill. Today has been a wonderfully productive day, and not just for Lotus. The elders smiled at the little cleric, now a beast master, who had pulled Ophelia down to sit with her and her new bear. They were quietly arguing about what the bear should be named, with all 3 of them apparently holding different opinions on the topic. Lotus was aiming for Fluffzilla, which was being roundly rejected by both others. Ophelia wanted to name the bear Tifa, which Lotus insisted was too boring, while the bear wanted to be a rumbling roar that translated to, the peaceful protector of forest streams. That one would never work, as when Lotus tried to pronounce it, the noise came out more like purring, and it made both of them laugh every single time. In contrast, Ophelia could pronounce it perfectly, and the cub was inordinately pleased that she approved of the name. Alright, I need to send you 3 back to the tiny world so that we can make a normal exit from the dungeon. Let me know if you have any sorts of issues. But before you go, I have advice for you. The slow burn skill tree that includes the skill master ability is the most powerful of the 3, and it will allow you to grow your existing healing skills as you use them. Having over-rank healing, or increasing a healing skill to an epic grade version will be a huge benefit for you, even more than it has been for me. Lotus jumped up and hugged him. I totally will. This class is going to be great. I will find the perfect name for my new daughter, and then I will reach immortality, and join you and Dana on missions again. Carl patted her on the head. I am looking forward to it. Once everyone is immortal, we can start doing group activities all the time. And you'll be able to make even more new things for the kitchen. They've got some lovely things here, and they cook for thousands every day. Lotus giggled. I'm teaching the bunnies mystic cooking as soon as I figure out how. That's a Carl skill, and I've got the Carl class now, so I should be able to do it eventually. The elders looked horrified. Giving the rare class to a green dragon cleric was a mistake. A gigantic mistake in a way that they had never considered before. They had been thinking of the dangers of a powerful green dragon cleric, but they hadn't considered what would happen when said cleric made friends with the mortal servants that every clan kept around to do menial tasks. The new home kept bunnies, and the green dragons were extremely fond of them. If this one could figure out how to awaken system skills for them all, the clan would be put in a rather awkward position. Who wanted to be known as the first one to turn the species of domestic helpers into fellow immortals? It was hard to imagine the bunnies rising up against them. But it wasn't impossible to imagine. Many of the clans mistreated the bunnies, even if the new home treated them pretty decently. So, even a visitor from one of the wrong clans could become an issue if they had immortal bunnies running around the clan compound. It almost seemed inevitable now. Once Lotus got it in her head that the bunnies should be able to use mystic cooking, she wouldn't give up on it. Especially if it meant bunnies in the kitchen with her. Technically, they were in the kitchen now, but not cooking, so they were in and out constantly. Having them serve the food was much less close contact than having them standing next to you as you baked and worked the grill. Though, now that he thought of it, that sort of close contact might actually be good for everyone. The sense of usefulness would build confidence in the bunnies, and the constant fluff would keep the green dragons calm. If it really needed to be stopped, the clan leader could deal with it. But she had to know what the Dark Light host was like. The other elders assumed that she had some connection to them, as so many had arrived to help her during the clan war. Surely, they wouldn't have come just because they had two newly advanced immortal clan members in the fight. It had to be related to the clan leader in some way. Ophelia picked up the bear under one arm, and Lotus under the other, before walking into the portal to the tiny world. Say goodbye to the nice elders. Goodbye. Roar. Carl laughed as he let the portal close behind them. The little one hadn't even used a word. She had literally just said, roar, in bear. She was going to get along famously with Lotus. Alright, now we can head for the entrance and pretend that things went normally. Do you think we should brag a little on getting an epic skill book? Elder Socrate shook his head. No, let them think we're farming materials for storage, not taking all the lucky drops home with us. All of the summons were dismissed, and the beasts returned to their spaces. Reluctantly on the part of Kara and Remy, who both wanted to explore this place a bit more, even though they'd already been checking the area for anything worth taking and found nothing. However, Remy had bamboo to plant in the swamp of her space. That was the priority, as it was a high-grade resource, and a new plant that she didn't have. She had other types of bamboo, but this one was special, and was considered a rare grade resource by the system. The team stepped back out of the portal, where a few groups were still staging, waiting for their time to enter. There was only a 1-minute limit between groups, so mostly it was a matter of planning and making sure everyone had what they needed. The final boss was a nightmare for most groups, despite being the easiest of the three for Carl's group. When the last of them stepped outside, a system notice appeared in the air over the portal. New boss kill record time set by the new home merchant clan. Iron Man bonus activated, 60 minutes of bonus rewards from repeated clearances. Everyone stared up at the message, then at the group who had just exited. Well, it looks like we're turning around and going back inside, Dana noted in a dry tone. Elder Socrate sighed. I think that you're right. We will have to discuss the payment for the extra runs afterward, since we're on a timer. The Telhusto elders will surely understand that it's a system bonus. Carl nodded, and immediately turned to enter the portal again. The visitors to the portal began to cheer as they realized what had happened. The boss clear records rarely changed, so most forgot that it could happen without sending a group of clan leaders to deliberately alter it to see if it gave rewards. Once they were back inside, Carl saw that the dungeon was fully reset, but the lighting had changed, and there was a large timer over the top of the center of the instance. Alright, this is going to get messy. We will rush straight for the bosses, while the golems and summons clear the rest of the dungeon. Not a full clear, straight through. Even if we miss a few, it shouldn't hurt the loot too much. Don't spend the time to randomize, just grab and go, the loot should be good enough with the bonus. Elder Alex smiled as Carl began issuing orders. The pet sitter was a natural-born leader, but some of that was likely from growing up with a team of beasts that needed directions to prevent them going off and doing their own thing. Especially the badger. The new bears appeared, every bit as intimidating as summons as they had been as the boss. They were even the same size, not a degraded version. That was going to be a nasty shock for anything that they came across. All the boss monsters let loose on the dungeon. First the Carl, then Oathbreaker, Thor, and now the tyrants. Kara cheered. Carl laughed as he made a shooing motion for the badger to join the teams clearing the mobs ahead of them. They needed a clear path to the boss if they weren't going to be delayed too much. That didn't seem likely. There were too many groups along the main route to the boss, and the woods were the same. If you entered, you pulled more monsters. So, they were going to have to do some fighting. However, the summoned creatures had split up the same as they did for the bear section. Split into 4 groups, they could fight their way forward smoothly, and leapfrog each other to keep the clear going. Change of plans, finish the clear as we go. Soon, things will only need a few hits to finish them when we arrive, and I've got mana pylons, so there is no need to hold back on the heavy damage skills. The spirit bears roared happily as they reached combat, and Dana shook her head in dismay. This isn't even going to be a fight. The majority of the dungeon is completely incapable of damaging them. Even without limited invulnerability, they are immune to physical damage. Elder Alex sighed. I wish I could learn that skill. That is absolutely broken. Now, don't get me wrong, this new amulet is spectacular. But having that bear to take the damage for me would be so much better. Well, you know what elder to take with you now. And soon, more of the druid and other compatible classes will have it, Dana joked. She wasn't actually certain how many classes could even use the summoning skill for the spirit bear tyrant. But some of the druid-related ones certainly should be able to. It was the sort of skill that their class gave them at lower power levels. The bears also did an impressive amount of damage. Not as much as Oathbreaker, especially when they had multiple groups engaged, and his damage-spreading skill would hit everything. But more than any of the other golems, despite their defensive focus. With the damage focused, and everyone burning through mana to clear faster, they nearly marched through the first group. It was under 10 seconds before they were finished, and the group was moving forward again, jogging to the second pack. Indomitable, Leo's skill to prevent exhaustion, was going to be invaluable for this run, as everyone was going to be moving fast. If Carl's mental calculation was right, they should be able to get 2 full runs in under an hour, and might even get started on a third. That could add up to a lot of bonus loot. The clan only expected them to do 1 today, so 3 was already good. 3 with better than average loot would make everyone happy. Everyone but Kara, who wanted to roll for better loot at every box. Even if it reduced the quantity. The team was jogging steadily as they approached the first boss. The boar man had been watching his minions being crushed by the advance of the invaders, and now they were coming for him. It was clearly a mismatch between the forces, but he was much stronger than the boars were. He prepared for the inevitable attack, whether it was those tall and slender demons or the bears that were leading the final charge. No matter what it was, he was confident that he could take them. That confidence did not survive the first engagement between the boss and the bears. The 2 spirit bear tyrants were so much larger than the boar man boss that it could only desperately try to fight them off. But all the damage that it could do was of the physical element, in the eyes of the system. And that meant that he couldn't even scratch them. So, he gave up on that and tried going for anyone else. Unfortunately, the bears were not on board with that plan, and they immediately began to pound him into the dirt the moment that the boss dared to turn away from them. That was enough to put him off balance, and put the boss on the run, trying to avoid the bears as he worked on attacking anything but the bears. The sight was somewhat comedic, and the 3 elders couldn't help but think that they were actually the bullies here. Then, Dana's golems got in position to keep the boss from running, while the bears covered the other two sides, and it was just a matter of dealing as much damage as possible. And that was the end of hope for the boss. In under a minute, he was dead, and everyone was low on mana, even with a pair of mana pylons up. Iron Man bonus in effect, rewards will be granted upon completion. Well, that was unexpected. Much more mana burn than I had thought that we would manage. Take a few minutes and have a snack, then we can continue. Elder Alex informed them with a deep frown. The break wouldn't be long, but too many breaks would be the difference between finishing 2 and getting to down a boss on a third run before their timer ran out. It took nearly 2 minutes before everyone was full of mana and ready to go again, but the golems had been working hard. They had left the moment that everyone took their break, and they had been clearing their way through the kobold and hellhound groups. And they were actually doing it more smoothly than the first run. Instead of accidentally gathering everything, they were grabbing one group at a time, and the hounds weren't howling to pull the rest of the monsters to them. There must be something about our group, and not our tactics, that triggered them last time. The tactic is essentially the same. It's all the golems we had last time, plus a pair of bears. But they're not causing the chaos that our arrival did. Elder Socrate noted. Carl frowned. Excellent point. Let's let them keep clearing the way, and then we will follow behind them and see if anything strange happens. It will cost us some time, but I suspect that the issue was actually our area damage abilities. We hit targets that were outside the area of the group that we pulled, so we pulled more mobs to us. We could try hitting them only with small area attacks and direct damage skills. That should be enough to keep from pulling anything else, since it's clearly not a regular occurrence, or one of you would have known and been prepared for the situation. The elders considered the solution, then motioned for Carl to lead the way. Everyone could deal direct damage to the monsters when they caught up with the golems, and that would take them to Cerberus in a reasonably short time. This whole speed running a dungeon situation is a bit crazy. Who even does this? Elder Socrate complained as they jogged toward the fight. You just hate physical exercise. You'd rather be in your lab working on new pills instead of out here in the fresh air, stretching your legs. Yes, very much so. Remy nodded. I don't like stretching legs either. Legs are overrated. Elder Alex stared at the snake for half a second before realizing that it was a joke, and bursting into laughter. Indeed. I can see how a Naga would object to all things leg-related. Remy giggled as she floated along beside the elders. Exactly, even my lovely bodyguards do not come equipped with legs, and they're specifically designed to protect me. Since they don't need legs, how important could they be? Words of wisdom from our resident Naga matriarch. Perhaps we should start teaching the students how to fight effectively when their legs are not in use. Elder Socrate joked. Kara could already imagine how much fun she would have with that training class. They were just about to join the group when an angry brown form launched itself out of the trees, one of the roaming wolverines that had missed the passage of the main group. Kara was on it instantly, and for a moment the elders hesitated. They were roughly the same size and shape, and she looked so happy having a fist fight with her wingless brown cousin. But they were on a schedule, so it was time to get rid of the nuisance, and move on to join the rest of the team. The barrage of single target skills took out the wolverine the instant they hit, and Kara was left with just one hit. Hardly enough to be satisfying, but better than nothing. Now that she knew what they looked like, she could just have Opal make them with illusionary domain and reality warp. Playing with those long-toothed cousins of the Badger family seemed like it could be a lot of fun. There was plenty of time for that, though. The team managed to catch up just before the golems charged directly onto the platform where Cerberus was standing. The bears took the position of Carl and Thor, drawing the boss' attention, and letting them turn him away from the group so that Oathbreaker could do as much damage as possible. With the whole team in place, the damage stacked quickly, and the elders were beginning to notice that something was off with their damage. They were all in a group for the dungeon, so, Rampage, affected everyone, and they had been moving faster than usual this run, so the damage done in the last minute was higher than the previous run. It was increasing with their focus and the extra mana that they were putting into their attacks. Last run, they had paced themselves for maintenance. This time, they were going all out to kill everything as fast as possible. The speed was enough to give Elder Alex a bit of hope for their future, as the boss was already visible losing health. Cerberus turned to the group, intending to give them a triple dose of flame breath out of annoyance with their battle tactics. Thor created a curved bulwark around the boss' head, deflecting the flames harmlessly to the side, where they only did minimal damage to the golems that were gathered in melee range behind the boss. Tion groaned as he suddenly had to do a lot more healing than expected. He had gotten used to the bears, which took so little damage, and this was the first real healing that he had to do. This was almost like work. Dana gave the little fox a pointed look as he silently grumbled about doing his job, and Tion began adding extra notes to his inspiration tune, trying to drown out her mental chastisement. Nobody was going to die, he was healing more than enough for that, and Leo didn't have to step in with rejuvenation to assist. Cerberus was not going to simply go down that easily. Instead of letting Thor block his mouth again, he turned and bit down on 3 of the golems, before dousing them in flames. That was much more effective, even if it greatly limited the area of effect. However, his flame breath couldn't be used constantly, it took time to prepare it again. So, he had to let the golems go to defend himself properly. That was an annoyance, as they kept switching positions, which was making it difficult for the 3-headed demonic dog to focus down any of the targets. With the constant incoming healing, it only took a few seconds before the majority of the damage that he had done to be recovered. Cerberus fought valiantly right to the last second, but the result was as predicted. Iron Man bonus in effect, rewards will be granted upon completion. The constructs and summoned creatures immediately moved on to clear a path through the snakes and the bears, making their way to the final boss. The same as last time, they were recovering before joining the fight. But unlike last time, they were remaining behind the group so that they didn't get ambushed by snakes and delayed in reaching the boss due to burning more mana. "Do we have a timer?" Elder Kushal asked as they walked through the woods, regaining energy for the final push. "Hawk, what's the timer?" He was the only one moving high enough that he could see the system notification in the middle of the dungeon. 16:53. 54. 55. Just about 17 minutes now. We're well ahead of schedule. Carl informed the elder. Perfect. Alright, let's get straight onto the boss. Having all those fire damage golems is a huge benefit. Elder Alex decided. Carl mentally calculated what it was going to take them to do the boss. If they could keep their speed up, and immediately re-enter the dungeon, they might actually be able to get almost all of a third run completed before they ran out of the bonus from the Iron Man award. That was enough to push everyone to try just a little bit harder, working to get the boss down before the 20-minute mark so that they could hope for that elusive third full clear. It was an insane thought, for completions of the same dungeon in one day. But the rewards for it were bound to be spectacular, even if it was only going to let them know just how good after they were finished the run. The bear almost looked confused, looking at 2 identical clones of himself, so similar that they even had his distinctive marking. It had to be strange, seeing an enemy coming for you, only to realize that you were leading them yourself. And not just one of you. Confusion turned to panic, which turned to rage as the bear desperately fought against the clones of itself that were inexplicably stronger than it was. Carl had enough buffs that even though the base level was still lower, the final outcome was a stronger spirit bear tyrant than the original had been. Once Carl got into the ascended ranks, there wasn't much that would be able to stop a summoned beast that was so durable. 19 minutes 30 seconds. Let's return to the door and claim our loot. Elder Socrate announced as the boss finally fell. Everyone was a bit more energetic as they jogged toward the portal, casting occasional glances over their shoulder. Run complete, reset to run multiple times within the allotted time. Yes. Kara and Ray shouted at the same time. All 3 elders began to laugh. They had completely expected that result, both from the flying chaos gremlin, and the blood-obsessed giant spider. Even if the elders left, those two would push for Carl and Dana to remain to keep doing the runs. Alright, a quick snack while the golems start clearing out pigs. Elder Alex agreed as the few remaining corpses visible in the distance vanished, and a whole new set of dungeon monsters appeared. We need to do this more often. Running multiple times without leaving is so much better. Remy decided. Now, she just had to wait to see what sort of shiny new trinkets they got. Carl watched the timer tick down as they dropped the final boss for the 4th time that day. 3 full runs had been completed in the Iron Man timer, with seconds to spare. It was better than they had dared to hope for, but with every run, predation made them more effective, and they all gained a bit more experience with what skills did the most damage for the least energy expenditure. That wasn't something that most of them normally practiced. It wasn't something that mattered when your primary consideration was finishing the dungeon without major injuries. Taking a few more minutes on a fight was better than rushing things and risking a careless mistake. Timer expired, calculating total rewards. Total rewards calculated, please open chest to complete event. Elder Alex walked over to the vibrantly glowing chest and tapped it to open it and see what they had received. What he got was an explosion of rewards. The chest began spewing items like a fountain, tossing them out onto the ground one after another. Armor pieces, weapons, accessories, books, scrolls, gems, blocks of metal. That is glorious. Kara sighed happily as she watched the loot fountain flow. It really is, isn't it? Was there anything that your team wanted out of this run? We can sort out personal rewards before giving the rest to the warehouse for shared credits. Elder Alex noted. Just the crafting materials. We don't really need the items unless there is something absolutely awesome in there, Carl offered. He could make most of the good stuff himself, there was no need to get lazy and grab it from the dungeon. Socrate nodded. That works for us. If we get you to take the crafting materials, other than the alchemy materials that I need, we already know that you're going to upgrade them and sell much of it back to the clan. That's good for everyone. Sure, they'll have to pay for it, but they're going to have to pay for the other items as well, it's how we take clan credits back out of circulation. Kara made a very important discovery from his words. You alter the payouts for missions to reflect how much stuff you have in storage. If you get too much, you start giving more generous rewards so that the members buy it all up. The fact that they can change it for cash to make smaller transactions is just background noise that helps keep the credit system from getting out of hand. And you found a way to exchange clan credits for more cash than the market rate. Don't think that I don't keep track of Carl's account balance. Socrate noted. Remy also bought and sold goods on Carl's account, as the system linked the beasts to his interface. Not as much as I was hoping for, but enough that I can exchange for people and keep the difference to fund the classroom's outings. Kara agreed. I won't ask how you manage that, as I suspect that it involves exploiting a system glitch, and speaking it aloud will definitely cause some sort of backlash. Now, let's get this stuff sorted. Elder Alex nodded. There is a lot of epic grade gear here. Dozens of pieces by my initial count. We only downed 12 bosses, so that's 2 or 3 per boss, which is definitely an upgrade on the usual rate. But the volume of rare grade items is no joke either. Does anyone see anything that is peerless grade in there? Surely, there should be one piece, just by the odds, in such a large pile. Elder Kushal noted. Socrate pulled up a pair of gauntlets. These are peerless, but Flaming Fists of Fury, Immortal rank, peerless grade. Warrior, class only. Adds 900% base damage as fire damage to all attacks. Adds 300 points to base strength. Adds 100 points to base agility. Kara examined it for a few seconds, stunned at the evil genius that went into making it. It only works for base warriors. Not people who can use warrior class skills, or subclasses that used to be basic warriors. Just warriors. That is both hilarious and tragic at the same time. You definitely need to sell that to another clan. You will make a fortune, and they won't even know that we're laughing at them for being unable to advance their class, Kara insisted. The badger is right. There are a number of small sects with peak immortal warriors as their clan leaders. They would definitely want these gauntlets. That much bonus fire damage on all attacks is no joke. This is actually an incredible item. It's just so limited in who can use it that it might as well be worthless to us. Elder Kushal agreed. Then Dana picked another peerless item out of the pile, and it was even worse than the first one. Stealth Club of Skyfall, Immortal Rank, Peerless Grade. Increases, Meteor, damage by 1100% of base. But when you actually examined the club, the only ones who could use it were rogue-type classes. Virtually 0 people could both cast, Meteor, and had a rogue class. There might be one somewhere that had gone from rogue to mage type, but certainly not one that any of them had ever met. Well, that's triple meteor damage, as mine do 600% of base damage now. Which is pretty impressive. But, Apocalypse, has a whole lot of small meteors, and it would gain a huge buff from the club. Only, none of us can use it. Elder Alex frowned. I swear that this dungeon is trolling us. There's more nonsense items in here as well. Look at this, bracers that add unarmed combat damage to mage-type classes. And a charisma buff amulet that only works on people who are already in love with you. No, that one's good for married men. Elder Kushal joked. Carl nodded his agreement. Just because she's annoyed with you, and you need to sweet-talk your way out of trouble, doesn't mean she doesn't love you anymore. The loot was quickly sorted, with all the crafting materials going into Kara's loot pile for later use, and the rest going to the elders to be calculated for the clan. They would make Elder Douglas do the appraisals on all this stuff once they got back. That man was eventually going to hate them all, they were absolutely certain of it. But there was no helping it. His role in the clan was to manage the warehouse, and the warehouse was in desperate need of new stuff to help them recover from the attack. The clan members had gained some new items from the corpses of the attackers, but honestly, most of it wasn't better than what they were using. For most people, getting one epic grade item was the result of many years of hard work, or a lucky break while out on a resource-gathering mission. They didn't normally come to you by the dozen, or as part of a mountain of other drops. Doing things with Carl and Dana was never quite what you expected, Elder Alex decided. If this was a one-off event, triggering the Iron Man repetitive clears, it would be one thing. But this was not the first time that something odd had happened, and the last time that they went out, Carl and Dana managed to completely break the dungeon. Well, should we head back outside, give the other clans a watered-down version of events, and then head back? It's not been too long, but we've done more than expected for the day. Carl noted, shaking the winged immortal from his reverie. Yes, let's do that. We can also go shopping at the nearby clan and see if they've got anything good. Sometimes they have food or trinkets that we don't have at home, and New Home is a merchant clan at heart. We can't just do the dungeons and ignore the potential trade goods. Good point, we've got to keep true to form. Besides, we're always up to find new snacks. Not just sweet ones, savory ones, unexpected ones, fruity ones. Carl agreed. So, once all the items were put away, they cleared out of the now empty dungeon, and went to greet the elders of the local sect. They were on duty near the dungeon entrance, waiting for the crowd to clear out and finish their morning runs. All that they had to do was collect the entry fee that the Tell sect charged for entry to the dungeon that they claimed, and keep fights from breaking out. The second half was usually harder than the first. There were an unusual number of people staring at them as they exited, but the elders didn't think much of it until they began to hear the whispers. They have to be the ones that triggered the Iron Man quest. How many boss kills do you think that they got? Do you think they got a second full clear, or just a couple of bosses? You have to do it pretty fast to trigger an Iron Man bonus. Elder Alex chuckled to himself. Not only had they gotten a second full clear, but a third. He stopped the group at the elders from the local sect, and handed over a pair of rare grade armor pieces as their fee for the run. More than was required, but everyone had apparently gotten the news that they got a bonus run, so he added a second piece. "We appreciate your generosity. I take it that you did well today." Elder Alex nodded. "Indeed. We got a few helpful things to rebuild the clan's funding. The repair of the buildings is going to take a lot out of our budget, but the new home will be back on our feet soon enough. You don't mind if we do a bit of shopping before we go, do you? I see that you've got the market fully occupied today." The locals smiled. "Of course, stay as long as you'd like. The new home elders are always welcome at the market." The level of ass-kissing was incredibly obvious, but Carl wasn't surprised. With the victory that they had just managed, and the arrival of so many Supremes from the Dark Light host to assist them, the other local sects and clans would not be in any hurry to offend the elders for some time. It was only natural that the clan would be on edge after an attack, and especially one where none of their local allies came to assist them, only their foreign support. That was going to taint relationships for some time, and the local elders did not miss how the items they got were those with barely rare grade stats, made for basic warriors. The most common of items, useful but hardly valuable within their own category. So, while the new home was generous enough to give them the second item, the message was clear. They were not parting with the good stuff for people who didn't have their backs. That wasn't entirely the Tell sect's fault, though. They didn't have a large information network like some others did, and by the time that they had received the news, it also contained the news that the Almixii sect was blocking everyone else from intervening. So, they simply hadn't mobilized at all, and had stayed out of it. Elder Alex led the way into the market, where Kara and Remy came out of their spaces to join the shopping excursion. Ray considered doing the same, but decided that she would wait. She didn't see anything good yet, and she was working on new seasonal designs for the team in Drod to mass produce. Once those were finished, she would come back here and examine anything that seemed to be worth exploring. Really, she didn't have much hope for them. They were all wearing the same outfit, so it was probably a uniform for the local sect members, and they would have no real desire or appreciation for true fashion. Besides, Kara and Remy had only come out to check on the snack stalls and herb shops. The city of Telhusto, near the dungeon, was a lively sort of place, with a mix of different clans and sects set up in the market, and running full-time shops. The strongest of them ran the dungeon entrance, but there were at least a dozen other small ones that Carl could see, and some of them looked like they might be interesting to get to know. Instead of being all warrior groups, he could see that some of them were alchemists, with potions and herbs hung from their belts. There was an entire clan full of druids, who ran a magical beast pet store and cat cafe in the city. They would have to come back to that after Lotus made it to immortality, Carl was certain. The place was packed with guests, and the smell of quality coffee was coming from inside. Between coffee and fluffy magical beast kittens, there was no way that the cleric could resist once she knew. But mostly, it was similar to the new home, only with a different faction for every specialty. It seemed like a strange way to be doing things, but Carl was beginning to suspect that the new home merchant clan was an outlier in that regard within the immortal world they were on. They were ostensibly focused on trade, so they didn't focus on a specific combat style or ideology. That was how most other clans and sects did it, and it led to them all being the same sort of class. Not great for working together, but that was something that most of the clans rarely did. "Oh, there is a bookstore. We should go take a look," Remy noted. She had claimed all the books from the dungeon run, though she was going to give most of them back after she had logged them and made notes of what was interesting. Most were skill books, but they were all basic skills that one of the group members already had, so they weren't too valuable. However, she needed to run an experiment, and see if Carl could use that, breath of the world, skill to turn them into better skills. They should count as magical resources or items, right? I will take her to the library. It's not a skill library, but there are some inscriptionists that work there, so we might manage to make some friends. Elder Socrate suggested. Dana smiled at Remy, who was practically vibrating with excitement. I will come with you. I have a skill related to inscription, but not as good. If they want to get picky, they can't claim that we didn't bring anyone who can trade on even terms. Elder Socrate nodded. That will be wonderful. What is everyone else going to do? Ray appeared beside them and pointed across the street. I will go to that place. There are all sorts of clothes that aren't uniforms. Elder Alex will come with me. The elder gave her a bemused look. Do I look like a fashionista? You got a skill during your class change that changed the color of your wings. We need to redecorate you and update your wardrobe. He wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. Are people a thing that can be decorated? Doesn't that word usually apply to rooms? He asked instead. Carl and Ray laughed, and the spider wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Oh, you sheltered researcher. There is so much that you don't know about the world. Let me show you the joys of fashion. Once we've found you a few things from the city, I will make you the rest of what you need to look like a proper immortal. Elder Alex looked at his own outfit, then at her, then at everyone else on the street. If anything, she was the one who didn't look like a proper immortal. Sure, his outfit was dated, and rather plain, but there were extras at the clan warehouse because nobody wanted that color of dark blue. It was very practical and in the common style. Ray had gone for black leather pants that looked like she had painted them on, until they got to the lower legs and flared to go over her ankle boots. Paired with a red long-sleeved silk top that showed off her ebony black midriff, she was attracting a lot of attention in the street. Especially when she started to walk with him. Elder Alex wasn't certain if the spider had either mastered the art of walking, or didn't understand it at all. She had a rather provocative sway as she walked. But it somehow didn't feel sexual, it was more like the sensual stalking of a predator playing a hunting game. Slightly disturbing, but nobody could look away. She dragged the elder into the shop, and an excited clerk with a pincushion on her arm rushed over to greet them. Miss, you look absolutely stunning. Might I ask who tailors your outfits? Thank you dear, I do them all myself. I met this lovely young man today, and I simply must decorate him before we go back home to make him a proper wardrobe. The tailor circled the elder, and he jumped when she gently ran her fingers over his wings, which were hidden under his coat. I see the issue. It doesn't match his physique or his complexion. Yes, you are right. If you're going to make him a whole new wardrobe, he simply can't continue walking around like this. Ray smiled. This was perfect. She had an excuse to learn firsthand what the locals thought as they were picking fashions, and she could ask in-depth questions about it without seeming invasive. She would thank the elder for his sacrifice with clothing later. Outside, Elder Kushal chuckled softly at the beastkin elder being dragged away by the spider. Well, that only leaves us. Unless some of the others are coming out. Kara appeared on the elder's left and took his hand. We can't leave you unattended. But I have a better idea than books or fashion. We are going to go sample all the street food snacks to find the best ones to bring to the menu at home. Hawk says that they've got good meats, and I trust his opinion. Hawk came out to sit on Carl's shoulder, and Elder Kushal idly noted that Carl had forgotten to change back from his combat form. He was still in the form of a cat demon, which he used in the dungeon so that he had claws to combine with the haint claw that he was using as a primary weapon. That thing was absolutely nasty, stealing life essence and soul energy from everything that it hit. But it was an immortal rank living weapon. There weren't many weapons that could be deemed as superior to it in the entire immortal world. Kushal briefly wondered where Carl had managed to find such a thing, as he had brought it with him from the mortal world. But given his skills, he had likely managed to force a mortal ranked one to advance. Well, I won't object to a snack. It looks like Hawk and Kara are both up for testing something new. But if they're willing to part with some of the loot, we can also trade one of the boars for all the snacks we need today. Kara laughed at the unimpressed look on the demon crow visage Hawk was using. I've got money. Hawk dislikes parting with his meat stockpile, even when there is no realistic way that he could ever finish it all. Hawk nodded in agreement. That was his meat. Just how much of it did he manage to save? I didn't really keep track, but I don't recall seeing a lot of boar corpses after the battle. Kushal asked. All of them. Hawk didn't leave any of the boar corpses in the dungeon, his space lets him keep them all. In the street in front of them, an ascended immortal barbarian with magical tattoos all over his visible upper body stopped. Did you say that someone in your team managed to bring the boars out in bulk? We could really use more. Most of the time, we can only bring out a few per run because they are so large, and our inventory won't store them unless we chop them up, but then they take multiple slots, and we can't roast them whole. Hawk did. But he's a bit protective, Kushal explained, with a gesture at the bird. Hawk, my friend, I don't suppose that I could purchase a few of them from you. In exchange, I will make you one of our signature whole roasted pineapple pigs. Hawk thought about that for a second. He didn't know pineapple pig. It sounded pretty good, though. Reluctantly, he nodded. Where do you want me to put them? I will give you 2 raw ones for 1 cooked one. That seemed like a fair trade to him. There were other ingredients that went into making a properly roasted pig, so 1 pig could pay for the cooking and 1 for the ingredients. If it wasn't worth the price, then he would know that pineapple pig was not good enough to make it to the tiny world's list of new foods. My clan's restaurant is right over there. You're going to love this, I'm sure of it. We do a version of it every day, but it's not the same as doing the whole pig. Wait, you're not in a hurry, are you? It takes all day. Hawk squawked and shrugged, spreading his wings to approximate the human gesture. He would wait multiple days for good food. The restaurant was filled with young women when they entered, all there to ogle the shirtless barbarians who ran the place. They all had the same sort of magical tattoos on their skin, and Carl was intrigued by the process. Morgana had a skill to do the same thing, but he never got around to learning it from her before he left for the Dragon Isles, then completely forgot about it. With his current physique, the magical tattoos might actually make an absolutely monstrous increase in his stats. They weren't properly rune work, the ones making them didn't understand runecrafting. But he could combine the 2 skills to make the tattoos affect the target, where runecrafting wouldn't let him turn a living person into a magical item. Hawk moved to the barbarian's shoulder, and the pair went into the back, so that Hawk could deliver the pigs, and learn how it was that they prepared and cooked the pineapple pig recipe. The berserker realized the moment that Hawk landed on his shoulder that this was not a demon crow, which was a relatively weak immortal magical beast. It was a dark flame phoenix transformed so that it could stealthily infiltrate the city. Or, it might have been part of the dungeon team that the cat demon and the new home elder were part of. That would also make sense, given the fire magic that the species was known for. Hawk was most likely an excellent mage substitute, just using his racial abilities. Or, the one named Carl might be a ranger-type class. His nameplate was all weird, and the berserker had no idea what to make of it. The other 3 took their seats, and a large Felian woman got up out of her seat to take the spot directly across from Carl. Kara laughed at the sable-furred catwoman. Good choice, but you won't get anywhere with him. He's soul bonded to his Dana mage. The big woman looked disappointed. Well, it was worth a shot. But I see that you brought our clan something interesting. Indeed. We brought a bunch of whole boars out of the dungeon for supplies, as the new home clan was attacked. Hawk went with him to start preparing a pineapple pig. He's quite excited about it, and apparently, it's not easy to get intact boars out of the dungeon. The Felian chuckled. They're 2 tons. Of course, it's not easy, since you have to put them in storage. Most systems don't even let you put dungeon monsters in inventory. Not even if they fit. How many did you get? One of the topless servers asked, greasy handprints from the female patrons visible on his abs. We traded 2 raw boars for 1 cooked one. So, there will be a couple more for the restaurant today, Carl replied evasively. Oh, that is excellent news. The recipe works so much better with full pigs than doing briskets and roasts. Inside the library, Remy and Socrate were in their element. The entire building was full of technical manuals, fiction novels, and history books. So, no matter what they were in the mood for, they could find something, and it might even be something that they didn't know yet. Naturally, both had gravitated to the botany section of the technical manuals, while Dana was perusing the history books, looking for one with a map and a list of local clans. That knowledge would be very useful when they were traveling, as they didn't have the years of knowledge that the elders did about who lived where, and who held grudges with each other. That might be something that they could only find inside the clan, but it seemed useful to everyone, so she might find it here as well. She was skimming through a book entitled Kakian Clan Leaders of the Modern Era, when she caught sight of something fluffy stopping next to her. The something turned out to be a small Leakin girl, bipedal with a wolf's head and mostly furred. "May I help you with something?" she asked, as the girl was clearly staring at her. "Yes, please. My father would like to know if you are an inscriptionist as well as a golem mistress. My big sister just awakened the mage class, and he would like a golem skill book for her." Dana was about to ask why he didn't just ask himself instead of sending the child, but when she saw him, wearing heavy plate armor and standing nearly 250 centimeters tall with matted black fur, she understood. He was not what one would consider easy to talk to. He had likely just finished a dungeon run, going by the state he was in, while his size, combined with his bestial appearance, would frighten many people. "Yes, I can trade him a skill book of golem. You can tell him that I will trade it for raw crafting materials, or a book of equal value." The little Leakin hugged her waist, and then ran back to her father. Now, Dana was going to need a table to write at, as the golem spell would take some time to complete. Fortunately, libraries and inscriptionists went hand in hand, and there was a fully stocked writing area off to one side. "Might I use your supplies for a skill book? I have a request from one of the warriors," she asked the librarian standing near the roped-off section. "Of course. It will be 20 gold coins to use the supplies for one skill book. If it should fail, it will be 15 for the next and any further attempts." Dana nodded, and converted a clan credit to get coins for the librarian. She handed them over, and the librarian looked a bit startled as he saw the dark light host markings on the coins. Not many clans would mint their own money like that. But the system said that it was pure gold, at precisely 7 grams each. That was precisely the standard for gold coins, no wear and no signs of prior use. So, either her people had just finished making these coins, or she had a system function to have her money come out in perfect condition. Both were possibilities of great interest to the librarian. The knowledge and technology to strike perfect coins, not a tenth or a hundredth of a gram off, was rare in this part of the world. Mechanical balance scales could theoretically do it with ease. But most minters wouldn't put in the work to get individual coins perfect, and would simply balance batches. If 100 coins weighed 700 grams, the batch was correct and the small flaws in the coins could be forgiven, as long as they all looked right. That was how they would be accepted by merchants as well, because of the usual mix of origins and minting standards. Quietly, he pocketed the coins, and swapped them for 20 coins from his own inventory so that the library wasn't shorted their writing materials fee. "Might I ask, what book are you intending to write?" "I can bring over additional materials, if they're in stock," he offered. "I will be writing the golem skill book. However, I have what I need. You see, I am a runecrafter, not an inscriptionist. The outcome is the same, a functional skill book, but I don't need fancy materials for most of the works. Just quality papers and a proper ink." The librarian nodded. "Wonderful. The boss always appreciates when the resource cost is low." Dana laughed quietly as she took her seat. The cost of the materials she was using were unlikely to exceed 2 gold coins. But she would at least use an immortal-grade ink, infused with a strong elemental resource. Only, she had forgotten to ask what element the other sister resonated with. The Leakin girl was standing by the door with her father, who was explaining something to her in a low and intense voice. Dana's guess was that they were discussing the payment, but the little one wasn't awakened, and the father was a warrior, so she couldn't use them as reference. So, she went with the default for all things golem. Earth element. It likely wouldn't change the effect of the book once it was written, but some spells worked better with certain elemental affinities in the materials than others. Her own basic golems were made of stone, so there should be no issues using earth elemental materials to make the book. The librarian, on the other hand, was taking detailed notes of everything she did. From the choice of ink, to the placement of the blank parchment pages, he was recording everything. And now it was time for Dana to blow his mind. Because when you had runecrafting, skill book, didn't require the user to physically write the whole thing. She could just touch her quill to the page and the skill would fill it in so she could move on to the next. It was a much more efficient process than simply writing, like the inscriptionists would do. With Dana immersed in her work, Remy and Socrates spent the next half hour immersed in their search for new knowledge, but only found a few books that they didn't already have in their possession. They brought them to the counter to purchase them anyhow, and were given a duplicate from the storage room, while the display copy was placed in a cart, to be returned to its shelf. That was a curious process to Remy. But it wasn't difficult to understand. The library books were for reading in the library, and if you needed to keep one, you bought a duplicate that the librarians had made. That way the shelves stayed full, and everyone could come here to research. With their purchases made, the pair went to wait by the writing section for Dana to finish what she was doing, and to check out a few of the romance titles, in case there was something Opal would appreciate. Someone's about to do something dumb. Remy noted as she watched a group of warriors enter the library with their eyes scanning the room. They pushed right past the librarians, who immediately called for guards. But the guards from the local forces wouldn't get here in time to protect their library from the oncoming confrontation. So, they would have to focus on keeping the books safe. It wasn't common for attacks to happen in the library, but it did sometimes happen, and it was clear that it would happen here today as well. They were marching right through the library, knowing where they were going before they had arrived. But it was only when Remy realized that they were headed for the writing section, did she realize that Dana was the target of today's daily dose of the dumb. Elder Socrate motioned for her to remain silent. The Naga was almost certain to make things worse, as there was a good chance that someone would think she was a juvenile and attempt to abduct her as a bonus. The Leakin had realized the same thing that Remy had, and he also moved to the side of the writing area, a few rows back and out of sight. If they were going to try to steal the book that he had purchased, he would not let them have their way. But if this was a personal grudge between the two, he wouldn't interfere with someone else's fight. Dana was an exceptional craftswoman, but she was still a stranger, not a friend, not a member of his clan. Plus, she had an elder with her from her own clan. Dana put the freshly created skill book into her inventory, and stood to face the group that was coming her way. That's her. Grab the crafter. The Leakin sighed. That was what he was afraid of. They had heard from someone in the library that there was a particularly skilled crafter present. And because she was not a threatening-looking person, they decided to go ahead and do something dumb. He needed that skill book. His older daughter was about to awaken her class, and she had a huge affinity for all things magical, a rarity for Lycans. At least, when the magic wasn't related to melee combat or shamanistic nature magic. I don't think that this is going to go the way that you were planning. Dana noted. Oh. How about you just come quietly, and we won't have to smash up this shitty little bookstore, the lead warrior suggested. His gaze went from Dana's feet to her chest, where it stopped with a lustful leer that made her shudder. Do you need me to take care of that? Carl asked, hearing her thoughts. No, I've got it. I just don't want to break the library too badly. If you go silent, I'm coming over. Dana called out the spirit bear tyrant, but shrunk it to the point that it looked more like an extra fluffy dog. The warriors laughed, thinking that her defensive golem was a bit of a joke. But the Leakin recognized it immediately. You could shrink it, but the aura and appearance of the spirit bear tyrant were unmistakable. He didn't know how she got it as a summoned creature, but he was absolutely certain that it was real. And that these idiot warriors were about to get absolutely wrecked. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Dana informed them, before calling on her pair of Oathbreakers as epic golems, and adding her epic guard. That gave her 3 agility-based obsession demons, plus the spirit bear. Now, it was a 6-on-5 battle, not counting Remy and Socrate, and the library was rapidly emptying, despite the best efforts of the librarians to convince people to stay and keep barriers up on the bookshelves. Remy and Socrate had done that, but Remy had a better idea. Opal, we need you over here. Prepare an illusionary domain with reality warp. Ooh, can you use pet space? That would be perfect, we can just move the fight entirely out of the library. Opal cheered as she realized that there was not only the potential for entertainment, but an unexpected opportunity to leave behind some of her finer literature in the romance section while everyone was distracted. Dana's smile at the Fae's excitement unnerved the warriors, who had been under the impression that their status as ascended immortals and their numbers alone would be enough to convince the fox girl to come with them. It was not normal for someone to simply fight back in the middle of the city when they were outranked and outnumbered. They couldn't afford to wait any longer, though. Soon, elders from the local clans would be here to break up the fight, and they needed a solid claim on the fox first. Once they had her in their custody, they could say whatever they wanted, and the elders would accept it unless someone with power questioned them. They didn't consider Socrate to be that person, he wasn't even as strong as they were. And, there was one of him to 5 of them. But the moment that Opal arrived, things began to go sideways for their abduction plan. The moment that Opal appeared, she activated her illusionary domain, and then placed the whole thing inside a pet space pocket dimension. The warriors felt themselves being shifted, but as the illusion matched perfectly to the library, they couldn't tell what had changed in time to try to stop Opal. So, while they realized that something had changed around them, none of them realized that they were no longer in the library at all, and were actually in a separate space completely controlled by Opal. Ghostly voices howled from the shelves, and pinpricks of red light appeared in the shadows as the lights in the room began to dim. Shit! Necromancer, one of the warriors cursed, as he moved to protect the rear flanks of his group from ambush. None of them could spot the necromancer. They could sense the Leakin, the old man and the snake. But everyone else was hidden from their senses. But there had to be someone else here. The golem mistress hadn't created the ghouls in the library, but they could feel the chill in their bones as the creatures tried to suck away their life essence. Opal was using Soul Harvest on all hostile targets within the space, but because they hadn't realized that they were in a separate space yet, they thought that it was the ghosts. Dana had already realized what the former butterfly was doing, but she was holding position, waiting for the warriors to do something. The longer that she delayed, the more that they were losing to the effects of Soul Harvest, and the more gain that Opal, or perhaps Opal and Carl, would get from the fight. Screw this. Grab her and let's go. This place is creeping me out. The warrior shuddered as he could have sworn that he felt a fingernail trace its way up his neck. And then his head separated from his body as Ray turned corporeal. I am deeply disappointed in you as a friend. You didn't even call me. Dana smiled. I knew you'd be here when you were ready. The casual conversation snapped the surviving warriors out of their frozen stupor, and a volley of skills launched at Ray, who simply wasn't there anymore by the time that they landed. Shadow Step was faster than their attack skills, and she had turned incorporeal with Night Haunter again. But Ray wasn't in a hurry. There were more than enough idiots to go around, and Sister Opal had big plans for them. Not counting what was about to happen to them as Dana's bear realized that these were actual bad guys, not just clowns. The spirit bear tyrant was figuring it out quickly, even without a direct order from Dana. She had shrunk it down to the point that it looked harmless to the warriors. But that didn't change its stats, and a full-strength spirit bear tyrant in a 100 kilograms body could move far faster than anyone expected. The bear slammed into the lead warrior, who slammed his blade into it, using Sunder, to attempt to split the furry golem in half. Only, nothing happened. The spirit bear was immune to physical element damage, and simply shrugged it off after being knocked to the ground. Dana gave the warriors a cruel smile as she motioned for the Oathbreakers to move forward, and then drew her sword as she shifted the spirit bear back to full size. "Oh, we're going to have so much fun," Oathbreaker laughed as he twirled all four swords in his hands. "They're just golems. They only look intimidating." "We've got this," the leader of the group assured his minions. "You don't. You really don't," Oathbreaker informed him. Then, the demons attacked, going all out against the warriors, who were ostensibly a sub-rank higher than they were, but who were mere warriors, and not epic-grade summons on par with a lesser dungeon boss. At least in durability. Most actual dungeon bosses couldn't output the amount of pure damage that Oathbreaker did, and if he was as durable as someone like Carnage, it would be a completely unbalanced situation. Like it was right now, with Void Body, granting them limited invulnerability, and Void Regeneration. One of the warriors broke free of the four constructs, and came straight for Dana. Ray shifted to stand nearby, but she would let the Dana mage get in a few good hits before she stepped in. Dana clearly wanted to beat the stupid out of them, while she was much happier to just work on her attempts at making a living lawn sprinkler. She was pretty sure that she knew the right size of holes to punch in them now. Dana activated War Beast, granting herself an epic-grade constitution, as well as a fully furred form. Behind the shelves, the Leakin whistled softly to himself in appreciation. That was a whole lot of woman, right there. He might be a happily married man, with multiple children. But he could still appreciate the fine things in life. And a divine fox with an epic constitution was as good as an art exhibit in his mind. Auto parry made short work of the warrior's attempt to capture her, and Dana activated one of her less used blade skills, just to show off a little. It was from a few progressions ago, a skill called Falling Plum Blossom Petals. Ostentatious in both name and appearance, it filled the air in front of her with a wave of sword energy that left a trail of pink petals in its wake. First, the wave hit, driving the warrior back as he parried. Then, the petals rushed forward on a wave of wind, slicing him with 1,000 tiny wounds. Ray smiled as she saw the display. Perhaps there was hope for the Dana mage's fighting style after all. That skill was absolutely glorious for turning warriors into blood fountains. The other four weren't faring much better. The epic guard was too fast for her opponent to get around her and reinforce the others. But none of the others could solo any of their opponents. The spirit bear had already crushed his opponent, while the warriors fighting Oathbreaker were looking smaller than she remembered. The demons had broken both of their legs so that they had to hobble around on the stumps to fight. "I think they've learned their lesson. Haven't you, gentlemen?" she asked. The surviving warriors nodded rapidly. Yes, we've learned our lesson. Forgive us." Dana gave them a gentle smile. "Of course. As they say, forgiveness is divine, and I am a divine fox." The men looked relieved for a half-second before Dana continued. "That's why it will be Lady Ray sending you to your maker. I have work to do." Remy laughed and cast a lightning bulwark to prevent the survivors from fleeing the illusionary world, while Ray stalked over, incorporeal but in human form with a slender dagger in either hand. Dana left her to her work, while Opal began to modify the illusion around them for dramatic effect. The Soul Harvest skill had already greatly weakened them, and the mental damage of being crippled by Oathbreaker was weakening their defenses even more, and their immortal bodies were eroding at a visible pace, with the energy flowing into Opal's space, as she had no skill for immediately storing it. She would absorb it later, using the energy as food, but unlike Ray, who could absorb life essence directly, she needed to refine it first. In a way, it felt like the difference between eating your food raw and cooking it. The amount of immortal essence that she had managed to harvest from these hapless warriors was truly astounding. They still hadn't realized that they were being drained dry by the separate space they were in, and they might not even realize that Ray was an actual person, not one of the ghostly illusions that Opal had sent shifting through the shadows. She was quite proud of this show. The fear, the confusion, the absolute, devastating defeat of an arrogant enemy. It had it all. Except a challenge. It had been a bit too easy, and none of them had even managed to put up a proper fight against Dana's golems. One of them didn't even manage to take one full strike from the Dana mage, and it wasn't even her specialty skill. Technically, it had been her class's greatest finishing move, but that had been 2 advancements ago, so surely it didn't really count. Opal wasn't entirely certain how the priority of finishing moves went when you advanced in classes, but this one did have some definite style points in its favor. Even if it might not be as great of a finishing move as her new one. Wait. Did the Golem Mistress even get a finishing move? It focused on constructs and summoned helpers. It wasn't really a direct combat class. So, that fancy flower blossom spell might actually be the hardest hitting spell that Dana knew. Now that she thought of it, all Dana's best skills were from the last couple advanced classes, where her skills focused more on blades than new mage spells of the conventional sort. She needed theme music too. Opal had been working on a specific theme for Carl before Tion started playing, inspiration, tunes all the time. Those worked pretty well for the Carl, but Dana needed something cuter and softer to match her appearance. Tion's songs could be lovely. But, inspiration, was a battle song, and it didn't really suit Dana's vibe. In Opal's opinion, that should be something that was more, princess surrounded by knights, and less, war god has arrived. That was what Carl's theme music sounded like. A bit intimidating, energetic and vaguely ominous, if you couldn't see the tiny white ball of fluff that was playing it. Opal was certain that was not right for Dana. Dana ignored the overactive little Fae, who was still helping Ray traumatize the warriors before she eventually killed them, and focused on the task at hand. Good sir. I believe that this is the book you wanted. Golem, suitable for all sorts of mages. I informed your younger daughter that I would take payment in crafting materials or exchange. The Leakin smiled and took out a bag full of metals and gems. If these are the crafting materials you want, I will happily trade you. They are worth about the same as an uncommon grade skill like golems. Dana let the system tell her what was in the bag when she held it, then she nodded and passed over the skill book. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Sorry about dragging you into a pocket dimension like this, I will let you out in a moment. The forest trickster is the one that made it, so I don't have full access rights. The Leakin nodded. As long as my daughter is safe. I assume so, as everyone who was causing trouble was pulled into this space with us. But if they had reinforcements, they might have come after the library. Dana nodded. I don't think that they would attack bystanders in the library, the guards will have arrived not long after the fight started. Hopefully, they won't give us trouble for fighting in the city, but we did take it to a separate space without damaging anything in the library at all, so likely not too much trouble. Especially when there won't be any bodies. The Leakin chuckled. That spider is a real piece of work. Sure, she's not ascended yet, but the amount of damage that she can do with a single hit is insane. I can only imagine the terror of the clans when she does advance through the ranks. I take it that she is a friend of yours. Dana nodded. She's bonded to my husband, and honorarily in the new home clan, as they recognize his beasts as part of the team. The Leakin smiled. That is a brilliant strategy on the part of the elders. I take it that the Naga matriarch is one of your husband's bonded beasts as well. She appears to be good friends with Elder Socrate. Dana laughed. Indeed. They're both alchemists, and I think that at this point, she actually spends more time with the elder than with everyone else combined. Even today when we came out shopping after a dungeon run, she dragged him along to the library, and I just tagged along to keep them company. And so that I didn't get forced to be the fashion model for the day. Lady Ray has a thing for silk clothing. The Leakin chuckled. It's like cocooning people, but without them objecting and whining. I know a few spiders, and they all keep a bit of that predator to them. 10 minutes later, Ray had finished arranging her art display, and Opal had all the footage that she needed, so the spider cleaned up the illusionary domain, ensuring that nothing would end up splattering on the library by accident when they dispelled it. Remy would not be happy if that happened. With everything cleaned, Opal released the spells and returned them all to the library, where a large group of elders had gathered, looking impatient. "Ah, you've come back. It seems that the incident has sorted itself out. Or would you like to file a harassment report?" One of the elders asked, neither knowing nor caring what had actually happened. There was no mess, and the victim was still here, along with an elder from her clan and an impartial witness, so it should be fine. "No, I don't think that will be necessary. They were suitably repentant when I saw them last," Dana replied. She gave the elders her best smile, and released a bit more of her aura, spreading, fox charm, through the library. The elder snorted in amusement. He knew perfectly well that she was just trying to distract him from asking about what had actually happened by acting innocent. But he could make a fairly educated guess. The system told him she was a golem mistress, and she had a forest trickster on her shoulder, with a demonic spider hiding in the shelves. Like this had nothing to do with her. But she still smelled like fresh blood. At least the Fae hadn't used her racial ability to create toxic fog inside the library. That spell was nasty to dispel from an enclosed area. They were about to leave when the sound of running feet came from outside. The warriors must have called their clan when they realized that things were going wrong, but they couldn't get here fast enough to make a difference in the battle. Things were over before they even realized that they were in the find-out phase of their final day. The commotion got nearly everyone's attention, including Carl, the barbarians at the barbecue shop, and the Lycans who had come with the man looking to awaken his daughter with the golem skill. Everyone was crowded around the library, wondering what was going on. Only a few realized that Carl, Elder Kushal and Elder Alex had spread out at the back of the crowd, prepared for things to get ugly. If these reinforcements did try something, they would be trapped between their team and Dana's. It only took a second for the elders on security duty to realize the same thing, and they were not in any sort of mood to allow this to happen in the city. "All right, everyone calm down. There was an incident between a few warriors and the mage of the New Home clan, but it is over. There is nothing left to see here, you can all disperse now. The attempt was valiant, but none of the dead warriors' friends was going to let it go that easily. Elder, we can't accept that. Our people were ambushed. We got the notice of 5 lost clan members only a few seconds apart," one of the reinforcements insisted. Many in the crowd looked at him like he was an idiot. "If someone killed 5 of yours in only a few seconds, shouldn't you just cut your losses, not throw more bodies at the problem?" What were they hoping to accomplish? Dying a full minute apart? However, with the aura of a divine fox, and that gentle smile, Dana looked no more threatening than the bunnies. She even had fluffy white ears, though they were pointy, not long and rounded. The Lycan off to one side looked like a more likely threat, but nobody was accusing him of anything, and he was simply teaching a Lycan child something quietly as he watched the show. Opal fluttered off Dana's shoulder to fly toward the reinforcements. "If you need closure, I can make you a memory crystal with the last words of your former clan members. You could put it in a memorial to them, or something." The Lycan gave an amused bark, while Remy covered her mouth to hide her laughter. It was a massive failure, as her hands were very small, and her serpentine head had a very large mouth. But she did make the effort. "Elders, do you see this? They're provoking the fight." The guard shook his head. "Let it go. Seriously, you don't want to fight this group. New Home Merchant Clan has had a rough week, and they're not going to play gently if you push them." Only, it wasn't that simple, was it? You couldn't just tell someone to play nice after 5 of their clan members were killed without explanation. One of the librarians stepped forward. "Elder, if I may. It appears that neither side is willing to back down, and I suspect that is not going to change. So, I would like to explain what happened before things get out of hand." The elder nodded, and the librarian continued. "The Divine Fox was writing up a skill book for the Lycan's daughter over there, when a group of 6 came in and went straight for her. They knew who they were looking for, as they pushed straight through the other patrons to get to the work area. But when they reached her, they didn't make a demand for honest work, they made it clear that if she didn't come with them peacefully, they would harm her. Then, she summoned a small bear golem, and mocked them, telling them to go home if they knew what was good for them. After that, they attacked, and the whole fight was moved to some sort of pocket dimension. The rest is all speculation on my part, as I couldn't see through it. But the elder from the new home clan, as well as the Leakin, were brought in with them. The elders on the city guard frowned. It looked like this was not going to be a peaceful resolution. From the words of the witnesses, it sounds like a fairly lost challenge. What say you, Elder Blackwoods? Is that what happened? The Leakin nodded. They tried for an abduction, and found out that they could not defeat the golem mistress in combat. 5-on-1, they still lost. Well, I should say 6-on-1, but the spider killed one of them before sitting out the rest of the fight. The guard elder nodded. And where are the bodies? The Leakin shrugged. Probably lost into interdimensional space when the pocket dimension was closed. They didn't come back with us. It wouldn't have mattered much if they did. Most of the soul was already siphoned away, and the bodies were completely mutilated before Ray finished with them. But he would leave the little details out. The crowd didn't need to know that part, it would only make them less sympathetic to the skill book maker, and his pack could use a few more books in the near future. The group of reinforcements only got more angry as they heard the news, with their attention noting where Ray was standing in the back, cleaning her fingernails. She had put on fresh nail polish after the fight, and all this movement was making it dry unevenly. But she wasn't going to go back to decorating Elder Alex until she was certain that the fun part was over. The reinforcements saw that the city guard felt Dana was justified, and they weren't going to stand aside for the clan to get what they felt was justice. Not today, anyhow. This isn't over. We will not forget what you have done, the leader of the group snarled, then stomped away with the rest of his team. There were going to be plenty of opportunities in the future for them to get even. They knew where the new home merchant clan was from, and they would find a chance to lure that golem mistress outside the compound to pay for her crimes. The crowd watched as they left, then mentally calculated just how strong the new home clan's golem mistress might be. The Leakin said that the spider killed one, but all 6 were low-ascended elders. Her aura was hard for them to pin down, as the process required a probe with focused intent. But that could be construed as hostile, and it was hard for them to feel even a little hostile when Fox charm was active. In the back, Carl was doing his best not to laugh at the look on the faces of the spectators. They were staring at the retreating clan members like they had come to kick a puppy for sport. Absolute disgust was the only thing he could call it, even though they had lost. Well, that was fun. Should we return to our regularly scheduled business? Dana asked. The Leakin smiled. You know, that's a great idea. Perhaps it would be a good luck charm if my daughter activated the skill book you gave her now. That's not a bad plan. But we should bring over one more person. Elder Blackwoods, I would like to introduce you to my husband, Carl, an avatar of the world dragon. The elder reached out and shook Carl's hand. Oh, excellent timing. If you're willing to assist, then I am certain that my Lucille will activate a better than average class. Carl nodded. I'm sure that I can do something that will help her out. The crowd, who had been spreading out to go about their days, stopped and returned to watching the spectacle. If an avatar of the world dragon was going to help someone awaken, it must mean that they had potential. Potential to be interesting to the gods and massive amounts of power tended to go hand in hand. So, this would not disappoint. Carl gestured for the girl to stand in front of him. First, you need to use that skill book. Then, we will make certain that you get everything that the gods see fit to let you have as a youth. Lucille smiled nervously as she held the golem skill book in both arms, and Carl noted that there was a small glowing stone on a charm bracelet around her wrist. From what the system told him, it should be a moonstone. A semi-precious gem that was favored by the beast gods that the Lycans followed. That was a good sign. If she was a faithful follower of one of the beast gods, she had a much better chance of getting something good. She carefully opened the book and the Summon Lesser Golem book vanished into her memory. Then, Carl activated System Stones on the ground underneath her, assisting her awakening, and ensuring that she was tossed into a class selection screen instead of simply being assigned a class that could use the golem skill. For 30 agonizingly long seconds, Lucille vanished, while the golden stones shone in the sunlight. And then, she was back, looking just like she always had, only she was accompanied by 4 massive wolves with shining silver fur. They looked pretty capable, Carl decided. Plus, she got 4 of them. That usually meant that the individual golems were weaker. But there were advantages to having numbers on your side. If she got golem duplication, she would have 8 wolves, and even if they were relatively weak, that would be enough to hunt as a pack. In fact, once he examined her new system information, he could do exactly that. Who would know? Name, Lucille. Rank, Spirit Formation Immortal. Class, Wolf Lord. Avatar of the Moon Goddess. Carl smiled at her, and then looked up at the one moon that was visible in the daytime sky. Pet Sitter Carl offers knowledge, a skill, golem duplication, will be gifted to the fluffy Alpha Lucille. Please boop. Carl stared at the message. That had never come up before. There were always little snide comments about the person that he was transferring the skill to, but never instructions. But who was he to argue? Boop. Lucille looked up, startled by the poke to the end of her snout, and then Carl ruffled her hair and stroked her ears. Congratulations, Avatar of the Moon Goddess. The Leakin elder was staring at his daughter with a reverent look. You're saying that my daughter is the Avatar of the Moon Goddess? Carl nodded. Indeed. She has the Wolf Lord class, and the favor of the Moon Goddess. I don't think that the class is innately an avatar-based class, so it's likely a matter of faith and favor. He looked down at the trinket on her wrist, which now glowed with pure white light. But everyone else was focused on the fact that 4 giant werewolves had become 8. 8 werewolves, even if they were golems that couldn't use skills, was a formidable force. Attaining such favor as a preteen was unheard of. Normally, by the time that you were named an elder, you were close to peak immortal, and had attracted the attention of the gods. Carl was already an outlier in the crowd's eyes, having the title at Void Immortal. But getting it the moment that you awakened your first interactions with the system? That was destiny. It couldn't be anything else. It looks like the Blackwoods pack is about to change in status. With the favor of the Moon Goddess, they must be destined for great things. One of the spectators noted. Or, it could be for her mate. Don't lichens pair bond for life? She's a girl, so she would normally leave her pack to live with her partner, right? The crowd speculation ran wild, while Lucille herself was too lost in the skill tree to pay attention to anything else. She had a lot of options available to her, but they were mostly group buffs intended for leading groups. Her class did have some more combat skills, but mostly it was a support-type class that focused on the damage output of her wolves, and werewolves or lichens in her group. Not a versatile class, unless you were living in a pack. But among her own people, she could buff all of them, and she even had a group regeneration skill. Not quite a healing ability, but it would reduce the need for healing, and they already regenerated quickly. It seems that the Blackwoods pack owes you, Avatar, the elder announced. Don't worry about it. Avatars look out for each other. Your Lucille is going to be an important figure soon enough, and I wish you the best of luck trying to navigate the politics that come with raising a young avatar. I'm afraid that your peaceful days are over, and you'll always need to send a guard team with her when she travels. People were even stupid enough to try to steal my Dana mage, and were soul bonded. But Miss Lucille is an unmarried young lady with status. Carl paused there, and the elder sighed. The older one gives me enough headaches, and now it's going to be everyone but the youngest giving me more of them. Lucille is a sensible girl, but she does love her romance stories. Opal laughed and gave the girl 2 thumbs up, which made the little Leakin giggle. They had 2 very different sorts of stories in mind. I suppose that you could arrange a marriage, but as I understand it, the lichens have a procedure for such things. The elder laughed. Ah, the hunt. My bride came from a pack halfway across the world. We had the most glorious chase as her family followed me all the way home. The fond reminiscence in his eyes made the spectators chuckle. Lichens were an odd bunch, but when it came to love stories, they tended to have the best ones. Opal had read a few of them, and she was enthralled with them. Just picking a mate, or having the gods choose one for you, and then simply abducting her while her family chased you through the universe, and you tried to woo her seemed incredibly romantic in a very strange way. From the viewpoint of mates who didn't know about lichens, it had to be wild to simply be kidnapped by someone who insisted you were their forever person. For lichens, it was more of a sport, mixed with pack politics. Still, in Opal's mind, there were many stories to be had when the relationship started with big strong lichen arms rescuing you from a terrible situation, and taking you away with a promise of forever. Now, she needed to go right. If you have issues, just bring her to the new home, and I will see that she is kept away from bad influences. We don't want any gross boy cooties on her. Kara offered, as she appeared beside the lichen girl. Lucille giggled, this stranger was funny. Leave a child of the pack unattended with a chaos badger. That's an interesting proposition. The heavy sarcasm did not go unnoticed. However, Kara simply chose to ignore it. Naturally. Leaving children with badgers is always a good idea. We're actually excellent with children, just ask any of them who have been around us, and they will assure you that we are their favorite. Elder Blackwoods did not doubt that. The ones who got them in the most trouble were almost always the most fun relative. And taking a chaos badger as an honorary relative was bound to be more interesting than studying and following rules. I will keep it in mind. However, the pack has a supreme-ranked senior elder, so I am sure that we will be alright taking care of our young for at least a few more generations. Kara shrugged. Well, that's true enough, I suppose. Do you want to join us for dinner? Our friend got the barbarians to make him a full roast pig, which will be ready in a few more hours. Until then, I can take Lucille shopping. She's got a class now, and she needs a wardrobe update to go with her new status. Those were magical words, and Ray shifted over to stand by the pair as the elder sighed. I should have known that this would happen the moment that I saw a badger. Alright, let's go. I will treat Lucille to some luxuries in celebration. Kara waved off his concern. Fear not, we will cover it. Ray has a passion for decorating people, and I am an impeccable judge of necessity. We will get her all geared up to go adventuring after class when she gets home. Money was not his concern. Elder Alex sighed in relief as someone else caught Ray's attention. He now owned more outfits than he ever had in his life, and Ray was promising to send him more for being a good sport about testing things for her fashion house. He was utterly mentally exhausted by the process, and it was still early in the day. Alright, everyone can split up again if you want. It's probably best that I keep my Dana mage with me, though. I don't trust those idiots to actually go away and behave. Carl suggested. Is it wrong to hope that they didn't? I mean, Dana got to have all the fun last time, I just got things moving. There weren't any in that group that had the skills to even put up a fight if I got serious. Ray noted, looking over her shoulder as she walked away with the lichen girl. No traumatizing the children. Carl warned. Got it. I knew that you'd be on board. The elders on security detail shared a concerned look, and then sent 2 of their own members to follow the spider. If they didn't, she was definitely going to commit a murder. Happily. Remy laughed from her spot on Socrates' shoulder as the elders ran after Ray and the lichens. I say that we go see what Hawk is up to. They said barbarians with whole roast pigs. That sounds like a fun place to hang out until dinner. We can see if they will test our new recipes. The crowd looked excited to hear that, but Carl was almost certain that they didn't know the pair were alchemists, not chefs. If they had known, they might have run away instead of following the group over to the barbecue joint, where the confused barbarians rushed to get everyone seated and served. It wasn't often that they got a mid-afternoon rush like this. Carl. Welcome back. I take it that the issue has been settled. The head chef asked, raising his voice to be heard from the kitchen. Indeed. It was just some idiots who thought cute meant weak. The barbarian laughed. Slow learners. Did I ever tell you about the time I got shanked by a bunny? Everyone in the restaurant turned to stare at him. What the hell did you have to do to get stabbed by a bunny? For one, they weren't immortals, so they wouldn't do much damage. But they were generally peaceful and exceptional at escaping from awkward situations. Oh, don't look at me like that. Someone put a compulsion curse on her. I just saw fluffy ears and never expected there to be a blade. Turns out, if you give a bunny a poison dagger at the immortal rank, they can do some serious damage, and they're deadly hard to catch. One of the ladies in the crowd laughed. That's no joke. I tried to catch one to give her a tip one time, and she just vanished. Gone the second she turned the corner. Dana laughed. You all need to take advice from Carl, he's the master of making friends with bunnies. The patrons turned to Carl, who shrugged helplessly. What can I say? I have an affinity for beastkin of all sorts. The bunnies can sense that I'm soul bonded, so they don't see me as a threat in that way, and I'm quite generous with them if I have a chance. It's just a combination of the right status and good timing. As he was speaking, one of the serving bunnies brought over a round of drinks, and Carl idly patted her head, then handed her a coin, while Kara stuffed the girl's pockets with cupcakes. The bunny was so flustered to be given a cash tip that she didn't even notice the badger. The patrons in the restaurant chuckled as they saw Carl slip the beastkin cash and pat her head before she ran away to grab the next order. That feat alone was nearly impossible to manage, but he had done it so casually that even the bunny seemed startled that it had happened. So, what are the plans for the rest of the day? Elder Alex asked, carefully testing the ale to see if it was actually good, or just barbarian grog posing as ale. I was thinking that we should sit here and eat and drink until the roast pig is done, then eat some more, and perhaps have another drink. The staff at the restaurant cheered, and a number of the locals who had followed them over joined in. A party at the barbecue place it was. With everyone but Ray in one spot, that greatly limited the exposure that they had to ambush. Carl didn't actually expect anyone to get the drop on Ray in an ambush. But even if they did, Ray was not an easy target to kill, and she had a protective Leakin father with her. If they endangered his daughter this time, he would not stand idly by. As the afternoon wore on, the party at the barbecue joint expanded, with more people coming and packing the place until the party had spread out of the patio and into the street. It was completely out of hand, and far beyond anything that the small clan running it had expected. They were running out of everything. Not just food, drink too. They had called for more, but the delivery hadn't arrived, and there was still time before the pigs they had put on would be ready. They had thought that one for Hawk and one for the restaurant would last them all week. But that was not going to happen. The smell of roast pork and the sound of the party were bringing more people over, and that was only encouraging more people to join the party. I can help with fire. I have the skill to transfer heat from my innate flames to the meat to bring it to perfect temperature in seconds. Hawk offered, speaking avian in crow form. You can do that? If you can, we just loaded that smoker. That one would be enough to keep up with the crowd, if it was ready now, and not in the early hours of the morning, the head chef replied. Hawk strutted over to the smoker. Now was his time to shine. He had been working on his barbecue techniques with Mystic Cooking for some time now, and he had it very close to perfection. He could even roast the wood evenly, to infuse the smoky flavor that they wanted. Hawk's dark flames roasted an entire smoker full of meat, and the aroma instantly began to spread through the kitchen. The barbarians cautiously came over to inspect, while Hawk preened his feathers proudly. They would find no issues with his barbecue technique. He could roast any meat perfectly. He knew. He had tested that theory. It was all in the seasoning, and in the setup. These meats were intended to be slow roasted, so he had to moderate the fires not to get the internal temperature too hot, and to allow everything to cook as intended, even if the process was accelerated. They couldn't have tough meat. The first of them took a brisket off the rack, harvested from one of the domestic earth element cattle that were raised near the city. They were cheaper than the boars from the dungeon, if they had to pay someone for the meat. But that was why they had chosen to let Hawk start on this grill. Even if he ruined it, the loss wasn't as great. The brisket slapped down onto the cutting board, oozing meaty juices, then smoothly fell into slices under the first touch of the knife. Not crumbly, but buttery soft. Alright, I admit it. The mythic cooking of the Dark Flame Phoenix is on a whole other level. This is amazing, and it only took a few seconds. I have the same skill, and we're the same level, but the difference in flame turns the whole cooking process into an entirely different cooking technique. This is perfectly done, and now we've got enough to feed the party for another hour or two. The head chef admitted. The meat was sent out as quickly as it was sliced, and the kitchen staff ran out the back to receive an order of liquor. It was late, but it had finally arrived, and now they were ready for the evening. While the majority of the group partied, Ray had nearly finished taking Lucille through a marathon shopping trip. The young Leakin Golem mage had an inexhaustible supply of energy, and Ray was determined to find the outfit that perfectly fit her personality before she went off for training. Her pack didn't have many mages, so if she was going to get practice with her skills, they would have to send her to a larger school. She could go with her peers, like the warriors did. But Elder Blackwoods knew that a proper school could teach her more things that weren't in her skill tree. Things that the pack would have to buy skill books for, as they didn't have any of their own. However, her fashion choices didn't look like anything that he would have expected an aspiring mage to pick. The elder had assumed his daughter, who had a great love for all things magic, would have gone for mage robes of some sort. But that wasn't at all what she was picking when Ray gave her options. Right now, she had on a black silk blouse that had flowers embroidered growing up the sides of the torso, paired with black slacks made of some sort of soft fabric. She looked more like an office executive now, despite her youth. But 5 minutes ago, she had picked leather pants and coat with fur trim and a chain mail vest that was woven with golden wire to contrast with the black. There really wasn't any pattern to it that he could see, other than all the things she picked went with her fur. However, to Ray, it all made sense. The girl wanted to look cute, but she came from a warrior culture. Cute and warrior fashion simply didn't mix in a traditional way. Warriors wanted to look as strong as possible, so they stayed away from cute. To the warriors, cute often meant weak. Ray didn't believe that. Her sisters were cute, and they were incredibly dangerous. Even Leo could be dangerous. Tion was too fluffy to be threatening. From a table in the restaurant, where he was playing a jaunty tune on his zither, accompanied by a pair of bards on the drums and lute, Tion laughed. Indeed, he was too cute to be threatening. But he also didn't like physical confrontation. It tended to get him dirty, and he hated dirt on his fur. Kara was the polar opposite. Dirt was fun. Especially pocket sand, second only to pocket cupcakes as a pocket filler. She was across the room from the rest of the team, as she had joined a game of dice. The other players all thought that they were smart, putting subtle enchantments for luck or roll patterns on the dice. But Kara had hit the dice with randomize on her first roll, and now the outcomes were absolute chaos, as the spells fought for dominance. One very frustrated card shark class rogue had just rolled, only to have both dice settle into cracks in the table and end their roll edge up. Closest to the roll wins. That's me again. Kara laughed. What the fuck? No. How can you win with a wager of snake eyes when there is no face showing? No pips, no count. 2 is the lowest bet, right? Kara countered. The others frowned. Then a barbarian shrugged and thumped the table. The dice fell over, rolled once and showed snake eyes. Well, that settles it. I win. Kara laughed. Damn it. The badger's luck is unholy. A cleric at the next table turned to face them and shook her head. No, she decursed the dice and made them truly random. It's not that she's lucky, it's that none of you are, and she's betting for maximum chaos. The gamblers sighed. Bullshit. Luck doesn't end like that. Ante up, and let's get the dice rolling. The cleric sighed as she turned away. Gambling against an agent of chaos was a fool's errand. Even if she lost, she won. Because she wasn't in it for money, she was there for the entertainment. Finally, Ray had managed to assemble a wardrobe for Lucille, from a combination of what the local shops had, and what she had in storage. The girl had a definite fondness for black, but in a more feminine way than Ray did. However, she had also managed to get her everything that she needed for both hot and cold seasons, as well as formal occasions. Despite the Leakin insisting that she didn't need a dress. See how happy your dad is. Besides, if you go off to a mage school, there will be formal dances for the holidays, and someone is definitely going to ask you to go with them, so you need a dress. Probably too because the other girls will be jealous of how cool you are, and will try to ruin one by spilling something on it. Ray insisted. Lucille rolled her eyes, but her father nodded. That happened no less than 3 times during my senior year's final dance. Girls are vicious when they think their territory is threatened. Lucille frowned. She had seen that within the pack as well. The older girls claimed boys as their own, often without telling him. Then they would scare off any other girl who tried to approach him, so their position as his girlfriend wasn't threatened. The idea was that he would pick her as his mate after school ended. Only, the current trend for the boys in class was to go on a grand adventure looking for their fated one so that they could have a proper game to steal their bride, not a symbolic one for a chosen partner. Lucille agreed with them. She thought that it would be much better to wait and have that perfect Leakin simply show up at her window or classroom one day and sweep her off her feet. In the most literal sense of the word, as Leakin courting ritual started with an abduction to bring your bride home to meet your family. Lucille was a bit lost in her fantasies, and Ray used that as the perfect opportunity to get her into a few more dresses for her father's review. A father had different opinions of his daughter's fashion than she did, as a general rule. But these should be approved by both. At least while Lucille was too distracted to object to being put into dresses. The shopkeeper tried not to laugh as the spider quickly moved the Leakin girl in and out of her changing room, showing off outfits every few minutes. They had gone through a third of the store, and had done much more at other shops along the street, she had heard. But they had bought new things at every shop, so nobody was complaining. Ray finished up and paid the tab, then had Lucille put the bundle in her inventory. Alright, all finished, let's go back and join the others. They're having a barbecue party. Both Lycan's ears perked up. I thought that might be the case. Everyone else from our dungeon team is there now, and the beasts are helping with both cooking and entertainment. It should be a great time. Well, what are we waiting for? Elder Blackwood picked up Lucille so that the girl didn't remember that she was in a cute overalls and blouse outfit in time to change. But before he could leave the shop, 3 big goons from the same sect that had tried to grab Dana earlier blocked the door. A present for me? Ray cooed lovingly. The shopkeeper shivered as a chill ran up her spine. She needed to get this out of her shop before she lost everything. The elders of the security force, who had been unobtrusively watching, stepped out of the shadows. Gentlemen, I suggest that you reconsider causing trouble today. Ray frowned. She thought that they were there to serve as witnesses. What were they doing causing trouble for her? Elders. You misunderstand, we were hoping to have a conversation with Elder Blackwoods about the future of his pack, the man countered. If they trouble you, tell us, and we will bring the wrath of the Darklight host on them. Ray whispered into the Leakin's sensitive ear. That gave Elder Blackwoods a bit more confidence. His pack was a small one, tiny compared to most of the local sects. If someone came for them in force, they were in a lot of trouble. They did have strong elders, but that didn't matter as much when you were hugely outnumbered. You wish to discuss the future of my pack. Now, we don't take well to threats. So, I do hope you're thinking of a civil discussion. The men gave him a cruel smile, while the elders sighed. They likely wouldn't pick a fight here in the city, but they could give the Leakin a lot of trouble the moment that he left town, and the pack's territory wasn't far from the city limits. It seemed that another clan war was inevitable. Only, they had no idea who would stand with the Blackwoods pack, and who would stand with the attackers. Both were very minor forces, hardly worth mentioning in the grand scheme of things. But the aggressors had just lost half a dozen of their men today. Were they even strong enough to be issuing threats? Especially in front of that psychotic spider. If they really wanted to start a fight, she would definitely get the New Home Merchant clan members involved, and then it would turn into an all-out war. Something that the city really didn't need. They weren't far enough from New Home Merchant clan that they could guarantee that the rest of the clan wouldn't show up to make a point. If they walked through the city with those 10 Supremes that were supposed to have come out of seclusion for the war with the Templars, the whole region would be up in arms. That kind of show of force would be a direct threat to the Almixii sect's dominance of the region. But it would also say that the new home wasn't going to suffer insults or slights gracefully, the way that they had in the past. They were openly mocked as the newbies, and never let it bother them. 2 wars in the same month would definitely change people's opinion of them. As if thinking about it had triggered the worst outcome, Elder Blackwood suddenly got a system message that a group of his people had been attacked on the way to town. That was followed quickly by a clan war system message over the area. A smile slowly spread over Ray's face, and the security elders shuddered in horror. These idiots might not have been paying attention. But they knew what had happened in Gralpedron. Gentlemen, I will apologize in advance for the mess. But the Darklight host is allied with the Blackwoods pack. The security elder sighed. Since when? About 4 hours ago. Either way, we're allied now and... Ray stopped speaking just long enough to shadow step, and use her favorite poison daggers to decapitate 2 of the warriors. Gods above, how much attack power does she have? One of the security elders muttered as the 3rd goon fell to his knees, clearly planning to beg for his life. He wouldn't get the chance. Ray collected the corpses, then waved her hand and absorbed the blood on the floor before anyone could track it around the shop. Security gentlemen, can you take Miss Lucille to the barbecue party? My friends are there to take care of her, and I have to go see a guy about a thing. Elder Blackwell chuckled. Their clan compound is on the south side of the city, the tan sandstone walls, next to the Cooper's warehouse. Ray nodded, then vanished. Shit. I'll send security elders over there. What's she thinking, going alone? Blackwell shrugged. Going by what just happened, I would say that she's not actually concerned about her safety. They only have 10 more ascended elders, and no supreme-ranked leader. But on that note, I will take Lucille to safety, it's on my way to their compound. The little mage growled. I can help. I have a class now. Her father patted her on the head. Calm down, little one. Let the Darklight host members keep you safe, and we will start your combat training later. At the party, Carl could sense what happened, as Ray was now in the attacking clan's compound. That was hard to miss. It looks like we have to intervene. It wouldn't look good if our allies took heavy losses. Only, I don't know where the Blackwoods pack is, he informed Dana with an annoyed sigh. Why did someone have to start things in the middle of a party? One of the barbarians came over and handed him a crude map. They're southeast of the gate by 5 kilometers. Nearly in the city, by Leakin standards. They weren't big enough to claim a good spot in the deep woods. They do have a few peak immortal elders, so I doubt that they'll lose the fight. But if you want to go assist your allies, that's where they are. Can I do the thing? Hawk asked in Carl's mind. Ray is in the building, and she will be upset if you set it on fire around her. Hawk considered his options. He could go set the group attacking the pack on fire instead. Today was a good day for fire. He just had to finish up with these 2 smokers full of fresh meat, and then he would head right over. Alright, I will go assist our allied pack. Gentlemen, I will return in a moment. The barbarians laughed at his complete confidence that one more immortal would be enough to make a difference. Unless there were more Darklight Host members coming, as it was clear that the new home merchant clan considered this none of their business. Not a surprising position, as nearly every other group in the city thought the same way. In fact, nobody was coming to assist either side of this battle except Carl and Ray. Carl stepped outside, then flew over the building by a few hundred meters before transforming into the avatar of the World Dragon and taking off for the pack. Is he going to make a point? That's a big dragon. The barbarian asked Dana as Carl left. Oh, definitely. I think that one of our guild members wants to claim the pack, so he's gone to make sure that they all know we're helping. And what better way than by doing it as a massive dragon? Kara laughed at Dana's words. Keeping the lichens was always an option. She even knew a good spot to put them. There was a whole empty clan compound in the woods, where they had gotten the bunnies from. That was close enough to the new home to protect them easily, and it would give them more territory. Nobody had moved in yet, as technically it was spoils of war for the new home merchant clan. But the new home didn't need it, and it wasn't in great shape to start with. Once she advanced, they could set Lotus loose on the pack as well. Call it a branch office of the Darklight Host, and she would have a whole lot more fluffy people around. You had to look out for your friends, right? Dana realized that something was influencing her thoughts the moment those words flashed through her mind. Being bonded with Carl and the team was changing the way that she thought in the most subtle and insidious ways. That one was likely a Thor-based thought, but it could have been any of them. They were all either fiercely protective of their friends, or extremely loyal. Elder Blackwoods ran in with Lucille in his arms, and Tion leapt off the table to land in the girl's arms, making her giggle. Hi. Am I making friends today? Dana smiled at her. You will stay here with us for the fight. That is Tion, and he's a friend of Ray's. Tion nodded. There is more meat coming. Do you like roast meat? Oh, they've got spiced honey water too. It's better than the alcohol, and I can't drink too much milk without getting full. Lucille nodded. She liked all those things. But lichens processed alcohol too fast to get drunk, so they rarely bothered with it. Carl flew over the city, attracting very little attention until everyone watching realized that he was headed for the Blackwoods pack. He could see the battle from here, with the lichens gathered at the edge of the small cluster of houses that was their pack compound. There were far more lichens than he had expected from the number of houses, and they were all excellent fighters, holding a defensive barrier against the intruders, while two of their elders fought the invading clan's elders overhead. It was the same sort of setup that the new home had used, but on a much smaller scale. The invaders barely looked up as Carl landed behind their lines. Then, he called Oathbreaker and the Spirit Bear Tyrant. The unfamiliar summoned creatures caught their attention, and Carl laughed. Gentlemen. Greetings from the Darklight Host, allies of the Blackwoods pack. Then, he added, undead minions, and the undead army, bringing Lich Lords and Spectral Knights to the battlefield. The effect was instant and devastating. A miasma of death energy spread through the attackers as the Spectral Knights charged. Then, Oathbreaker teleported into the middle of the group, attacking feverishly, knowing that the damage would spread through the entire group. The Spirit Bear Tyrant shook his head for a second. He didn't actually need to be here at all. However, there was someone attacking a small furry person who was rushing for the compound. He would go protect that person. Carl looked down at the battlefield. Being a massive dragon had advantages. Then, he sent a gout of dragon breath into the melee, causing the plants to grow and entangle the attackers, while corroding the equipment of anyone hostile to the pack. For a second, Carl considered going all out. Then, he realized that the enemy force was already faltering, and even ones that weren't in imminent danger were beginning to panic. They had received the message from the members who were still at their home compound. The non-combat classes and weaker immortals, who weren't fit for an attack. They outnumbered the Blackwoods pack more than 30 to 1, just counting the ones who had come to fight. But that no longer mattered. Their home compound had fallen, and the surviving members were fleeing, even as the security elders from the city had come to keep the chaos contained. Ray was not happy. As soon as they realized what was going on, the majority of the members had fled out into the city, and the humans who called themselves security elders wouldn't let her hunt them in the streets. How was she supposed to finish the fight if she couldn't hunt the one who ran away? They were flagged as valid targets by the system, so it should be fine, right? What was this nonsense about civilian casualties and property damage? She would pay if she broke any buildings. They were entirely too restrictive about this whole thing. So, instead of chasing the ones who got away, Ray began organizing a diorama in the clan compound with the ones who did not. And the elders immediately began to regret not letting her leave. At the pack compound, the Blackwoods warriors surged out into the battle, joining Carl's team in combat. They would defeat this threat today, and if their ally was confident in not letting them exhaust themselves on the barrier first, that was fine as well. Long-armed and larger than humans, the warriors of the pack had a distinct reach advantage in close combat, even when they weren't using oversized two-handed weapons. The Lycans were vicious in combat, but the barriers had failed, and the members who had realized that their clan had been ambushed while they were here had been worked up into a frenzied rage. Meteors began to crash down on the pack village, chasing children out to the edge of town, where the spirit bear tyrant was collecting them under his prodigious form. He was immune to nearly everything that the clan could throw at him, but after the first few, nobody was even trying to attack him. They were just letting him protect the children, so that the invincible bear didn't get any notions about tearing into them when they already had enough problems. The buildings were just wooden structures with thatch roofs, they didn't last a single barrage, but they could be quickly rebuilt if the pack wanted to after the battle. Ray stopped her work as people entered the clan compound. Had someone come to fight? No, it was just those assholes from the security force who ruined her fun. Give me a moment, I need to put the sign up. She shouted, still in spider form. The elders paused, unsure what she meant. Ray, shadow-stepped, to the front room, then dipped her finger in the closest pool of blood and began to write on the top of a broken table. Tel Justo Haunted House. Limited time only. Enter at your own risk. She took the table outside and propped it against the wall. Alright, now it's all ready. Enjoy. The elders stared at the sign, momentarily stunned beyond words. Then, they realized that the spider was gone. If she had gone to hunt in the city, the clan leaders were going to give them a serious headache at the next council meeting. She's gone to the Blackwoods pack. The patrols reported her arrival just a second ago. The battle there is nearly over, so this clan war is going to be resolved in a matter of minutes. The group's rogue informed them. The elder smiled. I'm glad that they managed to work it out. The rogue went pale and shook his head. Work it out? No, not at all. The Dark Light host simply rolled in and killed everyone. There's some fuck-off huge damn dragon there, breathing curses and summoning undead, while a spirit bear tyrant has our patrols scared stiff. I don't know how they got it out of the dungeon, but they've confirmed that it's real, not an illusion. Who are these Dark Light host people? Is it some sort of elite enforcement team of a larger clan? Every time we hear about them, they're doing something insane. The rogue tilted his chin toward the house. Like turning a clan compound into a haunted house, using the corpses of the residents? Yeah, they were going to have to clean that up. But they couldn't just loot the place without triggering an addition to the clan war. They had to wait for it to end, and the haunted house was attracting attention. By the time that Ray arrived at the battlefield, things were already finished, and the Blackwoods pack was beginning to check for casualties. It was much less than expected, but one thing that Ray noted was that the pack was supposed to have a supreme-ranked elder, and she didn't see one. Not alive, and not dead. No issues dealing with the flunkies? Ray asked as she made her way to Carl. None. There was a fight overhead, but it broke up without any casualties, and the clan leader of the attackers fled. They didn't return to their house in the city, so I'm assuming that you took care of that. It was lovely, thank you. Honestly, these people have been too good to me lately. But what are we going to do with our new friends? Some jerks broke their houses. Carl chuckled, as he already knew where Ray was going with this line of questioning. Alright, I will talk to them. They might want to rebuild, as their houses were quite simple. That might be a leakin' thing, or it might have simply been a concession to avoid attracting attention. When you're dealing with immortals, the interior doesn't necessarily match the exterior. At least, that's how it worked for him. I will go find their leader. They should have a supreme, but I don't see them. They might be hiding their aura. She moved quickly through the lichens, and then sent out a mental ping to Remy. You need to come here. There are injured potential test subjects here. Only a few dead, so maybe bring Tion as well. Wait, can he even resurrect? Never mind, they have clerics. Just come here with potions. The Naga appeared in her space, then came out with her bodyguards and a pair of healing totems active. That should make it clear that she was a healer. Then, Leo decided to follow her. If two of his sisters were doing fun things, he wanted to do them too. Plus, he knew how to heal. The sight of a juvenile tortellin, with a meat kebab in either hand, dancing through the carnage, using rejuvenation to heal everyone he came near, was a completely incongruous sight to the lichens. But Leo had come prepared, and Hawk had granted him a whole stack of kebabs from his own personal stash. Leo didn't really even like them. Now, if they had been fish kebabs, that would have been an entirely different matter. But he was handing them out to the wounded the way that Kara handed out cupcakes to the poor, and the lichens were huge fans of all things meat. The Blackwoods pack smiled as they realized that the little turtle boy was just being helpful, giving out his version of emergency rations and healing to the people, starting near where Carl was still standing in dragon form, in case someone decided to come and make more trouble. The lichens watched the little turtle carefully. He looked like a vulnerable child, where Ray was very clearly dangerous, and the Naga had bodyguards with her. The reinforcements of the Dark Light host were an odd bunch, but they had sent exactly what the village needed at the moment. Healers, food, and someone to make sure that there were no more attackers hiding around the village. I found the pack leader. And now I know why they weren't out fighting. They're injured, and it's something strange. I think that they might have failed the advancement from Supreme to Legendary. Ray informed Carl. That could definitely take some time to recover from. Even in the mortal ranks, there was backlash if you failed to break through. At the level of a peak Supreme, there had to be an exponentially larger backlash if you hit the bottleneck and failed to break through. Especially if you tried to force it. Having one of their pack members make Legendary would make them a top force in the world, despite the tiny size of the pack. Or, it might have happened some time ago, and they lost members when the pack leader was injured. It was impossible to tell without seeing the leader, or asking someone. Ray reached the Elder, where he was sitting in some sort of protective barrier inside a separate space in one of the now destroyed buildings. He was completely unaware of the world around him, or perhaps simply unable to react in any meaningful way. The barrier was Supreme ranked, and his energy was still holding it together, so Ray thought he likely wasn't comatose. He simply couldn't spare any energy to respond to the attack. Elder Blackwoods reached Ray just after she found the pack elder, and stopped beside the spider with a concerned look on his face. Ah, I see that you found him. Well, now that the cat's out of the bag, I suppose that the pack really will have to relocate, he sighed. Ray shrugged. It's not like I will tell anyone who will use it against you. But there are security people from the city nearby, and they'll notice soon. However, I do have a proposal for you. There is an empty clan compound not far from the new home merchant clan. It used to belong to the Hyperion sect, until we wiped them out. They abandoned their compound, and left nothing but the bunnies behind. Now, we've already claimed the bunnies. But the compound is intact, so you could move the pack there, and we would place it under our protection. The new home would do that? Ray shrugged. I meant the Dark Light host. But I'm sure that clan leader Narissa would be happy to work out something with your pack. She's quite open-minded when it comes to helpful things. How many Dark Light host members are on this world? I heard that more arrived for the battle from another world, not another continent. Ray nodded. Technically, 2. However, if you count the bonded partners, just enough to make a proper branch. Elder Blackwoods chuckled. Well, just one of them here today was enough to steamroll through a minor clan. The power of having such an advanced class and the favor of the World Dragon can't be underestimated. Exactly. So, what do you say? Want to relocate? We will help you get it all set up, and even take your pack into the guild so that you can get access to our good stuff. Now, she was making an offer the pack might not be able to afford to refuse. You said that the Dark Light host has good stuff, but what does that entail exactly? Wait, let me bring the Carl. He's good at the sales pitch. What am I selling them? Guild membership for the pack. I bet that they're actually really good craftsmen once we get them pointed in the right direction, Ray explained. I see. Well, the Dark Light host is primarily a crafting guild. But we have a number of bonuses to our guild houses, and a guild-wide bonus that is quite popular with the members. You see, we have an item that grants the whole guild the physical stats of their peak development, which was actually much more important to the mortal branches. But we also have an incredible guild skill. It's called Ancient Wisdom, and it allows a member to grant one skill from themselves or one of their summoned creatures to their entire party. So, you can have the healer grant the whole group a healing skill. Or the druid grant them all increased regeneration, or even just have everyone learn how to cast Chaos Vortex. But mostly, we use it to allow apprentices to use high-ranking trade skills so that they can pick the one that is most appealing to them. Or, so that we can draft them into helping one of the teams. The elder blinked slowly, and one of the peak immortal elders who had been shadowing Leo came over to join the conversation. You're saying that you could grant the entire pack the ability to use an advanced crafting skill? Carl nodded. Blacksmithing, inscription, alchemy, runecrafting, mystic cooking. There are a lot of options available that can be taught to the pack. Not just temporarily. We are a crafting guild, so if your pack members would like to join us, we would also teach them to use advanced crafting skills to make them self-sufficient. If your pack was making epic-grade items, I suspect that you would not be short on funding to rebuild the compound we are offering. However, we also have educational facilities for the children, and an arrangement can be made to integrate your children into the new home schools if you would prefer not to have them mingle with our mortal members. You keep mortals. We have branches in mortal worlds. But also, we've got bunnies. Elder Blackwoods chuckled. You'll get a kick out of this guy. He can just pat bunnies on the head, and they don't run away. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like he doesn't process as a threat in their brains. Even the clerics with, if not friend, why friend shaped? Struggle with that. We will need to put it to a vote. Any matter this large, especially when the pack leader is incapacitated, requires a 2/3 majority. That's how we've been doing things while he recovers. And when he's awake. He's a Leakin pack leader, both in title and in class. He has the authority to just issue orders, and we will follow. Ah, I see how it is now. Alright, if you want to gather your pack here, we will wait for you to explain the situation, and then you can put it to a vote. If your people don't want to move, we will help you rebuild the village. We've got the skills to make it as good as new in a few hours. That is very generous of you. Far more than I would expect of strangers. Ray laughed and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Your daughter is sitting with my little brother, wrapped in silk that I made. How could you call us strangers? But really, it's so easy for Carl and Leo that they literally could reassemble the houses in a matter of minutes. The elders looked skeptical, so Carl made a dramatic waving gesture, and then used earth manipulation, repair object, and plant growth, to rebuild a stone house with wood floors and roof tiles. The houses here had been incredibly simple to start with, so that was actually an improvement on what it had been. See. Not a big deal. I could do dozens at a time, but if you're leaving, there's no need. The Leakin pack gathered, and began to animatedly discuss the possibilities of moving to a new location. Most of them knew where the Hyperion sect had been, even if they'd never been inside the compound before. What mattered was that it was technically within the training area that the new home merchant clan used, and there weren't any close neighbors. That made them much more remote, though they were near the shore. That was a selling point for the Lycans. They didn't like being surrounded by people all the time, as they were very attuned to nature. While the compound was likely to be in poor shape, as they didn't know that the few surviving clan members had evacuated before being forced, they were sure that there should be enough housing for them. Especially if Carl was willing to help. However, that meant that they would have to move away from their usual hunting grounds, and the dungeon that they had gotten quite used to using. They could still come back, but it wouldn't be nearly as convenient. I think that we need to wake the pack leader for this. Moving is too big for just a vote. One of the other elders suggested. What if waking him makes his condition worse? He's already like that, just trying to mitigate the damage. If he wakes, he might lose years of progress. So, it had been some time since he was injured, Carl realized. Well, they were immortals. Technically, they had forever. I believe that I can wake him without damage. His aura is stable, and he's not taking ongoing damage. So, the worst of the lingering damage will be to his mind and progression. Carl explained. However, that didn't reassure them much. If the pack leader's mind was damaged, it wouldn't matter if they woke him, but he might be feral, and that would be a danger to everyone. Before waking the elder, Carl began to make preparations. The man was likely to be hungry, so he sent a system message to Lotus to prepare a feast for their new Leakin friends, and to see what he could grab without messing up the plans for dinner. You can grab the leftover casseroles in the freezer. We made a big batch, to use in multiple meals, and we can just replace them if you use them up. That was helpful. Alright, I will grab some casseroles as side dishes to the roast meat. Then some of the fruit in the storage room. I will let you know how it goes after I wake up the elder. In the tiny world, Lotus was nearly vibrating with excitement. Not only were they getting an Immortal Realm branch of the guild, they were all fluffy. This had to be up there on the best days ever list for any green dragon cleric. But most importantly, they were big foodies, and that meant she would certainly get more volunteers to join their mystic cooking group, and help cook for the team. They weren't particularly short on cooks right now, but spreading the joy of cooking was her passion. Carl used Dark Flame to heat the food in Hawk's space while he prepared to wake up the elder. First, he would have to give the man a small soul and life energy infusion. That could come from what was stored in his weapons, but it would be essential to stabilizing the elder once he was moving. Carl used plant growth to make a wooden table, and set out the steaming hot casseroles and plates of roast meat. Then, he infused some energy into the elder, and wafted the scent of meat in his direction, going for the subtle way of waking him up first. The Leakin leader's eyes shot open, and Carl smiled. He thought that might be the way to do it. Roast pork from the dungeon was a good choice, and as it was ascended rank monster meat, it contained an abundance of energy that would help the elder recover. And who might you be? What happened to the village? The village was attacked. I am Carl of the Dark Light Host, and the new home merchant clan. Your pack is looking to relocate to a larger territory, with a new village. But they didn't want to do anything without your input, so I prepared breakfast. The ancient Leakin smiled. You know our people well, and I see that you are a mystic chef. Carl shook his head. No, but the Dark Light Host has many of them. That's another thing that we should speak of. I am looking to start a branch of the guild here in this world, and I would like to recruit your pack to join us. There are many benefits that I can explain once you've eaten. The pack leader smiled as he popped a cube of roasted pork belly into his mouth. Oh, I am quite familiar with the Dark Light Host, young Avatar. You see, I traveled the cosmos after I left my home pack, and came across a number of worlds where they either operated as a guild, or simply ruled the entire planet. The Dark Light host might not exist on this world, but they are somewhat of a legendary existence in the immortal realms. If they are truly inviting us to join, I would encourage my pack to take up a vote on whether the benefits are worth it. Carl nodded. Well, as you are familiar with the guild, that makes things easier. I explained to the pack earlier, but we have the talent to help your members learn trade skills immediately. We also have a guild skill for the branch that will let you all share one skill you possess to your whole group when working together. Ah, the ancient wisdom skill. That's a wonderful one. I've seen guilds with it before, and they're a force of nature in a dungeon. My question is, who will be the branch leader here? Carl smiled. That is the real question. Normally, I would be, as I have the skill. However, you are the supreme, and both guild size and status depend upon the power of the leader. The pack elder nodded. I don't want to be the actual leader. I dislike meeting with other clan leaders and dealing with their arrogance. That's why I passed down the title and went into seclusion before I was injured. Carl nodded. Did you get stuck at the bottleneck? The Leakin shook his head. No. I was attacked during my advancement. I took a lot of soul damage, and I still need time to recover before I can try again. I appreciate you giving me a bit of a bump. Recovering when your soul is damaged is a slow process. Carl nodded. If your pack is willing to join the Dark Light host, I can likely help with that as well. I have some specialized techniques that are great at recovering soul energy. If he gave the ancient Leakin soul steel, it should be enough for him to recover sufficiently in a half-dozen dungeon runs, Carl assumed. Soul harvest seemed like a bit of overkill just to recover from some damage. It was aimed at the immortal spirit, though. So, it might actually be necessary for the pack leader's recovery. The ancient one was nearly through an entire casserole, and close to 5 kilos of roast pork were already gone, leaving the entire pack staring at him in shock. He had been out of commission a while, but that eating prowess was truly impressive. Where was he even putting it all? All right. Who is the leader now? I mean, not me. Who was doing the job while I recovered? Elder Blackwood stepped forward, and bowed. That would be me, Elder. Oh, Tufts. That's a good choice. How has the pack been doing? Other than the attack today? We were doing well. Suppressed by many of the other clans in the area, but doing well enough, and we got regular access to the dungeon. The pack leader sighed. It seems that I will have to take action once we move. You did vote to move to the Dark Light host, right? We haven't voted yet, Elder. But the Dark Light host members are few in number, and under the protection of the new home merchant clan. Under Narissa. She's a good one. I wonder how they suckered her into taking Dark Light host members. She should know that they're all agents of chaos, even if this one wasn't a world dragon avatar. Carl laughed. I will tell you the whole story later. But she delegated the recruitment from the mortal worlds to her elders. Ha! Classic rookie mistake. The Lycans shared confused glances. It appeared that the pack leader, who they had assumed would be the most against this proposal, was actually encouraging them to join a guild. The Lycan packs had always been independent, valuing their connection to nature over everything. Plus, being treated like pets under the protection of another was hard on their pride as predators. They were Lycans, not attack dogs. Could we look at the new location before deciding? One of the mothers asked. Carl nodded. That sounds reasonable. I can open a portal there now. If you gather everything that you want to take with you, there won't even be a need to return if you decide to move. The pack nodded, and Elder Blackwoods explained. We don't leave things in the houses. Nothing is there that we can't replace, other than a few favorite dishes and pots. The pack has collected most of it already. In that case, I will open the portal. For those who don't know, it was the old Hyperion sect compound. The pack leader looked up. What happened to them? I remember that their clan leader was stuck at peak immortal when I was injured. He should have been a supreme by now. Carl shook his head. He never made it past peak immortal. I killed him when they joined the Gralpedran Templars in an attack on the New Home Merchant clan. The Templars are gone now, as well as the Condim commanders. All three lost their clan leader in combat and chose to disband. Elder Blackwood scoffed. That's a generous way of putting it. Did you and your spider not go to the Templars' compound and kill all the survivors after they refused to pay the victor's share? Minor technicality. The Hyperion sect simply left after the battle. We have their bunnies now, and one of their crippled immortals that we're trying to find a way to heal. He's currently teaching students for us in the mortal worlds. Many of the pack members smiled at that news. They were immortal, but not really combat sorts. That was why a crafting guild sounded so good to them. But to know that they even took in cripples and found them gainful work instead of abandoning them or sending them on suicide missions was great news. Then your guild has a lot of children? The pack leader asked. We have over 100 adopted dragon hatchlings and a few children of our own. Carl confirmed. The Lycans smiled. There was definitely a fun story to that. Nobody ended up with 100 dragons accidentally. Especially hatchlings. Alright, we're ready. Do you have a portal ability? I think we have a mage who knows where it is. Elder Blackwoods offered. Oh, I can open a portal. It comes with being an avatar of the world dragon. The pack leader smiled. Don't worry about him. He could likely open a portal to the mortal realms or the Fey worlds from here without a ritual or a mana storage device. The avatars of the world dragon go where they please. That's actually a skill. Now, off we go. Carl opened the portal, and found that there were two very depressed-looking bunnies sitting in the middle of the street, holding each other. Hey, did we forget you? I swear that we asked if we had everyone, Carl greeted them. Who are you? Where did our friends go? I'm Carl, of the Darklight Host. Your friends came to stay with us after the Hyperion sect collapsed. They're currently trying to avoid being cuddled to death by an enthusiastic green dragon cleric. But where did you come from? If we managed to forget someone, I'm very sorry. We didn't live in the sect. We were from down by the ocean. But our friends brought us food, and now everything is gone, and we don't know what to do. Carl smiled. Alright, I will bring you to them, and they will find you a new beach to stay near. You don't mind being moved, do you? Wait. We've got stuff. Carl nodded. Actually, if you don't mind living with Lycans, I'm bringing new people here. You could stay with them, and they will make sure that you get enough to eat. Lycans also like to live out in nature. These were likely runaways, bunnies who didn't want to be kept as slaves by the clan. But Carl would pretend that they were just villagers, as if he mentioned anything about the contracts, they would panic and run away. The pair stared at him in fear, so Carl reached down and patted them on the head. Go get your stuff, and I will send you to your friends. They're in a pocket dimension, a safe place full of mortals and fluffy things. They nodded, and darted out of the street, their powerful legs launching them down the street so fast it almost looked like they teleported. So, that was how they did it. All the immortals thought that it was a secret skill, but they actually just had incredibly strong legs and very light bodies. The pack leader joined Carl in the street and stared around at the pristine, but abandoned compound. They left without a fight. Indeed. We killed about 80% of their clan in the battle at New Home, and those who survived simply packed up and left. They looted the place dry, I think. But they left me the bunnies, which should count for more than a fifth of their wealth. The ancient Lycan chuckled. Yes, you are a Darklight Host branch leader, for certain. You have the guild math down to a science. Elder Blackwoods gave the elder a look that made the Supreme smile indulgently. The Darklight Host picks leaders based on how well attuned they are to the World Dragon. And the World Dragon likes cute things, chaos, and people who are willing to get creative to get what they want. Not the cruel ones, who will step on others. The ones who are willing to try breaking a dungeon to see if they can get better loot. You can, by the way. We've done it twice since we got here. Carl agreed. The pack began to spread out through the clan compound, examining the buildings left behind. They even left all the supplies in the restaurants. I think that they just took the valuable resources and abandoned the city. We could set up a whole town today, just using what is here, one of the female elders informed them as she bounced her grandson on her hip. That's a good sign. Carl, were you going to claim this spot for the Darklight host? Carl nodded. I need to clear it with clan leader Nerissa, but I don't think it will be an issue. It's within the training area of the new home, so the members will likely stop here on their trips. It will be good for everyone, and it encourages more members to get out of the compound and make the trip. You'd be surprised the resources that you can find when you're just wandering through the woods. Especially when you're an avatar of the world dragon. The pack leader agreed. I think that we have all agreed that this spot is better than where we were. If you want to contact clan leader Nerissa, we can hammer out the final details. I know her, and she shouldn't give us trouble about moving in here. She already allowed a clan to be here, and they weren't even allies. Now that there is an allied pack here, I think she will actually be relieved. The fact that it's affiliated with the Darklight host, who is also in her clan, should set her mind at ease. Just be prepared for her to pressure you to keep giving her goodies for the warehouse. Carl laughed. I've got a lot of clan credits. Elder Blackwood smiled. I would imagine that you do. Splitting time between the two locations could become a bit of an issue, I suppose. However, if you're not looking to actively manage this place, and are willing to leave it to the pack, that would make the new home happier. Carl nodded. Actually, the branch office that I am technically leader of now, I haven't lived at for some time. I just arranged the craftsmen and then moved to be closer to the dungeons. That would work just fine here as well. It would let the branch keep the guild skill that I can provide, and I'm sure that the pack wouldn't be too mad about being volunteered to run the place. There are businesses already prepared to open, and once I start teaching all the new guild members trade skills, they'll have plenty to sell. One of the younger members, a girl in her late teens, raised her hand to ask a question, as if she was still in school. Actually, she might have been. Sir, why would you put so much investment into a pack, just because they accepted a guild invitation? Because the associated guild branches get a cut of your sales. A flat 5%, all sorted by the system. Having more productive members keeps things running smoothly, and lets the young immortals grow even without going to the dungeons constantly. If there isn't enough to find in the woods, you can fall back on a crafting skill, sell a few items, and get what you need. I've sent a message to clan leader Nerissa, and once she arrives, we can talk about selling the items your pack makes to the new home's warehouse. A dry laugh came from behind Carl. Elder Douglas will not be happy that you are volunteering him for more work trying to value crafted items for the warehouse, Nerissa informed him. But somehow, he never tells me to stop sending them. The clan leader and the pack leader nodded politely to each other, then Nerissa returned her attention to Carl. So, if I understand this properly, you wish to make this abandoned place a guild house, as an extension of the new home merchant clan, and have the Blackwoods pack move in to operate it. I'm assuming after you have drafted them into your guild. Well, I do need enough members to make a branch, so yes. That is exactly what I'm asking. You can work out if they'd be considered part of the clan, an allied pack, or how the deal works. But I would like to take them into the Darklight host. Nerissa sighed. I would try to discourage you, but lichens and the host have an exceptional affinity for each other. I suspect it's the fur. Or possibly, their love of snacks and killing. Yeah, the second one. Definitely the second one. Remy agreed helpfully. A large portion of their team was not furry. However, they were all fond of snacks and stabbing. Even Leo, who didn't have claws or teeth, was a fan of the scimitar. Mostly because it went with his pirate hat. I don't actually see an issue with that. The packs are their own structure, not a formal system-recognized organization. So, it's not an issue to have the Blackwoods pack join both the guild and the clan if they want. Then, this will really become an extension of the clan, and the system won't give us any headaches about ownership because the managers will be in the Darklight host, who technically holds the rights over this territory until it reverts to free land in the system interface. The rights over the land didn't mean much, as far as Carl could tell. But if anyone else tried to claim it, they would have to wait 30 days before the system would let them establish a clan compound, guild house or other system-linked structure. A reward for the victors of a clan battle or guild war. The pack members quietly, but urgently, discussed their options. This place was good, and if they joined a larger organization, they would gain many benefits. However, they would lose some of their autonomy. It didn't look like the clan was going to ask much of them, but they would want it specified in advance. Just in case there were rules that didn't work with their nature. Even if they lived in this compound, they needed to be in the woods most of the time, it was a genetic imperative to be in nature. Nerissa handed the pack leader a document, and when he opened it, a system message appeared in front of each of the pack members, visible in the air. That was the details of clan membership in the new home merchant clan, the same ones that Carl had agreed to. They were not strenuous. In fact, other than the agreement to trade goods to the clan at a rate set by the clan, they didn't really require much of anything in particular. The pack members read the requirements, discussing among themselves if this was the best option. The pack couldn't easily disband or split, they were linked by bloodlines as much as loyalty. But they could encourage the pack leader to let them live in the woods instead of in town, or try to negotiate living here without joining the clan if the deal was bad. However, the new home were not short on supplies, given their merchant nature. So, trading with their supply warehouse was a definite win. After a few minutes, the elders made a round of the pack members and had each of them pick a colored stone to put in a bag. There was no explanation given, but nearly everyone picked the white stone, with only a few blue ones removed. That settles it, then. By clear majority, we have agreed with the pack leader's encouragement to join the Darklight host, and move the pack to this location under the guardianship of the new home merchant clan. Elder Blackwoods announced. Clan leader Nerissa shook his hand. You have made the right choice, pack leader. Your people will do well in the new home, and you will be able to recover in peace, without worrying that someone will try to take over your pack territory again. After what happened recently, it should be a long time before anyone dares to outright attack the new home again. The fact that they tried to attack our people today was an act of pure stupidity. And then your elder got tangled up in it for telling the truth. For that, I do truly apologize. It shouldn't have happened, but we had no way of knowing that they would hold a grudge against you when they couldn't take it out on us. That's not your fault. I don't hold it against you. They had past incidents with our members, and today they decided to take it one step further. Your members stepped in to assist us, which is more than enough to prove that you are solid allies. Nerissa nodded slowly. She didn't know that Carl and his people had stepped in. But it looked like it wasn't the full team. They certainly hadn't brought any of the elders here, and the Dana mage was also gone. Speaking of which, where are my elders? There is a pineapple roast pork party going on with the barbarians over in Tel Justo. Most of my team is there, and Hawk is learning a new recipe. If you'd like to go join them, I'm certain that they would appreciate the company. Both Nerissa and the pack leader laughed and shook their heads in unison. No, having clan leaders show up at street festivals just causes even more chaos. Especially when we're not local to the city. We will let them party, and you can return there once you get your new guild members settled. Any of the elders have recruitment permissions, so you can have them bring the pack into the clan tomorrow. Pack leader, perhaps you would like to come to my office for a moment? I have a raise to help you recover, and the most lovely peach wine. The pack leader nodded. Elders, you have control. Call me if there is an issue. The elders nodded, and the pack raised a joyful howl as the pack leader followed clan leader Nerissa back to her building within the clan compound. Alright, now let's get everyone inducted into the guild, and then you can go pick homes within the village. I don't know if there are any squatters that might have moved in, but there are at least the 2 bunnies living in the area. I'll bring those ones to their friends, but they might be back later." With Carl's warning, the lichens searched the small compound thoroughly, looking for anyone who might be hiding from them, especially terrified bunnies. With their sense of smell, it would be nearly impossible for the species to hide from them. They smelled like a prey species, and lichens could pick them out from hundreds of meters away in the right wind. However, it appeared that the whole area was abandoned, with a thick layer of dust collecting on the floors of buildings that had been left with their doors open. That was how much of a hurry the last residents had left in. There was broken furniture, hiding spaces torn apart to save the time needed to get into them normally, even forgotten meals left on tables in some houses. Then, a few which were much more organized, with everything put away nice and tidy. There was some damage showing, so the lichens assumed these were the houses that had bunnies in them when everyone left. The panic of the immortals wasn't their panic, so they would have simply continued to do their jobs until someone told them otherwise, under the assumption that people would be coming back. That was how things normally went. It might take a day, it might take a year, but the immortals always came back home, under normal circumstances. There had even been cases where generations of bunnies had maintained a property before the owner remembered about it and came to visit again. In the eyes of the staff, that wasn't actually all that bad. They only had to keep things in good shape, and maintain the spells on the building, and it was fine. There was nobody to make a mess for them to clean up. While the lichens searched for stowaways, the 2 bunnies who had been waiting in the street when they arrived came back with bags of belongings. Perfect timing. I will send you to the others for now, and you can visit. Then, if you want to come back to your home here, you can. Or, we might need a few to come keep the place clean again now that there are lichens moving in. The pair looked horrified. They were absolutely terrified of the canine species. Every instinct screamed at them that these creatures wanted to eat them in the not good way. If given an option, they were definitely not coming back to maintain a property with a lichen pack. "Alright, let's do things this way. I will bring you to your friends, who are currently in a separate space with many other mortals. You can visit them for a while, and then I will come help you all gain some advanced skills so that you can be even more helpful and productive. Trust me, it'll be great, and one of the options is for even better cooking, or plant growth to make your own ingredients. We could also help you learn a crafting skill, or alchemy. But we will talk about that after I have helped the lichens. I understand your reluctance to remain here to work in the pack. Now, I am going to drop you off with the others, who are currently having a heated debate about the best sleeping locations. You see, they realize that there are rooms in houses, tree forts and mountain caves available." The 2 bunnies smiled. That was a hard choice. Being in houses felt like a burrow, but with natural light and good views. But a mountain cave house was an actual burrow. And that appealed to them on a deep level. What they didn't know was that the caves put them close to the dragon hatchlings, and the other bunnies had some reservations about that. They were cute now. But they would get big and scary later. Carl moved the 2 without opening a portal, and they were immediately swarmed by their friends from the clan. "Oh, did you find the Carl? He's been busy, but his friends found us such a nice place to stay. Everyone here is mortal, and they're so friendly. They even have a friendly bear." The new arrivals simply stared at the energetic young bunny, until she pointed into the distance, where Lotus was playing tag with Tifa. She had lost the argument about the name, and so Fluffzilla had gotten a perfectly boring name, but she had also managed to make new friends lately. There were the new bunnies, and Mish, who Ray had brought to them. The blind girl was adjusting well, and the bunnies brought her everywhere so that she didn't simply hide in her room. They would certainly get around to fixing her eyes as promised, Lotus knew. She had worked with Kara to fix the deaf rogue's ears, so they could definitely work together to fix this girl's eyes. It was the same thing, really. She was born blind, so healing her didn't make any difference. But if they disintegrated everything, and she focused on making them like regular eyes, they should start working right. Well, this one belonged to Ray, so they might want special eyes, but she could probably do those too. But both options needed Kara for disintegration. Sensing someone thinking about her, Kara came to visit, and that attracted Ray's attention. She wasn't going to let her sister mess with her new mage. She had plans for that one. On the other hand, Kara was the best of them at using Carl-type skills. If she could grant a new skill, it would be perfect. Oh, what do you have in mind? If it's fun, I can help. Alright, what we need to do is... Maish felt a shiver run up her spine as the two beasts appeared, then dismissed it as the first thing she heard was them greeting Lotus. How are you liking the new class? Having a pet is great, isn't it? Ray asked. It really is. Tifa is learning so many things, and I've gotten super strong since we bonded. Did you know that the Beast Master gets a portion of the stats of their bonded team members? Even as a little bear, Tifa is way stronger than I was before. Ray resisted the urge to point out that Yuan was also physically stronger than she was before, and he was barely larger than Tian. Would you like to help us with something? Since Maish already has a form of soul sight as a class skill, I think that we should fix her eyes as well. It's that, or we give her a skill like thermal vision, or echolocation, so that she can find her way around more easily. Ray explained. Oh, I'm happy to help. Are we going to help fix her like we did with Sybil's hearing? Maish began to get excited. They had done this before. That was wonderful news. She had never heard of someone who could fix a condition like hers. Yes, just like that. Only this time you focus on how the insides of my eyes work, not Kara's. You see, Kara's eyes work differently than most people's, since she sees chaos and probabilities. Lotus nodded, and stared deeply into Ray's eyes for a second before she found herself flying. Ophelia held the little cleric under the arms and turned her away from the spider. Use my eyes, not Ray's. Hers are not normal either. Ray sighed. This was so much fun before the bear interfered. Only, Ophelia's eyes weren't normal either, were they? The transformed state that she lived in was a powerful magical skill, and her eyes were a vibrant golden hue that could see far better in the dark than humans. Lotus nodded happily. I know your eyes very well. I can do that, as long as Kara does the prep work. Ray smiled. Maish, take your blindfold off, and show Lotus your eyes so that she can fix them properly. Reluctantly, the girl removed her blindfold, and revealed eye sockets with smooth skin and no sign of eyeballs at all. The skull wasn't wrong, it was just that the eyes had never grown in, so she had no eyelids. Alright, I can do this. It's a bit more work than expected, but I can do it. Lotus hyped herself up, and Ray crept up behind the mage to stick her with a paralytic numbing agent that Remy had developed. It was like an anesthetic for surgery, only it didn't make you unconscious. That was much better. It would be a shame for Maish to miss the most important moment in her young life. Are you ready? Lotus asked. I already prepped her for surgery, she can't answer. But she's ready and mentally prepared. You can begin. Lotus nodded to Kara, who disintegrated the incorrectly shaped section. Ophelia moved to kneel next to the mage, so that Lotus would remain focused on the right set of eyes. She hadn't missed the fact that Ray was deliberately behind the girl, hoping to make Lotus focus on her eyes. Blood-red spider orbs in a human face would just be creepy. Even if they worked amazingly well. For a moment, the mage's face was a grotesque mockery of a face, with two large holes gouged out of it. Then, Lotus healing kicked in, and everything began to reform into a delicate beauty with shockingly golden eyes that seemed to glow with inner power. That was a side effect of the soul sight, passive skill that she had awakened when she got her class. But now that she had her face uncovered, her beauty was revealed, and she could see the world for the first time as everyone saw her for the first time. Ray moved to kneel in front of her, making them roughly the same height, as the mage couldn't move yet. Oh, those are lovely. I wonder how long it will take for you to make sense of what you see, now that you have eyes. Sybil, my baby rogue, adapted to hearing in a matter of minutes. But sight seems like it should be more complex. From her paralyzed state, Maish stared at Ray, trying to make sense of the flood of new input. She had no idea how to process this. She was seeing things, a new sense that she didn't really understand. However, when she overlaid her soul sight, things began to make more sense, and she didn't feel as dizzy. However, wasn't Kara, the one who looked like a constantly shifting being of chaos and mischief in soul sight, just a bit too innocent and kind-looking? Ray looked like a giant predator, even transformed into a humanoid. That made sense to her. Lotus was Lotus. She had touched the cleric's face before, getting a better idea of how her appearance should be, and the visual didn't disappoint. The vibrant green hair was a bit shocking, but it was clearly altered to match her outfit. Then there was Tifa, who was even more fluffy than she felt. There was hard muscle under all that fur, but from the outside the little bear looked completely harmless. The paralysis began to fade as Lotus finished her healing, and Maish blinked slowly, trying to process so much new information. The bunnies who had been taking care of her ran over to give her congratulatory hugs, and she smiled. "Thank you all for being so kind to me. I swear that I will repay your kindness and not be a burden," she insisted. Ray waved her hand dismissively. "Look how happy they are for you. There's no need to apologize. But I bet that you could join them for training. Once the Carl finishes settling his new Leakin friends into the empty village, he will come and help everyone get trade skills. That's going to be a big day for the bunnies, and they'll need to pick a career path, as you can only have one trade-type system skill. If they pick cooking, they can't also pick food growth or runecrafting. Before that, I have a skill book for you. You couldn't use them before because you couldn't see them. But the system should translate for you, so it doesn't matter that you can't read." "How did you know that I couldn't read?" "No, wait. That should be obvious. You have a skill book for me. What did you have? Aren't they super expensive?" Kara laughed as Ray took out a carefully prepared skill book for the mage. The pages were jet black, and the lettering was a rusty red color, as Ray had used human blood as ink when she wrote it. She hadn't planned to, but realized when she started that she didn't actually own a pen. So, she used one clawed fingernail and some spare immortal blood. She had lots of that left, and writing didn't need much. The blood destruction skill book seemed to glow with malevolent black energy as Maish carefully took it. She knew that Ray meant well, but this book was super creepy. However, the moment that she read the title, and ran her finger over the cover, a notice appeared in her vision. Learn skill, blood destruction. Timer expires in 30 seconds. How many times had this appeared before, and she never noticed? Or had it never appeared at all because she couldn't read the books? It felt like it only became an option once she had read the cover, in those weird symbols she couldn't identify, but the system translated for her into an audible message. "Yes. Learn the skill," she whispered. The book vanished, and Maish panicked, while Ray began to laugh. "That's normal. Skill books are single-use items. Now that you know the skill, the book's purpose is done. Curious, the system tells me that you're technically an immortal, but you're the weakest immortal that I've ever seen it recognize as fully immortal rank. We will have to help you learn about forming your immortal spirit soon. But for today, I should take you somewhere so that you can get some skill points, and then I will bring you to the class change obelisk, in case you can get a better class." "No, wait. You haven't bought up all your skills yet, have you? We need to take you fun places to get skill points. I know just the right place. There is a lovely mythic dungeon back in our old home world that I can bring you to while you train. Then, once you've got confidence, I will show you around the dungeons near the new home merchant clan." Kara laughed as she wrapped an arm around Lotus' shoulder. "What do you say? You, me, Fee, Ray and Maish. That's a pretty good group. Ray can summon extra golems if we have troubles. But it's just a mythic dungeon. They should probably go straight to it, or Azov would yell at her again. That old man had no sense of fun. Karl laughed as he sensed the group vanishing to the mythic dungeon in Xylas. They teleported directly into the instance so that they didn't cause trouble for Azov. Or, perhaps, so they didn't have to pay the entry fee. However, the mage only had 2 skills. Soul Sight, and Blood Destruction. She was going to be in for a shock when she realized what that skill actually did. Giving a child the ability to boil the blood of her enemies and make them explode, then sending her into a dungeon to kill monsters, was going to be a memory she would not soon forget. Ray wouldn't let anyone harm her new mage, so he didn't worry too much about it. First, he had to deal with the lichens, as he had promised them skills to help them grow. And then he would have to return to the party, if it was still going on, before finally making his way to the tiny world to work with the bunnies. There was entirely too much to do for one single day. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I promised that I would help you with skills and make sure that you're settled. The question is how much of a hurry you're in. If you'd like a few days to get used to the new location, that's fine by me. I will come back and help you pick out the appropriate skills from what I can grant. Or, you can talk to your pack elder about obtaining them from the new home merchant clan's library. Either way, I will make sure that the pack isn't short on anything so that you can all get settled in once I've made you official members of the Darklight host. Oh, that reminds me, are there any little ones who don't have a system interface yet? A bunch of hands went up, and Elder Blackwoods elaborated. We have 20 young ones not yet awakened. Will that be an issue? He didn't assume it would be. No, I just didn't want to use an area skill if I might accidentally awaken people early. I am told that children are energetic enough without giving them combat skills. Some of Leo's classmates have already awakened classes before age 10, and that is giving their parents headaches. So, I will start with the obvious question. Who here is 100% absolutely certain that they would like to take mystic cooking as a trade skill? No need to raise your hand if you already have it. The lichens laughed. None of them had it, the skill was usually a closely guarded perk of being in a larger clan. No, none of us have it. How do you transfer the skill? We do have an inscriptionist, who can make book copies. No, I can transfer the ones that someone on my team knows directly. It's a guild thing. The lichens accepted that at face value, and Karl gestured to one side of the road. Everyone who is sure they want to be a chef, stand together, and I will get you all at the same time. It's more efficient that way. Then we will go through skills. Only pick one if you're absolutely certain. They can't be easily changed, and you can't have a second one once you have picked one. The system won't let you. However, your classes can be upgraded soon. There is an obelisk in the new home compound, and something can be arranged for you all to come use it. We have patience. If we can get food sorted out today, I don't think that we will have any issues. The pack is known to be self-sufficient. It hurts their pride to accept handouts, even when it's friends. Taking benefits from joining the guild is like expanding the pack, and that's different. But they will be reluctant to go begging the new home to use their toys, one of the elders explained. Alright, let's get this started. 5 cooks should be more than enough to get started. Just accept when the system sends you a message. Pet sitter Karl offers knowledge, skill, mystic cooking, will be granted to. Karl smiled as the wall of notifications filled his system interface. Alright, that is the cook sorted. Now, we can work on other trade skills, if there is anyone who desperately wants to be a runecrafter or alchemist. The lichens turned to the elders, wondering if there was something off about Karl's brain. Of course, there would be people who wanted to be runecrafters. It was one of the legendary crafting skills. Nobody wouldn't want it. Especially if the option was simply not having a crafting skill. I believe that you will find plenty of us who are interested in runecrafting. You can do it on bones of monsters, and we are happy to go find more of those. In the dungeons at Xylas, Kara snorted with laughter. Of course, the lichens are happy to go fetch more bones. Carl kept his expression steady as the pack split into groups. We will take runecrafting, and the rest will wait to see what they want. Even this is more than we expected, and more than enough for a crafting guild to get started. The standard for the region is 3 void stage or higher crafters is enough for a branch of a clan to be called a crafting clan. Well, that's comforting. And it brings us to our next matter. Once we finish this process, we need to pick a building as the pack office and guild house. Normally, it's a highly defended location, or a major shop. You can set a store in the guild house, and the system protects it. But I also have defensive wards and spells to put on the house that I think everyone will appreciate. The old clan hall is over there. That could do the job. It's got a walled compound, a large shop on the main floor, and room for over 100 guests. It's ridiculous, they have a mansion larger than the number of clan members they had. Pet sitter Carl offers knowledge, skill, runecrafting, will be granted to. Pet sitter Carl offers knowledge, skill, runic alchemy, will be granted to. Carl nodded in satisfaction as the last of the pack members who wanted skills were taken care of. Alright, let's go check out the house. I will put runic wards on the property to defend in case of attack, and give it a nice mana battery to power the barriers. That buys some extra time if you're attacked. Don't worry too much about safety, I spent a long time perfecting it on the other guild house, he explained. Alright, we will trust your process. Here is the house, what do you think of it as a guild house? The pack will likely stay here anyhow, as it's so large. We like to share space until we find our mates. Alright, I will assign this as a guild branch house. Confirm formation of new guild house. 0 other Darklight host guild houses exist in this world. Confirmed. Congratulations branch leader Carl. Leadership of Drod guild house transferred to member Sapphire. Legacy bonus active, guild skill retained. That was good news. The guild would keep the bonus without having him as the branch leader. That was his biggest concern about starting a new branch. Please add amenities to activate guild house benefits. Carl examined the house, and then the wall around it. I will start with the perimeter, and work my way inward. I have multiple skills for separate spaces, and this place feels like they took all the defensive wards with them when they left. That was what the pack thought, too. Either there hadn't been anything, or it was an item, and had left with them. Carl made his way around the perimeter of the building, layering runes for defensive barriers every few steps, so even if a section of the wall was blown out, the other barrier sections would overlap. When everything was active, an attacker would have to shatter 50 different barriers to get through to the property, and then they would have to deal with the actual defenders. The next stage was the gargoyles, which were the primary fighting force inside the guild house compound. They could be sent out to defend the city, but that wasn't their purpose, and they couldn't go too far from their assigned station. Instead of going for wolves, which might have been taken the wrong way by the pack, Carl went with a more traditional griffin pattern gargoyle force. Then, he realized that he could make far more of them than the 10 that he had put at the Drod branch house. It would be pure overkill, but he could turn them into a small army of defenders. Carl reworked the runes for the gargoyles that he was making so that they could activate more defenders with stored mana, without the spell going inactive. 10 of the gargoyles active in the compound would be enough to slow down attackers, but he set the spell so that 90 more could be instantly activated, or replace the 10 active ones when they were damaged. Then, he added a healing altar in the front yard, built into the front porch. That was enough to get the system to react. 2 guild house upgrades detected. Basic security system, detected. Healing altar, detected. Guild house bonus applied, pacifism, causes holy damage to hostile targets within the home and calms their minds. That was a bonus that the Drod guild house had as well. Carl wasn't sure how effective it would be in this world, especially as he was still at the Void Immortal stage. That might not apply to the guild house bonuses, though. And the elders of the pack were already moving out to reinforce the barriers that he had written into the walls, bringing them up to the standards of an ascended elder. That was going to make this place much more durable. It might not be the same as having the pack leader personally reinforce them. But against anything less than a supreme-ranked attacker, it should be more than enough. Alright, the outside is finished. Now to start on the inside. I will upgrade the kitchen so that the pack has everything that they need. One of my skills should generate food in the pantry. However, I have no idea what it actually makes. I'm ashamed to say that it's been some time since I cooked for myself. The elders gave him a seriously sort of look, and Carl simply shrugged. I know too many dedicated mystic cooks. So, while I can teach the skill, I never have to actually use it. He stopped in the kitchen, and thought about the options. He could make many things with illusionary domain, but just using pet space would give them a fully stocked space. So, a bit of both would be perfect. He took out a nature element stone from the recent dungeon loot and began carving in the runes for the kitchen upgrade. An illusionary domain, to expand the space, giving them more storage, and some aspects of pet space, to keep the pantry full, and add in the cooking implements, as it made better ones than illusionary domain, with reality warp, would. There we go. Large enough to cook for the whole pack, with enough storage to keep an appropriate level of snacks. One of the cooks opened the pantry door and laughed. Who taught you what the appropriate level of snacks was? Are they perhaps diabetic? Or a green dragon? Both? Carl laughed as he realized that while the whole space was dedicated to bulk ingredients, there were no fewer than 10 different types of snacks, from mixed nuts to granola bars, corn chips and honey sesame wafers on the shelves. I have it on good authority that these are all essential ingredients for the actual snacks. We will take your word for it. But what sort of snacks do you even keep stocked? We don't really snack, we do full meals a couple of times a day, and that's usually it. Carl shrugged. Kara goes through an excessive number of cupcakes. Other than that, the rest are mostly optional. With the kitchen done, Carl moved on to the rest of the house, examining the layout as he explored. The first floor was just a few small offices and the store, plus the kitchen and a lot of storage. But the second floor was all small rooms, as if this place had once been an inn, or perhaps a barracks, given how small the rooms were. The lichens looked concerned about the amount of space, as they were not a petite and slender species. But Carl immediately began to alter the rooms, using pet space, with illusionary domain, reality warp, and randomize, to make the room match the person that it was linked with. The guild leader could reassign them, but anyone could claim an empty space, and it would alter the room to match their needs. Using pet space alone would have made them properly large separate space rooms, but combining all the spells allowed for much more flexibility, including the ability to add things that weren't directly related to the space being a proper kennel, as pet space insisted the small homes were called. For example, it would not include a garden, but this way, they could include natural spaces for the lichens that appeared to be outdoors, not indoors. Carl worked his way around the floor, doing dozens of rooms before he realized that nobody was claiming them. You can start moving in now if you want. The rooms will adapt to the occupant, so there is no need to hesitate unless you want a different space, or to be on a higher floor. Oh, well, that makes sense. We will put the warriors by the stairs so that they're closest if there is trouble. That's our usual method. It's just a shame that the rooms are small. Carl laughed, and waited for someone to enter one of the rooms. The pack thought that he was using illusions to decorate, as the previous occupants even took the furniture. But the moment that they entered the first room, gasps sounded through the room, and one of the young warriors began to celebrate. This is amazing. It's even got a training gargoyle in the garden. How cool is that? Is that a real gargoyle? Carl shook his head. No. It's an illusionary construct. If you hit it with a skill, it will vanish. You can spar with it, though. The illusionary constructs are solid, and have relatively high strength as well as agility. It's enough to keep up your reflexes, or keep you motivated to train. If you focus, you should be able to change the illusion in your own room. However, the spell normally picks the form that will be best for general training. It's not omniscient, but it is pretty good at choosing forms. There is a whole suite in here. It even has a kitchenette and a stocked pantry. Is that normal? It's similar to the spell I used on the kitchen. It tries to anticipate the needs of the occupant, and includes sanitation and food supplies. The food might not be just what you want, but it should be nutritionally complete. That was the nature of the pet space. That was all the motivation that the pack warriors needed to move into the completed rooms on the first floor as soon as Carl finished them. He did consider telling them that the rooms would adapt to a mated couple, but that would leave almost the entire compound empty, with everyone in one building. That wasn't a proper clan compound. So, he finished the first floor, which took up most of the warriors, and then moved on to the second level, where the elders picked suites, before he returned to the main floor to set up the shop. Alright, since we have runecrafters, this would normally be set up something like a jewelry shop. However, you can also have it set up as a bakery, with the magical items being sold somewhere else in the compound if you would prefer. It is the guild house, but there is no rule about what gets sold here, only that this is where the guild branch bank vault will be, and that we can use it as a shop with system storage. The elders nodded. In that case, we will use it for the expensive stuff. The rest of the compound is suitable for restaurants and shops for visitors. The guild house is the most secure one, best for selling valuables. I don't know how good we will be at making the items yet, but we will try not to embarrass the Dark Light host. Carl chuckled. I will teach a course in how to do it. The system teaches you the language and the basics. But putting them into practice takes work. Once you have them mastered, making rare-grade immortal items is relatively simple. I normally focus on uncommon grade items, as they're more affordable, and in high demand among clan members. A lot of what you do isn't about the highest quality you can make, it's about what you can sell, and what the others actually need. Sometimes an epic grade item is simply overkill. Elder Blackwoods nodded. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Most of us couldn't afford to buy a rare grade item either. Now that we can make them, the pack will share them. That's allowed in the guild, right? Oh, definitely. The guild members often give new and cool things to each other, or custom make them for other members. It's the stuff for outsiders that you have to consider. Or for the new home clan as a group, as there are tens of thousands of people in it, and it's not practical to grant favors to them all. The pack is under 100 total people. You'd be swamped with orders for the rest of your immortal lives if you started giving the goods out for free. Even if they charged market rate, the same thing was likely to happen. There simply weren't enough craftsmen to keep up with all the orders that the clan couldn't fill for lack of items. Even keeping up with the natural resources was difficult. Getting resources isn't going to be easy. There are limited numbers of spots within the territory that spawn them, and there aren't many full-time dungeons in this region, the elder noted. Fortunately, if you have druids or others who can use creation magic, you can simply carve a non-magical base item or make a non-magical armor piece, and then make it properly magical with runecrafting. Oh, that makes so much sense. We were thinking of carving stuff into bones, but if we don't have dungeons to run, we will also run out of immortal bones. Carl laughed. Oh, I don't think that we will be short on bones for some time. We were just in the boar dungeon, and loaded up on them. We've got a small mountain of bones if you run out. However, we can also arrange for you to take teams into the dungeons if you need. The new home has more classes if you're short on anything. Or you can go with me and my Dana mage. That gives us a whole team of beasts and golems, which makes the whole process much less painful. The elder nodded. We heard all about your team managing to clear the dungeon and bring out full boars, even with 2 under-rank members. We won't underestimate the amount of damage that you and the golem mistress can do. The pack has a fairly decent balance of members, as we have a lot of druids in the pack. They can do basic support, healing, tanking or damage-dealing roles. The druid class really is the best for a Leekan pack. Now that he was looking at them more closely, Carl saw that the elder was right. The new members that he had recruited into the Dark Light host were very heavily skewed toward druids. It hadn't been obvious at first, their primary combatants were warriors. But when they were all in one space, well over a third of the pack were druids, with roughly 1/2 warriors. The other classes were sparse to non-existent. Not that it made a huge difference, as the druids were versatile. But it would still cause some imbalances. You know what? I am going to put a class change obelisk in the guild house. That will save you having to go to the new home clan to do it, and you can take it as a free guild benefit, as I'm the branch leader, and you could consider it my duty. That is even an option. I suppose that you are the avatar of the world dragon, but still. That is quite something. How does it work? One of the elders asked. It's quite simple. If you have the skills needed to advance your class, meaning something cool that's not part of your class skill tree, you can use the obelisk to try to change to a better one. The better the secondary skills that you have obtained, the better the class. Once we get everything working here, I will see about having some skill books made that will help warriors and druids advance into higher tier classes. It's not always as easy as the first trade skill I got you, but you have inscriptionists, and I have clan credits with the new home merchant clan, so we can work something out. The pack elders just shrugged. It's better if we just go looking for the good stuff ourselves. We're allies with the new home now, surely they won't hold out too much on telling us about opportunities. I'm told that they're just as short on healers for their teams as everyone else is. The Lycans chuckled at the reference. You only actually needed about 1 healer for every 4 or 5 other group members. You could even go to 1 in 10 in some cases. But still, most clans struggled to find enough. Now that they've got an obelisk, they've managed to upgrade a lot of their warriors, so they've got a bunch of paladins, but they're not real healers when you're in a group setting. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. We've got a few who have been working towards being a blood knight, but they haven't managed to trigger the change yet. Perhaps once we have the obelisk. Carl nodded. Yes, once the obelisk is in place, it will be a lot easier for them to get the class. As long as they have the life steal and other related abilities, they should be able to do it. But I believe that it's on the same tier as the paladin class, just above basic warrior, so you should be able to do better if you can get an epic grade skill. I know that sounds unreasonable, but some of you are bound to be old enough to have come across a few good things. A few of the elders nodded. We have. But the evening is coming quickly, and we really should get rooms arranged for the families. Right, enough chatting, we've got forever to do that now that we've got you all in the guild. Is there any particular order we should do the houses in? Or should I just hit them all with the same spell that I used on the pack house? Do up the kitchen and pantry, and then they can upgrade the rest as they would like. The bedrooms and such can be upgraded later, but I likely should do at least 2, just so that there is somewhere for people to sleep. Everything in the pack village was destroyed. We can't be having the kids sleeping on the floor until new furniture is made. Not when I can just cast an illusion on the houses to simulate some. That caught Opal's attention. Carl was making illusionary houses for all the new guild members. She needed to get in on this action. Who knew more about how to make a proper illusionary village than she did? She could do the whole town. It belonged to the Dark Light host, and Carl was the branch manager. Which meant it belonged to him, which in turn, meant it belonged to her. And since it belonged to her, there was no good reason that she couldn't cast illusions to improve everything. Opal's sudden appearance startled the Lycans, but the little Fae was in a great mood, waving to everyone and brandishing a sketch pad. I have come to help. Tell me what you want the interior of your house to look like, and I can make it true. You see, as a powerful Fae born of an illusion element butterfly, I have all the skills needed for interior renovations. Carl noticed that she left out what people actually called her species, but all the Lycans knew it anyhow. They also knew that she was part of Carl's team, so a member of their guild now. And that she really should be able to do what she claimed. If things turned out a bit odd. Well, That was just the price that you paid to deal with the Fae. But it was surely better than these bland and worn buildings left behind by the Hyperion sect. Either they had also used a lot of illusions to upgrade their base, or they simply hadn't cared at all about maintenance. Opal never really considered maintenance when she was making illusions. If they were directly overlaid on an object with reality warp active, nothing would affect the physical building underneath. It was essentially trapped in magical stasis until the illusion broke. I want a princess room, with fireflies, and fluffy blankets, and that soft carpet that feels good on the toe beans, a little girl insisted, looking up at the flying Fae. Deal. Let's find your family and get started. Carl, have fun, I'm off. The girl's mother rushed over before her daughter got the Fae to promise anything more. Once a Fae made promises, they rarely broke them, and asking a 6-year-old to do all the household decorating could turn into a disaster very quickly. In her own room, it was probably fine. But in the common areas, they didn't need her turning the place into an illusionary forest, or a fairy tale palace. Opal thought that was actually a brilliant idea, but she was not the one that was going to have to clean a fairy tale palace created inside a small bungalow-type house. Not that she would do it anyhow, she just created illusionary helpers when such mundane tasks needed to be taken care of. Actually, now that she thought about it, there really wasn't any reason that she couldn't put them in the houses, right? Which one are you going to pick? Did you want to run one of the shops? I can do the shop and the apartment over it at the same time. I picked runecrafting from the Carl. So, I will be running a shop of some sort. Or perhaps selling stuff at the guild house. I don't know, the Leakin girl's father explained. What did you do before? I was one of the pack's repairmen. I have additional skills to fix earth element things like houses and armor. Oh, an armorer who can fix houses? Runecrafting is really perfect for you. Alright, you will likely want a shop of your own, not just the guild house. Once you learn runecrafting right, you can use it to make stuff that will help you fix armor. Even if you already have a skill for it. The Leakin smiled, and the mother pointed to a shop near the guild house. As we've got the early choice, why not right here? It's near enough to the edge of town to be easy to find, and not far from the guild house. Opal examined the shop, with the small 2-bedroom apartment overhead. Yes, this should be perfect. I will make a simple shop for you, with a secure storage room, then do up a basic apartment in suitable luxury. Any specific luxuries you'd like? She directed that at the little one, but the mother caught on to the trick too fast for her to answer. A full kitchen with the same sort of spells that the Carl used on the pack house would be perfect. And then nice bedrooms? Not too huge, just big enough, you know. Opal nodded. I have the perfect idea for you. She darted into the house, and immediately got to work upgrading the shop so that it looked like a properly rustic smithy, complete with a forge and a carving area for making wood and bone items in the back room. It didn't do all the cool things that Carl's versions usually did. But it would function, she gave it that much rune work. Using too many runes for practicality took all the fun out of the illusions. Besides, the guy didn't have a smithy skill, he just had some repair skills that let him fix damaged gear. Carl could help him get more of them if he needed them, but that would come later. Now, she could head up to the actual house. The first thing was always the kitchen, and Opal made a lovely one, with thick wooden countertops, as a nod to the Lycan's love of nature. Then, she decorated the main room, which was already large enough to satisfy her. Cozy was good. And that let her do the fun part. The bedrooms. One giant 4-post bed, with gossamer curtains, super fluffy blankets, a thick fur rug on the floor that would be super soft on the toes, and magical fireflies that flitted around the ceiling. They were illusionary, and incorporeal, so they couldn't be chased out. But they would glow in the dark like a night light. Then, the masterpiece. The ensuite was 2 rooms, and she gave the toilet a dual-function bidet and cleansing rune button, so you would actually be perfectly clean when the water hit you. Some might argue that defeated the point of the bidet. But not Opal. Then, every Leakin girl's dream cleansing station. A stone pool tub larger than the bed, with a waterfall shower that looked like a real waterfall, running down a stone outcrop on the wall. While the bedroom was designed to look like a princess room in a palace, the ensuite looked like it was carved into a stone cave, as the room had no windows, and she finished it with a variable speed venting spell so that you could make it nice and steamy. Some liked very hot showers, but the Lycans might prefer cold water. She forgot to ask. Both were options, she supposed. Come check it out while I do your mom's room. I think it's perfect. The Lycans rushed into the newly finished room the moment that Opal unlocked the door, and the little girl giggled as she leapt directly onto the bed. Oh! It's like sleeping on a cloud. This is so soft. What is it even made of? Wait, magic, it's made of fluffy magic. Thank you so much, Miss Opal. Opal nodded. Check out your shower. I think you'll like it, and it's got the option for a bath if you sit down. That made the little one laugh, and then laugh even harder as she went into the toilet room. The tissue refills itself. I took some to rub dust out of my eye, and it comes right back. The mother sighed. Entertaining a girl her age could either be incredibly easy, or impossible. But the super fluffy bed and that fur rug were going to keep her happy for a long time. She also saw that there were books in the bookshelves, though they hadn't started to take out their personal effects yet. The titles looked benign enough. Common Language Literacy Volumes 1 through 4, Theory of Magic, Intro to Combat Forms Volumes 1 through 3 in both Sword and Spear. They're the basic titles that the new home merchant clan gave to Leo when he started school. I don't know what ones she needs, but she hasn't awakened her system yet, so I just gave her a copy of them all. Technically, they're not real, and they can't be taken out of the house, as they're part of the illusion. But they contain all the same pages, so she can use them to study. The Leakin mother gave the Fae a suspicious look. You're surprisingly responsible and reasonable for a forest trickster. Thank you. Now, let's do your room. What did you want? Anything fancy? Bedroom specialty exercise equipment. Some hard-mounted restraints for indoor acrobatics. The father laughed and winked at Opal, while the mother glared at her. There's the Fae that I should have expected. Hey! I know to keep it PG around the kids. Now, tell me what you need, and I will be certain that the bedroom has all of it. They were in the middle of decorating the master bedroom when a shriek and then hysterical giggles echoed through the house. It sprayed water. Both parents face-bombed in unison as their daughter discovered the bidet function. Some things simply didn't exist in the former Pack village, so they had never mentioned them before. They hadn't considered that it might come as a sudden shock if someone were to hit that button without knowing what it would do. I think that should be all that we need in a bedroom, the father decided, after looking around the room, which was now no less a palace than the main room and their daughter's bedroom was designed to be. Then, Opal went back to the kitchen and began to layer runes under the countertop. Nobody would ever look there for the activation sequence. When the process finished, a wolf-eared beastkin girl with a fluffy husky pattern tail and a calf-length maid's outfit stood in the kitchen. What is this? I made a helper. She's an illusion, but she can cook, if you don't use mythic cooking. She will also clean, help you get the little one to bed and receive parcels for you. She's also completely loyal to the owner of the house, so she won't betray you, and she can't be bribed. Unfortunately, the helper is not a golem, so there isn't any real combat ability. But my illusions are pretty durable. You did this just to mess with me, didn't you? Did you want me to make a boy? I can make a boy instead. Opal offered. Yes, no tempting my husband with some hussy running around the house. Opal giggled and waved her hand, then gave the mother a thumbs up. Done and done. The helper is now a boy. She looks exactly the same. I assure you, if you check, there have been changes made. The father covered his mouth, doing his very best not to get himself in trouble, as tears of mirth rolled down his cheeks. Dealing with the Fae was never easy, but having Opal turn the maid into a pretty boy in a dress had caught him completely off guard. The look on his wife's face was somewhere between intrigued and murderous, as if her other senses were at war with her eyes, and she wasn't sure how she was supposed to react to this news. And that only made it funnier. Change the damned uniform. Fine. But I still think that one is cuter. In a butler's uniform, the assistant was still a very pretty beastkin man, but at least he looked masculine enough that her primal instincts didn't scream at her to get that person away from her mate. Lycan females were intensely protective of their mates, and instinctively felt threatened by any other woman getting near him. The men weren't any better, but if the male was smaller and weaker than them, they felt much less threatened. It didn't even matter what species Opal had picked. Any female, except one from a species so distinct that they couldn't be viewed as a threat, would have set her off. In the future, if you want to help the families with a staff member, either use this pattern, or give them a Naga. Nobody views the Naga as a threat to the mate bond. Naga aren't interested in bipeds that way, the father explained. Oh, that's not a bad idea. They take up a lot of space, but they can reach very high. I will be sure to ask the others if they want a Naga butler. Then, Opal was flying out the window, off to find someone else to help renovate their new house. They had so many new members to the guild. Half of them wanted to stay in the big house, but she should still get at least a dozen houses to renovate today. She would just have to keep track of where everyone was going so that she didn't end up disappointed by houses and shops that Carl had already helped with. His pet space skill worked entirely too well with illusionary domain and reality warp. He was cutting in on her turf. Back in the city, the party ran late into the evening, while Carl and Opal worked to renovate all the houses that might possibly need improvements in the new guild compound. You could more properly call it a village, as there was no wall around it to keep anyone out, and there were public shops all over, which the Lycans were rushing to prepare for occupancy. They were a third the size of the original clan that was here, but this place had everything that they needed. Open wilderness to hunt and run, a short walk to the ocean, a steady stream of fresh water to play in, and most importantly, no hostile neighbors. They were still working on getting everyone set up when Dana arrived at first light, accompanied by Kara and Ray. Now that they had their own space again, Ray wanted to set up a clothing shop. To be run by gargoyles or Lycans, naturally. Branch leader, good work picking a location. Dana teased as she saw Lycan children running through the streets in the pre-dawn light. They were all going to meet their friends before their classes started for the day. The Lycan pack didn't have much for a school, but Opal had graciously made copies of the basic schoolbooks in the illusionary domain that would serve as the new school. It wasn't much, but they weren't a large pack, and the elders thought that it was best to keep teaching the children here, instead of sending them off somewhere else. Carl had offered to put in a good word with the new home, so the kids could go to school there. They had all the knowledge that young immortals would need. However, the Lycans were not big on outsiders educating their children. Keeping up the culture of the pack was already hard enough without some teachers who understood nothing about Lycans filling the minds of children with random values. There were truly evil sorts of immortals in the world who would gladly siphon off the potential of the powerful species for their own growth, and letting the children get involved with strangers before they could defend themselves might stunt them forever. The news that they would not be coming to the tiny world to learn was a great disappointment to Lotus. She would get over it, but Kara saw potential in this arrangement. They had brought literally hundreds of fluffy things into the Dark Light host. And then put them in a location that Lotus couldn't get to without advancing. If that wasn't a motivator for her, the Badger didn't know what would be. However, it wasn't going to be too long before the rest of the team advanced anyhow. Living in Carl's tiny world, they were being forced to the peak of Mythic, the same as any other mortal would be. But they had the system on their side, and they'd been studying the fundamental rules for some time already. Kara fully expected that it wouldn't take more than a month, and they would have the old crew back together. She could wait that long. Or she could go talk to Remy and see what they could do about forcing them right to the bottleneck with a bit of alchemical assistance. She didn't quite understand what was so hard about the fundamental rules that humans struggled with it. But she had no trouble at all advancing, nor did any of the other beasts. Tian hadn't even intended to advance, and he did it anyhow. Remy was on board with that. They could definitely do something to get the team up to standards. They were already at least one full stage behind anyhow, so it would be a challenge to force them to keep up. But it was better that they were immortals. They could still go back and forth to the tiny world, so they weren't going to miss out on the bunnies and the baby dragons. There really wasn't a downside to finding a way to help them reach the bottleneck, so they could undergo tribulation. Plus, Remy already knew from the others they had obtained that you wouldn't be forced to advance before your time. The tribulation simply wouldn't start. Lotus wiggled her nose, then sneezed. Someone is thinking of fun things behind my back. The bunnies in the kitchen laughed at her insistent tone. They were on their 5th batch of pastries for the morning, learning all the favorite recipes of the tiny world from the little cleric, in preparation for the promised new cooking skills they were going to get. Lotus might be a bit flaky, but the werbear had promised them it would happen, and she looked pretty reliable. With the former cleric in a relationship with someone furry, the bunnies felt much safer being around her. It tempered her fluff obsession at least 10%, which put it at the tolerable level. But she also had that baby spirit bear, which appeared to be at least 60% pure fur. Picking it up, the bear was much smaller than it looked. But Lotus had washed its fur, and it was much more fluffy than a wild bear would ever be. And the bunnies loved it. Back in the new guild village, Carl greeted the elders of the new home merchant clan. "Gentlemen, welcome to the new Darklight Host outpost. I think that this is going to be a great opportunity for the clan. With this town in place, our exploration teams now have a safe space to rest and restock on their travels. I am still a member of the clan, and I don't intend to change that any time soon, even if I mostly move to the guild house here. That does present some opportunities for us all to make Elder Douglas cry, though." Socrate began to laugh. "Oh. Make him cry harder than he's going to when we bring back the increased loot volume from 4 runs through the dungeon at Tell. So much harder. You see, I was thinking that we could let the clan set up an outpost of the warehouse here, so they could move goods back and forth through the territory without members going all the way back. There are no clans along the north coast between our locations. So, it's all ours by default. It might not be the most abundant land that we've ever come across, but there are some randomly appearing instances and dungeons, as well as the wild resources. The towns are actually quite some distance apart. So, instead of wasting an entire day or more going back with a full stock of resources, they could deliver them here, and then take another route back with an empty inventory." Elder Alex frowned. That idea was actually a pretty good one. Many of the larger clans had multiple branch locations, and assigned an elder to supervise the branch office. Sure, there was some duplication of duties, but if they had a clan warehouse here, they could move goods between the two using the system. That would let them double productivity, as Carl had suggested. But having the Darklight Host out here, along the north coast, would also help boost the mana levels in the wilderness. He could already feel that Carl had energy-gathering arrays active in the city that were working to improve the density. That would indirectly help the region around them, as well. Carl fully intended to do much more. There was some sort of energy vortex in the deep ocean that was draining a bit of energy from all over this side of the continent. If he diverted just a bit of it back toward the guild house and let it radiate, it would create an eddy in the current, and he would get far more than he was losing. And the epicenter was southeast of the new home merchant clan. The Darklight Host guild house was northwest. So, the excess energy would be pulled across the entire region. But most of what he intended to gather was from the ocean region north and west of him, energy that had already been pulled from the mainland. So, nobody would miss it. If he made the gathering array non-directional, they would feel it in both Telhusto and Kondim. That would not lead to friendly reactions. The effect would be felt offshore, especially by the Blue Elves. But the territory wasn't claimed, and wasn't permanently inhabited. So, there was no harm in it, and the elves likely wouldn't give them any troubles. There was also a small dock area here. It was only intended for a maximum of 2 ships at a time to be docked, and the water on one side would only allow a small fishing vessel without running aground. So, it was unlikely that anyone had a real trading relationship with this clan before they were eliminated. Elder Alex watched the children rushing off to class, and the adults beginning to set up shops in the recently reclaimed buildings, getting ready for their first day of operations. How are you even planning to get outsiders to come here to buy things? This isn't on any of the usual routes, and there is no road. Carl tapped the side of his head. I have a plan. You see, I'm going to create a made-to-order item service. At an incredibly inflated price, of course. But they'll only pay after the item with the stats they requested is ready. We will advertise it in the other cities of the region, mentioning it as we spread Ray's clothing offerings at the markets. At first, we will just get the desperate. The ones who need a very specific thing to advance or complete a task. Then, the ones who have heard that we can make things happen, and couldn't find what they needed anywhere else. Give it a few years, and we will have a reputation and a client base. That makes sense. The clan is already clamoring for more of your products. I'm assuming that you taught some of these lichens your secret skills. Yeah. Not all, or even most, of them. But we've got a handful of new craftsmen, and many new cooks. That is enough to get things rolling here in the village. Did you want to come see the new guild house? It turned out pretty well. Carl offered. That sounds lovely. I'm assuming that it will be nearly as impressive as your apartment. Carl laughed. Well, the apartment usually links to the tiny world, so this isn't quite as impressive, but the pure variety of options that we can offer in the guild house are far superior. You see, I did all the bedrooms with separate spells, so they adjust to the person they're assigned to. If I give you a room for the night, it will change the entire interior to better suit you, according to the system's estimation of what you will like. That is wild. Alright, I need to see this. We can stay here an extra night. I will call Elder Douglas over to explain the situation. That way we can work together to convince him to open a branch of the warehouse here. With 3 elders on your side, it should be much easier to convince him, and we won't have to get the clan leader involved or force him. If he agrees on his own, it's much better. Elder Alex took out his communication stone, and within seconds, Elder Douglas was standing beside them. Well, did you get the loot? I saw your message to meet you here, the warehouse elder asked impatiently. We did 4 runs with increased loot volumes. We've got plenty to trade over to you. But that's not why we called you here. The members of the Darklight host have recruited the Blackwoods pack to their guild, and they're setting up in the old Hyperion sect village, with the clan leader's approval. We were thinking that it might be good for the clan to set up a branch of the warehouse here, so that gathering teams can unload at the halfway point and get more on the way back. It will double the amount that they can get on a trip, if they have good luck. Elder Douglas silently calculated the level of nuisance versus the rewards. Then the amount of new loot that these members of the Darklight host were likely to create and sell to the clan through Carl, so he could trade it for credits and items they couldn't make. It likely would be better to have a branch here so that he could assign someone else to deal with them. Perhaps he could send Min over here. She was good at dealing with them. Elder Douglas took a deep breath before answering slowly. I agree that it will be good for the clan to solidify our presence in the area. The other clans that we eliminated during the battle were left to be claimed by whoever wanted them, as the clan leader didn't intend to expand. However, now that the Darklight host is setting up here, we are already expanding, even if it's not official. It will show the region that we don't lack strength, and as you said, an outpost to drop off resources would be an advantage for clan members taking missions. We will be able to send them on longer outings if they have a second location where they can rest and resupply. It will also cut down on the chances that they are ambushed, with clan members holding the only other village along the north coast. Not that there are all that many clans fighting over this territory. But we do get some rare material spawns, and when we get a random instance appearing, there are countless conflicts. The other elders nodded, then Socrate sighed. We really do need to call over Elder Fersham as well. He will want a say before we start opening new locations. He was the most powerful of the clan's elders, Carl knew. He also held a position something like a vice guild master, or the clan leader's assistant. When there were issues that needed an impartial judge, that was him. And he was also in charge of the defense while the clan leader was fighting. I will call him over now. The situation is already settled, but letting him get some words in will make him more amenable when it comes time to shunt members over to run shops and operate the warehouse. I might also expand the alchemy counter so that they can restock on potions and pills while they're here. Who knows, it might actually help with recruitment. He added. It can't hurt. We're in a good spot here, and closer to the major cities, if that's something that the others are worried about. Honestly, I think that the biggest deterrent to getting members was likely the nickname. When everyone calls you the newbies, it doesn't exactly encourage people to join you. Carl reminded him. Socrate laughed as he waited for Fersham to arrive. The peak immortal elder arrived only moments later, looking somewhat concerned until he saw a whole lot of Leakin children running around the streets. Then he was very concerned. Alright, someone catch me up on current events. I thought that you went to do a dungeon run. How did that turn into a Dark Light Host Guild house, a Leakin pack and a branch location application? Well, you see, what happened was. Elder Alex began, and Fersham pinched the bridge of his nose. If I'm going to hear half-truths, I might as well get them from the source. Carl, what did you do? Well, you see. The other elders laughed, and Dana patted the elder on the shoulder. We finished the dungeon run, got bonus rewards, and went to town to celebrate. We made friends with one of the Leakin elders, and then someone decided to start trouble. That led to the Lycans village being attacked, so we took them in, and decided that this place would make a great guild house location, since it's all complete and abandoned, she elaborated. Ah, that sounds quite reasonable. I'm surprised that someone was dumb enough to start trouble with your group. With 3 elders, and an avatar of the world dragon, the group isn't exactly a soft target. Kara laughed. They tried to abduct Dana while she was in the library, making a skill book for the Leakin elder. Fersham sighed. Alright. Now I understand. They didn't realize how dumb they were. And they never will, either. We sorted them out right quick. But their clan got mad about it, and that's how the Lycans got involved. They started attacking anyone who reported the incident to the town guards. Kara added. So, you're not in trouble, being hunted by law enforcement, or going to bring someone to my office to make me account for the recent events orchestrated by my clan members? Kara thought about that for longer than Fersham was comfortable with. No, it should be fine. Nobody is going to come to the clan to complain about this incident. Fersham noticed that didn't actually rule out people coming to his office to complain about things that Carl's group had been doing. Only to complain about this one specific incident. So, how was the loot? We have a lot of members looking for higher grade items lately, and your team was taking longer to get back than expected. We've got dozens of items. Mostly rare grade, some epic. If that's not going to be enough for the week, we can go back again. Now that we've triggered the Iron Man event inside the dungeon, we should continue to get improved loot from it every time that we visit, even if we don't manage to trigger it again. Fersham sighed. Next, you're going to tell me that you found the legendary tameable pet. They gave it to a green dragon cleric, and it made her into a beast master. Elder Alex agreed. Now I know why the clan leader is not answering my messages. Opal giggled. Oh no, that's a whole different thing, involving plum wine and a 3-meter-tall supreme-ranked pack leader with muscles on his muscles. Thanks, I didn't need that mental image. You're welcome. Fersham found that he was actually getting used to all the oddities of Carl's group. He used to react to those little provocations, but now he realized that the little Fae was actually proud of herself for giving him such vivid mental imagery. He was going to ask another question, but the gathering of elders had caught the attention of the pack, and there were Leakin elders coming their way, all tagged as Darklight host members. Fortunately for Fersham, he recognized some of these elders, as he had dealings with their pack in the past. Fersham, good to see you again. Have you come to help us settle in? These fine guild members of ours have already done much of the work, and stayed up all night getting housing and shops ready for this morning, one of the female elders greeted him. They called me here about setting up a clan warehouse in town. But while I'm here, I should also make a deal with whoever is in charge when the pack leader is away. Carl will certainly come get things from the warehouse for all of you, so we can work out a deal to have your members earn new home clan credits if you take on missions or trade in items. Did you have craftsmen? The elder smiled. The Carl has helped us with that as well. We now have a wide selection of craftsmen, thanks to his assistance. So, we will be creating much wealth for the merchants to distribute around the continent. Forsham's expression went from intrigued to annoyed as he realized that Carl had simply spread an advanced crafting skill through the pack so that they could make all sorts of powerful items. One Carl making uncommon grade rings for the warehouse was already enough to make him incredibly wealthy by clan standards. But if the whole pack started doing it, they were going to struggle to sell them all. How many craftsmen in total? Fersham asked. Not counting the cooks. About 10. Most people held off, or didn't want to do it. But we've got some runecrafters and alchemists now. That will be enough to support the pack. Don't worry, we know that there is a limit, and we won't flood you with items just to make some extra money. Finally, someone reasonable, Fersham muttered. I think that we elevate his blood pressure. But that's nothing compared to what these fine gentlemen are planning to do to Elder Douglas, Carl joked. Oh. We actually ran the dungeon 4 times, all with increased loot. There is a lot. Well, I can't get mad at you for that, we did ask you to get as much equipment for the clan as you could. There are too many broken items after the battle. Even the amount that is going to be coming from the Darklight host members will take some time to completely equip the clan. Even if they all had the credits to replace what they needed. They didn't. Especially when there were so many rare and epic grade items coming in from the elders who had gone out in the last day or two. Everyone had been trying hard to get what they could for the clan, and it was starting to add up. If the proceeds of this run were as extreme as they sounded, with dozens of pieces of good gear, it would change the whole mood at the warehouse. Elder Fersham, I thank you for your clan's willingness to help us out as the pack transitions from forest life to village life. The new skills that we have gained as members of the Darklight host are going to go so far to supporting the community. This change will be amazing for all of us, and as you know, we have a large number of druids. If your exploration teams need tanks or healers, we are willing to cooperate freely. The lichens are a powerful species with solid regeneration against most attacks. I believe that this cooperation will be to everyone's benefit, the Lichen Elder explained. You are right. While we have started to advance classes, most of our clan is still warrior-based immortals. The lichens chuckled. They were one of the very few groups on the continent that were not warrior-based. Even with the system providing choices, entire clans still picked the exact same route, hoping to follow a template to supremacy that had worked for their clan leader. It was good logic, and sometimes it even worked. But one thing that it did was create a massive number of ascended immortals with very similar skills. Following another's path could get you at least that far without issues before you had to personalize your growth. Many realized too late, and had to rebuild their path at peak immortal, remaining stuck there for millennia. But that was the price you paid for easy power. Alright, I won't object to that. We always need more members at the ascended power level, who have classes other than damage dealing. However, if you have any mages, I would ask that you beg Carl to teach you some golem-type skills. I suspect that he can teach some to the druids as well. Even 1 or 2 constructs can rewrite the tactics to many fights, and make them disproportionately easier. Fersham replied. A summoned spirit bear tyrant, for example. Elder Alex muttered. A what now? He got a skill to summon the spirit bear tyrant. You know the one. That bastard of a boss that's immune to physical damage. Carl can summon it now. Some sort of legendary reward for completing the dungeon with the Ironman title and the pet. Carl nodded. It's a reward for getting the rare pet and not taking the class yourself. I gave it to a green dragon cleric, as I had previously held the class. So, it gave me the Summon Spirit Bear Tyrant spell as a reward, and I taught it to my Dana mage. Elder Fersham made that pinching the bridge of his nose stress relief gesture again, and Remy helpfully offered him a painkiller. These are good for headaches. I suspect that you might want to keep some in your pocket for a while. Well, maybe not in your pocket, or you won't get cupcakes. But somewhere. Cupcakes. Oh, from the badger. What does that have to do with having painkillers? Remy laughed. She gives them to people with empty pockets as a consolation prize to relieve their poverty. Forsham's confused expression turned to a faint smile. You know, the moron thinks they're magical. As in, he thinks he's got a blessing spell that gives him random free food. And he's always broke. While the elders met with Carl and Dana, Opal and Leo were on an adventure. You see, Leo had found many others his apparent age here, and while he wasn't close enough to just go to his own classroom, he could go visit them. So, his sister had volunteered to go with him to make sure that everyone was happy with the new school that she had made. The books were all illusionary, duplicates of the real schoolbooks that Leo used in class. But that was fine. They weren't going to wreck them on purpose, so the illusions should be durable enough. The Leakin children watched the little Tortolin enter the small schoolhouse, accompanied by the Fae that had helped make most of their houses. Hi. I'm Leo, one of the Carl's partners. We're too far from school for me to go today, can I join you? The little ones rushed over, intrigued by the turtle boy. They had never seen one before, and Leo certainly looked like a friendly sort. Meeting new friends and pack members was never a bad thing in the minds of the Lycans. So, even before the teacher could respond, he had been welcomed by the group, and they were pulling him into the room to show off their supplies. These are our favorite learning blocks, one of the kids explained. Learning blocks. They're enchanted, and they glow when you give the right answer. Now, that was a cool function. You just give them a bit of mana, and they give a question. Leo activated the wooden block, and a question appeared in the air. If a Leakin pup can swim 2 meters a second, how long does it take to retrieve a prize that is 4 meters offshore, in 3 meters of water? The kids looked shocked. That was a hard one. But after a split second of counting, the first answers came out. 30 seconds. No, it's got to be 14. Leo giggled. It's a trigonometry problem. The answer is 10 seconds because you swim straight through the water, not across the top then down. The kids looked stunned, but the teacher looked incredibly impressed as the block glowed bright green. I'm a turtle, I know about swimming. The Lycans howled with laughter, and one of the girls activated the block again. If Tommy's mom makes a snack at 4:30, Dave's mom makes early dinner at 5, and your mom makes dinner at 8, how many times can you eat after school without being rude? Leo laughed. He knew for sure that Hawk would know the rules to snack etiquette. All the Lycans giggled, and turned to Leo. This is a pack 1, do you know the answer? 2. Leaving so soon after the snack to get to another dinner sounds too fast. Oh, you're good at this. Then, it brought out one that nobody knew. If the leaves of the fire lily are being collected to make medicine, do you pull the whole plant, or just cut the stem? There was a moment of silence, then the teacher pointed at a shelf. The botany books are over there. James, go get every group a book. Do you remember how to look up information in new books? The Leakin boy nodded eagerly and ran off to get a stack of textbooks. A group formed around Leo as everyone turned to cluster with the people currently near them. That was how the pack did things, as they considered themselves one big family, and the leaders didn't approve of forming cliques. At least not in the youngest classes. Opal landed on the teacher's shoulder as the kids searched for information on the fire lily, and began reading out loud to their groups. Do you have everything that you need? I did my best, but I wasn't sure what else they used to teach the kids other than the books. The teacher nodded. You did amazingly well. We brought most of our stuff with us, but we never had all these textbooks before. The pack has always been traditional, and usually taught things by word and memory. That's why we have the blocks. But having all these books is much easier than having me explain it all to them. I don't think that I actually know the answer to this one, so it must be responding to Leo. The questions should all be something that someone in the room knows. Opal flitted off her shoulder, giggling. I think it's reacting to me. I know the answer to this question. But Leo clearly doesn't, and he didn't think of asking Hawk for the answer. Hawk knows all things fire-related. But we also picked these once before. You don't pick the whole plant, you take a cutting, and don't kill any of the plants entirely. It lets them grow back flowers at the same strength, and doesn't cause the other flowers in the area to react. They can be dangerous if you set them off, and they burst out with fire element energy. The kids found the flowers in the book, and began slowly reading everything about them. Halfway down, they found their answer. If you pulled them up by the roots, the plant would explode with the force of a fireball spell. That sounded painful to the lichens. Singed fur would heal, but it hurt and it smelled really bad. They didn't stop there, though. They read the whole article on the fire lily before putting the books back on the shelf. They had learned a new thing today, and that meant it was time for recess. Lichen children were even more distractible than Leo was, and needed constant activity to keep them focused. And that meant it was time to go play tag. The kids rushed outside, with Opal and the teacher following them. Today, they had a dilemma, as Leo wasn't as fast as a lichen pup. Fortunately for him, he had tricks that would help him in a game of tag. Like the way that he could simply float up into one of the trees to let the chaser run by before he came back down. The pups howled with laughter as they realized that Leo had tricked them. They thought he was hiding behind the tree, and the chaser had run a full ring around it before giving up and going after someone else. Only for Leo to drop down from the branches after he was gone. Their day's learning was not about to end there. Leo never got tired, not with indomitable in effect all the time. So, while his short legs might not be able to keep up easily, he could run forever. While Leo and Opal were at the school, Carl and the elders were picking out the perfect spot for a new warehouse, and preparing to do the formal paperwork for the new location. In order for the system to accept that it was a clan warehouse, they had to recognize that this was a branch location of the new home merchant clan, and not just a Darklight Host Guild compound. That required a formal alliance between the two, which was easy enough with the elders and the branch leader present. But then they needed to build or choose a location for the warehouse and have someone from the clan move here who was not part of the Darklight Host. That meant spreading the news that they were expanding, and finding someone willing to move, as well as someone to run the warehouse. You know, we could arrange for a portal array, so that people could just walk back and forth. That would make it easier to get people to move. They wouldn't be missing out on much, and it would give the mission teams a shortcut to get to this region without missing out on the life that they were used to in the clan. Carl suggested. Asking immortals to leave their hometown was much more difficult than expected, as so many were used to being in one spot with the same routine. However, the elders were sure that someone would be looking for a change. That's not a bad idea. We often send out missions to collect specific plants that are closer to this region, because of the varying elemental affinities of the region. Most wouldn't go this far if they didn't have a portal. So, it will really help their gathering efforts, and earn them some extra clan credits. Elder Fersham nodded in satisfaction, convinced that his plan would work. There was only one thing that he had forgotten to account for. Superstition. The moment that he sent out the message, he got immediate responses, looking to move to be closer to the avatar of the world dragon. Many of the members believed that it would bring them good luck to be closer to the avatar, while Swag and his group were all convinced that Carl had a blessing on them from the world dragon that simply made good things happen around them. So, they were eager to move here and try their luck in a new location, where there might be new dungeons for them to do, and new areas to explore for materials that they hadn't been searching before. Anything that might turn around their fortunes was worth trying at this point. They all had managed to get through the battle well enough, but they were constantly struggling to get ahead of the resources that they needed to keep up their progress. That was why they had agreed to work with Swag in the first place. He might be a moron, but he was always up for a mission, and he very rarely failed to actually accomplish it. Never in a way that would earn him more than minimum rewards, but enough to keep him going. It looks like we're not going to have any issues getting the bare minimum for the clan to count this as a branch location. Technically, the only guild-linked building in town is the guild house. The rest are guild property assigned to individual members. So, it's technically like any other town, available for rent if vacant. I could change that, I suppose, but letting the clan move in before anything is finalized in the system seems best. We can transfer some of the buildings to the clan, so the system recognizes them as permanently belonging to the clan, instead of to the Dark Light host as a reward for victory in combat. Carl offered. That works for us. Let's pick out a warehouse, and get this started. Anyone who wants to move here can rent a place in town, but a clan warehouse needs to fully belong to the clan. The system won't recognize it any other way. Carl nodded. Alright, I remember seeing a suitable warehouse not far from here along the main street. If we're going to have a clan warehouse, we need to put it somewhere that people can find. Where is better than putting it on the main street, only 2 doors down from the candy shop? The Leakin elders' heads snapped around at the word, and they realized that there really was a candy shop, built by one of their own pack members. I see this ending very badly. The children love sugar far more than they should be, and they don't get cavities because lichens regenerate teeth as well as flesh. Keeping them from giving themselves a massive sugar rush is an ongoing battle. Carl laughed. Fortunately, we have a method of dealing with that where I am from. We call it an allowance. You see, the best way to limit the amount of sugar that the children take in is to limit their access to the funding to obtain it. You see, with limited funding and many fun options, they must prioritize which of them they are going to spend limited resources on. So, while the pack naturally shares everything, putting a price on treats and luxuries helps the children learn to prioritize. We do the same to green dragon clerics and teenage human boys. What do the two of them even have in common? The Leakin elder asked. Other than that they both make questionable decisions using non-logical selection methods. They're also liable to blow through money before they do any form of calculations. Only once they have made that mistake once will they begin to do the calculations on how to best choose to spend their days and resources. I believe that it will also work for Leakin children. Elder Alex laughed. You missed the most obvious one. Teenage human boys and green dragon clerics are the only ones in this world who are curious enough to see what happens when you try to touch a dire bear. The warehouse that Carl picked out for the clan wasn't anything glamorous, but it was large, and in a prime location. If they were back in the Golden Dragon Nation, Carl would have said that it was an abandoned department store, but he had never seen anything resembling the concept outside of that one nation. There were large stores, distribution warehouses, but not the kind of variety store that you could just wander around in until you found the thing that you didn't know you needed. It was actually a better system, in his opinion. While you ended up spending your limited money on things you didn't need, it would also show the immortals things that were available, and they hadn't considered before. If you didn't know that something was available, it was entirely up to you to research and find out what worked for the situation that you were in. So, limited resources meant that you wouldn't even find out that there might have been a solution right under your nose the whole time. Even if you were immortal, it was impossible to know everything about everything, so there was a good chance that many of the plants that even the alchemists stockpiled had uses that were not widely known. Finding those uses was most of what Remy and Socrate had been doing, and even how they were still coming up with new recipes using the same basic ingredients in different proportions and combinations. Forget that there were thousands of rare resources available as well. Most of those were likely to be used in the least optimal possible manner, simply because someone heard that it might help with a growth issue they were having. He'd even seen people get resources out of the warehouse and consume them directly, with no refinement at all. That couldn't be the best way. This warehouse looks good. We can work with this. The only real question is how much we should transfer here. Elder Douglas noted. Carl shook his head. Don't transfer anything. It will fill as people bring in resources. I know that the warehouse in the main compound was already full to the point you had an off-site storage. So, just let the clan members fill this one with resources as they travel, and then we can make a runic array for the front desk clerks to have the bunnies retrieve items from the other location. A simple micro portal will do for most things, letting the bunnies pass items through between towns. That way, you can say it's all in stock at both locations, but some things will be large enough that they need transport, or to be picked up wherever they're stored. For example, if someone requests a large statue carved with protective wards. Elder Douglas nodded. Actually, we will need a few of those ourselves. Perhaps we should ask the Leakin elders, as they have a higher base power level. Carl shrugged. That is true. Though, I can make an item and leave it partially unfinished, just waiting for the clan leader to imbue it with power to activate it. Then, it will come online as a supreme-ranked protective ward. Oh, that is much better. If you can do that, we can have the warehouse just as well protected as our original one, and we only have to wait for the clan leader to find time to assist. Carl resisted the urge to say something about her being busy for some time, and simply nodded in agreement. Well, we can start with what we can do, and then have her add the extra layers with our assistance. It might not be as good as the original warehouse right away, but there also isn't anything in it. The elders chuckled at that. The warehouse wouldn't stay empty for long when there were a whole bunch of craftsmen in the town. Once they all got to work, that warehouse was going to fill quickly, and the elders all knew that Carl had a separate space full of rare magical plants and alchemy ingredients that he wasn't currently shipping to the clan. That was just the nature of the space, and the resources were there for the people who lived in it. But that didn't mean that there weren't some that could be harvested and sold without any impact at all on the tiny world. Some grew so fast that they were left to die at the end of their growth cycle instead of being harvested. They were just the background filler of the tiny world, advanced from their base form by the high energy density and the presence of immortal energy. I just realized something. We don't have bunnies here. It's not that we're short on bunnies. They're terrified of the lichens, so they're not going to want to come out and help. Or, if they do, they're going to be so skittish that it will be impossible to get anything done. You could keep them in the warehouse if you wanted, but that would be a restrictive life for them. Carl added. Elder Douglas frowned. Nothing ran without the bunnies there behind the scenes to keep things running smoothly. If they had to operate without them, even a simple warehouse would require a change of strategy. The Leakin elders shrugged. We have a strategy for that, since we didn't have bunnies in our village either. We just have the non-combat classes, and the young ones do the jobs that require being behind the scenes. That way they learn how things usually go for the warriors, and the ones with specialty skills that aren't needed all the time can feel productive when they're not going outside. Elder Douglas nodded. That's who we usually have working the counter. We just keep the bunnies for the retrieval and cleaning duties, since they don't have system access, so there is no point in them stealing items. Behind him, Dana shared a sly smile with Kara, then covered the badger's mouth before she could tell him. Bunnies without systems was about to change. Lotus didn't have enough skill points to get all of the abilities that she truly wanted, but she had followed in Carl's steps, and she had managed to get the first few skills of the skill tree. That included Skill Master and Skill Book. Now, she could make her own skills into a book that could be taught to others. That wasn't perfect, as she realized that mythic cooking couldn't be made into one simple book. It was like the leatherworking skill books that Ray had used, and there were like 4 stages before they had the full skill. But because it wasn't a full skill, she couldn't have the bunnies activate the system with it, even when she tricked them into opening it. Now, she needed to either abduct the Carl for a day, or to find a skill that she could teach the bunnies to activate the system so that she could teach them cooking. It was likely easier to find Carl. She was making headway, though. Every day, the bunnies got more used to her presence, and Lotus suspected that they had learned to use Tifa to distract her when she began to fixate on bunny ears. The little bear absolutely loved being around people, and even the gargoyles around the house would stop to play with it when they weren't busy. Why can't I call Carl? I want more kitchen helpers. We're almost out of snacks again, she complained as Ophelia came in to see how things were going. The big werbear patted her on the head. I just asked Thor, and Carl is busy setting up a new guild house for after we advance. But he's willing to ask Kara to help you with the training. Kara? Apparently, she can also do the skill training thing that Carl does. I think it's part of the shared skills thing. If you're compatible with their skills, you can use them. And if they're compatible with yours, they can use them as well. Tifa nodded happily. She was actually quite adept with healing magic now. Lotus had all sorts of healing spells, and the spirit bear could use most of them. She couldn't turn into a tree, or anything else. But she could use direct heals, area heals, healing totems, and long-duration cleansing spells. In Tifa's mind, that was the ultimate path for a spirit bear. Not damage dealing, that didn't suit her at all. But being invulnerable to most attacks as she kept all her friends healed. That was the proper use of these new abilities. The others in the tiny world thought that it was something of a waste having the bear not be a main tank type. Yet, once they saw how happy it was dropping healing spells on the dragon nests, so that all the hatchlings could wake up fully rested, they began to reconsider. A healer that was impossible to stop wasn't bad either. While Carl worked out the details of staffing the warehouse, Kara returned to the tiny world at Thor's summons. There was much potential here. So much potential. Lotus. My dear little sister, I hear that you have fun plans for the day. Ophelia frowned and wrapped her arms around the former cleric, which nearly blocked the entire view of Lotus above her waist. I do. We're going to teach bunnies trade skills. I'm like 90% sure that it will work. We've got a bunch who would like to work in the kitchen, and then I think that we can get some of them to work on other things. Can you teach them tailoring or leatherworking? Bunnies love to be helpful, and if they could make everyone's clothes, it would make them so happy. The bunnies nodded. There was nothing better than being helpful. If you were helpful, people were less mean to you. Kara smiled in a way that made Ophelia greatly concerned. I think that I can also teach them how to do runecrafting. Have they seen the break room that Opal made for the ones in the new Home Clan's warehouse? Lotus nodded. Opal made one in the guild house here as well. I think it's different, but I can't get past the kitchen. The bunnies giggled. The Fae was incredibly amused by the fact that the bunnies could now hide from the cleric, and exit the separate space anywhere in the house. As it was based on a combination of the pet space, and illusionary domain spells, there was some flexibility to the spatial distortion, and she had set a half-dozen spots where they could exit. The bunnies had quickly learned that it was an optimized way to get their work done. They held their morning staff meeting in the break room with Lotus and the others, then they split off to exit all over the area, bypassing the need to move through the house as a group. It was also a great way to escape from curious hatchlings. The dragons were slowly getting larger, but they were only getting more curious, and they were adorably clumsy. That didn't stop them from trying to help. But it did mean that their attempts to help usually made more work for someone else. Yuan and Tenna were the worst. That dynamic duo of Black Dragon and Divine Lightning Dragon seemed to manage to get into everything, and they spent half their days brainstorming ideas for new fun things to do. They were currently in the mountains, by the hot springs. Yuan had read about something called cliff diving, and they were going to test that theory today. But it sounded dangerous, so they started with the 3-meter drop into the hot springs. That way, even if it wasn't fun, they would still be in the hot springs, which were nice on the scales. They had a supervisor from the den, watching from a distance as the pair neglected their studies. She would let them play so that they didn't do it somewhere harder to get to when she wasn't watching. Besides, if they panicked at the fall, they could just open their wings and fly away. My loyal fluffy minions, gather around. Today, Sister Kara is going to spread the blessings of the Carl. Ophelia groaned in anticipated mental agony as the bunnies giggled, before coming to stand before Kara. The Werbear didn't quite understand why they had no aversion to the Chaos Badger, but she suspected that it was either the fluffy ears or the fact that Kara only touched people when she was robbing them. And the bunnies didn't have anything to take, so they always got cupcakes. "You're going to teach us all the helpful skills?" one of the bunnies asked. "Yep. Carla's busy, and I can use the skill, so I will help everyone get what they want. The first thing to do is to write the skill that you want, so I don't start handing out ones that aren't right. Before we know the options." "Exactly. If you could have anything, what would you want? And then I will give you what I can and improvise the rest." Those were dangerous words coming from Kara, Ophelia knew. The bunnies quickly made a spreadsheet with a bunch of options on it, a much more organized method than Kara's initial thought of just having them all write down an answer individually. That was not how the species usually operated. They liked doing everything as a group. If there were other bunnies around, everything was better, and they could share the workload of whatever they were asked to do. Shared work meant fast work, which meant everyone was happier. The list was handed to Kara, and the badger smiled. This was going to be so much easier than expected. Fully 2/3 of the answers were either cooking or teleporting to things. There were some other answers, like helping make stuff and art, but none of them seemed too difficult for her to manage. "Alright, we will do the big groups first. Since Lotus is here and wiggling excitedly, let's do the cooking team now." Wiggling excitedly was apparently code for trying to escape from Ophelia so she could hug the bunnies, they decided. But Lotus wasn't making much headway, as the Werbear had picked her up, and the priestess' feet couldn't reach the ground. The bunnies who wanted to get cooking skills gathered at the front, and Kara made a grand gesture as she activated, "Follow me, little one." The benevolent badger Kara offers knowledge, a skill, mystic cooking, will be transferred to many bunnies. The recipients cheered as the new skill settled in, and then they all froze as the system's class selection menu activated. That was exactly what the badger had been hoping for, and what Ophelia had been afraid would happen. Now that the bunnies had a class, what would become of them? And what sort of system would you get if your only skill was cooking? Were there dedicated chef-type classes? Because she could see the bunnies being happy to get one. After most of a minute, the first bunnies began to come back to their senses, and Kara found herself pulled into a surprisingly powerful hug, then spun in circles. "Thank you so much, sister. We've got a class. A real class. This is going to be so wonderful. We will be the best bunnies ever." Kara laughed as she checked the bunnies' pockets, then inserted a carefully wrapped cupcake. "You're already the best bunnies ever. I don't think that you need to worry about proving yourselves. Now, what class did you get?" "Mystic Chef." So, there was a class for it. One of the other bunnies frowned. "You got to pick chef." "I didn't get a chef option. I got a whole bunch of options to choose from, but they were all the common ones that humans get." Kara inspected the bunny, and saw that she was now a cleric class. Well, the bunny goddess needs priestesses. So, someone had to do it. "How many of you are now clerics of the bunny goddess?" Kara asked. About 1/3 of the hands went up. "And how many are a variation of chefs?" "Almost all of the others." "I got gardener. I guess that's almost like chef, but with more getting the best ingredients." "I still have the mystic cooking skill," one of the few other bunnies offered. "That's valuable too. We always need gardeners. Look at all the crops growing here, and most of them are edible if they're not alchemy reagents." "Can I change my vote?" one of the waiting bunnies asked. "I don't actually know what will trigger the gardener class." We can try with the plant growth skill, but it might leave you with weird class options, and an excellent ability in the garden. The bunny considered that, then nodded. I will take my chances, if growing food with magic is an option. Kara gave her a cheeky thumbs up as she prepared her next activation, and Ophelia smiled as the bunnies rearranged themselves. There were more who wanted to be gardeners, but hadn't known it was an option. Honestly, Kara would likely let them be nearly anything that they asked. Just for the entertainment value. Alright, second big group, come forward. You all wanted to be able to instantly fetch things by teleporting to them, right? I know just the skill for that. Ophelia frowned. This was not going to end well. Benevolent Badger Kara offers knowledge, a skill, Shadow Step, will be transferred to many bunnies. The bunnies cheered as they found that they had a skill to fetch things. Then, they also went into the class selection menu. While we wait for them, who wanted to be a gardener? We can do that now. A bunch of hands went up, and Kara activated, follow me, little one, again. Benevolent Badger Kara offers knowledge, a skill, advanced plant growth, will be transferred to many bunnies. Lotus stopped her struggling and laughed. The green dragon she was bonded to was laughing hysterically as Kara activated that skill, so she knew that something amazing was about to happen. She just didn't know what. The bunnies who got advanced plant growth entered the class selection menu just as the second group, who had received Shadow Step, began to come back to their senses. Are you sure that this is right? I don't think that bunnies are supposed to get rogue-type classes, one of them asked. Kara patted her on the shoulder, stretching up to reach so high on the bunny. Rogue doesn't mean bad person, it means sneaky person. That's what you wanted, right? To be able to just come and go as you pleased, filling orders instantly and then vanishing before anyone can bother you. The bunny thought about it. That's actually right. Did I have the wrong impression of rogues? Probably not. But you're bunnies and they're humans. There are different standards. Comparing yourself to them sets the standard far too low. Bunnies are much better people, on average. The bunnies giggled at the flattery, and a few of them vanished to go practice their new skills. Now, we had the group who wanted to help make stuff. Would you like runecrafting, or earth manipulation? Do you want to make helpful stuff, or the base for helpful stuff, as your specialty? Can we learn to make the base later? One of the bunnies asked, catching on to how Kara's mind worked. You certainly can. It will likely be one of your class skills, or in your skill tree. Then please help us make helpful and interesting things. Benevolent Badger Kara offers knowledge, a skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to many bunnies. The bunnies cheered, then scrunched their faces up, willing the class selection message to come more quickly. The sight was absolutely adorable, and even Ophelia felt a smile creep onto her face at their eagerness. They were trying to be more helpful, and had no idea that Kara was setting them up on a path that would make them among the most powerful mortal crafters alive. And on a path that would lead them to immortality. The bunnies slowly returned to reality with their new classes, and Kara noticed that she had inadvertently created a small imbalance among the population. They had numerous rogues, nearly a third of the population, and quite a few druids and clerics as well, as that seemed to be common for the gardeners and cooks. Now, there were only a small group of bunnies left waiting for classes. What did the rest of you want? There weren't too many other things on the list. Kara asked. We want to do art. Making the world pretty. A bunny in the larger group of the remaining bunnies explained. Kara nodded. I think I have the right thing for you. I don't know a skill that specifically makes your art skills better. But I do know one that will help you make art faster. Before Ophelia could stop her, Kara had activated the skill again, and the bunnies now had the reality warp skill. They settled into the class selection menu, and Kara turned to the last pair. What was it that you wanted? It has to be special, if you didn't go with the group. We want to be warriors. Bunnies that can defend bunnies from predators. Kara. Ophelia warned. What? It's going to work. Making warriors is stupidly easy. Like, there is no possible way that I could fail to make warriors. That wasn't quite what Ophelia's concern was. She was more concerned that Kara was going to do something crazy after showing at least a modicum of restraint with the other groups. Alright, combat bunnies. Combat bunnies. That's right, the Carl knows a skill to make combat bunnies. Now Ophelia was very concerned. However, if she tried to stop the process, Kara would just do it later, when she had more time to plan and plot. Right, I need to make this a combination effort. The question is, what one comes first? Both, naturally. Kara used the two skills at the same time, layering, evolution, on top of, follow me little one, granting the bunnies an evolved form and, war beast, at the same time. If that didn't make a warrior bunny, she didn't know what would. The pair vanished from sight, hidden by the system, as they finished their selection. That seemed like a good sign to Kara. It wouldn't hide them if she didn't do something interesting. The pair reappeared a moment later, but looked drastically different than they had a moment ago. They were still adorable, with long fluffy ears. But they were now placed on either side of a set of thin antlers, similar to what Kara would expect on a deer. Did you become warriors? She asked, already knowing the answer from their name tag colors. We got the Blood Knight class, and it evolved us into a new species. We're now Bloodstrike jackalopes. That's an even better sort of bunny, I think. And, we've got antlers. I saw them in the avatars of the class selection. The other bunnies rushed over to touch their horns, intrigued by the fact that their friends had evolved into something that was distinctly more dangerous than a standard bunny, while still being a bunny. That is amazing. What skills did you get? One of the cooks asked. I got an innate skill called, Bloodstrike, which causes crippling agony on bad people. And then I got the Blood Knight skills of, Rend, Life Leech, and, Strength. The others were shocked and scandalized by the idea of combat bunnies. However, they couldn't deny that the two of them would be wonderful guards for the group. The bunnies normally couldn't count on any sort of protection at all. But if they had their own warriors, then the burrow was definitely going to be safe. Well, now we've got everything, I think. We've got all the basic skills covered, thanks to Sister Kara. And we've got combat-capable protectors. Do you think that they're going to be strong enough to do actual combat things? Kara laughed. The Carl made a training tower here in the tiny world that you can use while you're still mortal. Perhaps we should ask Thor and Tessa to teach you combat forms. Then you can use a sword like a proper Blood Knight. The jackalopes nodded. That would be amazing. Let's go find Mr. Thor and his mate. Girls, come with us, so we have someone to watch the eggs for her. The first of the members who wanted to try the transfer arrived in the new territory just after Kara upgraded the bunnies. That kept Carl from coming to see them, though Dana and the others all returned to help the bunnies adapt to being equal members of society. They could tell the elders later. Min arrived with the first group after dark, looking skeptical about whatever story the warehouse elder had given her to get her here. It was clear that she thought she was about to be pranked, or to get bad news. But she had come anyhow. Boss, you needed to see me? Elder Douglas smiled in a way that instantly put the green dragon on guard. I did. You see, we are opening a new branch of the warehouse, and I would like to promote you to branch manager, to control operations here. It's not quite on the level of a warehouse elder, but you would be second only to me in the hierarchy, free to hire and fire staff for your branch. As Carl had expected, the elder was thoroughly washing his hands of the situation, and only willing to be involved in keeping track of inventory. You want me to be a warehouse manager? How is that a promotion? I'm already a manager. No, a branch manager. You'll be in charge of this entire location, and you can hire your own managers to work under you. Then, once you've advanced enough, the clan is willing to promote you directly to elder. Min looked tempted, but there was another factor that Elder Douglas had forgotten to account for. The Dark Light host had just upgraded the living quarters for the bunnies that worked in the warehouse area, and that gave the Green Dragon an excuse to use the bunnies' break room, which included the male bunny gargoyles. It wasn't as good as real bunnies, but the men were very realistic and very friendly. You won't be missing out. You have Carl right here, and he can arrange the warehouse and its functions exactly as you want. If there is something that you will miss from the other location, I'm sure that we can arrange it. Plus, there is a permanent portal array linked between the two, so you don't even have to move if you don't want to. For a druid like Min, it wasn't a big deal to activate the array twice a day. And, she likely wouldn't need to. If they were opening shops here, there would be a rush at shift change, and the portal would already be open. So, she wouldn't have to leave her apartment, which she had decorated just how she wanted it. Does that mean that Carl and the others are moving here? Carl shook his head. I will be keeping our house in the clan compound. We've got a guild house here, but it's not a hassle for me to move back and forth between the two. Most of the elders are at the clan compound, so I expect to need to be there fairly often. Plus, Leo goes to school there. He doesn't want to leave all his friends, and Kara still sometimes attends classes. So, they'll be in the compound most days. Which means I will have to be there most days as well. To apologize to whoever offended Kara for the day. The elders chuckled. That pretty much described the situation. Kara didn't start too much trouble. However, when someone started trouble with her, it rapidly escalated beyond manageable. Well, that works. This place is too far for a lot of us to want to relocate, but I see that you've gotten a pretty good collection of members wanting to be here. I will accept the branch manager position, but I have conditions. We need a break room. And we need fluffy helpers. You'd better have bunnies for me, or I'm going on strike. Carl laughed. I can do the break room. However, the Blackwoods pack has joined the Dark Light host, and you know how bunnies feel about lichens. So, I propose that instead of having bunnies do the running, we can have juvenile lichens do the job. Min wasn't fully sold on the idea. Elder Douglas had no intentions of playing fair, though. He pushed one of the lichen girls, about 14 years old, forward to greet Min. Hi. I promise, we can run the warehouse orders to the front just as easily as the bunnies. We're really fast, and my memory is great. I'll do good work for you, Lady Min. Min smiled at the girl, and then shot the elder a dirty look for his cheap trick. He knew what cute fluffy things pleading did to green dragons. The promise of young lichens running around the warehouse was especially appealing because they were social by nature, and did not shy away from affection like the bunnies did. Which was exactly why the elders of the pack had suggested them for the job. Fine, I will take over this branch. But only because Carl promised to make me the perfect break room. The same as the other one? Carl asked. Well, without the bunnies, I suppose that we can add some variety. Min conceded. Alright, I will have Opal and Lotus come up with a plan, then run it by you in the morning. The elders chuckled at the thought. There were so many things that could go wrong if you let that Fae and anyone aligned with the Green Dragons work together on a private space. Most of them didn't know Lotus, though she had appeared in the clan to do some healing. But they had heard the name from some of the annoyed clan members who had been victims of the other healer's new resurrection strategy that put them in children's bodies when their souls were damaged. In the tiny world, Opal sensed her name being spoken. A new break room for Min and the lichen pups in the warehouse. She could do that. Before Min could even go to see what the warehouse looked like at this new location, Opal was already there, working on upgrades to the storage, the break room, and the front counter area to make them all better for the staff. The front counter area was the easy part. Opal simply made it look like the old counter areas, but added a few niceties that she knew that the Green Dragon would appreciate. For one, there was no more hard tile behind the counter. Instead, it had a squishy rubber floor that was heated and soft on the feet, while still being easy to clean. The warehouse was organized as ever, but Opal modified the ladders used to collect items from higher shelves. They still had the steps up either side, so you could easily retrieve anything, but the space in the middle, where the old ones still had fresh paint, as nobody walked there, were replaced with static-free slides. That way, the lichens could run up, grab the goods, and slide back down. If that didn't make the day more fun, they were simply incapable of joy. The shelving units were standardized, the same as the ones that Opal had found in the other warehouse, so that finding everything would be easy. She even labeled the shelves the same way, so that Min didn't have to make a new organizational chart. But the real bonus was in how she recreated the break room. This time, they didn't have a whole warehouse full of adult bunny girls. They had Min, and a bunch of teens, plus whoever else Min hired. So, Opal put in the lunchroom, the spa, with an emphasis on fur treatment, and then added quiet study areas, nap spaces and a games room. The bunnies weren't big on things like billiards or foosball. But the lichens were. They loved games that tested precision and coordination, so those two were perennial favorites in the pack. Now, all that was left was to add a few finishing touches. Some handsome and muscular young lichen golems, a few bunny males, and one super fluffy spirit bear mascot, in case Min was having a rough day and needed something to cuddle. They were definitely going to give her at least a few of those as she tried to organize all the new things that the Darklight host was going to be making for the clan. Armor, weapons, trinkets, accessories. All of them needed to be sorted and organized into the inventory. In essence, she had become their personal warehouse manager. But Opal realized that there was actually an easier way for them to do things than to simply dump the goods on Min and make her sort them. So, she created a magical display that would show the contents of the Darklight Host Guild store. When they brought over items for Min to put in the clan warehouse, all they had to do was put them into the stock section of the store, not for sale, and then let Min read the listings. It was all sorted in advance, with system-approved values. Hopefully, she would be able to make it display sale prices in clan credits. But if not, she could translate from whatever currency it showed her the prices in. The clan warehouse wasn't technically open to anyone who wasn't a member. So, they did all their business in clan credits. However, there were cases when an elder agreed to trade an item to outsiders, so there should be some system in place to convert between currencies. With the basics done, Opal stared at her handiwork, and resisted the urge to put a charm on the floor that would randomly lick the bottom of your feet if you walked on it barefoot. It would be hilarious the first few times, but then she'd need to take it down, or it would just be annoying. It was better to use as a surprise than a permanent feature. Min, Carl and Elder Douglas reached the warehouse, intending to show Min around and let her get things set up the way that she wanted, only to find that it had been completely renovated by a very smug Opal already. Min. Come take a look. I can still alter it if you've got more ideas. But I think it's close to perfect. First, we have the smooth floors out there, with a textured surface, so they're never slippery but easy to mop. Then, behind the counter, we have this nice soft rubber floor. Try it, it should take all the stress out of standing for a shift. I also hid stools under the counter, just swing them out when you want to sit. Min laughed as Elder Douglas winked at her. It was a running joke that there were no stools in the warehouse because it allowed the shorter members to hide behind the counter when people came in. If they were seated at a set height, they would be spotted immediately. But if they were sitting on the floor, they wouldn't be spotted, and most of the clan members would simply wait at the counter until the clerk finished their snack, or finished counting the last inventory sheet that they were working on. Because Opal duplicated the counter design from the old warehouse, they could still do that here, but with a much softer floor. This looks lovely. Did you keep the same warehouse? I even kept the same row and aisle setup. It's exactly the same size and layout. But check this out. I put in slides for the runners, so they don't have to run down the steps anymore. Elder Douglas laughed. That is definitely a safety hazard. And they're not supposed to be running on the steps. Min shrugged. They were going to do it anyhow. Getting the orders filled as fast as possible was a point of pride for the bunnies. Now, I had to alter the break room, but we've still got a spa. Ooh, that's what I should add. Perhaps a nice dragonkin masseur to help work out all those tense muscles and give your scales a good polish. Elder Douglas cleared his throat. Miss Opal, this is still a family-friendly workplace. Don't worry. It's all very wholesome. Min and Elder Douglas followed Opal into the break room, which looked normal at first, with a Leakin in sweatpants brewing coffee, and a tray of fruits and baked treats on one of the tables. Have a seat if you're hungry, the coffee is almost ready, the Leakin-shaped gargoyle greeted them. We will come back for coffee and a snack. We need to check out the rest of the break room facilities that Miss Opal created. Elder Douglas informed him. Of course. Everything is up and running, ready for guests if you've got time to stop. If not, we can have one of the staff give you the grand tour. That would be lovely, thank you. The gargoyle nodded, and a female bunny break room assistant darted out of the back rooms to guide them through the rest of the space. Let's start with the games room, and then we will work our way back around. See, we know that a lot of the workers will be students, so we put in study areas, and games that Lycans like, and some nice quiet rooms for a nap, in case it's too loud to study at home. But those are all just minor, unimportant things. Look at this selection of hair dye. Min laughed as she realized that the gargoyles Opal created did not have the same personality that the ones other people made did. Somehow, they were more true to the source material, and the racks full of hair dye and nail polish were as important to the bunny guiding them as the nap rooms, which put them a step ahead of the games room, which the bunnies didn't really care about. Now, those are the basic amenities, the ones that are the actual break room part of the break room. But the most important employee amenity is here in the spa. Because we've got fully furred Lycans on the staff, there are extensive private rooms, for a fully body shampoo, fur dye or other styling treatment. However, we have nail stations, massage tables, a standard barber and stylist, as well as a sauna, hot tub and public bath. Gender segregated, of course. Because this is a family-friendly establishment. Elder Douglas laughed at the clearly rehearsed line. He suspected that anything made by Opal was far from family-friendly. But these were gargoyles, so there was little threat of them doing anything inappropriate. They weren't living beings, just constructs that resembled them. Or, so he assumed. With illusionary domain, reality warp, and gargoyle, working together, there was very little of the original spell left to these, other than the base instincts and combat power that it imparted on a solid construct. That was the important part to Opal. They needed to be able to defend the break room, but they also had to be durable enough that if there was some sort of work to be done, they could do it without the illusionary domain being put under additional stress. Well, I think that I've seen enough of the employee amenities. It looks like the Fae thought of the staff when she created this place, and there is nothing out of the ordinary here. It's the same as the room in the other warehouse was described to me by the bunnies. Alright, I will give my approval to this layout. It fits clan standards, and we won't have to come up with a whole new organizational system. That will save a lot of time training if we transfer others over to work here. Now, I should get back to the clan, and so should the other elders. They've been gone long enough, out doing a dungeon and throwing a party instead of attending to their duties back home. With that, the warehouse elder unceremoniously abandoned them, and went to find Elder Socrate, who could give him a portal trip back home. The rest of this could be someone else's problem, and he was going home to sleep. There was a good reason that he was the warehouse elder, and it was not so that he could accompany people like Elder Alex out on adventures. Min smiled at Opal. Well, that's that. Now, I just need to recruit some of your guild members to come here and work for me until I can get another trained clerk. Opal winked at the dragon. You know, this whole place is an illusionary domain. You don't actually need to hire real workers. I can just add them to the illusion. Why don't we start you with one of those assistants, and you can find the Leakin children to do the running. Not that there is anything to run yet. Carl still needs to start guiding the adults in their new trade skills. Min nodded reluctantly. Are you sure that they can be trusted to do the job? Opal smiled. The gargoyles will protect the warehouse and its contents with their lives. Not only will they protect the place and do their jobs well, they also won't hand out deals to their friends, or slip a little extra into the order for a cut on the side. Min giggled. Everyone in the warehouse cut side deals for their friends, even if it was just a discount. That was part of the advantage of having a friend at the warehouse. But many prices are negotiable. Can they do that? Opal flitted in a circle around the room, spreading streaks of light behind her. Yes, I think they can manage that. They don't have personal attachments, so it will be impartial, based on how much the item cost. But I can give them their own personalities, so that people will develop their favorite to deal with. Perfect. Alright, make me a couple of front counter assistants that can fill the role until I hire more people. Opal waved her hand in a grand gesture, and 2 clerks in the standard uniform of the New Home Merchant Clan's warehouse appeared. One was a petite elven woman, while the other was a 250-centimeter tall polar bear werebear. Huge, and fluffy, with soft white fur, but the head of a predator. As Opal well knew, it was a combination of fluffy and dangerous that every green dragon would struggle to resist. While Opal was busy in the warehouse, Carl and the elders were busy making sure that everything was set up for the first day here in the new territory. They had checked the school, which was running smoothly already, just changing locations and using the new materials that had been provided. But the shops were coming online much faster than the elders had expected. With everything destroyed, many of them were short on stock. But everyone kept supplies and some product in their inventory, so they hadn't lost everything. The runecrafters were their next stop, as they needed guidance to be able to effectively use their skills. Knowing the language could get them a start, but without any leadership, it would be all trial and error to find out what actually worked, and what combinations would lead to desired effect, and what could be left out to save space without losing effectiveness. And with so little to their names, the Blackwoods pack needed as much as they could get this month. It was perfect for everyone, as the new home also needed uncommon and rare grade items, like they assumed the new runecrafters would make. It was the most affordable of gear, to fill the trade ships. Elder Malcolm's area, the docks and the outlying regions of the clan compound, had taken the worst damage of anything during the battle, and while they had made some efforts to repair the area and refloat some of the sunken ships, there was a lot left to do. With damaged magical ships in the harbor, they couldn't get anything in or out until they were fixed. That was a real issue for the trade part of the guild's name, and there weren't any suitably deep bays nearby for them to create an alternate dock. There was a very small one at the former Hyperion Sect's territory, but that would not keep up with everything that moved through the city. It also would fix the clan's reputation as a reliable trading partner. Technically, they didn't owe the merchants who lost their ships in the crossfire. They had paid them out of the collected resources of the defeated clans, but most of the wealth had been looted before they got there. So, there wasn't much to go around, and some of the ships had been so heavily damaged that their cargo holds were destroyed. The Blue Elves had managed to repair and float their ship already, and it had left with most of its supplies intact, suffering only minor losses, beyond a week down and the materials for repairs. They did plan to return after a trip to an elven repair facility, where they could get back to full capability. Elder Malcolm didn't ask where that was, but they likely wouldn't tell him anyhow. That wasn't how they worked, and their home base was likely to be a pirate-controlled territory. Not somewhere that they could just go and look for a captain. If they weren't ready to receive the elves when they came back, they would put a new spot on their trade route, and that would cost the clan a solid customer, who was willing to pay good prices for goods that others in the region weren't interested in. The majority of the merchants wanted the raw materials that the clan gathered, they didn't buy much for magical items. So, the clan bought and sold goods both from inland and from the trade ships, giving them a way to find higher-paying customers for nearly anything, without having many craftsmen in their own clan. Recovering from the attacks had been harder on him than any of the other elders. None of their major buildings had been damaged, other than his docks. It was the residential areas that had it worst during the attacks. So, he was alone in his suffering. So, when he got a message that Carl had recruited a Leakin pack that had gained the runecrafting skill, it was a great opportunity for him. As the other elders were getting ready to head back, including a reluctant elder Socrate, who was happy to stay with Remy and work on the greenhouses that they were building in the new town. They would be good for both the food supply and the alchemists. Dealing with Elder Socrate was an art that the other elders had mastered decades ago, though. Elder Socrate, you've been gone for days, and there is nobody there to do quality control for the apprentices, or to make sure that the counter is counting the pills properly by grade. Elder Douglas reminded him. That was all that it took to get the alchemy elder moving. Carl had promised a portal array, so he could come back in a few days and check on the greenhouses once the plants were properly rooted and hopefully growing well. Remy had used a lot of magic on the greenhouse, including multiple weather control spells, so it should be fine. But you couldn't leave things to chance in a new territory with unpredictable mana flows. Carl. Have you seen the kids? I need to find them so we can get volunteers for the back rooms of the warehouse. Min asked, with a wave for the elders, who were still trying to get Socrate to stop talking about plants and leave the greenhouse. Yep, they're at the bakery with Leo. Well, the younger ones, anyhow. I don't know where all the older ones went. I think that they're throwing a party for Lucille, Elder Blackwood's daughter. She got the Golem Mage class the other day, and they haven't had a chance to celebrate since. If you find that party, you'll find all the kids the right age to be running goods in the warehouse. That gave Min direction. How hard could it be to find a bunch of teenage lichens? They were almost certainly in the woods, trying to pretend that their parents hadn't noticed them sneaking away to party unsupervised. Min left to go find the Lichen teens, but only made it 1 block before she was sidetracked. There was a large group of preteen lichens arguing about ice cream flavors in front of the bakery, which apparently offered a dozen different flavors to be served alongside their pies, or in a dish alone. That was enough to stop the Green Dragon's mission to find fluff for the warehouse, at least for a moment. Seeing the situation, she crouched down next to young ones, who looked like their discussion was about to come to blows. Now, there is no need to fight. I bet that if we ask nicely, they can sell you one of each, and you can share so that you can compare. Everyone has their own favorites, there really isn't a best ice cream flavor for everyone. The little one at her left frowned. No, chocolate is definitely the best flavor. He always does this. Mom says that we can split an ice cream, but he only ever wants chocolate. Just chocolate, every single time, the other complained. Min thought about the solution for a moment, and then smiled. Let me talk to them, I think there is an answer. Min went to the counter and flagged down the clerk. Do you have Neapolitan ice cream? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's chocolate, vanilla and strawberry together in 1 tub. So you get some of each. The Leakin looked intrigued at the concept, but shook her head. That's the first I've heard of it. But we have a swirl flavor. Half raspberry, half chocolate. I will take that one, please. Just a single serve bowl. The little one's mother wouldn't appreciate it if she gave them more sugar than approved. It was still the first day, she could spoil the fluffy things later. She paid the clerk, and brought out the bowl with 2 small wooden spoons. Here, try this. It's called a swirl dish. Half raspberry, half chocolate. So, you both get different flavors with just 1 dish of ice cream. When you get bigger, your mom will likely approve 2 scoops, and you can ask for different ones. Thank you, friendly lady. My name is Min, I work at the warehouse over there. Do you know where the older kids went? I want to hire some of them to work delivering packages from the warehouse. They went to the shore to celebrate Lucille's class awakening. Thanks. Consider that ice cream payment for the information. Min patted the 2 fluffy heads, and then ran off to go find the party near the shore, before the lichens began to split off, and she had to track them down individually to get employees. She was not willing to miss out on this chance. It wasn't hard to find the pups at the shore, as they were playing the drums and singing. She could hear them before she even left town, so perhaps the lichens weren't actually trying to hide from their parents, just looking for a fun place to party. That was different from the humans that she was used to. The human kids always tried to sneak off to do things without their parents knowing, but the lichen kids didn't try at all. It wasn't hard to guess why. A party was loud, and the lichens had even better hearing than she did. They would have to go 10 kilometers or more from town for their parents to not hear them, and in strange territory, that was not safe. So, they stayed close, but went out of sight, where they could have a proper celebration, and Lucille could show off her golems. They were large werewolves, which the lichens considered lesser cousins of their lineage. The species came from an entirely different source, but the lichens considered them to be half-human versions of lichens, as they were either human-looking or completely wolves, where the lichens were wolf-headed and furred, but bipedal. As a dragon, Min somewhat understood the bias toward half-humans. The dragonkin were generally considered lesser forms of the dragon lineage as well. So, while the werewolves were actually cursed humans, not part lichen at all, they got the same treatment. When she reached the beach, the teenage lichens were playing tag with the 8 werewolf golems, who were remarkably agile. The music continued, and the pups were singing what sounded like a marching tune, giving the others a rhythm to move to as they dodged the golems' attempts to tag them. It was more of a military training exercise than a game in Min's mind, but this was the sort of thing that lichens liked. Min went to stand by the drummers, and Lucille waved to her, then brought a few people over to meet her. "Guys, this is Min. She will be running the new home clan warehouse, and she's willing to hire us to run goods from the shelves." Min nodded. "It's good paying work, but a lot of running, so we wanted younger lichens. The warehouse in the clan compound uses bunnies for it, but you know how they are about lichens." The kid sighed. "Such a shame. Lichens love bunnies, but they hate us." That wasn't exactly the case. The bunnies were absolutely terrified of the lichens, and the lichens didn't love the bunnies as much as they loved to chase them around like prey. The lichens saw no issue with this, as they weren't intending to harm the bunnies when they caught them. Quite the opposite in many cases. Chasing prey triggered instincts in the lichen men which were remarkably similar to the instinct to chase down and capture their mate. Which would likely be fine with most of the bunnies if they were less terrified. The bunnies also like to chase their mates around. "So, are you willing to take on the job? It starts after school, and we have dinner prepared for the staff, as well as study rooms, so that you don't miss out on your schoolwork. If you would like to think on it for the night, you can come by tomorrow morning before class and see what we have." Lucille nodded. "I think that we have a few others who might want to work there full-time. They're a bit older, but they'll be happy for the work. We do need day shift workers, so you can send them by, or let me know who they are, and I'll reach out." Lucille smiled. "I will talk to them. They'll listen to me." While Min went looking for employees, Carl had the new runecrafters gathered in the guild house, facing a whiteboard, which he had covered in essential runic phrases for basic magical items. They were all ones that worked well together, or could be added to other phrases as a modifier to give items a specific bonus. "Alright, this is the single most common runic phrase that you will be using. I know that the system taught you to read the basic runic languages, so you should all see that it simply says Titanic Strength. However, simply writing it wherever will not be as effective as proper placement. If you're writing it on a ring, you want the full enchantment to make even loops so that there are no empty gaps in the phrasing. So, this is the first thing that we will practice. All the warriors of every clan want these, unless they have better. So, you can sell a ton of them to the traders. On your tables are a bunch of wooden rings. Pick one that you like, it doesn't matter the size, they will adapt to the bonded wearer. So, pick one that you think you can write the runes one well. They've all got flat outer rings, for easier practice. Getting the runes just right on a curved surface takes more practice. The lichens picked up the rings, and memorized the 4 runes that made up the enchantment. That was one for every quarter of the ring, evenly spaced. It was not difficult, even without practice writing the language. Slowly, they carved the simple wooden rings, careful not to mess up any of the stroke orders for the runes that they were carving. That was one of the great dangers of runecrafting, the lichens decided. There were many runes that were nearly identical, but carved in a different direction, so one end of the stroke was wider than the other. By basic layout, they were identical, but by width of the lines, they were not, and it was easy to make a mistake as to what you were writing if you messed up the order. However, for many of the lichens, they never actually wrote much of anything. They could read just fine, and sent system messages regularly. But physically writing? That was for nerds and mages. Not for the average lichen warrior. Carl knew how most of them felt about the situation, and that was why most of the warriors hadn't signed up for the runecrafting option. It was mostly elders and druids in here. That wasn't a bad thing. You didn't want all the protectors to be inside creating gear when there was an attack. But you couldn't cut them out entirely, or they would just end up poor. Well, normally. The guild was very generous with giving out fun stuff, and the pack was even more so, as they viewed it as the duty of the group to ensure that everyone had everything that they actually needed. So, gear would go to the warriors because they need gear. It would go to the mages, so things got done with magic, and to the druids to keep the gardens and forests healthy. Then, whatever you made on top of what it cost to keep the pack running was yours. Now that they were in the Dark Light host, it would quickly stop being a concern. The items they would sell would cover all of everyone's expenses and more, so money would quickly become meaningless, and it would be the same as in the mortal world, all about the coolest new things. Custom items tailored to your class were the peak of Dark Light host wish lists. Even now, while they made their very first item, an uncommon grade ring of titanic strength, many of the pack members were already dreaming of the day that they had good enough mastery of runecrafting to make themselves custom items with bonuses for their favorite skills, or the ability to use a spell that they could never master. That last one was easier said than done. But it was still the dream. Carl watched as everyone finished their rings, and a few had to start over after making a mistake. It was easy to mess up, but he had made all the wooden rings in about 10 seconds, so it wasn't any real loss if a bit of wood got damaged. Branch leader, we've got the rings done. What comes next? Do we practice with more? Elder Blackwood asked. Nope. You've done so well that we're going to move on to a compound phrase that every warrior wants. There are 2 options this time, and you can pick whichever you like. We'll give them to the pack, if they need them, or trade them to Elder Malcolm to sell on the merchant ships. The options are adding skill damage to titanic strength, or adding agility. The lichen's ears literally perked up at the thought. Just adding some, or a lot of strength, wasn't bad. But strength and skill damage was a great combination. Perhaps not for the senior warriors, who got that good or better from dungeons. But for the students, and the younger lichens. The layout was also simple. You had to change the spacing, but it was all still one sentence, and you didn't need to do anything fancy with it. That was why Carl had picked these combinations. Ease the new crafters into the basics first, and then spend a few weeks building up their skills, and the guild's stockpile of loot, before they moved on to epic-grade items and made-to-order pieces. The mass-produced, just good enough, type items were the backbone of any guild store. If they didn't have the basics, they didn't have a store. It had to be good enough that visitors would want it, and come here to get it. But not so expensive that they would struggle to find anything to trade for it. In the immortal worlds, the prices for good things were always in other goods, unless you were in the same clan. Which made everything difficult. Unless, of course, you were dealing with the Dark Light host, who would take nearly anything on trade. While the guild worked on their first few projects, Carl began to write out more basic designs on the board. There were a few that always sold well, no matter where you were or who you were dealing with. The strength and skill damage combo was a given. That's why they started with it. But enchanting items for mana storage was even less common and more valuable here in the immortal worlds than it was back home. In the mortal realm, everyone just assumed it was a mage thing, so if they needed it, they went to the mages. Here, entire sects were based around a single combat style, and they viewed this sort of energy storage item as a rare relic that the dungeons rarely dropped. They never considered that there was likely someone out there who could make it. In fact, many of them wouldn't even think to ask, as they hated the thought of relying on another sect for goods. That was a hurdle that the Dark Light host was going to have to overcome if they were going to build their clientele. Having what people needed was great within the New Home Merchant clan. But that was only about 10,000 people who would actively want new gear. If they truly wanted to expand their market, even as much as the Drod Guild House, they were going to have to attract other clans. Drod, at its peak, was nearly 200,000 people. Sure, they were on a whole different power scale, but when you were looking at volume of sales, they had it covered. Even with competitors all over town, the Dark Light host had done amazingly well. That's what Carl wanted for the branch here. It didn't seem like too much to ask that they should be able to get customers at least from the city of Kondim, and perhaps even from the other major towns in the region. As he recalled, they should be Forvamiras and Kakirinha. Whoever named that last one was a masochist, he thought. But the majority of the new home just called the immortals there the Irina sect, which was much more pronounceable. Asking for customers from the Almixii sect was likely too much. They weren't too much further away than Telhusto, though they were on the south coast of the peninsula. But they were a massive clan, and claimed over 250,000 immortal residents of their city, all ostensibly in the same sect. They spent a lot of time training, and kept a standing army to enforce their will over the region. That had been questioned recently, in their opinion, as the Graupedran Templars marched straight through their territory to get to the new home clan, and it had made them touchy about the subject. They took that as a direct slight to their authority, especially when other clans were going to join in without so much as speaking to them. They didn't care to protect the new home, as they had only a surface-level agreement with both sides. But they simply couldn't tolerate that anyone in the region would think that they could do as they pleased and entirely ignore their power. "Are these our next assignments?" one of the Lycans asked. Carl shook his head. "Not exactly. They're the items most likely to be bestsellers in the store, instead of the best items to ship off to the clan for export." The elders smiled at each other, and one of the old men cleared his throat. "You know, we have a number of young men in need of employment. Do you perhaps have the ability to impart weapon and armor-making skills the way that you did for runecrafting? I can do leatherworking. I don't have the forge skills to impart blacksmithing, but we do have guild members in a mortal world that can help make the gear if we supply the materials. I know that's not optimal for the pack, but I can certainly get you some leatherworkers to make light armor." The elder smiled. "That will be perfect. Many of us have carving skills, learned from passing time whittling wood on the porch. So, we can make quality wooden goods with magically produced wood. An advantage of having many druids. But our leatherworkers are not at the same sort of level, and they're not in the runecrafting group either. So, helping them keep up will be important." Carl nodded. "You can also work together. If they finish a piece, and then don't finalize it with the system, you can add runes to it to improve the quality and specify certain buffs." "Oh, synergy. A very proper druidic concept, I like it. Should we call them here now? They've got lots of leather prepared, so if you can train them, they will be able to turn out whole new armor sets for the new home in only a few days." Carl nodded. "I will do the skill transfer, and then Lady Ray will help them with new designs. She is the specialist in both design and armor making." The Lycans looked a bit dubious about it, but they had seen the silk that the spider had produced, and she definitely had the knack for fashion. If that could extend to making leather armor, they would be incredibly popular. Most people wore a robe over their armor because the best pieces were usually mismatched, or just plain ugly. If they could make improved sets that actually looked good, people would show them off, and it would help their reputation. No longer would people look down on the Blackwoods pack, and their safety would improve along with the reputation of the Darklight host. The armorers came in moments later, accompanied by Ray, who had heard Carl's thoughts as he was talking. Unlike Opal, who was busy making sure that the people in the tiny world were doing well, and enjoying the chaos that had resulted from giving random skills to bunnies, Ray had been focusing on her crafting. Opal thought that she was on the right side of things this time, though. While most of what they had done was perfectly normal, giving the bunnies, reality warp, had a few slightly unexpected side effects. Other than the class awakening. A few minutes after they had used their first skill, using reality warp, to create bunny goddess statues to decorate their living spaces, the system had triggered a forced evolution. And then the evolution had triggered a class change. Lotus was watching it all with great joy, but the bunnies were still trying to fully understand what had happened. The class that they had awakened was artist, which seemed perfectly generic, and perfect for what they had wanted to do with their lives. But when they actually used reality warp to activate their class skill of fine art, it had forcibly changed them. They were now officially considered void bunnies, which looked like normal bunnies, but had reality warp as an innate racial skill, which cost no mana to activate. It was both amazing and incredibly confusing. The bunnies were used to daydreaming about things that they would like to have if only they were real people, immortals who had rights and freedom. Those daydreaming sessions had faded since they were taken in by the Dark Light host, but the first time that it happened after evolution, the dream came true. What had been a normal bedroom became a stone den, complete with a collection of fine art on the walls, super soft blankets that were like sleeping on a cloud, and a golem assistant that looked suspiciously like Thor with bunny ears. The bunny had come running out, trying to explain what had happened. Then, she was followed by the shirtless buff bunny man, and Lotus had nearly fallen out of her chair laughing. The green dragon had seen this one coming. Letting the oppressed alter reality at will was bound to be chaos, and the first time that a bunny had a daydream, she had accidentally made it reality before learning how to control her abilities. At least it wasn't a lewd dream, Opal suggested. Oh, that would be not good. So not good, the bunny realized. Or, very, very good. It depends on how you look at it. But if you made it, you can just change it back. It's not a big deal. But maybe keep your long-eared friend. He's giving you a promising sort of look. The bunny blushed and giggled, while her friends whistled encouragement at her. Hey, it's not like that, I was just daydreaming of the perfect den. And the perfect den comes with a 2-meter-tall, super buff boyfriend? I don't really go for boys, but I can see the appeal, Lotus giggled. Ophelia patted her on the head and helped the priestess sit upright. Then, she handed Tifa to Lotus to keep her occupied, instead of having her run off to examine something that the bunnies had done. What is your new class? Ophelia asked, wondering what sort of path the void bunnies were going to be on. It calls me a doll maker. I think that it's a form of sculpting class. All the skills appear to be related to making dolls, but a few of them seem a bit strange, almost evil. Evil dolls. Oh, there was a story about that at the Seminary Academy, Lotus realized. I mean, the doll isn't exactly evil, but how it's made seems that way. I don't know. Perhaps it's a normal thing for immortals. But the final skill in that branch of the skill tree is to trap a human soul in a doll body to make some sort of undead construct that has a person's mind. Ophelia blinked slowly, while Lotus frowned. I can see how that would have the potential to be evil. But it could also be like a lich lord's phylactery. Like, if their body gets destroyed, they could move to the doll until they can be properly resurrected. It would keep their soul from dissipating. The bunnies hadn't thought about it that way. It could be used to save lives. However, in the early stages, their class wasn't all that impressive. The dolls could only move under their direct supervision, and they had much less autonomy than even a basic golem. They couldn't act on their own, couldn't guard a space like a gargoyle, couldn't even speak. But they could make them out of nothing with a skill, which was pretty cool. If they used it to make statues, it was still a valuable skill, and they could trade them to the runecrafters to make them into something better. Or, they could use them as target dummies for the baby dragons. They were mythic ranked by default, thanks to growing up in the immortal realms. So, they could make dolls that were strong enough that the kids didn't tear them up immediately. Making a fake army for them to practice attacking would be good training for the whelps. It wasn't the generic art class that they had originally received, but they still had the basic painting skills and art bonuses that they got from the previous class, so they could paint well enough, even if their class specialized in dolls. What sort of progression does your class even have? I mean, that guy is not from your class, you made him with your racial ability. So, what does your class do? Ophelia asked. Oh, the first skill I'll be able to get is to make voodoo dolls, to curse people. Then to see through the eyes of the dolls, and a skill to make them move. I have to do it manually, but it'll be a super cool creepy party trick. Most of the skills seem to be related to creating area effects around a doll. Either for me to observe an area, or to curse an area. There is even one further up to make the dolls march forward and explode. That was different for certain. Ophelia saw a lot of potential in the abilities of the bunnies to make dolls for curses, similar to what the witch doctor did. However, Opal saw many less reputable uses for super realistic dolls. Especially when you used reality warp on them to make them less doll-like. The bunnies might go along with it, they were pretty open-minded that way. The only downside was that they wouldn't get any sort of combat bonuses, even with reality warp, so the doll maker wouldn't be as good as a golem master, even if they warped reality to make the dolls mobile. Opal had the same restriction. She used reality warp to make illusions real, and the illusionary domain skill had some bonuses on it already, but it still didn't do as much damage per construct as Dana's basic golems. They were durable, though. The bunnies didn't have that base for the skill to work with, and it was the illusion that made her reality warped scenarios so real. However, the bunnies could use it on daydreams, which was pretty cool. However, the bunny man couldn't speak. He seemed to have some basic personality, but it only extended towards caring for his creator. He gave her loving looks, but he wasn't actually capable of doing much without her directions. Perhaps, she should teach the void bunnies to use some illusionary magic to make better stuff. That might trigger even more strangeness, though. If it forced another class change without them having any skill points to be able to buy the skills of this class, it would be a huge loss for everyone. So, she would have to let them make mannequins for the crafters, and children's dolls. Those should be popular items for sale. Reluctantly, the bunny returned her room to normal, though Opal noticed that she kept the super fluffy blanket. The ones that were already there were pretty soft, but this one was almost a mattress of pure fluff. She had underestimated the bunny's love of soft things. They would have to be classified closer to Lotus on the scale of fluff lovers. Should we start making stuff for the guild? I know that we're all mortals, but there is a mortal branch, and we can help. They're super busy, thanks to all the customers being at or below their level, and the branch leader is a blue dragon who will definitely thank you for helping out. Opal suggested. She wanted to see what all the bunnies could do. They had all the essential skills, just like the lichens. But the Drawd and Xylaz branches would be super excited to see more mythic rank items coming their way. Well, mostly Xylaz, as the Lord of Drawd had asked them not to dump that sort of thing on his city. The influx would take some of the stress off Sapphire's shoulders as well. Opal liked the blue dragon. She was kind of stuffy, but she didn't complain when Opal added new titles to the library, and didn't stop people from signing them out for reading at home. Lotus cheered. Hey, I know what we should do. Someone show them the runes for healing, and they can put them on bunny dolls. Like a trademark thing, healing bunnies made by bunnies of the Dark Light host. The bunnies stared at her in shock. That was an amazing idea. They were reluctant to make things that hurt people, but they would definitely love to make healing dolls to honor the bunny goddess. You could make fertility charms as well. I know that the bunny goddess is one of fertility. So, having the bunnies with runecrafting make fertility and healing charms in the form of the goddess Lala would be the most bunny possible thing, right? Opal asked. One of the bunnies frowned. We don't all know one of those spells, though. I think that we need someone to show us the runes, or teach the skill, or we won't be able to do it. I can do it. I got Druid class, so I can do the fertility charms and some healing. What class did you get? I got Archivist. But those three got Ranger. Getting runecrafting doesn't seem to have limited us to a crafting class, it just let us pick random stuff. Or assigned it to use without another option except warrior classes. Obviously, the bunnies would not have picked the warrior classes, so they took whatever was left. Alright, we will make the first ones, and you can copy them. That should work, right? The bunny nodded. I think so. It's still runecrafting, so we should be able to copy it once we know how it works. We just won't be able to innovate as much if we don't know the skills they're based on. The rangers should be able to make stealthy ones, I think. Maybe some attack ones too, if we have to. But healing and fertility are best. The scene quickly turned into a communal brainstorming session, while the doll makers produced dozens of tiny bunny dolls, the sort of ones that kids would carry. It would be challenging to write on them, as they were soft cloth. The druids had a solution for that, through. They would just make a wooden disc to put inside the dolls with the inscription. Lotus gestured to the kitchen. Cooks, with me. Let's make high-energy snacks for our crafters. They have a hard night ahead of them, and they'll need motivation. The cooks laughed, but they loved cooking as much as Lotus did, so they didn't hesitate to join her in the kitchen. They had just started their cooking mission when the smell attracted the two wayward scions of the local orphanage. Ewan and Tenna. Miss Lotus, are you making snacks? Can we help? I can taste test them to make sure they turned out right. Ewan offered. Sure, we can always use a taste tester. Just wait over there on the table, and someone will help you clean your paws so that you get all the flavors right. That was brilliant, Ewan decided. If their paws were perfectly clean, they would only taste the food. He usually didn't think about it. He would just give them a blast of dragon breath and call it good. Tenna did the same thing. Lightning cleaned claws very well. The leatherworkers in the new guildhouse smiled as Ray appeared with a confused young mage girl. Maish had been minding her own business, studying new spells, when Ray had appeared behind her and simply grabbed her out of her chair to bring her somewhere new. Hi. The lichens laughed. Good morning, girl. Are you the apprentice of Lady Ray? I don't think so. Maybe. She adopted me because I have soul sight and I could see her when she was invisible. Ray nodded happily. Now, we fixed her eyes, so she can see. But she's still got soul sight, and she's a golem mage. Golems are helpful in all sorts of situations, and unlike Lucille's they don't pick things up with their mouths. Maish gave her a confused look. What sort of golems did Lucille have that would carry things in their mouth? She hadn't met the young Leakin yet, so she was unaware that the Wolf Lord had 8 werewolf-type golems as a class skill. I have decided that my mage needs crafting skills, so she will be joining us for a lesson on practical fashion, Ray explained. Maish sighed in resignation. There was no point in arguing with Ray. When the spider made up her mind that something was going to happen, it happened. It didn't matter whether that was a training session or the death of a sect. Either way, it would happen. Alright, what are we learning today? She asked. We are learning the art of making armor that is both practical and pleasant to look at. Now, there are 3 major groups of this. Functional and understated, functional and intimidating, or functional and sexy. All 3 are essential to have in your repertoire. Since we have Maish here, I will ask her to demonstrate with some of the spare items I produced. Maish sighed. She should have known that there was more to this than simply being brought to learn things. But, this raised other questions. Lady Ray, if I equip the items, they will bond to me. Ray shrugged. That's fine, they're all things that I made for mages, so you can just keep them and use the parts that you liked best. Now, the first set is the subtle. As this is a leatherworking class, it is naturally an all-leather set. Please, put this on. Maish accepted the stack of leather and closed her eyes before equipping it. It gave her a few precious seconds to hear everyone else's response before she had to see it for herself. That was her comfort zone. She had been blind all her life, so she judged most things by other people's responses to it. That was the only effective way to tell whether an outfit was good or not. However, she never had the money to be fashion conscious. The lichens sounded appreciative, so she opened her eyes, and found that she was wearing soft brown leather pants, fitted, but not too tight. It was paired with a soft green leather shirt thin enough that it hung like fabric, and brown leather bracers. It was the sort of thing you could wear anywhere and not attract attention, but it was also epic-grade leather armor. This is actually, really nice. The lichens nodded. That was the sort of thing that everyone in the pack might actually wear. Not for the stats, but just as casual wear. If they were making leather armor like that, it was quite possible that they would revolutionize fashion in the pack. Now, does anyone have questions about what qualifies as the understated look? I think this should be perfectly suitable for wearing when you don't want people to notice that you're actually fully armored. It keeps you combat ready, without alerting others, or reminding them that you are dangerous, Ray explained. No, that is perfect. We would actually wear that, and we're definitely going to want to make it once we have the skills. Excellent, everyone understands. Now, for outfit number 2. Ray handed Maish another armful of armor, this one strangely spiky, and incorporating multiple hard-shelled animal plates. With some trepidation, she equipped the armor, and then giggled as she looked at herself in the mirror on the wall. She looked like some sort of crab demon lord. A very short crab demon lord, at that. But it was intimidating. Probably more intimidating if she was taller, but still, the effect was there, and everyone could see that with just the right choice of exterior this could go either as a smooth and sleek heavy chitin armor, or the intimidating and aggressive look that Ray had chosen. Now, for the last outfit, we need another volunteer. For the concept of sexy armor goes two ways. The first is not sexy at all. It is the cute and innocent look that has the same effect of triggering protective and possessive instincts, without being in any way sexual. The second is much more erotic. Oh, there's the perfect volunteer. You in the green dress, come here for a moment and I will give you some armor to keep after you model it. The lichen woman frowned, but Ray was a guild member, and it was a gift of armor. Alright, just don't make me wear anything weird. Ray nodded happily. Of course not, this is a lesson for fashion. Now, put this on, and show everyone what I'm talking about. The dress was black leather, a shade darker than the lichen's fur, with elbow-length sleeves, and dual thigh slits in the front of either leg right to the golden belt that matched trim on the bikini armor-style chest plate. It included leg plates and bracers of black chitin with the same golden trim that was on the chest plate, and the lichen looked more than a little uncomfortable at the amount of cleavage that it highlighted, pushing her chest up and inward in a way that was most definitely designed to appeal to a man, not for comfort or modesty. A few of the single males whistled in appreciation, breaking the tension, and she stuck out her tongue at them, a gesture that looked much more amusing than Ray had expected coming from a wolf muzzle. As you can see, almost all of the body is fully armored and covered. There are weak points at the upper thigh, and between the bracers and the sleeves. But this armor is not made for a tank-type combatant, it's designed for high mobility and pure visual appeal. Go ahead and show us your flexibility. I'm certain that our kind volunteer won't mind if you give him just one kick in the face. The woman growled a little at Ray, and the man laughed. Or don't. We all get the idea anyhow. Now, for the alternate. Maish, put this on. Maish sighed and put on the outfit, which caused every pack member present to howl and cheer. What Ray had given her was a pair of black tights with black boots, under a long blue cloth hoodie that had a shark-tooth white trim around the hood, fin-shaped wide sleeves, and a white front with a grayish-blue back and hood. See? Adorable. The rapid repopulation of the reclaimed clan compound continued for the rest of the day, with dozens of new home members who couldn't get a decent shop space in the old compound coming to set up here, and others coming simply to see what the new outpost looked like, as there was a portal open anyhow. There were multiple clan quests that would be fulfilled in the region, which was near what they had always considered the edge of the new home's usual training areas. Not that they were the only clan in the region, just the largest. There were actually dozens of small clans and sects between the two locations, but none of them were more than a dozen people. Usually, it was just one strong immortal, possibly someone stuck at the peak of immortality, who had decided that they needed time to refocus and had decided to take in disciples. In the Telhusto region, the Blackwoods pack was considered to be one of those minor and insignificant packs, barely a footnote to everything else that was going on. Now, they were part of the Dark Light host, and they were quickly preparing to transition to a fully equipped crafting guild. They had the skills that they needed, and now they even had customers for the shops that had rushed to open the first day. Most of those were restaurants and bakeries, as the mystic cooks had perishable goods to move. The others would follow soon after, once the leatherworkers stopped arguing about what the best designs to prioritize for the clan were. Changing everyone's fashion sense away from the casual robes that they usually wore would be difficult. If they had chosen more tailors, they could at least make casual wear. However, few would pay a premium to make that a high-grade piece of armor when they changed it regularly, based on the formality of the situation. Only the wealthiest would have armor-grade fashion for every situation. Well, the wealthiest, or the one making it. In this case, that was Ray, and there was an argument to be made that she might actually be both. Unlike Kara, who piled her loot into a mountain, Ray hid hers all over the forest in her space. Some was in trees, most of it was buried. But there were decorations everywhere, and many of them were incredibly valuable. And that wasn't even counting the chests full of carefully sorted clothing and armor that didn't meet her exacting standards. Sometimes a piece didn't have just the stats that you wanted it to, but it was still perfectly functional. Or, you finished it, and realized that you didn't like the design as much as you thought you would. That was the worst. Now, she was considering whether she could have someone open a shop for her, as she didn't want to sell them at the guild house under her own name. They would sell very well, and if you didn't try to match the pieces as a perfect set, as most of the customers wouldn't, it didn't matter if the flow of the pieces was off. People with no sense of fashion were still customers. Ray turned to Maish, who was sitting snuggled into her new hoodie. What do you think about taking on a crafting skill? Leatherworking, tailoring, or we can give you one of the other skills. Maybe inscription or alchemy. Then, you can work on that while you do something for me. What did you need me to do? Recruit some of the others and operate an outlet store to sell off my excess stock. The stuff that isn't good enough to go through the guild store. I offered to sell batches of it to the new home, but Elder Douglas ran away on me, so I need to find Min about that. Maish considered her options. Too much had changed for her since the spider found her. Not only could she see, she had been taken into a guild that had spectacular benefits. She was no longer homeless, and now she was being offered her choice of top-tier trade skills. The sort of life that many immortals had literally killed to obtain. I think that I would like to learn tailoring. Is it wrong that I want to make cute things? I've never seen any of these things before, and I want more of them. Ray smiled. Yes, that is a good choice. Fear not, most of your sisters are big fans of cute things. Nobody will judge you for it. You've met Sister Lotus, so you know that you're still probably not the biggest lover of cute things in the guild. Maish laughed. She had indeed met Lotus a number of times before the priestess fixed her eyes. Her pet Tifa as well. Ray smiled at the mage. And tailoring is a wonderful choice. There are so many options just with silk, and then you get into all the other options, like fur, scales, even plant cloth. Yes, we will have a wonderful time. Maish laughed. You seem to be extra eager to help me, compared to the others. Ray shrugged. You are mine, I called dibs. I don't know if you can just claim people like that. No, you definitely can. Carl does it all the time, and I do it in combat. It has to be a rule, even when I'm not planning to kill them. When you put it that way, I get what you mean. I was just misunderstanding the situation. She wasn't. Ray was not going to correct her, though. Having her new mage try to run away would just be a nuisance, and she was about to take her as an apprentice. An apprentice could be the front of their off-brand sales, no problem. But she couldn't trust an outsider with that. They wouldn't understand the glory of what they were selling. That was why she hadn't hurried to sell them to the clan warehouse, despite there being significant demand for new gear. They didn't have the proper salesmanship to really do her work justice. She had no problem accepting clan credits for it, though. Ray grabbed her new apprentice and moved them to an empty store along a side street with a good view of the road. It had just enough shade that the rogues would be comfortable, and you could shadow step in at any time of day, while still being easy to find. A perfect balance of location that wasn't as noisy as the main street. Here we are, this is the perfect spot for a clothing shop of our style. Now, let me get you a proper trade skill, and we can get started. How do you feel about uniforms? I have no idea. I have an idea of what they are, but I don't think I've ever seen one. Right, forgot for a second that we only fixed your eyes a few days ago. Never fear, the Darklight Host shopkeeper uniform is adorable. Or, we can put you in something that the shop sells. You're still young, so the options are limited, and we should likely go with the cute uniform. I would end up killing too many people if we put you in something intended to be sexy. Maish nodded. She knew that the world was full of creeps. She had experienced enough of that in her lifetime already. Especially being blind, countless people thought that they could take advantage of her or play pranks on her. However, the old ladies of the shopping district where she usually went to find work were quick to chase off the perverts. Now that she thought about it, they likely didn't look like old ladies, either. They acted like them, but they were immortals, and everyone she saw usually looked pretty young and healthy, except some of the men, who had gone for an aged look that seemed to suit their notions of wisdom and superiority by age alone. That aging process was beyond Maish. What she didn't know was that it was all fake. The lady's beauty, the men's old and wise appearance. It was all done with skills, spells, and potions. None of it was how they would have actually looked if they hadn't altered their appearance. The fact that Carl and the rest of the Darklight Host hadn't done anything to alter their appearance was an oddity in the immortal worlds. Though, with as much as their appearance had changed due to skills and advancements, you could say that they had, just not for the sake of vanity. Especially Dana. Carl was much more enthusiastic about her change into a cute fox girl than she was. At least at the start. Now, even though she knew other transformation skills that would give her a different appearance, she rarely hid herself. The longer she stayed in this form, the more that it became natural to her, and the better she learned to control the fox charm that had given her so many headaches in the past. Plus, the long fox ears were even better than her old cat ears had been. Ray focused on doing the Carl thing, and combining all her associated knowledge into one skill, then transferred the ability using, "Follow me, little one." Lady Ray Bloodbath generously grants knowledge, a skill, divine tailoring, will be transferred to her pet girl. It called me girl. That's your name, though. The system is very literal that way. At least it didn't insult you, it likes to make fun of people who have a big ego, or an amusing mistake in their past. Maish sighed. Even the system called her girl. Divine tailoring. That's not what I expected. If you're that good of a tailor, why did you teach everyone else leatherworking? Because leather is best for armor. Unlike metal and gems, you don't have to dig it up. You can just kill things and skin them to get more materials, and the dungeons refill automatically. So, it's basically free to make leather armor. They can take care of all the important defensive stats, and we will do the fashion, as well as selling the pieces that didn't work out quite right. I only sell the very best in the guild shop. And now, you will sell the rest here, while I train you to be the very best tailor that you can be. I don't have a skill to teach you to make silk yet, but I will work on finding one. I make all my own, you see. That made sense. Of course, the spider would make her own silk. I can't run a whole shop on my own. Maish reminded her. Not only did she have no skills of that sort, she had no idea what she was doing. Oh, don't worry about it. You just need to lead the customers to the best stuff and convince them to buy it. I will have someone make shop clerks and security. This place needs to be upgraded anyhow. Ooh, it also needs a name. Is there some convention to naming shops here? I never really asked about it. Maish shrugged. Most of them are named after the owner or their clan, and what they sell. Ray frowned as she focused on finding a proper name for her outlet store. I have it. The Darklight Silks Emporium. That is what I shall name the shop. Now, where is that sister of mine? Opal is the one who specializes in making shops. I don't know how to use that skill. Sometimes I envy Kara and her ability to use nearly anything that causes chaos. Is that how it works? Her species can just use whatever is most amusing? I think so. Nobody claims to understand just how a chaos badger works. They simply exist and do things. Maish laughed. That sounds like something that Kara would say about herself, for certain. But do you think that we could do something different for the shop here? Like, the whole town is lichens, and some humans. But this is your place, right? So, why not make the security staff spider beastkin? Or dark elves? I've met a few dark elves before, and they had your morbid sense of humor. Ray smiled. I like the way that you think. Actually, I think that the Carl has stones that are made for that purpose. Oh, no, those are all mythic ranked. No good for store security. I will have to get him to make new ones. Oh. What are you going to get to run the shop? These super helpful epic golem and gargoyle hybrid constructs that have the basic skills of a dark elven priestess, but can't leave the shop. Not many people will try to mess with them, and they're really fashionable. Opal popped into the shop after hearing what Ray had planned. Are we making a super sexy goth cloth shop? Ray laughed at the excited Faye. Not so super sexy. This is our shopkeeper, and she's too young for such things. However, we do have sexy things for sale. Lingerie, sleepwear, some armor I made for succubi, that sort of thing. Got it. It's a thrift shop for people who don't deserve cupcakes. Maish stared at the forest trickster. How could you call an entire shop full of rare and epic grade fashion a thrift shop, even if much of it was made in mortal quality materials? Sure, people look down on mortals, but most of their clothing was non-magical. Even a mythic rank outfit was far superior to what they were wearing. And if Ray had made it, the clothes likely had some sort of insane bonuses on them as well. Oh, before we get started, equip this. The hoodie is cute, and you can wear that whenever you're not at work, but at work, wear this. Maish equipped the pile of cloth, and found herself in a high-necked Lolita dress with crinoline petticoats that made the knee-length skirt bounce when she moved. There were stockings that went with it, one leg black, and one leg white, opposite the halved black and white pattern that the dress was designed in. Oh, Carl wears this pattern on his usual outfit, she realized. It's our guild color scheme. The same as our flag. Here, I've got a necklace for you with the Darklight Host dragon emblem as well. Maish equipped that as well, and felt an unfamiliar pressure around her neck. Not uncomfortable, but she wasn't used to wearing any jewelry, and this seemed to be a choker of some sort. Perfect. Now everyone knows at a glance that you're under our protection. I swear we will find time to take you through some dungeons to build up your skill points soon. That's all you need to catch up to the rest of us. If not, I will ask Kara to just dump a whole bunch of mage-type skills in your head so that you can do mage things. No, I think that can wait. Maish pleaded. Letting Kara go wild in her brain seemed like a recipe for disaster. Opal laughed. You just gave her a crafting skill. She will get skill points as she makes things. Just don't make her work too much overtime, and she will build skill points slowly on her own. Ray frowned. That takes too long. Maybe we can take her with us to the Tell dungeon. She's lower level, so it should give her lots of rewards. The quality of the goods was determined by skill, but the level couldn't be higher than the creator. So, she needed Maish to at least get through the early stages and make proper spirit immortal items. You want the elders to bring me along on an ascended rank dungeon run? Isn't that asking too much? Oh, not the elders. Just Carl and the Dana mage, plus you and the team. That's only 3 by the dungeon's count, since we can enter inside our space. It's ascended rank, but it's not highly ascended. Carl is already doing well in the void immortal realm, so his constructs are strong. And he's soul bonded to the Dana mage, so they're exactly the same strength. And she's a golem mistress, so her summoned helpers are extra strong. So, you're saying that they can do the dungeon without the elders? Like, they're as strong as elders, even though they're just starting into the void immortal stage. Exactly. Most of that is the weight of numbers, but with us beasts instead of humans, of course we're stronger than the standard. Isn't that clearly biased, just because you're a beast? It's simple fact. Humans are weak and squishy. Barely a snack at our same level. Only when they work in groups can they take down magical beasts who have high intelligence and natural armor. No human could hope to match Thor in a physical contest, and even with equivalent skills, no human assassin can keep up with me. When she put it that way, Ray's argument made much more sense. Even if Maish hadn't seen Thor as anything but a long-eared humanoid with green hair. Obviously, he was a transformed beast, but she didn't recall ever seeing his true form. There was no way that she could have known without asking that the reason Thor didn't transform as often was because of the size issue. He was an incredibly social creature, but in his natural state, he was so much larger than everyone else that he couldn't talk to them properly. That was just weird and awkward, to be right there and not talk. So, what are we going to do with the space? This shop might be in the right spot, but it's not large. Don't clothing stores usually have separate sections? There isn't room for that. Ray waved her hand dismissively. That's what we've got Opal for. She will do all the enchantments with an illusionary domain, which can make the space much larger. That will give us all the departments that we need, and room to hang the good stuff. We will put the lingerie and such up on the second floor, along with the really fancy gowns. The stuff that people lust over, but don't buy as often. That will be good for the wedding dress selections as well. People do that here, right? Maish laughed. Yes, but not as often as you might be thinking. For most of them, they either call them cultivation partners to keep it from being serious, or they just don't put a title on it at all. However, most of the clans do have these huge holiday galas where everyone needs to dress super fancy. I used to hear people complaining about not being able to find the right outfit for it all the time, but I don't know what those outfits looked like. They had to be expensive, though. The guards would chase me out of the streets when the parade to the event was going on so that I didn't bump into anyone with their fancy clothes. Well, that's just rude. I get that they gave you an apartment and food, which is nice. But it sounds like they were real jerks otherwise. I won't disagree with you. I've seen more kindness since arriving in the tiny world than I had like ever. The space that Opal created in the small shop was surprisingly bright and airy, by Maish's estimation. There were high ceilings, light-colored walls, a bright chandelier that cast even lighting over the whole space. It was magnificent, and as far from her impression of Ray as humanly possible. Oh, this is lovely. Somehow, I suspected something different. Ray laughed, and gestured upstairs. The rooms that you're thinking of are up there. Dark and sexy and filled with things that make mothers blush. Follow me, I will show you all of it, since you will be running the shop most of the time. Maish followed her up the stairs and found that the upper floor was actually separated into 3 separate rooms, separated only by a pillar in the middle of the room and a color scheme. But somehow Opal had managed to make the lighting in all 3 zones different. This will be the gowns and finery. I do make some menswear, but that goes on the main floor. Then that is the lingerie section, and this section is just for sexy stuff and leather that isn't armor. Leather stuff that isn't armor. You know, essentials like restraint hardware, flogs, handbags and such. Maish blinked slowly. How did those things go together, other than all being made of leather? I think that fashion accessories and bedroom accessories go in different sections, even if they're all leather. Ray frowned. That wasn't how she organized things. Well, we can try it your way. If you believe that you have better spots, I will let you try. It's a growing experience. Now, I will put everything out, and you tell me what needs to be moved. Ray quickly arranged the shop to her usual standards, and Maish shook her head as she saw how Ray had arranged the leather section. It looked like a junk drawer, there was no organization. All right. First off, let's find a spot for handbags on the main floor. Move all the bedroom equipment to the right wall, where you will only see it if you're looking for it. That will draw everyone's eyes to the clothing and the leather accessories. Those will be higher volume goods. The shops back home used to sell a lot of accessories and trinkets. The rest looks good, with the gowns in front, so that the ladies have to pass all the expensive dresses to get to the other stuff. The lingerie section is scandalous. I don't know if it's appropriate to have mannequins that realistic. Opal laughed. They're not mannequins, they're the lingerie section staff. Gargoyles shaped like elves. I figured since you're part elf, having all elves working here would be comfortable. Not when I can see their nipples. You're weird. Opal adjusted the outfits of the lingerie gargoyles to ones that covered marginally more, with a translucent white silk toga over them, so that they could model for customers without fully undressing. How about you put actual clothes on them, and have them model in the back by the changing rooms? Not out in the open. Ooh, I like the way that you think. Maish shook her head in dismay. The Fae was definitely on a different page than she was. The outfits changed to simple long dresses with wide sleeves, and a black spiderweb pattern over white. They were still low-cut and form-fitting, but they were safely on the elegant side of Maish's sensibility. Are those the uniforms for all the gargoyles? Do you like them? They've got soft slippers, so they move silently and don't distract the customers. Ray informed her. Then, she held up a stone with a victorious smile. The Carl made us the stone that I needed. This one makes the dark elven priestesses to work security and the cashier. They're perfect, and they have the skills that I needed. Skills? Ray nodded. The stone lets them have an actual skill. So, I had Carl give them runic tailoring. That way, they can do alterations, if a design isn't quite what the customer wanted. It will also take my name off items they customized. They should just say, altered by the Darklight Silk Emporium, instead of, created by Ray Bloodbath. That way people don't mistake customer requests for things I made myself. Oh, I thought that they would have combat skills, since they're security. Opal laughed. They're also epic golems. They have all the skills and combat power of a dark elven priestess dungeon boss. Healing, shadow magic attacks, paralysis, agony. All the essentials of a high priestess of the spider goddess. Ray summoned the priestesses, who she then equipped with epic-grade leather armor under their priestess robes, and a pair of daggers that had an agony effect and paralytic poison. If you upset the staff enough that they drew weapons, you would definitely regret it. For a long time. Let me get this right. She is a dungeon boss, just summoned here to help run the shop. Ray nodded happily, and the priestess came over to give Maish a hug before straightening the girl's uniform. Oh, you are lovely, aren't you? We're going to be great friends. Don't worry about anything, just keep the place stocked and do the promotions. We will keep the customers in line and handle the payments. We're system linked, so we can accept and transfer directly from the guild accounts. She had only noticed the one. There are 2 more priestesses here in the shop. One over by menswear and one upstairs. I'm on counter duty for now, so I started near the front. There was grumbling from the priestess in menswear, and the counter clerk smirked. She's just mad that I got the good spot. If people cause trouble, it's almost always when they enter, or when it comes time to pay. So, I get first dibs on dealing with it. Nope, that's not terrifying at all. Especially not coming from such a beautiful elf. The priestess preened with pride, and Ray winked at her new apprentice. There are no ugly things in this shop. It's a point of pride. So, we've got the priestesses, the woodland elven assistants, and you. And you are adorable. That covers all three major aspects of beautiful things. Practical, sexy, and cute. The front door swung open, and a young woman at near peak immortal ducked inside the store. Oh, I do hope that you're open. My best outfit got torn, and I've got a meeting to get to in the new home compound. I heard there is a portal from here. Can you fix my dress? Our first customer. Go ahead, Maish. If you can show me the item, I am sure that I can repair it for you. I am still young, but my skills are more than sufficient for repairs. I am the apprentice of the proprietress of this place. The immortal looked relieved, and handed Maish a tattered black dress. A moment ago, it was most likely covered in blood, but the system cleaned items when you put them through your inventory, unless you didn't want it to. Oh, this took a lot of damage. Alright, we can fix that. Priestess, can you give her a touch of healing while she waits? The counter clerk smiled as she watched the young mage settle into her assigned role. It was good to have competent people. The immortal looked shocked when the healing spell washed over her, taking away all the lingering damage, as well as some of the old injuries that she had struggled to find a potion that could cleanse. Maish will be just a moment. Would you like to see some of our alternate options? We have a fine selection of black dresses upstairs, the clerk offered. The immortal did a double take as a silk-clad wood elf came down the stairs to escort her. This place was too strange, and she got the feeling that there were only 3 living people here, while the others were something else. Not quite undead, perhaps constructs. Summoned beings on a high enough level felt different from truly living people, as the soul was synthetic, and lacked that spark of divinity that others had. Of course. I could always use a spare dress. Ray followed them upstairs to ensure that the sales manners of her staff were up to par, leaving Maish to panic as she tried to use her skills for the first time. Mend item was a basic ability that came with the divine tailoring, crafting skill, but she had never actually used it. First, she laid the dress out on the counter, then flipped it over to check the back. Fortunately, that was fine. All the damage was to the front. So, she turned it back and activated the skill, then watched as the torn sections wove themselves back together. It wasn't flawless, as there were some gemstone decorations missing that she didn't have a replacement for. But other than that small flaw, nobody would ever know that the dress had been torn to shreds a few seconds ago. Here, I've got you covered. I will get Ray to give you the earth manipulation skill to make non-magical gems and trim pieces. Opal whispered. A second application of the spell had the dress back to perfection, with identically matched stones. Perfect. Now, we wait for her to finish shopping. Just fold that and put it in one of the bags. I know everyone has inventory, but the bags are essential swag, and they advertise the shop. That was brilliant. You couldn't just hand people gifts in a formal setting. You needed to wrap them. So, a gift bag was just the thing to finish the order. The sound of an excited scream from upstairs made Opal laugh, and she grabbed Maish's finger to drag the girl upstairs to watch their first customer. The dress would be safe on the counter with the priestess present, even if more customers came in. Maish sighed as she watched one of the gargoyles shimmy out of her dress and begin modeling lingerie for the customer, who was holding up dresses to compare them. The gargoyle had adjusted her size to perfectly match the customer, so she could see how it would all look on her own body. A little touch that Opal was very proud of. Making adjustable gargoyles was not easy. It's all very PG. The gargoyles are not anatomically correct. No naughty bits equal no nudity complaints. Again, Maish was certain that was not a thing. However, the way that it enhanced the shopping experience was incredible. Instead of changing a dozen times, the shopper could just hand things to the clerk. Then, the clerk made itself look like her, and modeled the outfit. Alright, I need these two, and the 3 sets of lingerie. Then that pair of strappy sandals. I don't suppose that you have a contact that can make those wonderful gargoyles, do you? That level of convenience is too good to pass up. The priestess working the upper floor shrugged helplessly. I do know the creator. Unfortunately, the magic that creates them is not easily portable. It's too large of a spell combination to put on a small item, it's imbued into the building itself. The customer sighed. Well, that is unfortunate. Still, I have made a great discovery today. When did this shop open? I don't remember the Hyperion sect having anything like this. The Hyperion sect was disbanded, after their guild master was killed in combat against the Dark Light host and the New Home Merchant clan. The victors have taken over the territory, and we have just set up the shop in the last 10 minutes. The clan is still in the process of moving in, and that's why we have a portal directly to the clan compound. Oh, so the rumors were correct. I understand now. I thought that the Hyperion sect had been subjugated after the battle, but they're gone entirely. Ray shrugged. The bunnies are with the Dark Light host now, and the lone survivor of the sect who didn't flee has been inducted into the new home. Well, it's good to see that there is still some mercy left in the world. That is a precious resource these days. Ray nodded. Yes, it does tend to be in short supply. Now, I don't suppose you know who attacked you, and why. If there is a threat to the region, it would be best if we knew in advance. The immortal smiled. They are no longer a threat. Just a group of bandits. Wandering immortals, in more polite terms. They won't be threatening anyone again. It was just unfortunate that they ambushed me while I was already dressed up. How long do you think my dress will be? If needed, I can come back later. These dresses will do just fine for the event. Maish smiled. It's all finished. I've repaired it as good as new, and it's waiting at the front counter for you when you're done shopping. Compliments of the house for our valued customers. While Ray and Maish handled their first customers in the clothing shop, Carl was busy getting things set up in the guild store. Deciding what would actually go in the store, and what would be reserved for sales to the warehouse, was not a simple issue. The clan members could purchase with clan credit, but having items that weren't in the warehouse inventory made for an extra step between the clan and finding the items they needed. However, people tended to go to the shop for lower-grade items, and custom-order higher-tier items. Nobody set automatic notices for epic-grade items because it was so unlikely that they would pop up. People didn't usually turn them in, they traded them for items they needed directly. So, that was what Carl optimized the guild store for. The number of items that they had at epic grade or higher was already high, but Carl had plans. If he used Breath of the World and Randomize on a bunch of epic grade items that he was in the process of completing, he could get a bunch of peerless grade items with the sort of unique effects that would bring variety to the store. At this level, you couldn't just mass-produce good stuff. Well, you could. And he fully intended to. But you also had to have a few items that were so far out of the ordinary that people would come back just on the off chance that you had managed to find something of equal quality that might suit them. Breath of the World, Artifact-grade crafting skill. When used during crafting, imbues items with the power of the World Dragon, increasing quality by 1 grade. When used on magical items or resources, improves quality by 1 grade. Hidden Effect, when used by a World Dragon or World Dragon avatar, can be used to create sentient items, imbued with system functionality. If used on a non-sentient or nascent magical beast, this skill will trigger immediate evolution into a sentient form 1 rank in potential higher than its base. He didn't intend to create sentient items. Not right now, anyhow. Eventually, he would. But likely only when he was already making a peerless grade item. Upgrading it to unrivaled, with sentience and better stats, would be the sort of masterpiece that would set his reputation in stone across much more than the local region. And that was something he wanted to happen when he was certain that he had the power to defend his claim. The first batch of items that were up for upgrading were accessories. He had deliberately made them all different, all with related stats, tailored for different classes, in a way that Carl hoped was subtle, but was almost certainly not. Though, once he hit them with randomize, during the upgrading process, they might be much more interesting. Carl activated the dual spell on the stack of accessories, and nodded in satisfaction as they all upgraded to the peerless grade, drawing an astounding amount of mana from him and the surrounding area. The disturbance was large enough that it brought the elders from the Leakin pack running. They thought that Carl was under attack, and someone had tried to ambush him with an instant kill type skill. "Oh, you're fine. Sorry about that. I forgot to warn everyone about the side effects of large batch processing. It takes more mana than even I can store, and I was preparing a new batch of items for resale. Come check them out and see how they turned out. I used randomize on them, so even I don't know what sorts of stats and effects they might have, other than the base that I wrote into them with runecrafting." Elder Blackwoods picked up a ring from the counter and inspected it for a moment. "This is different. I mean, it's powerful, but really?" Carl examined the ring, and then laughed. "Ring of the Phoenix, Immortal rank, Peerless grade. Increases spell damage by 300%. Increases casting speed by 30%. Cast a duplicate of every fire spell you use for half the mana cost. No other elements may be used while this ring is worn. I know a person who would love that. In fact, I can hear him in my head demanding it already. I guess it's not for sale." The Lycans laughed as Carl handed the ring to Hawk, who slid it onto one of his talons, where it equipped on a toe. "Ah, that is perfect. More fire." That was the only thing that truly mattered to Hawk. "There are some really good ones in here as well. Like, look at this one. It gives all healing spells a heal over time effect equal to 5% of the amount healed per second for 10 seconds. That doesn't sound like much, but it's a total of 50% more healing, and it will completely offset most poison and corruption effects for 10 seconds. For most of us druids, that's the biggest reason that we use rejuvenation instead of our other healing spells. That constant healing is extremely useful." Carl nodded. "If you're one of the group's main healers, go ahead and grab it. We will put it on credit towards your account with the guild's gear fund. Since we've got so many crafters in the guild, everyone always ends up with the good gear eventually. It's just a matter of keeping it fair, so everyone gets a share." The druid smiled. "Agreed. This might be my turn for quite some time, but it's totally worth it." That was enough motivation for the others to help Carl sort out the items that he had randomly upgraded, and within 10 minutes, a few more items had been picked, and the others were safely on display in the cabinets, while Carl stocked some potions and other epic-grade gear around the shop. It was a familiar feeling, the same setup as the Drod Guild shop. All that was missing now were the old familiar faces. The immortal that stopped in at Ray's shop was far from the only one who was headed to the new home compound today. There were a surprising number of visitors in town. Well, Carl only counted about 5, but that was still more than he had expected, given that this place was abandoned only a few days ago. The word had obviously gone out from the elders in the new home compound that this place was occupied again, and the first ones here all appeared to be allies of the clan. They were familiar to the members of the clan who had come to stay in the area, though they were mostly strangers to the Blackwoods pack. Not all of them, there were a few ascended rank immortals who appeared to be familiar to everyone. Those were likely elders from the small clans in the region, assembled for whatever the clan leader had planned for the day. She hadn't bothered to inform Carl, so he didn't know what the event was, but they were all waiting for the portal array to be ready. With everything else that had needed to be done, Carl hadn't found the time to make an array for the compound yet, though he had picked out the spot to put it. He intended to put it right near the guild house, but not in the yard, so that people would see the place, and be tempted to shop, but not close enough that a new arrival would be an immediate threat. The guild house was near an open area with a small grass park, which Carl thought should do just fine for the purpose. With the guild store set up, and ready to be operated by the new members who were eager to see their first sale as guild members, Carl stepped outside to make the final upgrades to the city. He didn't expect that his presence would attract any attention. Even with his aura mostly unrestrained, so that everyone could feel that he was a Void Realm immortal, he was far from the strongest presence in the city now that there were Leaken elders around. That didn't stop the visitors from noticing him, either by the accents on his name in the system interface, or because they had been informed of what he looked like and were waiting for him to appear. "Mr. Carl, it's good to finally make your acquaintance. I was in Tel Justo when your people threw a barbecue party with the berserkers. We all saw that you took in the Blackwoods pack, and I thought that it might be a good time to come visit their new location, and take the chance to get acquainted with some of the elders in the new home tomorrow for the first day of the induction ceremonies." "Induction ceremonies?" The immortal nodded. "It's an annual holiday, of sorts. All over the region, the larger clans pick unaligned immortals to enter the clan, as well as holding the graduation for senior students at their schools. It's more important to the elders of the various clans than the average person, I suppose." Carl nodded. "I can see how that would be especially important to the small clans, who are looking to poach members, or pick up the ones who didn't make the cut for whatever quota the larger clan set." "Exactly. That's what we're all going to do, though most of them will try to put a friendly face on it and call themselves an alternate or claim that they pick only those most suited to their clan, when really, it's just anyone they think could learn their skills." Carl chuckled. "Well, I suppose that's as good of a reason as any. The Darklight host just took in an entire Leaken pack because their village was destroyed, even though we could have simply rebuilt it. We are a crafters guild, after all." "Indeed you are. I saw a number of shops on my way in, though I haven't taken the time to stop in any yet. Does your guild house also have a bondage shop?" "It does. We are just finishing setting it up now, but it's a combination of work by the apprentices, and the sort of epic grade oddities that were a bit too specific to put on the clan warehouse listings for resale. They are listed there, but not stored in the warehouse. Meaning, that while they had informed the clan first, they were open for sale to anyone who happened to come by the guild house shop." "Oh, that is wonderful news. But I heard you say that you had a few epic grade items. Might I know what class they are for?" "I actually made an assortment. If you have a moment, take a look in the shop while I get the portal array set up." The immortal nodded and headed for the shop, giving them their first customer of the day, and Carl made his way over to the intersection, fully aware of the level of chaos that he was about to unleash on the Lycans in the guild house. Carl began using earth manipulation to make the platform and walkway for the portal to the new home clan, and then altered the shape of the central platform with a combination of earth manipulation and runecrafting, so that he didn't have to carve everything by hand. It wasn't long before he was finished, but the startled cries of the shop's first customer had already brought other visitors to town, as well as some of the new home clan members, running over to see what was going on. Surely, it wasn't a fight. It didn't sound like that sort of shouting, but the urgency in the tone was enough to bring every busybody in town to the house. "They've got peerless grade warrior accessories here." Peerless. The man's shouting finally began to make sense, and now everyone was headed that way, even if they weren't in a financial position to buy any such thing. Carl laughed as the immortals stampeded past him, heedless of their surroundings and who they were running into. Even Ray's first customer was headed their way. She was hastily changing outfits, not willing to ruin a second dress in one day, even if she had the first one fixed already. The front room of the guild house rapidly filled to the point that Carl ended up using teleport to arrive on the second level and then walk down into the shop. The protective wards didn't let anyone who wasn't a Darklight host member up the stairs unaccompanied, so at least he could get back to the main floor. "Greetings, everyone. It's good to see such enthusiasm for a first day's sales. Welcome to the Darklight Host Guild House store. I am Carl, the branch leader, and I will be your concierge today. If you don't see something, just ask me or one of the staff, and we can search for it by the bonus you need," he shouted, struggling to make himself heard over the crowd. Behind him, Carl heard Opal laugh as she flew over the crowd. She had no troubles at all navigating the packed space, since she didn't care about the floor, and she was small enough that she could just duck between customers. You could at least warn people what sort of items you've put on display, young man. My immortal existence nearly ended with a mental shock to my spirit body, an immortal who took on the appearance of a white-haired old man insisted. Carl patted the man on the shoulder. No worries, we have a pill for that. It might not recover a completely destroyed spirit body, but it's quite effective at minor damages and instabilities. It's a product that we developed in conjunction with Elder Socrate of the New Homes Alchemy Hall. For a second there, I thought that you were joking. But Socrate just might be able to do it. Carl nodded. Not for cheap, though. No, nothing good in this world ever is. I would like one of those pills, though. I don't need it right now, but you never know when it might be exactly the sort of emergency supply that you do need. Carl nodded, and wrote a number on a piece of paper. The coin equivalent of its price in clan credits at 500 gold coins per credit. The standard outsider exchange rate, when clan members would pay 300 if they have to buy with coins instead of credit. The immortal nodded, and handed Carl a bag full of elemental gems. A quick check with the system told him that the price was right, and he immediately deposited them in the guild store's storage before handing over the pill in a small wooden box, carved with a rune for preservation. Just keep it in the box. Your inventory would do as well, but the box is sufficient. Oh, that is an excellent gift box that comes with it. I suppose for the price, it's nice to get a little something extra that I can use even after the pill is gone. That made Opal laugh. The box is cheap mortal-grade wood, but the rune on it is the important part. As long as it's closed, the contents will degrade at 1,000th the usual rate. It's an essential for alchemy of all sorts, we have found. Too many of the pills really need to be used within a few days of production. But with this, it can be stretched out to a few years. See, that is a thing that I did not know. I did know that all the good stuff is usually used the moment that it is created, but I didn't know that it was an actual requirement of the alchemy process. That's not my specialty. From the rafters, Remy lowered her upper body so she could join the conversation without being stepped on. Yes, it's quite a nuisance, really. Some of them are so unstable that just removing them from the alchemy cauldron causes them to begin instantly degrading. The only way to get full effect is to literally stick your head in the cauldron and stuff them in your mouth. The immortals nearby laughed. I suppose that's an option when you're that size. Unfortunately, the average human head doesn't fit in an alchemy cauldron. Not intact. Carl heard Remy think. This is our resident alchemy expert. She's a Naga matriarch, but still young and adorable. She's become good friends with Elder Socrate, and they spend most of their time together in the alchemy hall, he explained. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Remy. How has Socrate been? I haven't seen him in ages. He's good as long as we're in the alchemy hall. It's everything else that people keep making him do that stresses him out. But we got to do a dungeon together, and that was fun. We even managed to get some new plants for the hall, ones that were completely out of stock at the clan, not even seeds available. So, I think he will be in a great mood in a few weeks, as long as those sprout as planned. As expected of the New Home's chief alchemist. But now, I need to get out of here before I am trampled. I came to spectate, and I've already spent more today than I should have, when I'm off to pick up new apprentices over the course of the week. If you're in the hall later, ask Socrate to come out and find me. The man vanished, using teleport, to get out into the yard and away from the crowds. Many of the others felt the same way about crowds, but they hadn't gotten a chance to even see the item that had brought them here yet, much less try to buy anything. Alight everyone, I am going to place the items everyone came for in a display case near the ceiling, where everyone can see it. This simply isn't going to work otherwise, Carl realized. There was already a case there, but it was normally for things you wouldn't frequently sell. Nobody wanted to climb up to the ceiling to go get things. Carl used the system's shop interface to place an assortment of peerless grade items in the upper cabinet. Most of them were made for warriors, but there were items for healers and mages in there as well, enough to get everyone excited about the prospect of being able to obtain a rare item from the Dark Light host. Oh, now that is a priceless collection. Aren't you worried that someone will try to rob the guild house? One of the immortals asked. Not particularly. I've already got the blood trim on my guild tabard from the last guild leader who thought that it was a good idea, so I'm not too concerned about anyone else trying. The immortals looked shocked, so Carl activated bestial raiment to change into an outfit with a guild tabard. Well, look at that. A peak immortal guild challenge victory. That's hard to argue with, the system won't award you if you cheated. I suppose that should be expected from someone with whatever sort of physical development caused that name decoration. Just be careful that you don't attract the attention of any supremes before you can upgrade these barriers. They're good, but nothing we can set will stand long against them. Carl nodded. I will get clan leader Narissa to assist me with the upgrades. That should be all the power that they needed to upgrade the barriers to a point where they would sustain the guild house even against a serious attack. Once the pack leader came back, they would also have a supreme-ranked powerhouse on site, but that would be a while, as he still needed healing. If we have anyone who is seriously interested in one of the items, we can move to the back room to discuss the transaction. Carl informed the room after a few seconds of everyone staring at the cases. One of the immortals nodded decisively, and gestured to the back of the room. That left everyone wondering what item he had decided he couldn't live without. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the first day would be the hardest bargains, as there was so much demand in one spot. Normally, that would encourage a shop to drive the hardest bargain. However, once after a few weeks or years of trying to sell a highly valuable item, even the most stubborn immortals would normally give in and offer a reasonable level of flexibility on the pricing. Carl sat down in the meeting room with the immortal across from him. I'm guessing that it's one of the warrior items that you're interested in, given that you have a warrior-type class, he began. Astute observation. Those are going to be the biggest sellers anywhere you go. The one that I am most interested in is the bracelet with the bonus to the earthquake skill. It's a specialty of mine, and I built a specialty attack pattern around it. Carl nodded. Earthquake wasn't one of the most rare or valuable skills, as the damage done by it was limited, and many high-level battles didn't happen on the ground at all. If you were too far from the ground, earthquake would just be pointless. Unless you had some sort of specialty secondary skill that could turn it into a form of spatial quake. Kara perked up as she heard Carl's thoughts. That was a brilliant idea, she would have to make him get busy making new skills later. A spatial quake, where reality itself shook to damage targets in the area, would be similar in effect to the Chaos Vortex spell, but with a different elemental aspect. Illusions were the dominant form of lower-level spatial element skills, and they had Opal. With Illusionary Domain, Reality Warp, and Chaos Vortex, they had to be able to come up with something that would tear apart reality around the target. It was the sort of attack that nobody would be expecting, unless they knew that they were facing an illusion specialist. Carl let them plot and plan, knowing that Opal would have notes of their plans for later when he had time to review what they had come up with. Alright, I can do that. Now, what would you like to trade for it? The immortal thought about his answer for a few seconds, and then took out 2 small potted plants. To many, these would not be a trade that they are willing to take, but I suspect that you know the value. Carl inspected them with the system, but didn't get a chance to answer before Remy was shouting in his head that she needed those. They were rare alchemical ingredients that both her and Socrate had been trying to find since they arrived in the immortal world. If she could plant them in her space, they could have so many of them that they would never run out again. And there were few horrors as great in Remy's mind as running out of alchemy ingredients. Carl pretended to know more about the plants than he did as he examined them, but both appeared to be in excellent health. There were no signs of rot or drying leaves from poor conditions. Alright, I will take that deal. These are definitely worth what you claim, according to our alchemist. You managed to message them that quickly? Karl laughed and tapped his head. Remy is my bonded beast, she knows what I know, and when you brought out alchemy reagents she gave me the information. Ah, I understand now. Having bonded beasts with different knowledge sets has to be a huge advantage in most negotiations. Usually, it's a matter of who understands the true worth of things, and whether they are willing to trade for what you have. Karl nodded. The Dark Light host is willing to trade for most things. Unfortunately, the most abundant, gear from the dungeons, is not something that we need. However, that gear can be traded to the New Home Merchant clan, through Elder Malcolm, so it's not a complete loss. Karl placed the plants in Remy's space, and the Naga immediately returned to plant them and begin the germination process so that she could clone them and grow more copies. That was the true difficulty of being an alchemist. You also had to be an excellent gardener, but the people who loved alchemy, where you spent ages indoors researching recipes in ancient tomes, and the ones who loved being in the garden, with nature and flowers, rarely overlapped. Because of that, too many alchemists relied upon harvested resources, instead of trying to grow their own. And too many of the gardeners who could have grown them never learned all the extremely specific requirements of the many rare alchemical ingredients. So, they were left at an impasse, and the quantity of resources available to the clans never really improved. Even the garden in the tiny world, which wasn't quite as good for growing rare plants as her own space, was vastly superior to what most clans could claim as their alchemy garden. Much to her delight, the plants took to the soil instantly, and she mentally nudged Leo to get some assistance with bonus nature magic to help the plants grow a bit more quickly. They would be cloned with cuttings, but they were still immature plants, and she needed them to be bigger before she could do anything with them, or she would risk the health of the host plant. The turtle sent a wave of plant growth energy into her space, and Remy laughed as she realized that she had not been nearly specific enough. The turtle was having an afternoon snack with his friends at school, and had only partially been paying attention to what Remy was doing before she made the request. So, he had simply given her whole space some assistance, and called it good enough for whatever she needed. It still did the job. Her new plants were settling roots into the soil, and given a few weeks, they would be ready to splice and start cloning. That was enough. While she worked, Karl handed over the gear piece, and heard the wave of groans and complaints go up from the main room of the store. You snooze, you lose. If they really wanted it, they should have been faster, the immortal joked. Karl laughed at the man's optimism, knowing that buying expensive gear was actually a risky proposition, if anyone decided that they could try to take it from you. This one was strong enough that it shouldn't be an issue, but once he was in the wilderness, away from the city where some semblance of order was upheld, all bets would be off. That would be a few days, as he was also headed to New Home for the intake event. And by then, most would have forgotten a single piece of gear purchased on the first day the shop was open. After all, it was unlikely to be the only one that they sold. If Karl's guess was right, over the next half a day, they should sell everything of peerless grade in the display case. He just needed to give it some time before the ones that the guests here were contacting could arrive with payment. Just because they didn't have the money, or didn't want to spend so much on a peerless grade item, didn't mean that they didn't know an elder who wouldn't mind getting their hands on it. He just had to wait. Not for long, as Karl soon realized. The pack had called people that they knew who either came themselves, or called other elders. Those elders, as well as the ones who had been in town waiting for the portal to New Home to be opened, called others, and that brought real customers to the shop in under an hour. Mr. Karl, I am sect leader Actung of the Iron Staff sect. I hear that you have a number of peerless grade items for warriors. A burly man greeted him at the door of the shop. Indeed. The ones on sale today are up there in the display case. They're a bit of a mismatch, but we weren't certain what anyone would want, so we made a bit of everything, Karl explained. Logical. Give me a moment, and I will ascertain for myself whether the item described to me is as promised by my acquaintance. This sect leader was overly formal, Karl decided. At least in his speech. He did seem easy enough to work with, as he simply went into the shop and stared at the shelf, examining the goods to be sure that whatever he was told was correct. Whatever he was told seemed to be correct, as he was quite pleased with the outcome, and Carl saw him take out a notepad to start doing math. Hopefully, not math about how much he could cut from his sect support fund so that he could afford to upgrade his gear, but you never really knew what a sect leader would do, or what he actually needed the gear for. Alright, the math works. I am familiar with a few other branches of the Dark Light host, ones on other immortal worlds. Is this branch similar? Far too many strange and unique crafting skills concentrated in one spot with an utterly overpowered protector. Carl laughed. That's one way to put it. I'm not sure that we would have far too many crafters yet, as we just founded the branch, and it is still in development. But the basic template appears to be exactly what you are familiar with. What member did the guild choose as your protector of last resort? If it's not too forward of me to ask. Half the room turned to stare at him. It was far too forward to ask such a question. Asking about the peak strength of a guild or clan was essentially taboo. But Carl answered anyhow. We've got Matilda on speed dial, a legendary rank Chaos Dragon. Maybe not as good as those established branches with links to a demigod, but not bad for a new branch. And that silenced the mutters. You would have a Chaos Dragon that powerful in your guild? Are you not worried about the stability of your members? A chaos element influence that strong is bound to cause issues. One of the immortals asked. We've even got a Chaos Badger who is aiming for supreme rank by the end of the decade. I doubt that having one dragon in another branch will cause us that many issues. Besides, as chaotic as her choices are, she is loyal, and that's what matters most. That was a rare attribute among the most powerful of beings. Even supremes could barely work together, so getting a legend to work with you, or even stay in a guild, was incredibly rare unless they were the leader. Even the fabled divine guilds on other worlds rarely had any legends in them. Once they got that powerful, they would go off on their own to try to find their own route to divinity. One of the core aspects of divinity was that there was no duplication. Even if you had a divine being to guide you, only a handful in all of the realms could even begin to guide you on the way that would work for yourself. Not only did they have to understand divinity on an exceptional level, they had to understand you in a way that no amount of time could allow. Only specialized divine skills would allow that. So, your guild is aligned with the Chaos Gods. A peak immortal woman, who had been eyeing the mage ring with a large bonus to ice element damage, asked. The World Dragon, actually. That might have been obvious from my status as branch leader and avatar of the World Dragon, but it's not really a coincidence, as many would expect. The branches are all favored by the World Dragon. That actually makes a lot of sense, given how strange the Dark Light host is. The adherents of the World Dragon tend to be a bit, you know. Carl didn't actually know. But he shrugged anyhow and smiled, which made the immortals laugh. If he had given a proper response, they would have been shocked. The World Dragon's followers tended to be more than a little lacking in self-awareness, with zero sense of moderation or propriety, as their frame of reference tended to be the multiverse average that the World Dragon considered normal. But when you had created 100 million or more systems on both Mortal Realm and Immortal Realm worlds, how could you consider anything to be average? Well, I suppose when you're used to the World Dragon's viewpoint, chaos doesn't seem quite as disturbing as it does to the rest of us. Order and structure are important to most of us if we want to improve our skills and reach supremacy. We couldn't do it with that much chaos in our lives. You know, it's not all bad. Breakthroughs are an element of chaos affinity. They break the stasis of order and propel your body into a new realm where you can try to establish a new form of ordered growth, different from what you had been working with before. The peak immortal stared at him as if he had just told her that the sun was black and time was actually non-linear. That second part was true, if you had access to the fourth dimension. However, that wasn't the sort of thing that it was wise to try to explain to others. It would just make their head hurt. More than one of the immortals was now seriously considering the worth of Carl's words. Indeed, breakthroughs were a violation of what would be considered order. So, perhaps it was actually necessary to have some level of chaos in their development. That could come after the most important parts, though. They needed gear. The peak immortal woman gestured to the ring up on the shelf. Branch leader Carl, I would like to speak to you about an item. Of course. Everyone, we will be back in a moment. This time the others began to cheer as they retreated to the back room to negotiate the price, but as soon as the door was closed, they took the opportunity to start making purchases of the less obscenely priced items from the lichens. There was an intake event coming up, and for kids who were just finishing school, an epic grade token of appreciation that fit their desired style would be a great bribe to recruit new members. It was expensive, but getting the right item was normally a difficult task that involved many trips into dungeons. If you were unwilling or unable to do that, then you just took what you could get. Of course, that meant that they needed 2 items at the very least, so that their existing personal disciples didn't feel cheated. If that happened, the newbie would just be ostracized, and the general mood in the sect would turn sour unless the recruit was a true prodigy. In which case, sour wouldn't even begin to cover it. Getting the best stuff and having the talent to justify getting it would only make the other members feel more mediocre, and they would want someone to lash out at. Recruiting was always a touchy subject, even when everyone actually wanted to get new members. Just because they didn't object to more people didn't mean that they were willing to give up any of their own share to get them, or to have the newbies treated better than they were as newbies. That was the great trap. Many sects maintained traditions from when they were small and struggling, just because the old acolytes couldn't stand to see the new ones have it easier than they did. And that would factor into what they purchased for the new members today. In fact, it was leading many of them away from the epic grade items entirely, to the rare grade warrior gear that had been produced today by the lichens. It might be simple stuff, mostly carved wooden rings, but it was all good bonuses. Enough that they could lure in a few members with it, and not upset the ones that they already had. Especially because the appearance was so plain. Flashy swords and intimidating armor were immediately noticed, but few people would bother to check the stats on a simple wooden ring, even if they had the ability while it was equipped. You know, if you give us a picture of your clan seal, we can carve it into a ring. Simple emblems take under 30 minutes, and while there is an upcharge for the custom magical item, we can make ones with similar stats for you customized to your clan. One of the Lichen elders offered. Really? Of course. Whittling is a strong pastime among the Blackwoods pack. We have many skilled carvers, and they don't need any special abilities to carve or burn the emblem into a wooden ring before we upgrade it to a magical item. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. I have a metal signet ring. If you could use that to burn the emblem into 2 wooden amulet tokens, it would be perfect. We don't give our apprentices rings, we use amulets. The lichens nodded. That wasn't a problem, they could just have the druids make a bunch of them and put the runes on the back. It would actually be easier than doing the runes on a ring. In that case, I will take 2 for certain. An hour's wait isn't a big deal, they won't start calling the recruits until tomorrow. The elders didn't bother to mention that they had dozens of people who could do the carving and runecrafting, so they would do multiple items at the same time. They would let the visitors think that they had to rush to get their orders in so that they would be done on time. By the time that the orders started coming out, they would already have the money in hand. And they gladly did. Carl and the mage who he was negotiating with both had to try not to laugh as they heard the rush of business from outside. Everyone was hurrying to place orders, but Carl's confidence had already told her that they had more than one person waiting to fill the custom orders, which were double the price of the pre-made items on the shelves, for the same stats. Of course, they were selling so much off the shelves that 2 lichens were on full-time stocking duty, refilling the apprentice-made sections of the cases with similar items as they were depleted. All their hard work from the day was vanishing, and the lichens began to realize that they didn't have anywhere close to enough, despite having expected to need weeks to sell this much rare-grade gear. They had clearly underestimated the demand, given the event that was starting in the new home merchant clan. The timing was coincidental, but the elders were beginning to suspect that it hadn't mattered the reason that there were people in town, it would have still snowballed like this once they saw what was for sale in the shop. It was simply inevitable when you put out peerless grade items for open sale. What did you have for me today? Carl asked, and the woman looked toward the door. It's a one-way soundproofing runic array. They can't hear anything that happens in here, but we can hear everything. It's perfect for a waiting room, or negotiations, so nobody can sneak up on us. As an added bonus, if they think that we can't hear them because they can't hear us, they might even give away some lovely little tidbits of information. That is absolutely devious. I like it. Alright, I've got a load of raw materials from the dungeons for you. You're a crafting guild, so surely you need more than just druid-created wooden sticks to make your gear. Carl nodded. Especially elemental stones. They make adding specific spell effects to high-end items so much easier. More complex spells aren't even possible without an appropriately attuned stone. Wonderful. Then you should be able to offer me a proper price for all of these. She placed a large bag full of elemental stones on the table. Compared to some of the super rare magical plants and other resources, the stones weren't all that valuable in the immortal world. They could even be made by those with the right elemental affinity and knowledge of fundamental rules. Like Tian and Leo. But getting a whole bag full of them would still pay for nearly anything that someone needed. As Carl let the system calculate the value of the stones to the store, she added a single arcane element supreme ranked stone to the pile. That caused the trade price to skyrocket to very close to the asking price for the item. I do believe that we have a deal. I can definitely use that arcane stone for the defenses of the guild house. They shook hands, and Carl passed over the item. You should get back out front. There are many more customers waiting. I will be on my way now. Clan leader Narissa promised me a room somewhere in the clan for the night, and I don't want to have to wake her when I arrive. I suspect that she will be up for some time tonight. But you have a point, arriving too late is a bit rude to the host. The mage laughed as she got up to leave, tucking her acquisition into her inventory. I'm sure that we will see each other again. This little shop of yours is going to become quite the hotspot if you keep coming out with items like that. Carl chuckled. It was an opening day strategic move, but perhaps we could make it an annual thing for the visitors who come for the recruitment event. I take it that the other large sects and clans do the same thing. She nodded. Telhusto does it as a grand event for the whole city, 2 months from now, and the Almixii sect does theirs on New Year's Day every 5th year. Every 5 years? She nodded. They will take students young, or up to the age of 12. They don't recruit grown adults the way that most sects do, they prefer to train theirs from scratch. Or indoctrinate. The Almixii sect was known for their absolute devotion to the sect, and the control that they had over both their members and the region around their city. The stream of customers only increased as the evening went on. The first of the visitors to leave had made it to the new home clan, where they had informed their friends about the curious shops that they had found in the former Hyperion sect compound. They knew that it was taken over by the Darklight host, but the reports were conflicting on what they were selling. Some were raving about vast amounts of class-targeted rare-grade items, while others were talking about high fashion and epic-grade outfits. There was evidence for both, but most who had gone to one didn't realize that the other existed. They had gotten what they came for, and then departed without looking around the town too much. If they had known that there was so much more to see, they would have stayed a bit longer. But how were they supposed to know that the Hyperion sect's successor was so far superior to the sect they replaced that there was no comparison? It was still a small guild or clan, they didn't even use half the buildings in the town yet, and most of the people they saw were actually from the new home merchant clan, who had set up an outpost there. It just didn't make sense to anyone that there would be a crafting power out in the open without any warning of their emergence. That happened sometimes, but it was startling every time that it did. In these circumstances, it added an extra layer of mystery to the new home merchant clan. Not only had they won against an invasion force this year, but they had now spawned a crafting guild, who had apparently been hidden within their ranks all this time. Carl had no time to find out anything about that, all that he had time for today was crafting. And he wasn't the only one. Most of the Lycans were there as well. Remy was working 2 cauldrons at a time with the help of her bodyguards, and even Dana had been drawn into the workshop to make runic items. That left a few of the elders to run the shop, along with the epic golem, upgraded gargoyles. Carl made 2 extras when he was making them for Ray, and they were coming in handy now that they were short-handed in the shop. If anyone wanted to start trouble, they wouldn't get far against a dark elven priestess with the constitution of a dungeon boss. Most wouldn't even try their luck with a dark elven priestess in the first place. Like the spider monsters of the goddess they worshipped, they had a long-standing reputation for doing horrible things to people who offended them. And they were proud of it. Interesting. These are constructs. Terrifyingly powerful constructs, but constructs. Have I perhaps wandered into the den of someone with my own unique tastes? Carl heard a voice from the front room ask, before he started getting panicked messages from the lichens about the look on the elves' faces. They knew, in a theoretical way, that the golems shouldn't harm anyone in the shop. However, that hungry look did not bode well for the new arrival. Carl walked out to the front room and found Swag, affectionately known as the moron, standing out front, openly ogling the dark elven priestesses. You know she would do bad, irreparable things to you, right? But that is a golem, you can't fuck it. Damn, not anatomically correct. She would kill you for trying. The moron laughed as he gestured to all the stuff in the room. I don't suppose that you let your favorite clan members shop on credit? Ever since I got that blessing that gives me free food, I have been saving a ton on snacks, but I don't have enough for a new item yet. Carl laughed. Darklight host policy. In the gods we trust. All others pay cash. The moron sighed. Well, there's always dungeon runs. But the clan is short on missions today, so I thought that I would come over here and see if there was anything that could be done to make some credits. Carl frowned. Well, I don't have any clan missions for you, and I doubt that you want a counter-clerk's position. It wouldn't pay enough to keep you supplied. But I'm sure that we can find something for you to do in the morning. We just don't know what might be in the area to harvest, so we haven't been able to set any quests yet. Understandable. I usually go on missions when there is an intake event going on. It's a good time to collect resources. You never know what you might find after the fights in the wilderness. Fights? Not everyone gets along, as you're well aware. So, sometimes they fight to mutual destruction, or someone escapes an ambush only to die in the wilderness. So, if you're out there, you can sometimes stumble across good stuff before anyone else. But if you wait for after, then there will be hundreds of people in the area that might think you were the one who killed them. Carl nodded. That would be bad, especially if it was some of their clan members who were wondering why they never made it to the event. They would not be in the mood to accept any sorts of excuses or explanations that you might make. Exactly. It's a risky proposition, but most people tend to die with their gear equipped and their weapon in hand. That can be a pretty good haul. If it's got a clan emblem on it, I leave it behind. No point in starting trouble, and it's not like you can sell something like that. Even if you tried, you'd just put a huge target on your own back. The dark elven priestess smiled at him. I didn't think that you had it in you. You might be a scavenger, but you have a bit of bravery in you. The moron smiled at the cleric, but was smoothly led away by one of the Leakin elders. I actually have a mission for you. I can pay you 1 clan credit equivalent in store credit. What I need is for you to find me a corpse weave vine flower. It's fine if you get it in the morning, but there should be some west of here 20 or 30 kilometers. Swag smiled. Oh, that is excellent. I could use a clan credit. 1 might not be much in a gear store, but I see that you've got potions. Remy, who was busy making more of them, laughed. That was the only thing that he ever bought from the warehouse in the clan. He had started to change his outlook since he had advanced his class, but he seemed to still be sticking to his preference of only buying potions and no other forms of resources or gear from the warehouse. He was willing. It was just too set in his brain to change immediately. With a mission in mind, Swag gave one last longing look at the priestess, and left the store. The faster he was gone, the faster he was back to get his clan credits. It had been a rough week for him. He had only managed to generate one cupcake all week, which was way below his average since the bonus started. He was a bit worried that it was a timed buff and beginning to wear off, so he was going to have to stack clan credits while he could before he was back to spending most of his money on food to avoid the cafeteria. The dark elven cleric giggled as the lichens turned to her. "Oh, don't be so uptight. I am perfectly capable of teasing a customer to encourage them to spend more money. I have all the relevant knowledge about sales tactics provided by Lady Ray after I was activated. Fear not, I am a fully capable and competent assistant or guard for the shop. Plus, with multiple copies of an identical guardian active, we have no fear of distracting customers who prefer to deal with a specific staff member." The lichens were torn as to whether they should tell the priestess that having identical triplets in the room was likely to cause as much commotion as anything. But they decided against actually saying anything, in the hopes that nobody would notice that they were literally the same person. They even smelled the same. That was something that humans wouldn't notice, but as lichens they were very sensitive to it. And there was no variation at all. They weren't sisters or twins, they were the same person summoned multiple times by the spell. It was actually a bit strange, as even golems usually smelled slightly different. They didn't have a personal smell, but they were created at different spots, so they smelled a bit different based on what was used to make them. "Alright, we will be in your care." Keeping up with a shop that never closes, and apparently never runs out of customers, is an arduous task. Carl laughed at the lichen's masked relief. "The flow will slow soon. We just need to stay up here and keep making the basic items to keep the shelves filled so we can maximize the amount of money that we make before the big event starts. You know how it is in business. There are a few specific weeks of every year that generate the majority of your income, and the rest of the time, you coast. That's the spot we're at right now, it seems. We just happened to open right before the busiest shopping day of the year." Elder Blackwood chuckled. The luck of the world dragon in action. No plans, no awareness that it was even happening. And still, you managed to open just in time for every small sect to be sending their elders to the clan. And wouldn't you know it? There's a permanent portal between the two locations. Carl laughed. "See, that's how things usually go for me. I do things, and it just works out. Honestly, I can't complain too much. However, standing too close to me is known to be stressful for others." The lichens laughed and gave him pointed looks. They hadn't even been standing near him, they had just been associated with him, and his particular brand of chaos had caused them to have to pull an all-nighter making gear using a skill that they had only just finished learning. If they had a bit more experience, this would be much less stressful. However, they had never gotten a chance to test out the new knowledge that they gained. They were just making the things that they knew worked because people kept buying them as gifts for the recruits they intended to find. The chefs had it easy in their minds, they got to just cook something and call it dinner. That wasn't quite true, though. No matter how good that you promised the food was, the children only accepted a handful of different foods. So, many of them found that while they now had amazing cooking skills, they were still cooking fried chicken strips and fried potatoes. A better version than they used to be able to make. But still the same simple dish that every pup liked. The bunnies who had received the cooking skill in the tiny world were the ones that had it easy. The dragon whelps were not particular about the food, as long as it was good. They were happy to try new things, and they'd even eat vegetables as long as the bunnies promised to have either meat or fish as well. After all, they were dragons, not Sero. Everyone had to make concessions, though. Even Button, their self-appointed resident advisor on all things tiny world, had learned to like more things than meat and fish. She was a forest dragon, and they thought that might be part of it. But she knew what all the good things were, and that could only come from trying all the things until you knew which ones were no good. Despite his assertion that they needed all the crafters that they could get working on the second floor to make the items that were being sold, Carl found himself being called out quite frequently to meet with elders about the inventory. Everyone seemed to realize that the clerics were constructs, other than the moron, and they would frequently ask for the actual shopkeeper when they wanted to place a custom order. As Carl didn't know any of these people, and he wanted to make a good impression, he went out to meet them, and got the description for an item that he could have had half made by then if they would have simply told the cleric what they wanted. Welcome to the Darklight Host Guild store, Blackwoods branch. What can we help you find today? Carl greeted a group who had just walked in, and then noticed that they had very familiar tags on their names. Ooh, a branch with a void tier branch leader. That is exciting. Does that mean this world is new? Like, first Darklight Host branch on the world. This is a big day. The Leakin girl seemed to be talking to Carl, but she wasn't giving him time to respond before she asked something else. Ah, visiting guild members. You must have seen the guild store open in the guild announcements. The Leakin girl laughed. Actually, one of your branch's Leakin elders contacted our branch treasurer to let him know that they had opened a shop. He totally forgot to mention that they had joined the host. Carl laughed. Well, I'm glad that they're bringing us customers, even from other worlds. There is also a guild-run clothing shop not far away, just off the main street. What one is that? The Darklight Silks Emporium. They also sell leather armor and goods, but they specialize in clothing, especially silk clothing. It's run by a blood destruction demonic spider. The Leakin looked impressed. And she doesn't eat the customers? You really do live up to the reputation of an avatar. Carl laughed. She just advanced using a swimming pool full of blood after a victorious clan challenge. I don't think that anyone is going to start trouble in her shop for some time. The Leakin girl laughed. You're crazy. You think that he's crazy, you should meet the badger, Elder Blackwoods informed her. Oh, Elder. We got your message. The old man said that there was good stuff in this city, so he sent you here for an hour. 1 hour? Then you're pushing your time. If you want to go shopping for clothes, you should finish up here quickly. If you're only gear shopping, you've got time. What did you need? The other immortals who had come with the Leakin girl laughed at the way that she looked between the door and the shelves. Go get yourself something to wear. We will pay with clan transfer if we find anything that you need here. I'm not sure how much they'll have that you actually need at this point. But if they've got a good blacksmith or artificer, they might have something. Carl laughed. Technically, we have neither. Though, we do have a full team of runecrafters, which can cover for most things. The weapons, we are having made in a mortal world with higher grade materials, then upgrading them with runes to make immortal weapons. Oh, that's not a bad option. Alright, what do you have for Blood Knights? Carl thought about it. I've got some rings that have bonuses to base life steal, and added skill damage. I actually made them for rogues, but I suppose they're good for Blood Knights as well. The immortals smiled at each other. See, I knew that it would be best to come to a guild-run shop for fun stuff. Our branch specializes in architecture and interior design. Carl chuckled. In a way, ours does as well. But using illusions and reality warp to create expanded separate spaces. That definitely doesn't count. I mean, we do it too. But that doesn't count as actually doing architecture. If you design the building right, you can do so much more with illusions and pocket dimensions. The resonance, you see. Carl shrugged. Not my department, so I will take your word on it. He brought out the items that would suit rogues and blood knights, along with some of the more esoteric items for warriors. Then, Carl brought out a few more of the peerless grade warrior items that he had been saving for later. The other immortals in the shop gasped, then glared at him. They had all thought that the peerless grade items were sold out. But the guild leader was simply rationing them so that they didn't all sell on the same day, and he could use them to lure in customers later. Wait, is this an in-house only thing, for other branches of your guild? I want that bracelet, a warrior in deep blue robes shouted. No need to yell, all items are first come, first served. If you want it, we can discuss the price. The other guild members tried not to laugh. They could clearly see that the item was made by Carl. If they wanted one like it, they could just ask and have him send it to their branch. Once you knew the name of another Immortal Realm guild branch, you could access them to send purchases to branch members. How that actually worked was a bit of a mystery, as many of the planets were fully isolated from each other. But as far as the members knew, it still worked. The warrior set crate after crate of raw immortal rank metal ore on the floor. Then he nodded in satisfaction. That should do it, if you're willing to take raw ore. Carl let the store examine it, then nodded. I am. We can always use more raw materials. Here you go, your purchase, sir.